Chapter 1. March 2017, LPL Competition Venue. The climactic battle between EDG and RNG has commenced, with RNG currently holding a lead after winning the first game. The outcome of this match is crucial for EDG's qualification for the playoffs, rendering the atmosphere within their locker room particularly grave. Abu and Nof sit with furrowed brows, while the team leader, the factory manager, paces anxiously before them. That last engagement should not have been initiated, Mouse. We ought to have safeguarded Eboe for the fight, the factory manager states solemnly. Had it not been for the miscalculated initiation by Nar, with our team leading by 4,000 in gold, a comeback from the opposing side would have been utterly inconceivable. Now, faced with match point against them, EDG finds themselves in a precarious position. Mouse remains silent in the corner, his hands trembling unnaturally. Nearby, the junior members, Eboe and Miko, also wear solemn expressions. A loss in this match would signify their exclusion from the playoffs. Mouse, are you all right? Abu's gaze sharpens as he notices Mouse's right hand slightly quivering, his face etched with discomfort. An injury? Every professional player inevitably suffers from joint ailments to some extent, and it is particularly disruptive during such a pivotal moment in the match. Why now of all times? Feeling a surge of irritation, Abu contemplates lighting a cigarette but refrains, remembering they are in the locker room. Coach, it's fine, Mouse attempts to assure them, yet the pain is evident on his face moments later. How about we let Yishio take over for the next game? Miko interjects unexpectedly. Upon Miko's suggestion, everyone's attention shifts to a young man in the locker room. He appears drowsy, seemingly oblivious to their prior conversation. Yishio, Abu exhales sharply, calling out. Sensing someone beckoning him, Yishio jolts awake, inadvertently kicking the nearby water dispenser, the clattering sound resonating loudly in the locker room. Where am I? Wasn't I just sleeping at home? How'd I end up here? Wait, did someone just call my name? Yishio rubs his eyes and glances ahead. What the heck? The factory manager, the junior members, Eboe and Miko. Aren't these the EDG players? Have I somehow traveled through time? Did you not sleep last night? Abu remarks, a hint of frustration in his voice. Truthfully, Abu shares a sense of concern upon witnessing Yishio's disheveled state. This is a life-or-death match, and their substitute top laner appears utterly unprepared. Coach, let me handle it. Yishio's condition may not be as good as mine. Mouse sighs, observing Yishio's bewildered demeanor. What do you mean? If your injury worsens, will you still be able to compete professionally? Trust me, Yishio will play this game. Though Abu harbors doubts about Yishio, there is no alternative with Mouse incapacitated. They must rely on Yishio to step up and mitigate the crisis. What? Am supposed to play? No way. Is this for real? Yishio, still grappling with the surreal nature of his situation, feels utterly disoriented. I'm just a platinum player. How can I compete at a professional level? Yet before he can voice his reluctance, a flood of information surges into his mind, leaving him dumbfounded. After his unexpected journey, he has acquired a system known as the ultimate stand-in. Winning a single LPL match would bestow upon him a reward of 1 million and other special prizes. A golden opportunity. Indeed, every time traveler must possess a golden finger. Yishio quickly familiarizes himself with the system. The $1 million prize is fixed, while the additional rewards depend on scoring after the match. The grading system consists of levels SSS, SS, S, and AF, calculated similarly to KDA, based on kills, assists, and deaths. This method of computation is clear as day to Yishio. As for his platinum rank, the system has already accounted for it. Recognizing this, the system has generously provided him with an epic enhancement, boosting his overall capabilities by a staggering 1,000. An enhancement of overall capabilities. This is not merely an increase in mechanical skill. His awareness and various attributes related to a player's prowess have also been amplified by 1,000. With such a formidable golden finger at his disposal, what more could he possibly say in refusal? All right, coach. After affirming Abu's decision, Yishio gazes at the factory manager clad in EDG attire, feeling as though he has stepped into another realm. Back in his original timeline during S10, the factory manager had already transitioned to coaching, signifying the end of an era for Yishio. This year could very well be the pinnacle of the factory manager's professional career. If they fail to achieve commendable results this year, the factory manager may follow the historical trajectory and transition to coaching post 9. However, everything is different now. With the support of the system, Yishio, like a butterfly flapping its wings, intends to alter the course of history. S7, the bird's nest. This was the eternal regret of Yishio's previous life. As the host nation of a grand tournament, it was disheartening to witness two LCK teams vying for the World Championship on home soil. He faintly recalls the roar of the ancient dragon within the bird's nest, echoing the discontent of LPL fans towards such an outcome. But now is different, the future shall be different. Simultaneously, the second game is about to commence. As a seasoned powerhouse in the LPL, RNG's players are undoubtedly skilled in their respective positions. The climactic showdown today has garnered significant attention from LPL fans, with both sides eagerly awaiting the second game. Naturally, clubs aspire to secure a victory in such a high-stakes match to garner attention, yet with both sides sharing the same objective, only their skills can dictate the outcome. Soon, accompanied by the staff's announcement, Yishio follows the EDG team onto the stage. At the EDG versus RNG match venue, the audience is fervently waving their team's banners, their cheers resonating throughout the arena, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As both teams take the stage, the cheers from the crowd intensify. Today's audience is incredibly eager for this focal battle. Even from the commentary booth, I can hear the applause from the venue. Guanzhiyuan adjusts his microphone, smiling. Noticing his partner Rita also readying her microphone, they both turn to face the camera. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the second game of the S7 Summer Championship between EDG and RNG. I am commentator Guanzhiyuan. I am commentator Rita. The two commentators observe the entering players as they commence their duties. Subsequently, both teams dive into the BP phase for the second game. Alright, both teams have entered the BP interface. Each ban is exceedingly crucial. Both sides must effectively utilize their bans to limit their opponent's performance. Rita remarks with a smile. Indeed, we have received word that due to the health issues of EDG's top laner Mouse, they have made a last-minute personnel change. Mouse has been replaced by the young talent Joke. Joke, whose real name is Yishio, is a rising star promoted from EDG's training squad. He is reputed to be an aggressive player, notably skilled with top lane Vayne, having previously ranked within the top 50 on the Korean server with this champion. However, facing off against the legendary Doggo, who has also made a name for himself as Vayne, this duel of titans promises to be an exhilarating showdown. Let us give a round of applause to welcome the newcomer to the LPL. Meanwhile, both teams have finalized their first three bans. Blue side, EDG, Kled, Lucian, Jin. Red side, RNG, Riven, Fiora, Nar. Wow, three bans targeting the top lane. Are they really giving the newcomer this much respect? Could it be that this rookie is EDG's secret weapon? Why would they make such a choice? Guanzhiyuan exclaims in astonishment. What the heck? What has Yishio done to warrant such targeted bans from the opposition? Miko cannot help but exclaim in surprise. This ban strategy has left everyone utterly astounded. Is RNG simply bullying the newcomer? However, this arrangement is quite favorable, as all the firepower is directed towards the top lane, allowing for a much easier experience in the bottom lane. Yishio was momentarily taken aback after reviewing the opposing team's bans and picks. What on earth are these bizarre bans? Do you somehow know that I possess a system? Please proceed with your selection. What shall you prioritize? Yishio contemplated before speaking. Let's secure Luo. Since the opponent hasn't banned him, no suggested. Consequently, the EDG team swiftly locked in Luo. Upon witnessing RNG release Vayne, the fans initially anticipated that the newcomer would select his signature top lane Vayne. Yet, the situation dramatically shifted. In a surprising turn of events, Yishio, occupying the first pick, chose Luo for the support role instead of opting for Vayne. A wave of murmurs erupted from the audience. What's happening here? Not picking Vayne? Are they really going to let me have my beloved champion? Indeed, RNG has left him open. Is EDG really opting not to select or ban him. I was eager to see the newcomer shine with top lane Vayne, but it seems he has faltered. Guan Daxiao expressed his astonishment, choosing Luo first, not utilizing his signature champion. I see it now. RNG has set a BP trap. If Joke had locked in Vayne as the first pick, they could have immediately chosen a counter champion, Guan Daxiao exclaimed. Vayne is a champion best played as a response pick. Choosing her first isn't ideal. If RNG selects a burst-type top laner this match, it could become quite challenging. As soon as their words faded, RNG promptly locked in Gragas and Lulu. EDG, in turn, rapidly selected their next two champions, Xayah and Jarvan 4. When RNG revealed their third pick, the crowd erupted. The Night Hunter, Vayne. Wow, RNG's big play was hidden here all along. They chose not to ban Vayne and instead secured her for themselves. This time, RNG is determined to win. Uzi's Vayne is indeed his signature. This move to secure rather than ban has left me utterly speechless. However, to be fair, Joke would have never picked Vayne in the first place. The audience buzzed with discussion as they witnessed RNG lock in Vayne. RNG's coach, Huahu, executed this BP strategy flawlessly. With a lead on the scoreboard, their cautious approach suggests they aim for a clean sweep against EDG tonight. Moreover, knowing the opponent consists of a newcomer whose specialty is Vayne, they cleverly baited EDG into revealing 3 top lane positions. If you select Vayne, I will choose a burst champion to counter you. If you refrain from selecting Vayne, I will simply claim her for myself. Ultimately, as long as I withhold my top lane pick, you cannot safely select Vayne first. That's quite a blow to the heart. My friend, Guan Daxiao lamented. Rita nodded in agreement. This strategic play is brilliantly executed. Meanwhile, EDG's coach Nof furrowed his brow upon seeing the third pick of Vayne secured by the opposing team. Playing tricks with me, are you? Wahoo! A selection in lieu of a ban. Yet, he need not have done so, for the red side, RNG, inherently possessed the privilege of selecting their final champion. Are they preparing for a 4-protectone composition? Nof stroked his chin, lost in thought. Can Vayne, coupled with Lulu, truly outperform my Xayah and Luo? The second round of bans swiftly unfolded. RNG banned Renekton LeBlanc. EDG banned Galio LeBlanc. After completing the bans, Uzi promptly revealed his choice, Talia. Then it was EDG's turn to finalize their selections, which included Yishio's pick. Since the opponent had chosen Vayne, it was essential to devise a strategy to counter her. Yishio contemplated and communicated with Miko, who was selecting for the 5th spot. Without hesitation, EDG locked in Syndra and Cho'Gath for their 4th and 5th picks. Wow, Joke has surprisingly abandoned an aggressive top lane choice. I'm utterly astonished. Truly, EDG's top laner is committed to contributing to the team. This composition seems quite promising for EDG. The audience, witnessing Yishio's unexpected choice, contrasting Guan Daxiao's earlier analysis, was left in disbelief. Despite Daxiao claiming that he primarily played aggressive champions, he suddenly opted for a classic EDG top lane choice. What do you intend to select? Let me, Huahu remarked, feeling a bit helpless upon seeing the choice of Cho'Gath. Prior to this pivotal battle, they had conducted extensive research on EDG. Their analysis extended beyond the starting roster, encompassing even the substitutes. It was precisely this thorough preparation that enabled them to make real-time adjustments upon Yishio's entry, ultimately leading to their victory in the first match. It is well known that EDG's top lane is their weak point. As long as they capitalize on this vulnerability, victory tonight is all but assured. However, the opposing team's choice of champion truly caught them off guard. The members of RNG were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the selection of the monstrous champion. I'll take Rumble and crush him in lane, let me remarked with a grin as he focused on the monstrous champion. Young man, allow me to welcome you to the LPL with a fiery embrace. Fox nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential of Rumble against the monstrous champion. Ultimately, both teams finalized their compositions. The blue side, EDG, the monstrous champion, Jarvan, Syndra, Xayah, and Rockin. The red side, RNG, Rumble, Gragas, Talia, Vayne, and Lulu. All right. The champions are set. Let us venture into the Summoner's Rift. With that, the voice of the commentator, Guan Daxiao, signaled the commencement of the second match. For RNG, the key was to protect their vein. Indeed, once Lulu acquired the ardent censer and synergized with the blade of the ruined king, Vayne's damage would reach terrifying heights. Steady and secure, let Vayne take command of the battlefield, and RNG will be assured victory. Even with the monstrous champion on the opposing side, under Vayne's true damage passive, he would merely be as fragile as paper. The commentators exchanged remarks. At that moment, the broadcast abruptly shifted to the top lane. To everyone's astonishment, Rumble soared into the air as he approached the brush. Simultaneously, his health plummeted dramatically. What the hell? Let me exclaimed in fury. He had just entered the lane when he was sent flying. Upon closer inspection, he saw a figure leisurely emerging from the brush. Let me scrutinized his opponent's equipment and, filled with indignation, shouted within his team, "Damn it. He is playing AP." At this moment, the spectators outside, upon witnessing the unusual damage, finally noticed the monstrous champion's ability build. Starting with the Doran's Ring and the Keystone Rune, Arcane Comet. I was wrong. How could I naively think he would play tanky? I must admit my mistake. Joke. This newcomer is indeed ferocious, exclaimed the EDG fans in astonishment. As anticipated, Joke remained the same fierce young player, showing no sign of change. Playing tank? Impossible. Not in this lifetime. When the RNG fans saw the monstrous champion's rune and itemization, they erupted in outrage. How dare you look down upon me, let me? Playing AP monstrous champion. He is a squishy target. Just wait until I roast you on the grill. Destroy him. Let me. Guanda Xiao, upon witnessing Yishou's itemization, was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, he truly walks a unique path. I initially thought the newcomer Joke would play the monstrous champion defensively. However, after seeing his build, I suddenly believe this top lane will witness an exhilarating confrontation. Although Rumble has high damage, the monstrous champion can stack his passive health, easily dispatching Rumble. To be honest, this was my first time witnessing an AP monstrous champion in a match. After all, the skill accuracy required for an AP monstrous champion is exceedingly high. Professional players, as we all know, possess remarkable positioning skills. Before Guanda Xiao could finish his sentence, Rumble was airborne once more. Let me's health was already nearing half. What the hell? Such high damage? Guanda Xiao was astonished. Is the AP monstrous champion capable of such immense damage? The monstrous champion's Q skill benefits from a 1:0 AP ratio. Moreover, Joke started with a Doran's Ring and has Arcane Comet, so naturally, the damage is substantial. Rita, observing the outrageous damage on screen, was left speechless. Just moments ago, Rumble had moved forward to secure a last hit, and as he raised his hammer to strike, he experienced a brief attack animation. It was during this moment that Yishio seized the opportunity, landing a Q to damage Rumble while also securing a nearby melee minion. Satisfying. Let me teach you how to truly play the monstrous champion. Let me. Yishio chuckled, though he was not particularly keen on playing the monstrous champion. Now that it had been selected, he was determined to perform well. Let you experience the terror of being dominated by the monstrous champion. Let me, glancing at his half-health, hesitated, knowing that he would soon assist Xiaohu in pushing the wave toward his lane. Damn it, it's just a monstrous champion. I'll deal with him. He fumed. The strategy for this match was initially focused on the top lane. Since you dare to be so arrogant, I'll come for you early, Xiaohu declared fiercely. A newcomer chooses a monstrous champion and dares to be so brazen? Just watch us make it crystal clear for you. As the jungler cleared the camps, he also kept an eye on the top lane. Upon witnessing Rumble being reduced to half health by the 2Q skills of the monstrous champion, he became increasingly excited. Yishio's unexpected maneuver proved to be particularly effective. Yishio, I shall assist you in the top lane shortly. At this moment, the factory manager had just finished clearing the 3 wolves and was making his way towards the blue buff, intending to reach level 3 before charging into the top lane. To deal with Let Me, a simple gank would suffice. Meanwhile, Rumble was too intimidated to last-hit minions with basic attacks and resorted to unleashing his Q ability amidst the minion wave. Although this meant missing out on some minions, he was still able to inflict substantial damage. Let Me, while consuming potions, awaited the support of his teammates, but at that moment, the Mega Chompers unexpectedly leveled up. Previously, Yishio had taken advantage of his health advantage, relentlessly attacking the minions within the lane. He consumed potions while leveraging the lifesteal from his passive, Devourer, to disregard the damage from Rumble's flamethrower. In the ensuing skirmish, it was ultimately the Mega Chompers who reached level 2 first. Yishio swiftly activated his W skill, sending ripples through the void. Simultaneously, he stomped his right foot, launching an upward strike. In the midst of silence, Rumble was once again struck and sent soaring, his health plummeting to a mere 1/3 upon his descent. This was only due to his recent use of a health potion. Otherwise, he would have been sent packing by his adversary. My goodness! Such discomfort! The fleeting recovery of health vanished in an instant. Let Me was on the verge of losing his temper, exclaimed Guanda Xiao. Fortunately, Rumble had opted for a Doran's shield at the outset. Had he chosen a Doran's ring, he likely would have exploded in frustration. After all, the passive health regeneration from the Doran's shield was somewhat bearable, Rita lamented. Xianggua, I can't hold on any longer. Hurry you all. Let Me spoke with a countenance of anguish. This is unbearable. After reaching level 2, he was reluctantly forced to allocate points to his W skill, clinging to the shield in the lane while awaiting his teammates' aid. However, the sole silver lining for RNG at this moment was that the enemy Cho'Gath was low on mana, and the minion wave was pushing back towards them. During the preceding skirmish, Cho'Gath's abilities had struck not only him but also a considerable number of minions. If their allies came to assist now, there was a significant chance they could catch Cho'Gath off guard. They're coming. Hearing Let Me's voice, Xianggua responded with resignation. After sending the minion wave to the mid lane with his Q skill in conjunction with Talia reached level 3 as well. A 3-man ambush. My heavens! It seems Joke's Cho'Gath has stirred the ire of the masses. Both Gragas and Talia surged towards the top lane. The excitement was palpable. RNG was genuinely incensed. The level 3 Talia, disregarding the minion wave, charged alongside Gragas straight towards the top lane. Cho'Gath was in peril. Guanda Xiao observed as the two of RNG arrived at the Baron Pit. At this moment, the level 3 Cho'Gath showed no inclination to retreat whatsoever. Yishio, mid lane is missing. The junior quickly interjected. Just moments before, he was curious about why Gragas had come to assist Talia in pushing the lane, but now, witnessing the two disappear from view and seeing the advancing Cho'Gath, the junior suddenly comprehended that the enemy intended to target their top laner. How could this be tolerated? Yet, with so many minions around, it was hard to part with them. It's too late. The enemy is already at my doorstep, and you're only now saying this. I'm at my wit's end. Seeing the Gragas and Talia emerge from the river, Yishio lamented. But despite his complaints, his hands remained deftly engaged. He cast a fierce gaze at Rumble. Let it be known, Emperor, you are lacking in virtue. Do not blame me for my actions. You dare to call your comrades. Yishio decisively delivered a swift Q skill to the Rumble before him. The Rumble, mid-cast and spewing flames, was abruptly launched into the air like a thunderclap in a parched field. What the hell? Hit again! I'm utterly shattered. Despite Let Me's utmost efforts to evade the attack, he still succumbed to the blow. Although the Q skill of the creature has a casting animation and a delay, why did the opponent execute this skill with pinpoint accuracy, akin to a targeted ability? Luck? One could attribute it to chance, but what if it happened repeatedly? It would then signify a true mastery of skill. The mere thought of his own creature's skill accuracy left Let Me in despair. How terrifying. Since the beginning of this match, it seemed that the player Joke had not missed a single Q skill. What an extraordinary level of proficiency this demanded. The incredulous Guandaxio exclaimed. The accuracy of this skill is outrageous. Is the creature truly his main champion? Is Vayne merely a FAAD? It must be so. The RNG fans outside were nearly nauseated. In the realm of professional competitions, they had never encountered such a creature with such high hit accuracy in their lifetime. No, Joke was intent on bloodshed. He aimed to secure a kill before the two from RNG arrived. Rita suddenly gasped. At that moment, everyone turned their attention to the screen. After being launched into the air, Rumble was immediately silenced by the creature's W skill, the two-pronged damage severely depleting his health. Simultaneously, Yishio's E skill, the fearsome spike, grazed Rumble through a minion, leaving his health alarmingly low. Upon landing, Let Me narrowly evaded the creature's next lunge and retreated to the safety of the tower. Just as he was relieved to see his health reduced to a mere 8 points, the screen before him suddenly faded to gray first blood. Rumble collapsed in defeat. Damn, I let you catch me. Yishio gazed at the fallen Let Me and swiftly evaded the explosive barrel with a deft flash, sprinting joyfully towards his team's turret. At that moment, the prince was hastening to provide support. What the hell? Wasn't I running away? The anguished voice of RNG's team resonated through their communication, reflecting the dismay of the audience outside the arena. MD, is he cheating? I clearly witnessed the fearsome stab of the great WIRM being dodged. Indeed, Let Me was on the brink of escape. Fans of RNG clamored for an official investigation with fervent indignation. They were resolute. That previous maneuver was undeniably a masterful evasion by Let Me. How could it result in a counterattack? The commentator, Colonel Guan, hesitated momentarily. He scoffed at the notion of cheating in such a prestigious match. What were they thinking? Cheating in a grand tournament? Ridiculous. Yet, the sequence of events unfolded so swiftly that he had scarcely grasped how Rumble met his demise. The final footage clearly depicted Rumble dodging the spikes and already within the confines of the turret, only to suddenly perish. All right, let us roll the replay, he instructed. The director promptly switched to a split screen showcasing Rumble's death, capturing the audience's full attention. In the footage, Rumble indeed twisted away from the spikes. See, I told you let me dodged it. Stop the nonsense. Let us continue watching. The RNG fans erupted in cheers, but were promptly countered by the outraged EDG supporters. Then, in the audience's view, after evading the spikes, Rumble collapsed to the ground, his health plummeting as if devoured by thin air. The replay ensued. This time, the director focused intently on Rumble's status bar. Everyone finally discerned the glaring burning icon atop Rumble's status. Infernal touch. Colonel Guan was the first to exclaim in astonishment. It was indeed the searing damage from infernal touch that stripped Rumble of his final sliver of health. The director, seemingly unsatisfied, replayed the moment once more. A hush fell over the crowd. The previously boisterous RNG fans, who had accused Yishio of cheating, now wished to find a hole to burrow into. What a resounding slap in the face. Applause erupted. In stark contrast, the EDG fans rejoiced, shouting with glee, "Joke. Incredible. Unbelievable. Infernal touch claimed the kill. The newcomer is phenomenal. Is pro-level play really this meticulous? Fine, I concede. I am unworthy. As for you above, I need no evidence to apprehend you." The EDG fans within the venue cheered exuberantly. Meanwhile, the commentators, apart from Colonel Guan, appeared utterly astounded. Is this calculation or mere coincidence? Colonel Guan swallowed hard, staring at Rita in terror. Although it was a kill, the disparity between the two scenarios was staggering. He seemed reluctant to accept the implications of his thoughts. How should I know? You should inquire with him, Rita replied, equally exasperated. At that moment in the game, the great WIRM finally stumbled to unite with the prince. Yishio's health had dwindled to a quarter, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Yet, upon seeing the approaching support from the factory, a fierce voice resonated within EDG's communication. Go, factory. Trust me. Leave them all behind. Damn it. You're chasing me so fervently. I would be remiss not to leave you with a piece of my sincerity. Yishio was ignited with true fire, and the wounded bug boldly turned to retaliate. Was it merely to bully you, Lumbo? Is it necessary for two of you to seek me out at level 3? If that is the case, then none of you shall escape. Will EDG retaliate in this wave? The bug's condition is far from ideal, exclaimed Guandaxiao. The bug's health was merely a quarter, while the prince was in full health. Yet the opponents from RNG were both at maximum vitality. This situation was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Is this wave too reckless? Rita voiced her doubts. However, within the game, the prince's EQ combo was already unleashed, targeting the enemy's barrel. Factory. After tossing the barrel, kill him first. Yishio indignantly commanded over the team voice chat. Teacher Guo had chased me from mid for so long, thinking he could escape so easily. At the moment the barrel landed, Yishio's Q skill's circular casting area had already materialized beneath him. Bang! With a resounding impact, the barrel was sent flying again. Combined with the prince's rhythmic damage, and in the blink of an eye, the health of Spicy Hot Pot plummeted to 1/3. Wow, such high damage. Spicy Hot Pot was taken aback, watching his health decrease. Although aware that the enemy was a magic core bug, he was still stunned by the damage. Meanwhile, the hearts of RNG fans outside soared with anxiety. One let me had already fallen. Let us not lose another Spicy Hot Pot. If we can't fight, then retreat. Exactly. Don't hand over more kills to the opponents. If that previous E-Flash had hit the bug, he would have been dead by now. The death of Let Me had already made everyone feel as if they had plummeted from heaven to hell. Could there be more casualties now? However, just as the barrel was about to flash away from the battlefield, the bug's W skill silenced him. Damn, I can't escape. Little Tiger, see if you can take down the enemy bug. Spicy Hot Pot shouted angrily, looking at Little Tiger's Talia. At this moment, only the uncontested Little Tiger had the ability to secure a kill. Yet Little Tiger was also at a loss. His previous RNG combo had been evaded by the enemy bug's positioning. Simultaneously, his Q skill was blocked by the prince, rendering all his damage ineffective against the enemy bug. I'm out of here. I can't secure a kill. The damage is insufficient. Watching the barrel's health slide into the red, Little Tiger declared angrily. Staying here would only lead to a double kill for the enemy. They had already missed the best opportunity to eliminate the opponent. I'm gone. Talia chose to abandon the barrel and retreat. Guan Daxiao exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, the two had been aggressively pursuing the bug, but in an instant, the situation had reversed, with EDG chasing RNG. The silenced barrel assessed his health and the red buff hanging on him. There was no need to use his flash now. He turned back to confront the bug, hoping to claim Yishio's head. Yet even as he launched a Q skill, he still fell short of the necessary damage. Ultimately, he was taken down by a single auto attack from the bug. Joke! Joke! Instantly, the EDG fans erupted, chanting Yishio SID. Guan Daxiao excitedly proclaimed. 3 against 1, and yet they were still killed. RNG has played themselves into a corner. Meanwhile, in mid, Syndra had pushed the wave forward, forcing Little Tiger to teleport back to defend. In the next wave, Syndra would have an advantage with a flash, and after returning home to replenish, she would possess a significant equipment edge. Is this newcomer playing a bug so fiercely? Let Me on the player bench was also astounded. Was he supposed to be a purely offensive top laner? How could this player be proficient in everything and play so expertly? How can other top laners compete? If this continues, this bug will become a veritable boss. Observing the bug with 2 kills, Xiao Ming expressed his amazement. What a formidable top laner, and then look at our own. What is he even doing? Let Me was having a disastrous start this game. He was killed in lane, lost a wave of minions, and his teammate had been slain by the enemy bug, who had secured another kill. The economic gap between both teams had widened to nearly 1,000 right from the start, Guan Daxiao lamented. At this moment, RNG fans were incensed. In the previous match, their top laner Mouse had easily won while playing a tree, but now their substitute was wielding a bug with such ferocity. They had all expected him to play conservatively and farm, yet he executed such an unexpected maneuver. A magic core bug caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, Lumbo, who had just resurrected at the fountain, could only sorrowfully purchase a red crystal. There was no other choice. He could only start with some armor to endure, and later combine the red crystal into a large mask. He needed to survive long enough to deal damage. After Yishio returned home, he swiftly acquired the Dark Seal and the explosive wand before logging back into the game. Since you have forsaken your humanity, what reason do I have to remain human? Let us harm each other, he exclaimed, glaring at the dark ring nestled in his inventory. The previous minion wave had been sent crashing beneath the enemy tower, and now he was prepared to push back, thus eliminating the need to teleport back to the lane like Rumble. What is this? The Dark Seal? Is the Great Insect planning to take charge this match? Guan Daxiao stammered in disbelief. With 2 kills and a considerable advantage in minions, Yishio had already surpassed Rumble in acquiring an explosive wand. How can we possibly compete now? Yet, Rumble still possessed his E skill, Harpoon, and Q skill, Flamethrower, which allowed him to swiftly clear waves after Yishio pushed them under the tower. However, this was merely the early levels. As the Great Insect leveled up, the base damage of his Q and W skills increased, leaving Rumble's health in a precarious state. Meanwhile, RNG began to make moves in other lanes. At 4.5 minutes, the young apprentice's Syndra made a critical positioning error, which was seized upon by the opponents. The Talia executed a swift Wii combo, followed by a barrel's E skill that obliterated Syndra in an instant. Simultaneously, the jungler's Jarvan initiated a gank in the bot lane, pairing with Rocken's lift to swiftly eliminate the fragile Lulu. Uzi flashed away in a desperate escape. This match was a relentless exchange between both junglers, as Rita couldn't help but marvel at the back-and-forth action. Yet, as the clock ticked to 5.5 minutes, a radiant light emanated from the Great Insect. Yishio, relying on the experience gained from previously vanquishing heroes, astonishingly became the first hero in the arena to reach level 6. Observing Rumble, who had only just attained level 5 beneath the tower, Yishio narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems he can be slain. 5.5 minutes. Level 6. Guan Daxiao stood up in excitement. It is exceedingly rare to achieve level 6 so swiftly in a professional match. A newcomer has actually accomplished it. Beside him, Rita also rose, nearly dropping the tablet from his hands. Is he truly a rookie just recently selected from the training camp? How does he seem like a seasoned player with years of professional experience? Moreover, this monstrous creature must be his favorite champion. The EDG fans erupted into thunderous cheers, chanting Yishio's name throughout the venue. In every match, reaching level 6 is a pivotal moment. The first side to achieve this milestone gains control over the local game dynamics and can even influence the overall course of the match. What is all the fuss about? So what if he reached level 6 first? The final outcome remains uncertain. RNG's strategy of nurturing their star player has already commenced. Before long, Uzi will carry the entire game. The RNG fans were profoundly discontented. They had scarcely paid attention to this newcomer, even as he exhibited formidable skills and astonishing tactics from the very start. Yet, their focus remained steadfastly on Uzi, the ADC player vying for the top spot in the league. As long as RNG's traditional nurturing strategy proves even 60% effective, Uzi's explosive performance is merely a matter of time. The EDG fans, unwilling to be outdone, shot back in response. Reaching level 6 first is a skill. Uzi is still floundering at level 5. Amidst the heated exchange between the two sides, Guadacio, the commentator on stage, suddenly leapt to his feet. Oh my. Yet another kill. We can see that Letme has just gifted away another head. But how exactly did it happen? Everything occurred too swiftly. The venue fell into a hushed silence as everyone turned their attention to the big screen. Yushio's kill count astonishingly rose to 3. And the ID Letme displayed a striking 0-2. What on earth transpired? A voice erupted from the audience, igniting a renewed fervor throughout the venue. Moments prior, everyone had been fixated on the large screen, particularly on the top lane. The distance between the Great Insect and Rumble was substantial, both positioned near their respective towers. Managing the minion waves, such a gap made an instantaneous kill implausible. Could it be that players from other lanes had ambushed the top lane? As the crowd speculated, Guadacio eagerly prompted the director to switch the camera view. He had been monitoring the situation in other lanes and had overlooked the unfolding drama in the top lane. Now, we can observe both champions beneath the tower, accompanied by their minions. Remarkably, the Great Insect ventured beyond the tower's defense. Let us slow down the footage. Under the gaze of 1,000 eyes, the Great Insect approached the adversary nonchalantly. Just as he neared the tower's defense, a golden glow suddenly enveloped him. Concurrently, a large circle appeared beneath Rumble's feet, propelling him upward in an instant, followed by the activation of the silence ability, unleashing a torrent of damage. Good heavens! The W flash and the ER skill were executed almost simultaneously. What extraordinary speed! How was it even possible? A considerable portion of RNG's fans stood there, dumbfounded. By casting the W skill while simultaneously flashing, he effectively bridged the distance, calculating the skill's damage at the moment of the flash. Thus, the animation time for the ability was entirely condensed into the flash itself. As the Great Insect reached Rumble, the skill perfectly launched Rumble into the air, followed by the silence ability to chip away at his health, culminating in a devouring ultimate. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, with damage calculations executed with pinpoint precision. When that final ultimate consumed Rumble, it devoured precisely all of his remaining health, neither a fraction more nor less. Such a divine maneuver was so impressive that even RNG's fans could not help but feel genuine admiration, with a few even contemplating switching their allegiance. Everything happened too swiftly. Rita's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a performance, even the slightest misstep, could lead to a fatal error and result in a counterkill beneath the tower. Did Yushio plan to retreat to replenish his equipment and health? With Guadacio's exclamation, the crowd noticed the Great Insect, slightly enlarged, staggering towards the mid lane. It seemed he intended to assist his junior in a spicy skirmish. Earlier, the junior had made a misstep, allowing the opponent to secure a kill, leaving him at an economic disadvantage. If the spicy barrel continued to develop, the economic gap between both teams would inevitably widen. Moreover, in the bottom lane, Uzi, capitalizing on his minion advantage, was experiencing a rise in economy, prompting RNG to initiate their dog-raising strategy. Therefore, the bottom lane must not be recklessly abandoned. Yushio skillfully seized the opportunity presented by his opponent's vacant upper lane to initiate a gank in the mid lane. Letme immediately felt a surge of tension. Spicy Hot Pot. The upper lane is missing. Spicy Hot Pot furrowed his brow, promptly surveying the surrounding brush for vision, his alertness reaching its zenith. In their previous match, they had already reached match point, and this game should have been a straightforward victory against their adversaries. However, to their astonishment, EDG had unleashed such a remarkable top laner. The relentless series of battles had already stretched Spicy Hot Pot's nerves to their limits, and now, confronted with such a formidable and unfamiliar opponent, he found his mind drifting. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the monstrous creature failed to make an appearance. At this moment, Yushio concealed himself within a distant patch of grass. Junior, execute the double flash confinement strategy. The junior immediately grasped the directive, casually assessing his own condition before adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he approached the opponent. The double flash strategy is a quintessential display of skill in the LPL, characterized by two players utilizing their flashes to bridge the gap and simultaneously unleash their abilities, swiftly vanquishing their adversary. However, in the realm of professional competitions, the efficacy of such a tactic diminishes significantly. Each professional player has honed their awareness, positioning, and execution through countless matches, reaching an unparalleled level of mastery that enables them to adeptly counter the double flash strategy. Consequently, this tactic has nearly vanished from the professional arena. Yet, the inclusion of the term confinement alters the dynamic entirely. Both the Great Bug and Syndra possess control abilities, with Syndra's skill capable of propelling enemies a short distance away. Provided that their coordination remains flawless, they can dislodge the barrel of the spicy hot pot from beneath the tower and eliminate it in the mid lane. At this moment, the Great Bug's flash ability has refreshed, and Syndra stands fully prepared. Let the game commence. Yishio called out and immediately activated his flash, simultaneously pressing his W skill. At that moment, Malasyangwa was under the tower, managing the minion wave while remaining vigilant against the impending ambush from the rookie, all while keeping an eye on the vision on both sides, which proved to be quite taxing. Just as he became momentarily distracted, a circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet, lifting his body upward. Almost simultaneously, the rookie flashed forward, unleashing an EQ combo that forcefully knocked his barrel out of the tower's range and stunned him. Almost immediately, he was met with the silence from the Great Bug, rendering him helpless. Panic set in for Malasyangwa as he desperately pressed both flash and displacement skills. However, Yishio and the rookie executed their skills with impeccable synergy, launching their attacks from remarkably devious angles. Syndra's EQ skill sent the barrel crashing against the wall beside the mid-lane tower, extending the duration of the stun. Despite Malasyangwa's frantic attempts to unleash any skill, he could only watch helplessly as the abilities from the Great Bug and Syndra rained down upon him. They demonstrated a masterful control of damage, culminating in Syndra's W skill, which seized a nearby minion and smashed it down, taking both the minion and the barrel with it. At that moment, the rookie successfully reached level 6. What on earth just transpired? Double flashes. Guandashiu was unprecedentedly unsettled during this match, having jumped up several times already. Just moments ago, Joke and the rookie executed a rare double flash combination seldom seen in professional matches. Why is such coordination so rare in the professional arena? As everyone knows. Yet it was precisely this combination that took down the barrel in one fell swoop. EDG's fans went into a frenzy, waving their banners and chanting the names of Joke and the rookie. In stark contrast, RNG supporters appeared deflated, like punctured balloons. A professional player succumbing to a double flash combination, if only he had exercised a modicum of caution. Using either a flash or a displacement skill could have thwarted such a maneuver. And this was beneath the tower. After their double flashes, the opponents were practically within the tower's range. All they needed to do was evade the controlling skills, and they could have retaliated, perhaps even achieving a double kill. However, the reality was utterly contrary. The Great Bug and Syndra each took a hit from the tower and, in that instant, obliterated the barrel. Their mutual understanding and coordination resembled that of players who had competed together for thousands of matches. Rita observed the replay on the large screen, her eyes gleaming with an inexplicable excitement. Were it not for the age and credentials of player Joke before me, I would genuinely question whether he and the rookie had been practicing together for several years. It seemed this match had not started favorably for RNG. Guandashiu endeavored to suppress his emotions and maintained a calm demeanor while commentating. We can see that RNG has already conceded 5 kills, while EDG has only given up 1, creating a stark economic disparity between the two sides. It is feared that the remainder of the match will prove exceedingly unfavorable for RNG. They can only hope their dog-raising strategy will yield results. At this stage of the match, every RNG fan harbored a sense of inexplicable emotion. Yet, they remained hopeful. Although EDG had secured 5 kills, 4 of them were concentrated on Yishio. The 5th kill was merely the support Lulu from the bot lane. Moving forward, if they could just avoid Yishio's Great Bug and achieve victories in other lanes, there still lingered a possibility of a comeback through their dog-raising plan. After Yishio restored his full state, he returned to the lane. During his brief foray into the mid lane to ambush an enemy, Lemmy had already pushed the minion wave to the tower, perhaps due to the trauma of having been eliminated twice when the large bug reached the tower. Let me instinctively maneuvered Rumble to retreat. The entire team immediately altered their strategy. Spicy Hot Pot could no longer remain passive if this continued. They would suffer a devastating defeat. They abandoned their lanes and made a desperate attempt to ambush Xayah and Rockin in the bot lane. The remaining players showed no hesitation and swiftly charged toward the bottom lane. Faced with such a disadvantage, they could only initiate a team fight prematurely. Top lane miss. Mid lane miss. Jungle miss. EDG keenly detected RNG's movements, but their opponents acted with remarkable speed and decisiveness. By the time EDG members noticed, RNG's 5 champions had already gathered in the bot lane. Upon receiving the alert, Xayah and Rockin immediately retreated to the safety of their tower. Was RNG planning to initiate a team fight prematurely? Guadaxiao grew anxious. We can see that RNG's 5 members have surrounded EDG's ADC and support, seemingly preparing to execute a strong assault under the tower. Currently, the distances of Joke, the coach, and the elementary school student were too far to provide effective support. They moved in. Rita was somewhat taken aback. Knowing they couldn't provide assistance, were they still going in? In professional matches, once players realize that their teammates cannot be saved, they tend to prioritize farming minions or pushing towers to enhance their team's economy instead of recklessly engaging. Yet now, the large bug, Jarvan, and Syndra rushed toward the bot lane from 3 directions. They struck, surrounding their prey. Spicy Hot Pot shouted, and Xiao Hu's Talia charged straight to the tower, enduring its defenses to knock Xayah and Rockin airborne, while the Barrel, Rumble, and Lulu launched their abilities from 3 angles, unleashing a torrent of damage. Uzi remained at a safe distance outside the tower's range, dealing continuous damage. Ultimately, with the coordination of his teammates, Uzi secured 2 kills. Though Talia was taken down by Rockin, a splendid team synergy, 1 for 2, had officially set Uzi's plan into motion. As Guadaxiao narrated the unfolding events, the RNG fans erupted with thunderous cheers, fervently chanting Uzi's name, as if he had single-handedly carried the match. But wait, Uzi was caught. Rita's scream instantly silenced the crowd. They then realized that the remaining 3 EDG players were not there to provide aid. They intended to capture Uzi. The coach's Jarvan arrived first, executing a combo to trap Uzi, but the latter flashed away, finding refuge beside Lulu. Just as the two were preparing to counterattack, they found themselves airborne. The large bug emerged from the nearby brush, unleashing a fearsome silence, while Syndra's dark sphere fell simultaneously. Lulu and Vayne were rendered mute, unable to act. In quick succession, the large bug and Syndra unleashed their ultimate abilities. 5 dark spheres struck Lulu, instantly eliminating her, while Vayne was devoured by the large bug. My goodness. The damage was overwhelmingly high. Rita gasped in astonishment. The burst damage from the magic damage large bug was astonishing. It devoured half of Vayne's health in 1 bite. The RNG fans in the audience fell into a hushed silence. They understood that the current situation signified the collapse of the dog-raising plan before it had even begun. Let Me and Spicy Hot Pot were also in a precarious state, and the previous exchange had occurred too swiftly for them to react. Now they could only scurry away through the nearby brush, retreating in defeat. You won't escape, the coach bellowed, executing an EQ combo, flashing to initiate his ultimate from a considerable distance, trapping the 2. Syndra seized the river crab, dragging it a distance before hurling it with force, striking Rumble and the Barrel. During the ambush on Xayah and Rockin, both had taken tower shots, leaving them in a weakened state. After being hit by Jarvan's ultimate, they were stunned by Syndra's E, their health dwindling to a sliver. In such a condition, they could not even flash away. A single basic attack from Jarvan eliminated the Barrel, followed swiftly by Rumble being knocked up, his health reduced to 0. Total annihilation. Guadaxiao was aghast. RNG had experienced a complete team wipe at 8.5 minutes. The fans who had once held hopes for the dog-raising plan now wore expressions of despair. This was equivalent to trading 5 kills for 2, creating a massive disparity in losses that widened the economic gap between the teams. RNG might not even be able to continue with their dog-raising strategy. A stark contrast emerged between the EDG fans and those of RNG, with even female fans audibly proclaiming their desire to bear children for Joke. Now that EDG's members had fully recovered, they did not return to their respective positions. Instead, they gathered and advanced toward the mid lane. Were they planning to seize this opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the mid lane? I eagerly anticipate what further surprises this rookie player from EDG might unveil for us. Guadaxiao's voice trembled as he struggled to contain his excitement. In the history of the LPL League, It is rare for a newcomer to deliver such stunning performance in their debut match. Currently, the tally of kills stood at 10-3, with 5 of EDG's 10 kills attributed to Yishio. Should he maintain this ratio, he was highly likely to secure the MVP of this match, potentially even becoming the rookie king of the season. The focus of the match had almost entirely shifted to Yishio, and even many of RNG's fans had given up on cheering for their team. They've gone to the jungle. Rita suddenly realized. It seems they do not intend to attack mid, but rather seize this opportunity to claim the Baron. This indeed was a fortuitous chance. Guadashu concurred with EDG's strategic maneuver. Currently, RNG's members had just exited the fountain, far from the Baroness location, granting EDG ample time to secure it. As a roar of the dragon echoed on the screen, all EDG members donned the Baron buff. They still did not choose to return to their respective positions, but instead headed straight for the bot lane. RNG was now in a position of absolute disadvantage and needed to devise a strategy to quickly catch up economically. Their chosen method was to group up and sweep through the jungle, heading toward the dragon. Meanwhile, the EDG members, having obtained the Baron buff, had clearly set their sights on the dragon. A confrontation was imminent. Rito watched intently. Both sides were now racing toward the dragon. Would another team fight erupt here? The atmosphere fell silent as all eyes turned to the grand screen. The current economic disparity was immense. Every EDG player possessed at least 2 major items, while RNG was equipped with mere scraps. Judging solely by their gear, RNG stood no chance of winning a team fight at this moment. Yet, the RNG fans clung to their last shred of hope, yearning for a miracle to occur. As the tumultuous team battle erupted moments ago, the vision in the vicinity of the dragon had been entirely obliterated, rendering the area a pitch-black void for both factions. Upon their arrival, both sides were momentarily taken aback. "Be cautious," exclaimed the astute Ma La Xianghua, the first to detect the enemy presence, as he prepared to retreat. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the captain made a swift decision and instantly initiated his ultimate ability. Initially, he presumed that only Ma La Xianghua lingered in that shadows, but upon leaping forward, he was met with the startling sight of the opposing quintet. The players of RNG were equally flustered, promptly using their flash abilities. It was an unexpected skirmish. Guandaxio clapped his hands. Although we can observe both teams' vision simultaneously, for the players involved, this is an unforeseen clash. The audience held their breath, some eagerly wishing for an RNG comeback, others hoping for EDG to achieve a complete annihilation of their rivals, while a few feared that EDG might falter at such a precarious moment. After all, such encounters are exceedingly serendipitous, having occurred multiple times in previous professional matches. There were instances where a team, possessing a decisive advantage, became disoriented during an impromptu skirmish and subsequently lost the match. As the members of RNG simultaneously activated their flash abilities, Yishio deftly maneuvered the formidable champion, the Big Bug, to follow suit, deploying his skills above the dragon's lair. As Rumble flashed into the area, he fortuitously stepped onto the ability's effect, causing him to be suspended in midair. At this juncture, the Big Bug's equipment was nearly fully developed. With just this single skill, it managed to deplete half of Rumble's health. Before Let Me could even react, the Big Bug was upon him, delivering a devastating bite that completely eradicated Rumble's remaining health. "Unbelievable!" Wandaxio exclaimed. Rising once more, "I have commentated on numerous matches involving Let Me, and I have never witnessed him being dispatched so effortlessly. Yet today, Let Me has fallen more than once. It appears that EDG's rookie player possesses a superior overall prowess." Meanwhile, EDG launched a pursuit. And despite suffering one loss and facing a significant economic and damage deficit, the RNG players found themselves in a frantic retreat. Ultimately, amidst the isolation created by the ultimate ability of Talia, the trio of Gragas, Talia, and Vayne managed to escape, with Vayne activating her ultimate ability and leveraging the skill of Night Hunter for her survival. Seizing this opportunity, the members of EDG swiftly advanced to the bottom lane, demolishing 2 defensive towers in rapid succession. At this moment, Yishio exhaled in relief. The outcome of the match had become all but certain. With just one more team fight, victory would be assured. Up until now, Yishio felt as if he were in a dream. He had only traversed into this realm for less than half an hour, but had already engaged in a match against a cadre of elite professional players. Moreover, throughout the course of this battle, he had been the linchpin of the team, even leading EDG to a remarkable comeback from adversity. Once the match concluded, his name would undoubtedly ascend to the heights of those professional players, becoming an object of aspiration for all. Most importantly, There was the tantalizing prospect of the 1 million bonus from the system. Not just Yushio, but the rest of the EDG team also found the situation utterly surreal. They were acutely aware of Yushio's prior capabilities, which did not warrant such an extraordinary performance. Yet, the evidence lay before them. At that moment, the team captain suddenly remarked, "Yushio, it's your turn to shine in the next team fight. There's no need to rush. We possess a significant advantage now." Miko concurred. "With the equipment you've acquired, a single Q skill can nearly have the health of their squishiest player. Consider it a means of attrition." Iboi added, "I'll be waiting in the wings to capitalize. We'll cover each other." The junior teammate chimed in, "As long as you can land your Q. I'll follow up with my abilities, and we should be able to eliminate them swiftly." In that instant, the entire EDG team regarded Yushio as the unequivocal core, despite him merely being a newcomer who had just entered the fray. After regrouping, the 5 members of EDG converged in the bottom lane, preparing to dismantle RNG's bottom turret. Soon, the minion wave was pushed to RNG's high ground. Rita articulated, "I feel RNG shouldn't think about engaging just yet." EDG holds a substantial lead, along with the Baron buff. RNG needs to buy time until the Baron buff expires. Guadaxiao interjected. "The crucial question is whether EDG will grant RNG that opportunity. I fear it won't be as easy as RNG wishes to delay." As the minion wave reached RNG's high ground, Yushio's Cho'Gath crept to the side, seeking an opportunity while observing the movements of the RNG players. Cho'Gath's Q skill was relatively easy to evade. It required an element of surprise and a touch of foresight. RNG's 5 players were clearing the minion wave at the high ground, fully aware that they could not afford to engage and needed to stall for time. Suddenly, Yushio spotted an opportunity. At that moment, Xiaohu's Vel'Koz was using a skill to clear the minion wave, perfectly positioned for Yushio to strike. Thus, Yushio hurled his Q skill from the blind spot of RNG's vision, launching it over the wall. Xiaohu reacted swiftly, retreating immediately upon noticing Cho'Gath's Q skill. However, he soon regretted it, as the Q was aimed directly behind him. By the time Xiaohu attempted to adjust, it was too late, and he was struck by Cho'Gath's Q, sending him flying. Seizing the moment, the junior teammate Syndra followed up with Dark Sphere, connecting with the weakened Vel'Koz, whose health plummeted to 0. What a splendid opportunity. The captain Jarvan Force seized the moment, launching his standard and executing a dragon strike. Vel'Koz was sent soaring. Fortunately, Lulu provided a shield and ultimate, preventing Vel'Koz from being eliminated outright. Yet, the captain's Jarvan 4 followed up with his ultimate, ensnaring Vel'Koz. And Iboi Saya, from a distance, unleashed a Q skill, delivering just enough damage to eliminate Xiaohu's Vel'Koz. Vayne. Lulu cried out, "I have no skills left. We can take down Vayne." The captain marked Vayne for elimination, but at that moment, Yuzi's Vayne had already begun to unleash her damage, and the captain found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught. As the team fight loomed, Let Me's Rumble unleashed his ultimate, attempting to block the entrance to the high ground and isolate the captain's Jarvan 4. Unfortunately for Rumble, his underwhelming development rendered his ultimate ineffective, allowing EDG to press forward regardless. Yushio's monstrous creature chose to seek out Vayne, who sensed danger and activated her ultimate, ready to become invisible at any moment. Under Vayne's formidable onslaught, the factory director's Jarvan could no longer withstand the pressure, unable to wait for a second EQ. "Pull back a bit, keep your distance," Yushio commanded. The factory director's Jarvan retreated while Vayne pursued. Suddenly, the monstrous creature unleashed a Q skill. Vayne deftly rolled sideways, activating her Q skill and vanishing. "Got him. I knocked him up," Yushio alerted, noting that the effect of Ladin had triggered, indicating that the Q skill had indeed landed. Without hesitation, the junior player flashed forward. Vayne revealed herself, now only at half health and still in a slowed state from her landing. The junior player's Syndra cast her ultimate, instantly obliterating Vayne. Rita exclaimed, "Vayne has been eliminated. The little dog has fallen." RNG has now lost both carries, leaving them without damage output, making victory in the team fight impossible. Guadaxiao remarked, "Those 2 Q skills from the monstrous creature sealed the fate of this match." The first Q not only ensured that Little Tiger fell without dealing damage, but also baited out Lulu's abilities, leading to Vayne's subsequent demise. This newcomer is terrifying. At this moment, the battle had turned into a one-sided massacre. Without their carries, RNG's remaining 3 members were left to endure the onslaught like mere punching bags. The EDG fans in the arena rose to their feet, cheering, "EDG! EDG!" EDG. In the official live broadcast, viewers flooded the chat with comments. What kind of monster is this Trust? Little Tiger and Uzi have both been punished by him. How can his skills be so precise? Is there a gravitational pull, drawing opponents indirectly? I remember Uzi's positioning being quite good. Why does it falter before this player? Thus, the question arose, with such a formidable substitute, why had he only just taken the stage? Everyone was awestruck by Yi Xiao's performance, from landing to supporting, and ultimately to team fighting. Perfection was the only fitting description. As an ACE, echoed, RNG was wiped out at their own base, while EDG prepared to push with the minion wave, ready to conclude the match. Nice. Brothers, nice. We still have a chance. The factory director was elated. This BO3 was a life-or-death situation. If they lost, EDG would fail to qualify for the playoffs, an outcome they could not accept. After the turmoil of S6, EDG had been severely weakened, falling from their former glory to the brink of playoff exclusion. But now, they finally glimpsed hope. Miko suggested, Yi Xiao, continue to play in the next match. I have faith in you. The junior player concurred. I believe it's fine, although we hadn't played together before. I feel we have good synergy. Iboi explained, the cooperation between experts requires little communication. Playing alongside skilled players is simply a matter of comfort. The factory director added, however, Yi Xiao, you need not feel excessive pressure. We are not placing the blame on you. Even if we lose the next match, it will be our fault, not yours. Just play with ease. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao chuckled and proclaimed, do not fret, for I shall undoubtedly take the stage in the next match. I intend to lead you all into the playoffs. The crowd erupted in excitement as they shattered the RNG-based crystal, securing victory in the match. After the triumph, Yi Xiao removed his headphones, and the chants of EDG, 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 echoed through the arena, accompanied by shouts of joke, joke, joke. The audience's exuberance was palpable, though Yi Xiao had previously attended matches as a spectator. Standing on stage and basking in the fervent cheers of the crowd stirred a wave of exhilaration that was utterly unattainable from the sidelines. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have received a reward of 1 million. The reward has been dispersed. Please check your account. A new mission has been issued. Lead EDG into the playoffs. Completing this task will yield a mysterious reward. Yi Xiao suddenly received a deluge of system notifications. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, he was enveloped by a sense of unreality. Since his arrival in this world, he had merely been a substitute at EDG, earning a modest monthly salary of 6,000, just sufficient to cover his living expenses. The sudden award of 1 million, could this truly be real? Yi Xiao hastened back to the lounge, pushing the door open with intent. He intended to check his phone, anticipating a message should the funds have been directly deposited into his account. At that moment, Abu and Nof approached him simultaneously, both wearing smiles as they advanced towards him. Yi Xiao, your performance in this match was exceptional. Let us carry that momentum into the next one, shall we? Abu spoke first. Nof chimed in. We're counting on you for the next match. We'll support you wholeheartedly during the BP phase, but I am concerned they might ban your beloved bug hero. Do you have any other champions in mind? All right, I'll think about it, Yi Xiao replied, somewhat dismissively, eager to retrieve his phone and check whether the money had arrived. Noticing something amiss, Abu worried that Yi Xiao was dissatisfied with the current situation. He then grasped Yi Xiao's arm, saying, if you maintain this level of play for the next match, we will certainly consider you for the playoffs. Fine, no problem, Yi Xiao replied, his focus solely on his phone. Abu, sensing Yi Xiao's lingering discontent with the terms, tightened his grip and continued, how about this? For the next match, we will build our strategy entirely around you. If you can help us secure a spot in the playoffs, we will renegotiate your contract with a salary increase, along with an opportunity to compete for a starting position. Yi Xiao was on the brink of exasperation due to Abu's insistence. He turned around and said, no problem at all. Is it time to let go? Only then did Abu release Yi Xiao's hand. Yi Xiao had just finished his tasks and glanced at his phone, only to discover a message from the bank. Your account ending in 4091 has received a remittance of 1,000,000. 1 million. Yi Xiao verified the message multiple times, and upon confirmation, he felt an exhilarating thrill. How effortless it was to earn money. Winning a single match could yield 1 million. Not even Faker enjoyed such privileges. What is this 1 million about? Yi Xiao, are you up to something mysterious? The manager approached, seemingly intent on investigating the matter. Huh? It's nothing. Just talking to myself. Yi Xiao hastily tucked away his phone, realizing that if anyone else saw it, he would struggle to explain the origin of the 1 million. And it could even lead to suspicions of match fixing. Seeing Yushio's reluctance to divulge information only piqued the manager's curiosity further. He furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Could it be a salary from another club? 1 million? Is that truly the case? The manager suddenly inquired. Impossible. Yushio vehemently denied. Then do enlighten me as to what it is, the manager pressed. Nothing at all. Let's prepare for the next match. Yushio wished to steer clear of this line of questioning. However, Yushio's demeanor struck Abu as exceedingly suspicious. He exchanged glances with Nof, and the two retreated to a corner to whisper among themselves. Who could have acted so swiftly? We just finished our first match, and someone is already trying to poach players, Abu remarked. Nof shook his head. I have no idea, but what should we do now? 1 million is no small sum. No substitute can command such a salary. Even a starter would TC 1 million in their first year. The other party is quite extravagant. They clearly hold Yushio in high regard. Abu nodded, contemplating the situation before stating, we cannot make decisions regarding this matter just yet. Let's observe Yushio's performance in the next match. If he continues to excel, we will need to discuss this with our boss. Nof agreed. Indeed. Let us proceed with that plan and prepare for the next match SBP. Abu then turned to the EDG team, calling out, everyone, gather around. We need to discuss tactics and BP swiftly. Yushio's unexpected appearance in the last match caught RNG off guard. They will surely be better prepared this time. The EDG team, including Yushio, gathered around as Abu continued. In the previous match, Yushio's Cho'Gath gained significant advantages in the top lane. I suspect RNG will ban Cho'Gath for safety and will also target the top lane. Yushio, is your hero pool sufficient? Yushio replied, no problem. I can bring out any hero right now. Abu appeared somewhat astonished. Are you not just boasting? This match is crucial for us. If we lose, we won't make it to the playoffs. You do understand that, don't you? Of course I understand. I'm not joking, Yushio asserted confidently. At this point, Abu found himself at a loss for words. Yushio's confidence was palpable, and as a coach, he felt it unwise to undermine his players' self-assurance. Abu then turned to the other members of EDG and instructed, in this match, let us focus on the top lane and build our strategy around it. Does anyone have any questions? If not, prepare to take the stage. The EDG players remained silent, indicating their agreement. Thus, Abu called out, let us go, onto the battlefield. At the commentary desk, Guandaxiao and Rita made their reappearance. Guandaxiao began, all right, we are about to commence the third match between both teams. After suffering an initial defeat, EDG has substituted in the young talent, Joke, to secure a victory. Now, we find ourselves in a decisive game, where the pressure is even greater. I wonder if this young player can withstand it. Rita chimed in, to be honest. The performance of this young player in the last match was commendable. He entered the game under considerable pressure, having come in when EDG was trailing by a point. Not only did he handle the pressure well, achieving a solo kill on the lane, but he also assisted his team in restraining Uzi's Vayne during team fights, ultimately leading his teammates to victory. As a newcomer, I would rate him a perfect score. Guandaxiao added, from a personal standpoint, he has already succeeded. Whether EDG can turn the tide from a loss to a win remains to be seen. Now, let us welcome the players from both teams to the stage. Yushio accompanied the EDG players onto the stage, where the fervent fans erupted in cheers. EDG, EDG, EDG. The atmosphere created by the fans was significantly more intense than when Yushio had arrived for the second match. They were filled with hope. Shortly thereafter, the RNG team made their entrance. Although they had suffered a defeat, the members of RNG appeared unfazed, even somewhat relaxed. They realized that they had previously underestimated Yushio, which had led to their more carefree approach, particularly Letme, who had dismissed Yushio entirely, allowing him to exploit an opportunity. Now, with a renewed focus, they believed Yushio would have no room to maneuver. As both teams took their positions and prepared for the third match's draft phase, EDG was designated as the red side while RNG occupied the blue side. During the banning phase, RNG decisively banned the champion Elise as their first pick. Observing this, Abu inquired, should we consider banning Vayne as well? After all, we want to be utilizing her ourselves, and judging by the last match, Uzi did not perform at his best. If he plays well, it could pose a significant threat. Eboi responded, I have no objections. Banning her is acceptable. While she may not excel in the lane, she is still challenging to completely suppress. At that moment, Yushio interjected, There's no need. We can allow her through. If they choose to pick her, I have strategies to counter her. If they don't, we will. You mean you intend to play her in the top lane? Abu realized Yushio was quite proficient with Vayne, particularly in the top lane. Yes, I am completely confident, Yushio asserted. All right, since you insist. We shall let her through and see how it unfolds. Consequently, Abu opted to maintain the bans from the previous match, banning Kled, Lucian, and Kog'Maw. In response, RNG concluded their bans by removing both Jinx and Thresh. Upon seeing the bans, Mako suddenly felt an ominous premonition. I have a feeling they will not pick Vayne. By banning my Thresh, it seems they are planning to select a lane-dominating ADC paired with a soft support, necessitating the removal of strong initiators like Thresh, she remarked. Abu replied, it's difficult to predict. UZI's champion pool is vast, and we can only proceed step by step. As the selection phase commenced, RNG promptly locked in Caitlyn as their first choice. Guan Daijio remarked, Caitlyn. It's Caitlyn. There's no need to elaborate on UZI's prowess with this champion. Her lane dominance is unparalleled. The only concern is if the jungler targets her. As long as Malasyangwa focuses on the bot lane, we should be fine. Rit Zero added, if Caitlyn gains momentum in pushing towers, it will be challenging to counter. Now, we must see how EDG responds. On the EDG side, upon witnessing Caitlyn's selection, Mako stated, I knew it. It had to be Caitlyn paired with a soft support. We will face considerable difficulties in the bot lane. UZI's proficiency with Caitlyn is superior to that of Vayne, despite fans believing Vayne to be his signature champion. In my view, Caitlyn is his strongest hero. Iboi rubbed his slightly oversized head, stating, UZI's Caitlyn even prompted him to ban Jinx. It appears we can only rely on Ashe, as other champions may struggle in the lane. Iboi, known for his pride as an ADC, nevertheless felt compelled to concede in the face of UZI's Caitlyn. Mako interjected, if we go with Ashe, we should pair her with a Karma support. Otherwise, the lane pressure will be too overwhelming, and we won't be able to withstand it. This match demands that the jungler pay close attention to the top lane. Yushio suddenly remarked, it's fine, you may opt for a hard support, allowing the jungler to primarily assist the bottom lane. I have no issues in the top lane. Upon hearing this, Mako turned to Ab, who was currently indecisive. Let us stick with a soft support and adhere to our previous strategy, Ab decided, primarily eager to gauge Yushio's true strength, as this would aid him in advocating for a salary increase and a promotion to the starting lineup. Consequently, EDG secured Ashe and Karma in the first and second picks. As the ban phase transitioned to RNG, they acquired the jungler Lee Sin and mid laner Ryze in the second and third picks. Goodness, they are truly relentless. Ryze has been selected, likely with the intention of collaborating with the jungler to pressure the bottom lane, Iboi mused. Feeling a considerable increase in the weight of expectations upon him, Yushio reassured, it's all right. I will draw their attention in the top lane. They cannot possibly focus their efforts on the bottom lane indefinitely, unless they abandon the top lane. In that case, I shall push towards their high ground and see if they dare to neglect the top lane. Yushio had already experienced the terrifying advantages conferred by the system in the previous match, which instilled in him a profound confidence. At that moment, the junior spoke up, requesting, please get me a rockin'. I will support the side lane. Abu nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Yushio, inquiring, are you planning to select Vayne on the 5th floor? That would indeed help avoid being countered. All right, Minkai, you may make your selection first. The captain then made his choice. I'll go with the spider, but our lineup is rather fragile. We lack any tank. And I fear that once the AD carry gains momentum, a single shot could take us down. Yushio remarked, it matters not. Even if Vayne develops, she cannot withstand the onslaught. There is little to be concerned about in this regard. As the BP phase returned to RNG, they secured both Thresh and Lulu in the 4th and 5th picks. Thus, among the 10 players, only Yushio's top lane champion remained unconfirmed. After reconfirming with Yushio, Mako locked in Vayne on the 5th pick. The lineups were finalized. Red side EDG, top lane Vayne, jungle Elise, mid lane Talia, ADC Ashe, support Karma. Blue side RNG, top lane Thresh, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Ryze, ADC Caitlyn, support Lulu. The moment Vayne was locked in, the audience erupted in excitement. Here she comes. The masterful Vayne is making her entrance. This is his signature champion? I am eager to see just how masterful it truly is. Many claim to possess exceptional skills. Yet performing on stage is an entirely different matter. I am skeptical about his ability to showcase Vayne. Even Uzi struggled with her last match. So what grounds does he have to succeed? While many were hopeful for Yu Xiao's performance, some had already begun to express doubt. In the commentary booth, Guodashio noted, "This rookie top laner certainly has audacity. I can't shake the feeling that he might be getting ahead of himself. If Vayne can indeed reach her potential, she can be formidable, but what if she falters? As a top laner lacking durability, initiation, and protection, her contribution in teamfights is scarcely different from playing a man down." Rita interjected, "I personally admire such players. Professional gamers must exude confidence, possess boldness, and dare to execute daring plays." As she spoke, her expression changed, and her tone resembled that of an ardent fan boasting about their idol's prowess. As the match began, Yu Xiao opted for a Doran's blade start, anticipating fierce competition in the top lane. He was fully prepared. It was not that the opposing Thresh posed an overwhelming threat, but rather that the enemy jungler, mid laner, and even bot lane could strike at any moment, creating potential risks he needed to avoid. "Focus on your development. Wait for me to arrive, and I shall clear the jungle in the top lane," the team captain advised. In truth, he felt quite uncertain. He worried whether Yu Xiao's prowess was limited to just Cho'Gath, and whether he could replicate that success with other champions remained an open question. Moreover, if Vayne found herself at a disadvantage, her effectiveness in teamfights would be severely compromised. Short-ranged and fragile, she hardly conformed to the traditional expectations of a top-lane champion. Yu Xiao arrived at the upper river to stand guard, preventing the opposing team from invading the jungle at level 1. Soon, the first wave of minions emerged, and Yu Xiao opted to head towards the top lane, preparing to engage in a standard landing phase. After the minion waves clashed, Yu Xiao noticed the absence of Titan, indicating that the Emperor was likely hiding in the bushes, yet to reveal himself. Yu Xiao had no intention of confronting him directly. In a close-quarters battle, Vayne might not necessarily prevail against Titan. Leveling up the Q skill at the first level would yield insufficient damage output. However, if the W skill were chosen instead, it would not provide the necessary distance without the Q skill. In summary, it would be unwise to venture into the bushes to seek out Titan at level 1. Yu Xiao did not rush to secure the A minions. It was imperative to control the lane in the early stages. As the first wave of minions progressed and sustained damage, Yu Xiao began to last hit, while patiently awaiting the emergence of Jiangdi's Titan. Soon, Jiangdi emerged from the thicket, approached the minion wave, unleashed an E skill to clear the minions, and then swiftly retreated. Yu Xiao seized the opportunity, advancing with a basic attack, followed by another 2. He then reset his auto attack with his Q ability, delivering a third strike before retreating. Observing this, Guodashio remarked, "It seems that Emperor can still endure. With the Doran's shield, Titan can gradually regain health without any urgency." The duel continued, and indeed, Emperor felt that the situation was not as dire as it initially appeared. Although he faced some pressure at the start, he believed that once he reached level 3, he could seize the opportunity to counterattack. Emperor continued to utilize the cover of the bushes, letting go of some difficult last hits while conserving his health, planning to launch an offensive as soon as he hit level 3. Before long, both top laners reached level 3, and Yu Xiao placed a ward in the tri-brush to prevent ambushes. As long as he was not flanked, everything would be manageable. Yu Xiao, regaining his vision, returned to the lane as Let Emperor's Titan emerged once more from the thicket. Yu Xiao advanced, unleashing a basic attack followed by another. Let Emperor activated his W, employing a shield to mitigate a portion of the damage. Just as Vayne prepared to unleash her third basic attack, Titan abruptly turned and hooked. This hook was executed with surprising swiftness, directed towards Vayne's flank, a testament to his predictive prowess. Let Emperor anticipated that Vayne would undoubtedly use her Q ability, aimed sideways. However, to his astonishment, Yu Xiao's Vayne did not employ the Q ability at all, merely closing in to deliver a basic attack that triggered the true damage from her third hit, a rather precarious situation. What transpired? He failed to respond in time. Let Emperor was taken aback, pondering if Yu Xiao's reflexes had faltered, for logically, his predictive hook should have landed. Undeterred, Let Emperor resolved to attempt again. The top lane engagement hinged on a delicate game of strategy, probing each other, discerning habits, and ultimately striking with conviction. Once the cooldown on his hook expired, Let Emperor stepped forth from the thicket once again. Yu Xiao advanced, continuing to wear down his opponent with a series of basic attacks. 1, 2, 3. This time, Emperor did not hastily engage. Instead, he focused on last-hitting minions, attempting to bait Yu Xiao into revealing his skills with feints. However, Yu Xiao stood his ground, showing no intention of using his abilities. Consequently, Emperor retreated momentarily, and as Vayne pursued, he launched his hook. This time, It was yet another prediction, mirroring the previous attempt. This was a psychological game, with Emperor betting that Yushio, having refrained from using his skills in the last exchange, would certainly do so now. Yet, Yushio still withheld his Q ability, resolutely continuing to deal damage through basic attacks. As he unleashed his second 3-hit combo, Titan could no longer withstand the assault and hastily withdrew. In the official livestream, viewers began to ridicule Emperor's hook. Does he have vision issues? Where is he even aiming? Perhaps he is cross-eyed. Otherwise, it's simply absurd. That hook veered off like it was heading to Grandma's house. Can Emperor refrain from putting on a show? Was EDG funding him just now? From the audience's perspective, Emperor's Titan had made 2 ludicrous hook attempts, so far missing even a stationary vein. They were oblivious to Emperor's true intentions, as he was growing increasingly anxious. At the commentary booth, Guan Daxia remarked, "Is Emperor making a prediction? His psychological resilience seems commendable. He is unfazed, appearing to have won the mental battle against Emperor." Rita, however, expressed her concerns. "I wonder if Emperor will choose not to predict next time. Can Titan evade his hooks then?" Just as they spoke, Emperor's Titan made another bold move. This time, however, Mala Xianghua's Li Xin and Xiaohu's Rise had joined forces. "Hook him right after flashing. If it lands, he is as good as dead," commanded Mala Xianghua, as he and Xiaohu approached from the side. Yet, Yushio retreated just in time, denying them an opportunity to strike, leaving them to watch Titan's hook. Emperor advanced past the minion wave, flashing to initiate his hook. This time, he chose not to predict, directly aiming at Yushio's vein. Yet, this time, Yushio executed his Q ability, deftly rolling to evade the attack. Why did he use Q now? He didn't T before. Emperor's composure shattered as he realized he had utterly lost the psychological duel. Focus on farming. We'll engage again at level 6. With the hook having missed, there was no need to linger, and Mala Xianghua led Xiaohu away. Guan Daxiao, observing the situation, noted, RNG is really targeting them. They've sent both mid and jungle to the top lane at level 3. Thankfully, Vayne has been quite alert. Thus far, Titan has yet to land a hook, which seems somewhat absurd. Rita then speculated, Daxiao, could it be that Vayne is relying on her reflexes? Perhaps she assesses the trajectory of the hook before deciding whether to use her skills or reposition. Guan Daxiao was taken aback by this notion. That's impossible. It seems far-fetched. Titan's hook isn't slow. Judging its trajectory is quite challenging. Reacting before the hook hits demands an extraordinary reaction speed from the player. I believe it's more a matter of psychological warfare. Rita fell silent, sensing that it was more complex than it appeared. In the arena, on EDG's side, Yushio alerted his teammates. The enemy's Titan no longer has flash. Upon hearing this, the jungler replied, I'll head to the top lane next. I intended to come earlier, but the enemy's mid and jungle moved first. The rookie chimed in, it was unexpected. I didn't anticipate their rise would come to the top lane at level 3. Previously, they always used their level 3 TP to the bot lane. The jungler chuckled. RNG's strategy of sending both mid and jungle to the bot lane is a classic. As his teammates exchanged lighthearted banter, Yushio's intent to strike had already solidified. With previous skirmishes having concluded, it was time to take decisive action. Once again, Emperor's Titan appeared, moving forward to secure last hits. As before, Yushio advanced to deliver basic attacks. Letting the Emperor begin to retreat, he moved back into the thicket. However, this time, Yushio chose to step directly into the underbrush. Did he intend to take my life? The Emperor sensed the impending danger. His health was lower than Vayne's, and even in close quarters, he might not prevail. Nevertheless, the Emperor did not withdraw immediately. After Vayne entered the thicket, he opted to initiate with a basic attack to immobilize her, then unleashed an E skill to apply a slow. Seizing this opportunity, Titan began to retreat. Yushio continued his relentless pursuit, with Vayne's passive ability enhancing his movement speed during the chase, complemented by his Q skill to close the distance. Titan's health was waning. Yet Jiangdi remained unfazed. He hurled a Q skill at the distant wall, intending to use the wall's displacement to create space. Holding onto the shield from his W skill, he planned to deploy it after Vayne used her flash, ensuring his survival while potentially baiting out her summoner spell. Just as Jiangdi believed his scheme was unfolding perfectly, he was taken aback to see Vayne suddenly flash right before him, intercepting his hook. Captain Guan gasped in astonishment. My heavens, is Vayne's reaction speed truly so extraordinary? The moment Titan cast his hook, she flashed in response. Was it anticipation? Rita interjected, it seems not to be mere prediction. I had mentioned earlier that Vayne's reaction speed is remarkably swift, and it is evident now. She operates purely on reflex rather than psychological games. Captain Guan remarked. This is utterly absurd. She seems beyond human capabilities. Once Titan's hook was thwarted, he was left vulnerable to attacks. And Jiang Di lost the composed demeanor he had moments before. Activating his W skill shield, he quickly realized it was insufficient. As he stepped into the turret's range and was swiftly eliminated. First blood. The sound of the first kill echoed as Yi Xiu secured a solo kill in the top lane. The chat room erupted with excitement. This Vayne truly possesses remarkable skill. Such swift reactions? Is she even human? Can Jiang Di refrain from feeding? This Vayne genuinely seems proficient. If she gains momentum, RNG will be in a precarious position. Meanwhile, on the EDG side, witnessing the solo kill in the top lane, the coach praised, "Well done. I initially wanted to assist you in the top lane, but it appears that it is no longer necessary." Miko chimed in, "Nice. I've already settled in for this match. Just lead us to victory." Iboi added, "Yi Xiu, hurry and dominate the top lane, or else the Caitlyn will gain an upper hand in turret pushing. We are struggling a bit in the bot lane, and I can only try to delay the destruction of our outer turret." Yi Xiu replied, "No problem. I will first bring the Emperor to ruin." A collapse of his very spirit. Yi Xiu, having successfully cleared a wave of minions in the top lane, found himself with just enough gold to return to base and acquire a pair of attack speed boots. Upon noticing that the Emperor had teleported back to the top lane, Yi Xiu also opted to use his teleportation to join the fray. With the newly acquired boots, he felt considerably less apprehensive about potential ganks. Previously, he had adopted a more conservative approach, but now it was time to shift to a proactive strategy of pushing the lane. As the minion wave approached, Yi Xiu decisively pushed it forward. He has begun to push the lane. Does that not work to my advantage? The Emperor, observing Vayne's aggressive maneuvers, felt a surge of delight. His greatest concern was Vayne controlling the minion wave, denying him farm and experience. With Vayne now pushing the lane, he could gradually develop under the safety of the turret. After all, Vayne is not particularly adept at providing support. At most, she could chip away at the turret's health. And if she were to overextend, the Emperor might find an opportunity to counterattack. However, it would not be long before he realized the folly of his assumptions. Once the minions reached the turret, Yi Xiu positioned himself near the Titan, capitalizing on the Titan's attention to secure a basic attack before swiftly retreating. Although the turret's aggro shifted to him, the turret was still in the recoil phase of its previous attack, rendering it unable to strike Yi Xiu. Skillfully maneuvering outside the turret's range, he approached the Titan once more, landing another basic attack before pulling back again. By expertly timing his movements between the turret's attacks, Yi Xiu executed a flawless pre-turret harassment. Instructor Guan was astonished, exclaiming, "Truly a masterful display. The finesse of Joke's Vayne is remarkable. Even the turret seems to be questioning its dignity." Rita chimed in with admiration. "His gameplay is incredibly smooth, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. One might even say it resembles art." Instructor Guan chuckled. "Has art truly arrived? Surely, you are not seeing a beauty in him." Initially jesting, no one anticipated that Rita would turn crimson at his words. The chat erupted with excitement. "No way. Is Rita actually smitten by this Joke character?" Yet, it must be said that Joke indeed possessed formidable skills and an appealing demeanor. Impossible. That simply cannot be. Rita is mine. Stop with the nonsense. Rita must be feeling unwell. As they conversed, the Emperor, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, found himself losing half his health from just a few hits by Vayne. Who could endure such punishment? Yet, retreating would mean losing the minion wave entirely to the turret, a sacrifice the Emperor was unwilling to make. The top lane required some assistance. Reluctantly, he resorted to the unspoken rules of the arena, challenging Vayne to a duel against both himself and the blind monk. "Can you handle this, Emperor?" Reduced to such a state after having just secured a kill, remarked Spicy Hot Pot, who was already making his way to the top lane. "This opponent possesses genuine skill. I had previously underestimated him," the Emperor conceded. "Skill? Let me ascertain the extent of his prowess," Spicy Hot Pot mused, intent on testing Yi Xiu. In his view, Yi Xiu's boldness in the top lane, despite lacking vision, was a clear disregard for his presence as the jungler. On the top lane, Yi Xiu advanced with the next wave of minions. As before, upon the minions reaching the turret, he sought opportunities to deal damage. Suddenly, the Emperor's Titan began to move forward, seemingly intent on crossing the minion wave to stir trouble. Sensing the Titan's advance, Yi Xiu deduced that the jungler was likely nearby. Thus, he chose to focus his attacks on the Titan, whose health was already low. Should the Emperor insist on approaching, Yi Xiu would eliminate him swiftly. Before long, the emperor found himself in a precarious position, compelled to retreat and allow Spicy Hot Pot's blind monk to engage first. The monk had already positioned himself in the river, effectively cutting off Vane's escape route. It appeared that Vane had nowhere left to flee. Yi Xiu turned to face the nearby Li Xin, executing a basic attack. In response, Li Xin reached out and touched his eye, then cast his E-skill, Sonic Wave, striking the ground. He followed up with a basic attack and a second E-skill, Resonating Strike, which shattered Yi Xiu's Vane, applying a slowing effect. Yi Xiu opted to utilize his E-skill to push the blind monk away, continuing his assault. Witnessing Vane engaged in combat with the blind monk, Emperor seized the opportunity, hurling a hook in an attempt to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, Yi Xiu was well prepared, dodging with a well-timed Q skill, causing Titan's hook to miss its mark. After evading Titan's grasp, Vane resumed her onslaught against the blind monk. Noticing that Vane had exhausted her Q skill, the blind monk unleashed his Resonating Strike, aiming to capitalize on Vane's moment of vulnerability as she prepared for a basic attack. To his astonishment, Vane interrupted her attack movement, causing the Resonating Strike to graze the hem of her attire and ultimately miss. Is this even possible? The blind monk was taken aback. With the Resonating Strike having failed, it seemed unnecessary to persist in the confrontation. Nevertheless, Yi Xiu held a different perspective. At that moment, he began to retreat, knowing the blind monk and Titan could not hold him back. Yet, he chose to continue his assault on the blind monk, executing a Q skill to create distance while steadily unleashing a barrage of crossbow bolts, significantly depleting the blind monk's health. How audacious! The blind monk was incensed. This was a 2-on-1 scenario. Vane's actions felt akin to defecating on his head while asking for toilet paper. Thus, the blind monk swiftly flashed forward to engage Vane in a duel, aware that she had no flash available, presenting an opportunity to contest. Yi Xiu remained unperturbed, simultaneously delivering damage while retreating. The health bars of both combatants dwindled in synchrony, rendering it nearly impossible to discern a potential victor. As his health approached depletion, Spicy Hot Pot unleashed an E-skill followed by a basic attack, subsequently employing the second E-skill to inflict a slow, intending to finish off Vane with another basic strike. At that moment, Vane executed a basic attack followed by a Q skill to roll and reset her auto attack. A single basic strike triggered her triple shot passive, swiftly eliminating the blind monk. Blasted, we were so close. Let you go in and secure the kill, Spicy Hot Pot commanded. I'll wait for my Q skill. At this juncture, Let's Hook was still on cooldown, prompting him to maintain distance from Vane, avoiding any potential disengagement. To his surprise, Vane did not retreat. Instead, she boldly advanced. Witnessing this, Guan Ziyuan exclaimed, with Vane's health, if Titan grazes him, he would perish. Does he dare to counterattack? Meanwhile, Let's Hook was on the verge of being ready again. He knew he had but one opportunity. Should the hook miss, it would be his demise. With a basic attack, then another, Vane began to unleash her damage on Titan. Titan utilized his W skill for a shield to absorb a wave of damage before initiating a retreat, only to abruptly pivot and activate his E skill, hoping to slow Vane. If all else failed, he aimed to force out Vane's Q skill. However, Yi Xiu was not easily deceived. His mastery of distance was impeccable. As Titan withdrew, he pursued. When Titan turned, he retreated, consistently maintaining the optimal range for his basic attacks. With his life hanging by a thread, Titan released his hook. This time, Let chose to predict Vane's movement, placing his trust in his judgment. Consequently, the hook narrowly missed Vane, falling short. Yi Xiu advanced and dealt 2 basic attacks, securing a kill on the Titan. Rita was exhilarated, exclaiming, a counter-kill. Vane, in a precarious state, accomplished the remarkable feat of a 1 versus 2. This was indeed a 1 versus 2. Guan Daxia remarked, my psyche would have shattered if I were in RNG's position. This is utterly excessive, just 5 minutes in. And it's already a 1 versus 2 on the top lane. Rita chimed in, to be honest, at least on this top lane. It's my first time witnessing such a dazzling Vane. It's truly magnificent. At this moment, Rita appeared utterly smitten, prompting Guan Daxiao to cough discreetly. Ahem. We are still live streaming. Could you perhaps exercise a bit of restraint and wipe that drool away? Realizing her lapse in composure, Rita quickly composed herself. Meanwhile, on RNG's side, upon witnessing the counter-kill on Jiang Di, Malatang remarked, Jiang Di, surely you must be mistaken. How could you be countered? You've practically nurtured a boss up there. Yet it seems you dealt no damage at all. Jiang Di lamented, I should not have chosen Titan. This champion is far too cumbersome to even approach Vayne. Malatang inquired. Jiangdi, have you landed any hooks this match? Don't tell me you haven't hit one yet. I have, of course, Jiangdi began, but faltered. For the only successful hook was when Vayne proactively flashed in to intercept him, aiming to thwart his escape. That exchange ended with Jiangdi being soloed. Was that something he could admit? On the EDG side. Upon witnessing Yushio's remarkable 1 versus 2 double kill on the top lane, the manager swiftly headed to the bottom lane. Currently, RNG's bottom lane was pressuring, and he needed to apply some pressure in return. The manager approached from the side, blocking the retreat of RNG's duo. Just as he prepared to strike, a red side teleportation was executed to the bottom lane. Who was teleporting? Another one appeared. Before the manager could discern the first teleport's origin, the second one had already arrived at the bottom lane. Well then, it doesn't matter whose teleport it is. They VE both come. Withdraw. We VE already profited. He instructed his teammates to retreat, satisfied with having gained 2 teleportations without loss. At this moment, the broadcast focused on Jiangdi's Titan, who had just emerged from the fountain and promptly teleported to the bottom lane. On the top lane, under the defensive tower, Vayne had pushed the minion wave to the tower, which was now being squandered. Guan Daxiao exclaimed in disbelief. Is it true that Jiangdi did not teleport to the top lane? He saved his teleport to protect the bottom lane. He truly is a team player. Rita interjected. However, playing this way, the top lane minion wave is suffering significantly. Now Titan has just landed, but is already 1 level behind. In the official livestream chat, viewers flooded the comments. High emotional intelligence, team player, low emotional intelligence, slacker. He truly is a team player. I'm in tears. Can Jiangdi be any more outrageous? Is he really going to slack off to this extent, using his teleport to safeguard the bottom lane? To others, this was a manifestation of team spirit. Yet for RNG fans, they would have preferred Jiangdi to have not gone for support, allowing him to carry the match himself, but that was evidently an impossibility. After returning to the city for supplies, Yushio resumed his presence on the battlefield, relentlessly pressuring Titan. With a significant advantage, he could dominate until Titan reached level 6. As the match approached the 6-minute mark, the tower under the control of Let Emperor had been severely weakened, with Yushio's equipment continuously improving. His capability to inflict damage grew exponentially, while Titan's gear lagged behind, unable to withstand the onslaught. At this moment, Yushio's Vayne attained level 6, while Titan remained at level 5. Yushio estimated that the Titan was nearing level 6. Before that happened, he aimed to seize an opportunity to dive the tower while the Titan was still vulnerable. Once the Titan acquired his ultimate ability, the situation would become considerably more challenging. Thus, Yushio swiftly pushed the next wave of minions towards the defensive tower and deliberately moved closer to the Titan. Initially, when his health was abundant, the Emperor would trade health for last hits, but now he was more cautious, hiding in a position where Vayne could not reach him to soak up experience. Regardless of Vayne's maneuvers, the tower would invariably retaliate against any basic attack she executed. However, this time, Yushio boldly entered the tower's range. Was the jungler arriving? Such a targeted approach. The Emperor's immediate reaction was to assume the jungler was preparing to dive the tower. Given the timing, it was the moment for both teams to refresh their lower jungle, and the director's choice to gank the top lane at this juncture seemed excessively focused. Soon, the Emperor realized that the situation was not as he initially thought. The director's spider had yet to appear, which would have been expected if a dive was imminent. Just as the Emperor was still piecing together the scenario, Yushio's Vayne launched her attack. One basic attack, followed by a second, then a third. After unleashing 3 hits, Vayne began to retreat, absorbing a hit from the tower before stepping out of its assault range. Subsequently, Yushio approached the Titan from behind the tower. Director Guan soon grasped the situation, exclaiming, "This Vayne is attempting a solo dive. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Vayne closed in on the Titan once more, initiating with another basic attack. This time, the Emperor understood his next move and decided to cast his hook, targeting Vayne's retreating position. His intention was clear. Vayne would certainly attempt to withdraw from the tower's range, and should she reposition at that moment, she would suffer not just 1, but at least 2 hits. However, Yushio refrained from using his Q ability. The instant the Titan's hook was cast, Yushio executed his E ability, Demon Judgment, to pin the Titan against the wall, followed by a basic attack and a swift Q activation to secure the kill. The third tower hit landed on Vayne, leaving her with a sliver of health, yet she remained alive. Director Guan gasped in astonishment. A solo kill. Another solo kill. What a disaster for the Emperor. While Director Guan focused on the Emperor's misfortune, Rita perceived something entirely different. She exclaimed excitedly, "The precision of this Vayne's maneuvers is simply remarkable." Just witnessing her playstyle reveals her extraordinary skill without needing further evidence. In this match, Yishio himself felt a sense of astonishment. After being empowered by the system, he had felt a newfound confidence in the previous game, a sensation that was even more pronounced in this encounter. He mused that perhaps it was because Vayne was his signature champion, making her performance even more formidable after the system's enhancement compared to other heroes. Yishio had just secured a solo kill in the top lane when the skirmish in the bot lane between EDG and RNG commenced. The seasoned Xiaohu unleashed Ryze's ultimate, accompanied by the spicy Blind Monk, as they swiftly maneuvered from the Dragon Pit to the vicinity of EDG's bot lane outer turret, leaving Iboi and Miko with no avenue of escape. As Iboi and Miko activated their summoner spells to retreat, just as they were about to enter the sanctuary of their turret, the Blind Monk, with his characteristic finesse, approached and delivered a decisive kick to Miko. Miko's karma retaliated by sending Iboi's Ash soaring through the air. Xiaohu's Ryze followed suit, dealing damage that swiftly eliminated Ash, while Uzi, flashing in, claimed the kill on karma. Remarkable. The opposing bot lane was rendered ineffective. Uzi, brimming with confidence, noted that they were already in a favorable position, and this engagement had only served to amplify their advantage. With both of them having expended their summoner spells, a subsequent assault was certainly on the horizon. As directed by the spicy Blind Monk, Xiaohu emphasized the necessity of maintaining vision from mid to bot lane, ensuring their enemies remained oblivious to their whereabouts, which would facilitate their plans. Xiaoming asserted that the vision from the dragon to the bot lane was undoubtedly theirs, rendering their opponents incapable of contesting the lane effectively. Thus, the RNG team began to strategize their next offensive maneuver. Initially, their plans had revolved around targeting Vayne in the top lane, but the spicy Blind Monk quickly recognized the futility of that approach and shifted their focus. "I can't go up there," Let Emperor lamented. "His damage is too overwhelming. I would be annihilated." The realization dawned upon him that he was currently without his ultimate, rendering him incapable of executing a gank in the top lane. "You'll have to devise a plan on your own," the spicy Blind Monk advised, regaining his composure. He recalled the previous instance when Yishio had outmaneuvered him, and he resolved not to allow such an occurrence again unless he had the means to eliminate Vayne outright, for instance, when his ultimate was available. Otherwise, he would refrain from venturing into the top lane. "Very well, I shall find a way," Let Emperor conceded, attempting to navigate through the jungle to approach the top lane by an alternate route. Meanwhile, on the EDG side, their captain, Clearlove, also discerned the unfolding situation in the top lane. He cautioned, "Yishio, isn't this a tad excessive? They might come to gank you." "Not at all. I actually want them to come after me," Yishio replied, exhilarated. He was keenly aware of his limits. If one could engage two adversaries without stretching oneself too far, what could he achieve against 3 or even 4? At that moment, Yishio suddenly spotted Let Emperor's Titan positioning himself just on the other side of the wall below. As Yishio advanced to suppress the defensive tower, he astutely placed a ward in advance to prevent Let Emperor from circumventing him, seemingly unaware of this precaution. Thus, Yishio made his way to the triangular grass, intending to surprise Let Emperor. The fervent RNG fans began to shout, "Let Emperor, don't go over. If you do, you'll be done for. Please, don't go. I can't bear to watch." However, their cries fell on deaf ears, as Let Emperor was oblivious to their warnings. Let Emperor's Titan emerged from the triangular grass, encountering Vayne. Vayne initiated her attack, and without hesitation, Let Emperor used his Q skill towards the wall, hoping to maneuver quickly towards the defensive tower and flash to safety. Yet, Yishio had anticipated this move, executing a timely Q skill roll to block Titan's hook. This was not the end. Vayne followed up with an E skill, condemning Titan against the wall. Vayne continued her relentless assault, landing a series of auto attacks on Titan, who struggled to advance. Upon reaching the tower, he finally used his flash to escape to safety beneath it. However, a pressing concern loomed. His health was critically low, and with the next wave of minions approaching, death seemed inevitable. As the next wave of minions arrived, Yishio's Vayne pushed them towards the tower. Let Emperor chose to remain beneath the tower, anticipating his imminent level 6, which would grant him access to his ultimate ability, enabling a potential comeback. Just as the minion wave entered the tower, the jungler's spider crept out from behind it. Let Emperor's mindset crumbled under the pressure. As the spider drew near, he opted to unleash his ultimate, recognizing that being controlled would lead to his swift demise. However, just as his ultimate launched, the jungler's spider shifted forms. Using his skill to ascend, causing Titan's ultimate to miss entirely. Upon landing, the spider transformed back into human form, casting a skill to ensnare Vayne, who capitalized on the opportunity to inflict further damage, ultimately securing the kill. Observing this, Guandashi remarked, "I genuinely feel for Lead Emperor. He was already being outplayed in lane, and now faces a tower dive from the jungler." Rita chimed in, expressing her concern. "What worries me is whether we will see such a magnificent Vayne again. Other teams will undoubtedly ban her in the future." As the match reached the 10-minute mark, Yishio returned to base to acquire his first significant item, the Blade of the Ruined King. Upon exiting the base, he barely made it to the top lane when trouble erupted in the bottom lane. There, EDG's duo was pushing the wave, with Uzi and Xiaoming controlling it. RNG's jungler and mid laner launched their ultimate from the Dragon Pit, cornering Iboi and Miko, who were now without summoner spells. "I'm on my way." "Heading towards the river," called the jungler. "I'm coming too," said the mid laner. The jungler intended to collaborate with the mid laner to ambush the mid lane, but unexpectedly, Xiaohu decided to stir trouble in the bottom lane. As Iboi and Miko retreated towards mid lane, Miko's Karma used RE to grant both a burst of speed. Meanwhile, RNG's Ma La Xianghua, the Lee Sin, stealthily approached, while Xiaohu's Rise flashed over the wall. "I'm coming too. We can counter." At this moment, Yishio teleported to the bottom lane minions. Just as his teleport landed, Lead Emperor activated his own. Guan Daxiao observed, "All 10 players are converging on the bottom lane. It's likely to become a 5-on-5 brawl." Rita voiced her concern. However, given the current situation, it seems that EDG's bottom lane may suffer casualties before their teammates can arrive. In the bottom lane, witnessing the Lee Sin and Rise crossing the wall, Iboisesh turned around and unleashed her ultimate, aiming to root the Lee Sin. Ma La Xianghua decisively flashed to close the distance and used E-skill to attempt to kick back towards Ashe. Iboi used his heal while simultaneously employing W-skill to slow Lee Sin, making it difficult for him to find an angle. At that moment, Xiaoming's Lulu flashed in, granting Lee Sin a speed boost, followed by his ultimate, which transformed Lee Sin, launching him into the air and knocking up both Ashe and Karma. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Sin kicked Ashe back towards Uzi's Misfortune, who moved in to secure the kill. At this juncture, Xiao Shui's Talia activated her ultimate, isolating Lee Sin and the others, then soared over to begin her assault on the vulnerable Lee Sin. In the bottom lane, Yishio's Vayne and Lead Emperor's Titan landed almost simultaneously. Upon landing, Lead Emperor chose to head towards the river while calling out, "Vayne. Vayne is with me." He understood that in a one-on-one confrontation, he could not match Vayne's prowess, thus seeking assistance from his teammates. In the midst of the fray, Yishio's Vayne relentlessly pursued the Titan, whose defenses could scarcely withstand the onslaught of her damage. "Vayne, I'm coming for Vayne." After Yuzai claimed the kill on Ashe, he opted to turn back and assist. The audience held their breath as 3 members of RNG advanced towards Vayne, leaving everyone to wonder if she could still maneuver. From the commentary booth, Rita expressed her concern. "Vayne is in a precarious situation. The Titan possesses his ultimate and can easily lock her down." As Rita's words echoed, Lead Emperor's Titan pivoted, initiating his ultimate ability. "Show me your skills. I dare you." Lead Emperor exuded confidence, emboldened by the presence of Yuzi and Xiaoming behind him. However, at that precise moment when Lead Emperor activated his ultimate, Vayne unleashed her own ultimate, entering a state of invisibility just as the Titan's ability was ready to be cast. Though the Titan's animation commenced, he lost sight of his target, and thus, his ultimate remained unutilized. "What luck?" Lead Emperor mused, dismissing the notion that this was a strategic opportunity seized by Yishio, attributing it instead to sheer fortune. As Vayne re-emerged, Lead Emperor utilized his flash to close the distance and prepared to unleash his ultimate once more. Time was of the essence. For Ma La Xianghua and Xiao, who were struggling against EDG's remaining trio, Lead Emperor needed a swift resolution. Yet again, the ultimate failed to be executed, as both Vayne and Titan flashed simultaneously, resulting in the Titan's ability lacking the necessary range. Is this even possible? Lead Emperor pondered, feeling slightly lost as Vayne slipped into the nearby brush. He approached the first bush to place a ward, only to discover Vayne emerging from the opposite side, far from the defensive tower. Determined, Lead Emperor cast his ultimate once more, but just as he raised his hand, Vayne vanished into the opposing brush, evading his sight and leaving his ultimate unlaunched yet again. What on earth is happening? Lead Emperor was bewildered. At that moment, Ma La Xianghui's Lee Sin had been eliminated, while Xiaohu's Rise was being relentlessly pursued, heading towards their direction. Frustrated by the ongoing struggle in the bot lane, Ma Xiang was shouted, "What are you all doing? It's 3 against 1, and yet we haven't secured the kill? Just use the Titan's ultimate to finish him off." Xiao Ming's Lulu approached the brush, placing a ward, and upon spotting Vayne, immediately transformed her into a sheep. With Vayne incapacitated, Let Emperor's Titan seized the moment to close in and unleashed his ultimate. However, as the control effects on Vayne dissipated, she activated her Q ability to turn invisible once more, causing the Titan's ultimate to remain uncast. Director Gu had become utterly flabbergasted. What is happening? This is the 4th time the Titan has failed to unleash his ultimate. Each time, he's been thwarted by a lack of vision. Is Vayne's maneuvering truly this extraordinary? At last, when Vayne reappeared, Let Emperor finally managed to deploy his ultimate. In that fleeting moment, Yishio's Vayne executed her E ability, pinning Yuzi against the wall. Consequently, even though she was knocked up, RNG found themselves unable to eliminate her. "Retreat! Quickly!" shouted as Xiaohu's low health rise approached, flanked by a spider, a rock sparrow, and Karma. Although the Titan's ultimate did indeed knock up Vayne and his hook followed suit, Yuzi had no time to retaliate. He needed to withdraw. After Yushio landed, he promptly eliminated the low health rise, followed by assisting in the takedown of Let's Titan, achieving a double kill. Ultimately, both sides concluded the exchange with a 1-for-3 trade, greatly benefiting EDG. The coach exclaimed, "How on earth did you manage to survive for so long against 3 opponents?" Meiko shook her head in bewilderment. "I simply cannot fathom how to operate in that situation. With those 3 heroes, Titan unleashing his ultimate, followed by hooks, Lulu transforming into a sheep, and Caitlyn setting traps. Vayne had absolutely no room for maneuver." Eboi remarked, "I didn't see it either. I was focused on you all in the front. I thought Vayne would either escape or be eliminated instantly." The junior player chimed in, "Yishio, please give us a hint. We genuinely cannot comprehend." Observing his teammates' curiosity, Yishio responded, "You all wish to know? Just review the footage later." The EDG members were left speechless. Had it been an ordinary rookie displaying such arrogance, they would have surely reprimanded him. However, Yishio's performance in these 2 matches had been so stellar that they found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, the screen was inundated with comments. "What kind of monster is this joke? His maneuvers are beyond human capability. I suspect he is a robot." Let's Emperor appeared to be merely a clumsy fool in comparison. "Watching Vayne is giving me goosebumps. It's simply grotesque." The match continued, and after that wave of action, RNG's momentum had significantly diminished. Yuzi had realized the gravity of the situation. He had witnessed Vayne's performance firsthand. To be honest, even if he were in control, he couldn't guarantee such perfection. Yet, this joke was merely a top laner. How could his Vayne be so formidable? As the clock struck 15 minutes, Yishio claimed the top tower and pushed the minion wave towards the second tower, with 2 items in hand. The combination of Blade of the Ruined King and Ginset's Rage Blade rendered his damage explosive. Let's Emperor cowered at the second tower, awaiting the minion wave's arrival. Fully aware that he could not afford to push the lane, any poke from Vayne would be unbearable, the bottom tower fell to Yuzi and Xiaoming, prompting a lane swap to the mid lane, while the mid laner transitioned to the bot lane. "You wish to continue farming? I shall provide cover for you." The coach arrived at the top lane to assist Yushio. "It's fine, you go help them. The mid tower is of greater importance," Yushio replied. At this juncture, Yuzi had commenced pushing the mid lane, rapidly depleting the first mid tower's health. The coach candidly stated, "This champion of mine is of little use in the front. I'll assist you in taking down the top lane." Thus, the coach opted for a flanking maneuver, and together they executed a tower dive to eliminate Let's Emperor. In the meantime, upon spotting the coach's spider appear in the top lane, RNG accelerated their advance in the mid lane. The spicy hot pot's Lee Sin emerged from the jungle to apply pressure, forcing EDG to relinquish the mid tower. Guan Daxiao observed, "EDG has a dilemma. The kills and economic advantage are concentrated solely on Vayne. If she is absent from the front, EDG stands no chance." Rita concurred. "This is indeed a problem. Vayne appears disinclined to engage in team fights, and the mid tower is likely lost." After securing the mid tower, RNG pushed towards EDG's mid-second tower with the minion wave. Meanwhile, Yushio and the coach executed a tower dive to eliminate Titan, subsequently claiming the top second tower and advancing towards the high ground. In the front, Ash and Karma coordinated to clear the minion wave, stalling RNG's advance. "Let us retreat for now," Yuzi commanded. Just then, a teleport to the side jungle severed RNG's escape route. Vayne has teleported. Let Emperor promptly alerted his teammates. First, take down Vayne. We must retreat and eliminate her. Uzi directed. Meanwhile, EDG's 3 members pursued, preparing to coordinate with Yishio. Yishio, be cautious. The coach warned, as his spider was still in the top lane and could not provide timely support. As Yishio's Vayne descended onto the battlefield, the 4 members of RNG had already pursued him. The blind monk, controlled by Spicy Hot Pot, led the charge, closely followed by Xiaohu's Rise. Xiaohu's Rise flashed forward, eager to ensnare Yishio's Vayne. Spicy Hot Pot also used his ability to scout, intending to coordinate with Xiaohu. However, just as Xiaohu's flash landed, Vayne vanished. Deprived of a target, Rise was rendered incapable of casting his W skill. In the instant Vayne reappeared, Spicy Hot Pot's blind monk flashed in, aiming to utilize Lulu's ultimate to knock Vayne airborne. Yet, as he flashed, Vayne's skill was unleashed, repelling the blind monk. Though Lulu promptly cast her ultimate, she failed to execute the knockup. Xiaoming's Lulu flashed forward, attempting to polymorph Vayne into a sheep, but Vayne almost simultaneously flashed back, leaving Lulu's skill unutilized. Was this truly the pinnacle of human reaction speed? Xiaoming found himself questioning his existence. On the EDG side, noticing that RNG had expended 3 flashes, the Frost Archer sent forth her ultimate to immobilize Lulu while simultaneously slowing Rise and Caitlyn. The rookie's Talia utilized her ultimate to separate RNG's members, then followed up with damage. Yishio also turned back to unleash his assault, leading to RNG's disintegration. Guadashio exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening here? RNG has wasted so many flashes yet cannot contain this Vayne. This play is utterly insane." Rita excitedly commented. Vayne's damage is overwhelming. Spicy Hot Pot's blind monk was obliterated, followed by Xiaohu's Rise, and finally Yuzi's Caitlyn. Yuzi is struggling to perform, but the disparity in levels and equipment is too vast. He simply cannot compete. After Let Me's Titan revived, witnessing his teammates collapse, he refrained from teleporting in. Ultimately, RNG suffered a devastating 0-for-4 exchange. EDG emerged victorious. In the official livestream, viewers began flooding the chat with comments. Is this the legendary backdoor Vayne? So powerful. I feel like Uzi has been challenged. This Vayne showcases his brilliance. I believe Joke's Vayne is even more formidable than Uzi's. It's evident in this match. In the eyes of the spectators, RNG appeared as mere blank slates before Joke. As this discussion unfolded, EDG had already dismantled RNG's mid lane first turret, followed by the second. The factory manager exclaimed, "Nice. This match is secured." The playful Maycore remarked, "Yishio, your Vayne is truly impressive. Have you considered a career shift to ADC?" Iboi responded, "As long as he is willing, I have no objections." Yishio remarked, "Forget it. Why should I endure hardship in the bottom lane when I can find comfort in the top lane? I can play as I please in the top lane, while the bottom lane is far too complicated." Upon hearing this, Mayko feigned anger, saying, "You don't trust me, do you? You're worried I might hold you back." Yishio, "Of course not. That was not my intention." With nearly 20 minutes left in the match, the Baron has respawned. RNG, having lost 2 defensive towers in mid lane, has adopted a defensive posture. The mid-game represents a vulnerable phase for RNG, while the champion Caitlyn excels in the landing phase and remains formidable in the late game. She tends to struggle during the mid-game. Uzi has not lost hope, declaring, "For now, we shall focus on defense and keep an eye on the Baron. We can relinquish other objectives. Once I acquire my full item build, I shall save the world." Xiaoming suggests, "I propose that we protect the ADC during team fights. We cannot eliminate Vayne as she is too agile." Ma La Xianghua concurs, "My thoughts align closely with yours. We shall engage and retreat as necessary." Meanwhile, the RNG team is deliberating on how to approach the late-game team fights, unaware that Yishio and the coach have already begun engaging the Baron. At this moment, Iboi and Mei are pushing the mid lane, creating a false sense of security for the opponents. The rookie's Talia appears in the bot lane, further misleading the adversaries. The atmosphere within RNG becomes electric. They are attacking the Baron. EDG is taking the Baron. Quick, take a look. The Baron is nearly gone. How is there no vision on the Baron? Can it truly be stolen? As they converse, RNG seems to react, with Xiaoming and Ma La Xianghua advancing towards the Baron pit, seemingly to establish vision. To avoid being ambushed, they must cautiously probe for vision. Just as they approach the Baron pit, the cry of its demise resonates. The Baron is gone. How could the Baron have disappeared? Ma La Xianghua exclaims in disbelief. Uzi remarks, "It was Vayne. She executed the Baron with astonishing speed, stealing it alongside the spider. The RNG team finally comprehends the gravity of the situation. Yet it is already too late. After securing the Baron, EDG returns to base to replenish their resources, subsequently regrouping in the mid lane to push with the minion wave. The coach chuckles. They truly had no inkling that we could steal the Baron. It is quite foolish, to be honest. Yi Xiao. Primarily, they were caught off guard. And under such circumstances, their reactions are bound to be somewhat sluggish. Iboi, I'll take charge of initiating the control, while you all focus on dealing damage. This match is going to be quite comfortable for us. Soon, the 5 members of EDG arrived at the front of RNG's mid-lane high ground with their minions. At this moment, Uzi's Caitlyn had already set up traps to block the path. Iboi's Ashe and Miko's Karma were continuously harassing with their abilities, while RNG had to be wary of Talia's skills, forcing them to retreat. This presented Yi Xiao with the opportunity to advance and attack the turret. The turret's health diminished rapidly, causing Uzi to grow anxious. If you're confident, initiate the fight. If we can eliminate Vayne, victory will be ours. Now RNG had no choice but to go all out, as Let Me's Thresh suddenly flashed forward, aiming to unleash his ultimate on Vayne. However, just as he raised his hand to cast the ultimate, Vayne entered stealth, rendering Thresh's ultimate uncastable. At that moment, Thresh was positioned far forward, and the members of EDG had already begun their assault. With no turning back, Let Me was forced to direct his ultimate towards Iboi's Ashe, who retreated but ultimately was still knocked up. This opened a window of opportunity for Mala Xianghua, whose Lee Sin executed a Q ability onto Karma, and then followed with a second Q to approach Ashe, aiming to R-Flash. Of course, these were merely the imagined maneuvers of Mala Xianghua. In reality, he failed to execute them, and as he approached, he was instantly pushed against the wall by Vayne's ability. Ashe followed up with her ultimate, rendering Mala Xianghua immobile, and Vayne unleashed her damage upon him, which he could not withstand. Ultimately, before he could even unleash his own ultimate, Mala Xianghua was slain. After eliminating Lee Sin, Yu Xiao's Vayne began her pursuit, while Let Me's Thresh had been pulled back by the juniors Talia. As Yu Xiao advanced to deal damage, Let Me was unable to withstand it any longer. Guan Daxiao explained. RNG acted impulsively. Their frontline has already been taken down, leaving the remaining 3 unable to continue the fight, leading to RNG's devastating defeat. Rita, after resolving the frontline issue, EDG's Talia used her ultimate to block the path and directly pursued the back line, while Karma provided a collective speed boost. The remaining 3 members of RNG could not escape. Vayne advanced to deal damage, her onslaught akin to a tempest, and no one could withstand her ferocity. Yi Xiao, under the influence of his passive speed boost, claimed the final kill. As Uzi took down the ADC, the pentakill sound echoed throughout the Summoner's Rift. The factory manager exclaimed in astonishment, "A pentakill." Remarkably, a pentakill. The younger player remarked, "Is this your first match? To achieve a pentakill in your debut, you must be the chosen one." Another player mused, "I suddenly feel like our team has gained an additional pillar of support. Ibo equipped, from now on, I shall specialize in securing effortless victories." The EDG team, filled with laughter and camaraderie, pushed through the mid lane and swiftly concluded the match. The passionate commentator proclaimed, "As the RNG base crystal shatters, let us congratulate EDG for their remarkable comeback, securing a playoff position." Rita, seemingly unfazed by the commentator's fervor, remarked, "Who could have imagined that EDG, trailing in 1 game, would substitute in an untested player to win 2 consecutive matches? And this rookie top laner even achieved a pentakill. Is this truly the mark of the chosen one?" After the victory, Yi Xiao removed his headset and rose to his feet, as the audience erupted in cheers, chanting his ID. "Joke, joke, joke." The sound of their adulation drowned out all else. Yi Xiao felt a sense of surrealism. This was a scene he had never envisioned. "Yi Xiao, what are you doing? Hurry up, we need to go shake hands." At that moment, the manager's voice jolted Yi Xiao back to reality. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of EDG had already begun to make their way toward RNG. It was only then that Yi Xiao remembered that after the match concluded, the victors were expected to extend their hand to the opponents. Consequently, Yi Xiao rose and followed in the footsteps of his teammates. Yi Xiao imitated his teammates, stepping forward to stand before the emperor, extending his hand in a gesture of greeting. After their handshake, he continued onward in search of the spicy hot pot. At that moment, the emperor suddenly remarked, "Brother, I've never seen you before. Where did you emerge from? You possess some remarkable skills." Yi Xiao responded, "I have always been with EDG. It is merely that you have not heard of it. I have not participated in any matches that I could not win. That is not my point, the Emperor elucidated. If LPL had someone as formidable as you, I should have heard about you long ago. Yushio naturally would not disclose to the Emperor that it was his system that granted him such prowess. He merely remarked, perhaps I am rather understated. Hence few have heard of me. The Emperor, taken aback, could not fathom how someone wielding a top lane Vayne could claim to be low-key. Yushio gracefully approached the spicy hot pot, which was remarkably slender. The term skin and bones scarcely sufficed to describe its emaciated form. Yushio was concerned that if the wind outside were to pick up even slightly, the spicy hot pot might be swept away. The spicy hot pot appeared rather disheartened, likely not anticipating a day when it would be outnumbered 2-1 and ultimately defeated. After exchanging a handshake with Little Tiger, Yushio approached Uzi, who seemed rather unconvinced, his face flushed and his neck thickening with frustration. Yushio extended his hand voluntarily, and Uzi touched it briefly, marking their handshake. He then remarked, I hope you can advance further in the playoffs, otherwise, we won't even have the chance to seek vengeance. Upon hearing this, Yushio smiled, remaining silent. It was evident that his amusement was not directed at Uzi. Rather, he had just received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the match. A cash reward of 1 million has been granted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward will be determined based on your performance evaluation. The host achieved 12 kills, 0 deaths, and 13 assists in this match, resulting in a KDA of 25, with damage contributing 43 of the total, earning an SS rating and the reward of divine awareness. After digesting this information, Yushio quickly shook hands with Xiaoming before returning to his side, gesturing with the mouse and keyboard while simultaneously communicating with the system. What on earth is this divine awareness? Ding. Divine awareness. The host has acquired the top-level awareness of a world-class professional player. A world-class professional player? Upon hearing this description, Yushio was elated. While awareness is somewhat abstract, in Yushio's understanding, it pertains to one's logical ability in the game. For instance, when observing peculiar movements from the enemy hero you are facing, you might deduce that the jungler is about to initiate a gank. This is an example of awareness, specifically in preventing a gank. Regardless, this attribute is undoubtedly critical, and now possessing the awareness of a world-class player signifies the pinnacle of achievement among those deemed world-class. In the current LPL, it is likely just the factory manager and UZI, while the LCK may have a few more, though still limited. Yushio, you seem quite pleased, remarked the factory manager as he approached. Yushio picked up the mouse and keyboard, remarking, is it time to return to the lounge? The factory director nodded in agreement. Indeed, where else would you wish to go? Meiko leaned in, adding, I suspect Yushio is simply too exhilarated at the moment to comprehend the situation. I felt the same way during my first match. I was utterly bewildered. Yushio followed the manager, preparing to return to the lounge. At that moment, a female staff member approached and inquired, is Player Joke present? The manager turned around and said, Yushio, they are calling for you. Yushio turned towards the sound and replied, I am here. The female staff member then said, please proceed to the interview area to take part in the interview. An interview? Yushio suddenly recalled that after every match, there would always be someone who participated in an interview, typically the player with the most outstanding performance. Go ahead. I will take care of your belongings. Remember to speak well, and do not mock the other teams, nor use any foul language. The manager said as he took the keyboard and mouse from Yushio's hands. Yushio nodded, and then followed the female staff member towards the interview platform. After walking a few meters alongside her, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Luo Xin. At that moment, Luo Xin appeared somewhat youthful, a stark contrast to the poised and experienced individual she would become on stage in the future. She was scanning her surroundings, occasionally pulling out a small mirror from her pocket to check her makeup, resembling a novice intern just starting her career. Yushio strode forward, catching Luo Xin's attention. As he approached, she inquired, are you the one? Luo Xin appeared somewhat anxious, momentarily forgetting Yushio's ID. Just a joke, Yushio replied, taking the initiative. Indeed, merely a joke. Luo Xin responded with an awkward smile. To alleviate the tension, she continued, is this truly your first competitive match? Such an impressive performance. Initially, Yushio felt a hint of nervousness. After all, anyone would be anxious in their first outing. However, witnessing Luo Xin's greater unease, he suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was all right, just a typical performance, Yushio replied. A typical performance? Surely, that cannot be the case. Was that merely a typical display? Luo Xin exclaimed, astonished. Yishio was not merely attempting to intimidate her. The system's functionalities had only been partially developed, and as rewards increased, their capabilities would undoubtedly become more formidable. This was no exaggeration. At that moment, the director reminded everyone that the host was ready and the interview was about to commence. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian promptly composed herself and beckoned, "Come, stand beside me. The interview is about to begin." Consequently, Yishio positioned himself to the right of Luo Xian and directed his gaze towards the camera ahead. As the interview commenced, Luo Xian announced, "Congratulations to EDG for their remarkable comeback, securing their spot in the playoffs. We have invited EDG's substitute top laner, Joke, to join us for this interview." Yishio took another microphone from Luo Xian and said, "Hello everyone, I am Joke." At that moment, the audience in the live broadcast chat began to flood the screen with messages. "Joke. He seems rather handsome. I didn't notice it before. Don't you think these two seem quite compatible? Get lost. Luo Xian is mine. Anyone who dares to touch Luo Xian will have to deal with me." Luo Xian began to pose her questions. First question, in the second match, you picked the top lane champion Vayne, and with your impeccable performance, you led the team to victory. Was it your own decision to choose Vayne, or did the coach instruct you to select her? Yishio, of course. It was my own choice. Typically, coaches would hesitate to allow their players to select Vayne as a champion. Luo Xian then inquired, "Are you satisfied with Vayne's performance in this match? Who do you believe is more skilled, your Vayne or Yuziai's Vayne?" Yishio, I believe my performance as Vayne in this match was rather mediocre, not particularly outstanding. As for the second question, I find it difficult to assess, as I am in the top lane while he is in the bottom lane, leading to differing circumstances in our respective matchups. Yishio naturally subscribes to the notion of high emotional intelligence. However, he remains uncertain as to whose prowess surpasses the other, thus he opts for a more humble stance. Upon hearing Yishio's words, the barrage of comments erupted once more. This individual possesses quite a high emotional intelligence. I feel he still pales in comparison to Yuzai. What does it matter if he is playing a long-range champion against a short-range one in the top lane? If he truly has the capability, let him face Yuzai in the bot lane. Yuzai's fans are undoubtedly displeased. The very fact that Luo Xian posed such a question is already quite absurd. Although Yishio's response showcased his emotional savvy, sidestepping a direct answer, it nonetheless posed a threat to Yuzai's standing. Luo Xian continued with her inquiry. For the third question, now that EDG has secured a playoff spot and the playoffs are about to commence, what objectives does your team have in mind? Given that EDG's performance in the regular season has been rather lackluster, do you feel a significant amount of pressure? Yishio, the objective is undoubtedly the championship. If one competes professionally without the intention of claiming the title, then what distinguishes it from idleness? Upon hearing Yishio's words, the EDG fans erupted in cheers. In truth, the fans had been quite anxious this year, as EDG had found themselves in a precarious position, needing to fight for their playoff spot. Even if they managed to scrape through, a swift exit in the first round seemed all too likely. However, Yishio's statement rekindled their faith in EDG. Naturally, with joy comes sorrow. In the EDG locker room, upon hearing Yishio's words, Abu was taken aback. What is Yishio talking about? What do we have this year to compete for the championship? Avoiding a first-round exit would already be a blessing. The manager scratched his head, acknowledging, "It seems Yishio is completely unaware of our current situation. Setting such lofty goals could lead to harsh criticism from fans if we fail to meet them." Miko chimed in. "Now that he has made such a declaration, it's broadcasted globally. There's no turning back. Let's all strive hard for the playoffs." Hearing this, Abu fell silent. As the coach, he certainly could not afford to slack off at this moment. Yet, he understood that with EDG's current form, winning a single best-of-5 would be a significant achievement, let alone dreaming of the championship. Soon after, Yishio returned to the locker room following his interview. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Despite having won the match, his teammates wore glum expressions. What was going on? Yishio shrugged, indicating he was still trying to grasp the situation. Mao stepped forward and said, "Yishio, the playoffs are in your hands now. My hand won't recover in time." Hearing this, the manager interjected, "You're being unreasonable. It's just some fan criticism. So what if they scold you a bit?" "Oh no, my hand," Mouse exclaimed, cradling his arm and lamenting. This left Yishio perplexed, and he turned to the manager, asking, "Criticism from fans? What do you mean? Have we not already won and secured our place in the playoffs? Am I mistaken?" Abu approached him, saying, "This isn't your fault. After all, it's your first interview." However, You need to be cautious in the future. When being interviewed, your speech should be modest and restrained. Avoid mentioning unattainable goals, and if pressed by the host, either be vague or change the subject. Upon hearing this, Yusho grasped the situation. With newfound confidence, he declared, "You're worried about not winning the championship and how to face the fans, but rest assured, I will lead us to victory." Yusho is not jesting. He possesses his own foundation of confidence. This foundation is not solely reliant on the system, but also on his profound understanding of the top lane position. Currently, there exists a flawed comprehension of the top lane within the entire LPL region, where players resort to utilizing tanks merely to get by, hesitating even to select warriors, let alone marksmen or mages. With his advanced game comprehension augmented by the system, achieving championship glory is certainly not a mere daydream. Furthermore, EDG's roster is commendable. Eboe exhibits the caliber of a top-tier ADC, while the rookie is undoubtedly among the top 3 in the LPL. Additionally, the world-class jungler, Clearlove, remains an asset. And despite Mouse's slight decline in performance, contending for the LPL championship is well within their reach. Miko is also an elite support player. Ultimately, the only vulnerability in EDG lies in the top lane, a flaw that Yusho has adeptly addressed. As for team coordination, it will improve as they compete in matches. Yusho's confidence took Abu by surprise. As a coach, he could not afford to undermine his players' self-assurance, so Abu refrained from saying much and instead called out, "Everyone, gather your belongings, let us go out for a meal together." Yusho retrieved his keyboard and mouse from the manager and stowed them away in his bag before following the EDG team out of the competition venue. Under Abu's guidance, they proceeded to a nearby hotel for a meal. Abu was well acquainted with the owner of the establishment, greeting him amiably before leading the group into a private room, advising others not to intrude. For professional teams, dining out can become quite cumbersome when fans are present. A single photograph could inadvertently reveal their location, leading to endless complications. The team began by ordering their dishes, opting to forego alcohol as the playoffs were imminent, with preparations commencing the very next day. The playoff slots had been firmly established. Group A consisted of RNG, IG, Newbie, and EDG, while Group B included WE, QG, OMG, and IM. EDG would need to start from the first round, requiring them to win 4 best-of-5 matches to secure the championship. After spending over an hour dining, the EDG team returned to the training facility, heading straight to the training room to commence their practice. Abu called out, "Our first-round opponents are Newbie. Take some time to review their matches and strategize. Tomorrow we will begin targeted training." The EDG members nodded in agreement before settling into their respective positions. Yusho returned to his seat, powered on his device, and prepared for ranked training. At present, his account ranked over 100 in the Korean server, which was quite commendable. He was eager to test whether, with the system's enhancement, he could ascend to the coveted first position. Additionally, he wished to ascertain the veracity of the extraordinary consciousness reward he had heard so much about. Just then, he recalled that the second match also offered a reward of 1 million. He took out his phone to check and, indeed, his bank account now boasted 2 million. He had never encountered such a sum in his previous life. Seizing the opportunity while waiting in line, Yusho opted to open his live streaming channel, preparing to commence his broadcast. Currently, the entire EDG team had signed live streaming contracts with Dosha, including Yusho. However, at the time of signing, Yusho had yet to make an appearance on the stage and thus had not garnered significant attention. Consequently, his contract was a minor one with a minimal income of merely 1,500 a month. The proportion of gifts was notably high. Typically, streamers received a 50% share of gift revenues, yet withdrawing the funds incurred transaction fees, resulting in an actual division of 40 to 60. Yusho's share is 80%, while the platform retains merely 20%. He speculated that Dosha was well aware of the lack of viewership for his broadcasts and the absence of gift donations, thus deliberately adjusting the ratio to such an extent and significantly lowering the fixed salary. Yusho entered his live streaming room and was startled before even beginning his broadcast. "Open the door. Hurry and open the door. Are you going to stream or not? If not, I will unfollow. It's already 7 o'clock. Why is the stream not starting? Has something happened to the host?" Before Yusho stood a screen filled with an overwhelming barrage of comments, a spectacle he had never previously encountered. He glanced at the popularity indicator in the upper right corner. The live broadcast's popularity had surged to 600,000. Typically, Yusho's streams garnered merely around 100,000 viewers. However, it is essential to note that popularity does not equate to the number of viewers. It is determined by a rather intricate algorithm that considers various factors, including the number of viewers, the volume of comments, and the frequency of gifts. In simpler terms, one must evaluate not only the quantity of viewers but also their engagement, specifically their willingness to interact and the extent of their generosity in gifting. Yishio opted to commence his broadcast, and the popularity within the streaming room visibly surged. Once the stream began, the barrage of comments shifted in tone. Vayne. Let's see another game of Vayne top lane. I believe that playing the formidable top laner, Big Bug, offers more excitement. Are there any other extraordinary skills or strategies? The more unconventional the better? If nothing else works, how about a match featuring a top lane support healer? Yishio, of course, would not wholly cater to the whims of the audience. As someone who possesses a genuine fondness for live broadcasts, he is acutely aware of the discerning taste of these viewers. Regardless of how one plays, there will always be critics ready to voice their discontent and offer unsolicited advice. Yishio remarked, I play ranked matches to practice heroes for competition, so I cannot afford to make random selections. After a brief pause, he added, I am a person who values principles. This statement led to a significant surge in the barrage of comments within the live stream. Now he's putting on airs. I've unfollowed him. If he doesn't play Vayne, I'm out. I've never encountered such an arrogant streamer. Don't you know the audience is king? Nevertheless, regardless of the barrage of comments, Yishio remained steadfast in his approach. For him, the income from streaming was no longer a necessity, especially with the support of a system that enabled him to dominate in competitions, making the elite ranks of the Korean server a trivial challenge. With his skills, why would he fear a lack of viewers? After a wait of about 10 minutes, he finally found a match. Upon entering the band pick interface, Yishio discovered that he had been assigned to the top lane position. Yishio began to peruse the roster of heroes, uncertain of which champion to select. In this current version, tank heroes in the top lane are particularly favored, with champions such as Treant, Cho'Gath, and Shin boasting the highest pick rates in competitive matches. While warrior heroes are also viable, they may lack the necessary strength during the landing phase, making it exceedingly challenging to perform effectively in team fights. After much deliberation, Yishio ultimately settled on selecting a stone golem. A stone golem? Surely, there must be a mistake. Of all the choices available, why opt for a lackluster stone golem? I shall not continue watching. This is utterly uninteresting. This hero cannot even take to the stage, so why make an appearance at all? Yishio, upon observing these comments, did not hold back and retorted, if you don't wish to watch, then don't. I do not plead for your viewership. Who cares about your opinions? Who stated that the stone man cannot take the stage? What would you say if I were to bring him out? Yishio feigned indifference. Yet his gaze remained surreptitiously fixed upon the unfolding match, as the viewer count in the live stream surged to an impressive 80,000. This affirmed his suspicions. The audience was merely attempting to exert pressure upon him, hoping to compel his submission. The more they sought to intimidate him, the more resolute he became in resisting, lest he inadvertently cultivate their capricious tastes. As the match commenced, Yishio cast a discerning glance at the opposing lineup. The enemy top laner was Riven, a formidable adversary. Her ability provided a shield, rendering it nearly impossible for the stone golem to deplete her health with his Q ability. Engaging her even briefly would be futile, as neither a tanky build nor a damage-oriented one could possibly outmatch her. In that moment, Yishio's attention was drawn to the mid-laner summoner name, which struck a chord of familiarity. Hide on bush. Why does this ID seem so reminiscent? He mused. He then turned his gaze to the barrage of comments flooding the screen, which had erupted in a frenzy. It's over. The enemy mid-laner is fake. Let's go for it. This match is winnable. Encountering Riven as a stone golem against Faker? Just give up. Hadn't they been so arrogant just moments ago? Now, he wondered, could they still maintain such bravado? Amused by the comments, Yishio smiled. Who claimed that facing Faker meant certain defeat? Who suggested that the stone golem could not contend with Riven? As Yishio made his remark, the barrage of comments intensified, predominantly criticizing him. After all, Faker is a 3-time champion, and his invincible persona has deeply ingrained itself in the minds of the public. Merely seeing that ID instills a sense of fear and trepidation in many. Of course, Yishio does not possess absolute confidence, yet he opts to take a chance. What if he emerges victorious? As the game commenced, Yishio chose to start with the Doran's Blade. Having already selected such an unconventional champion, he felt no need to restrain himself further. Once the Doran's Blade was acquired, the barrage overwhelmed the live broadcast. Doran's Blade? Are you seriously building that on a Malphite? Does anyone even play this game anymore? Can he truly help EDG triumph over RNG? My goodness, my eyes are burning. What on earth is this? Is he doing this on purpose? When he gets obliterated, will he claim it was a misstep in his itemization? At that moment, Yushi was glancing at the live chat on his phone, allowing him to engage in the game while simultaneously monitoring the comments. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Yishio chuckled and said, "If you don't understand, perhaps it's best not to feign knowledge. Do you realize why your Malphite cannot contend with Riven? It's because your itemization is flawed. Malphite should be building AD. Do you comprehend?" At this moment, Yishio felt a bead of sweat forming in the palm of his hand. He did not possess absolute confidence. Rather, he had a strategy that could potentially best Riven. However, the ultimate outcome would depend on the opponent's skill level. If the adversary were merely of average rank, victory should be within reach. Yet, should the opponent be a top-tier professional player, the result remained uncertain. Yishio acknowledged his inclination towards risk-taking, yet this time it was imperative to wager. As the first wave of minions emerged, he refrained from hastily deploying his abilities, recognizing that each skill possessed its own merits and shortcomings, necessitating a careful assessment of the situation. Upon the clash of minion waves, just as Yishio prepared to advance, the opposing Riven emerged from the underbrush, approaching his stone golem from the flank. This Riven exhibited a remarkable restraint, delaying the use of her skills, prompting Yishio to sense a departure from the previous encounters. Observing Riven's movements, he could swiftly infer her intentions. She had undoubtedly refrained from activating any skills. Should Yishio choose to cast his Q ability at that moment, Riven would surely respond with her E ability, employing her shield to absorb the damage. Conversely, had he opted for a different skill, Riven would have engaged him with her Q ability. Yishio chose to position himself near the minion line, aligning himself with his own minions. In doing so, any attack from Riven would provoke the minion's retaliation. As Riven approached, she refrained from acting hastily, aiming instead to bait out his skills. Yishio remained unperturbed, adhering to the principle of waiting for the enemy to act before making his move. Before long, this Riven could no longer contain her impatience. She suddenly executed a Q ability to close the distance, intending to initiate with a basic attack. Yishio swiftly activated his E skill, striking the ground to diminish Riven's attack speed. He then spun in place, delivering a basic attack to Riven before retreating. At first glance, it appeared that the stone man's spinning lacked any purpose. In reality, Yishio expertly maneuvered Riven out of the range for her basic attack, causing her to cancel her slowed attack automatically. He immediately retaliated, but when Riven sought to counter, her subsequent basic attack was still impeded by the reduced attack speed. And before she could execute it, the stone man had already distanced himself. This back-and-forth exchange occurred with remarkable rapidity, seemingly resembling mere spinning in place. Riven, on the other hand, appeared to raise her blade only to lower it repeatedly, unable to unleash an attack, merely standing there and enduring damage. This was not a failure of Riven's skill, but rather a consequence of her being outmaneuvered. Riven, unable to unleash her basic attack, opted to follow up with the second segment of her Q skill. However, the distance was insufficient, forcing her to immediately execute the third segment of her Q skill. Following a basic attack, she retreated. Meanwhile, minions had already surrounded Riven, and Yushio's stone man continued to pursue her. If Riven retaliated, she would undoubtedly suffer losses from the minions' relentless assault. Thus, she had no choice but to seek refuge in the bushes. Witnessing this spectacle, Yishio felt immense joy. He could now ascertain two things. First, that his strategy was indeed effective, and second, that this Riven was merely of average rank among the elite players, presenting him with little challenge. The live stream chat erupted with excitement as viewers reacted. What a pathetic Riven. Is this truly a master from the Korean server? Unbelievable. Can a master play at this level? Perhaps it's just his cousin playing. I could do just as well. My Riven would undoubtedly dominate the stone man. This Riven can't even execute a basic Q combo, and yet claims to be a master. Yushio had long anticipated their reactions. He chose to first allow the audience to observe his opponent's rank, which indeed was that of a Korean server master. He remarked, "His apparent operational issues stem from being countered by my gameplay. If any of you were to face him in a lane, merely surviving past level 3 would be a commendable feat." The barrage of comments from the viewers, however, was far from favorable. Many even challenged Yushio to a solo match, insisting on using Riven against the stone golem. Yushio chose to disregard the situation entirely. Engaging in solo confrontations felt excruciatingly slow. Once this round concluded, it would undoubtedly silence many dissenters. The second wave of minions approached, marking a crucial moment for seizing the second level. The Riven emerged from the brush, seizing the opportunity to harass Yushio while he attempted to secure last hits. seemingly driven by a fierce determination. This time, Riven executed an additional maneuver, seemingly intent on baiting out Yi Xiu's skill. However, such trivial ruses could never deceive Yi Xiu. Mirroring his previous approach, he utilized his skill to diminish Riven's attack speed, consequently repositioning himself to gain an advantage in the exchange of blows. In this match, he not only equipped the Doran's blade but also selected runes that enhanced his attack power and speed, rendering his offensive capabilities on par with typical AD champions, allowing him to inflict considerable damage through basic attacks. At this juncture, some spectators began to sense an unsettling discrepancy, though most remained obstinate, unwilling to concede. Following the unfavorable trade, Riven found herself on the defensive as Yi Xiu ascended to level 2 ahead of her. After Yi Xiu reached level 2, he chose to proactively seek out Riven. At this moment, Riven was without skills and lagging in levels. Thus, she had no choice but to concede the brush and avoid confrontation. Consequently, something unexpected occurred. A Riven was being suppressed by a Malphite in the minion wave. My eyes were nearly blinded. What on earth was this Riven doing? I suggested this individual commit seppuku to spare us the embarrassment of being Riven players. Absurdity was knocking at the door of absurdity, and it had finally arrived home. Where did such a fool come from? However, this was only temporary. For Riven was soon to reach level 2 and actively approached Yi Xiu. At this point, her Q skill had also cooled down, and upon nearing the Malphite, she seized the opportunity to gain experience from the minions and ascend to level 2. Riven opted to use her E skill to close the distance, followed by a rapid sequence of Q and A attacks. Yet, all of this was anticipated by Yi Xiu. He had been monitoring the minion wave closely and was acutely aware that Riven was about to level up, more so than Riven herself. Yi Xiu commenced a tug-of-war with Riven, opting to invest points into his W skill. The moment Riven executed her E skill, the stone golem unleashed its E skill to strike the ground, thereby reducing attack speed. As before, the stone golem spun in place, preventing Riven from unleashing her auto attacks. Following this, it executed a basic attack, resetting the auto attack with the W skill, and then unleashed another W skill. This time, Riven displayed wisdom. Recognizing that she could not perform an auto attack, she refrained from attempting it, and promptly unleashed her second Q skill, followed by the third Q skill. Yi Xiu was not merely standing still to take hits. He consistently engaged in basic attacks while retreating, utilizing the Doran's blade and physical attack runes, ensuring he did not suffer any losses in terms of health exchange. At this point, the barrage of comments from the audience became unbearable, with many exclaiming, "Isn't this just a QU Riven? She can't even manage a QA. I can't shake the feeling that it's not Riven's lack of skill, but rather the prowess of the Malphite that shines through." Nonsense. What kind of skill can a champion like Malphite even exhibit? Are you all just paid supporters hired by the streamer to boast? Yi Xiu had yet to speak, yet the barrage of comments erupted into a cacophony. Once an argument ensued, the density of the comments escalated exponentially, and simultaneously, the fervor of the live stream soared to new heights. Yi Xiu's objective has thus been attained. Yi Xiu continued to apply pressure on Riven in the top lane, who found herself at a disadvantage in terms of health and could only evade him for the time being. Soon, both players reached level 3, and at that moment, Yi Xiu sensed something amiss in Riven's movements. The jungler was approaching. Observing Riven's positioning, Yi Xiu immediately deduced the presence of the jungler without any logical reasoning or prolonged contemplation. It was as if a mere glance revealed the impending threat. How astonishing! Was this what one referred to as divine awareness? Yi Xiu marveled at the sensation, feeling as though everything was under his control, the positioning of his opponent, the timing of their last hits, their movement tendencies. Every subtle change provided him with a wealth of information. However, the audience was not pleased and began to voice their discontent. Hurling insults? Divine awareness? I've never seen such shameless self-praise. Can you not disgust us? You, a silver-level noob, claiming to possess divine awareness. I need not elaborate on what kind of player uses a tank champion. In their eyes, Yi Xiu was merely posturing, having had a stroke of luck against RNG. Forgetting his place. At that moment, Yi Xiu suddenly declared, "The enemy jungler is hiding in the brush near the lane." He approached from the minion wave. Naturally, this prompted yet another wave of insults in the comments, all accusing him of showing off. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiu remarked, "Very well. I shall set forth now to lure the enemy jungler out. If the enemy jungler is indeed present, my demands are modest. They shall bow and admit their mistakes. However, should the prince be absent, I shall prostrate myself before you 3 times during the live broadcast." Yishio intended to escalate the excitement of the game, not with the genuine desire for the audience to bow and admit their mistakes, but rather to enhance the entertainment value of the show. Without exception, the barrage of comments was filled with spectators expressing their confidence in betting against Yishio. Consequently, Yishio's stone man advanced towards the opposing bush. The opposing Riven remained passive, merely executing standard last hits, seemingly unconcerned about the presence of the jungler. However, just as Yishio approached the bush, a mere instant away from a flash, a flag of the Dade army descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, a prince clad in crimson armor erupted from the foliage. Riven's movements were swift. At the moment the prince initiated his attack, she activated her E ability and executed a Q skill to close the distance, poised to follow up with damage. Yet, Yishio's reflexes were remarkably sharp. As the prince soared through the air, Yishio flashed away, effectively evading the impending gank. Thus, the prince was left with no choice but to abandon this assault. After Yishio returned, he inquired, "What do you all have to say?" This created a somewhat awkward situation. However, given the nature of the internet, there was no necessity for anyone to genuinely kneel and apologize. The crowd began to flood the bullet screen with messages. "I admit my mistake. I acknowledge my error. All right? It was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. You truly encountered it this time. Consider yourself fortunate. I am not one to go back on my word, bang. I have already paid my respects." Yishio chose not to hold a grudge against them. His purpose was merely to enhance the entertainment value of the show, and that objective had already been accomplished. However, mere seconds later, the very individuals who had just acknowledged their mistakes began to mock him once more. How hilarious. Without your flash, how do you plan to face off now? Aren't you adept at kiting? Go on. Give it a try and see if Riven can take you down in a single blow. You wanted to show off, and look where that's gotten you now. Ha ha ha. With that health, Riven merely needs to flash in and execute a full combo to secure a kill. Observing these comments, Yishio remained unfazed. The audience tuning into the live stream typically harbored such sentiments. They were here to unwind and enjoy a laugh, not to witness the streamer humiliating them. Naturally, following a lost wager, they would be reluctant to accept defeat. In truth, prior to the bet, Yishio had already anticipated his current predicament. Yet he persisted for a simple reason. Within crisis lies opportunity. Even at Yishio's current skill level, as long as Riven did not take the initiative, a solo kill was unattainable. Now, without flash, Riven would undoubtedly be tempted. This was Yishio's golden opportunity. From Riven's perspective, it seemed that a gank from the prince had provided her with a chance, yet she could never fathom that this was merely a trap set by Yishio. As the next wave of minions approached, Yishio feigned hesitation and ultimately succumbed to the urge to secure a last hit. In that very instant, as Yishio executed the last hit, Riven dashed forward with her flash. Riven closed the distance and initiated her Q ability, preparing to unleash her damage. Yishio was well prepared, executing his E skill by slamming the ground. However, this time was different. After the first part of Riven's Q skill, she swiftly followed up with her W skill to immobilize the stone golem. As a result, the stone golem could no longer maneuver. Although Riven suffered a reduction in attack speed, she still managed to land a hit. This was within Yishio's expectations. Riven possessed a level of skill befitting a master, capable of adjusting her moves in response to his actions. If she were incapable of such adaptability, she would never have reached the rank of master. Yet, Yishio allowed her only a single hit. Once freed, he executed a basic attack followed by W, then began to reposition, preventing Riven from landing her second Q's basic attack. He then unleashed his Q skill towards Riven, swiftly maneuvering to the side. In a surprising turn of events, Riven assumed the stone golem was retreating with increased speed, thus opting to employ her E to complete the third segment of her Q skill. However, Yishio had anticipated Riven's thought process and moved to evade, causing her EQ to miss entirely. At this moment, Yishio still benefited from the acceleration effect of his Q skill. He turned back to approach Riven but did not enter the range for a basic attack. He chose to wait until Riven's skill shield dissipated before engaging her directly. With no escape route, Riven found herself compelled to charge forward, drawing closer to the turret, leaving her no option but to confront the stone golem head-on. An astonishing scene unfolded as Riven clashed with the stone golem, surprisingly failing to land any hits. Despite her disadvantage in health, she was still an AD champion. Ultimately, Riven fell to the stone golem. The audience was left in shock. The barrage of comments on Yishio's phone overflowing. How could this be? Riven couldn't even outdamage a stone golem? Was this the true power of the Doran's Blade stone golem? Had the games I played before been mere illusions? This Riven must be incompetent. It surely wasn't the stone golem's prowess. Doubts began to plague the minds of the spectators. Logically, in that scenario, the stone golem should have been outmatched by Riven. Yet it triumphed. The only plausible explanation lay in the influence of the Doran's blade and attack power runes, a truth they reluctantly acknowledged. After Yishio achieved a solo kill, he refrained from boasting or displaying any signs of triumph, as if such an accomplishment was merely commonplace. Just as Yishio anticipated, the audience, who had been in awe moments before, began to voice their criticisms again upon witnessing his demeanor, thus fulfilling his intentions once more. Upon returning to the city for resupply, Yishio had just re-entered the top lane when news of a successful ambush arrived from the bottom lane. The jungler had successfully eliminated the opposing support, indicating a commendable level of skill. Observing the enemy jungler's presence in the top lane, it became evident that he should direct his efforts towards the bottom lane. However, trouble soon emerged in the mid lane. As the mid laner fell victim to a solo kill by Faker's Syndra, Yishio cast a glance at Faker's health bar, which was nearly full. Simultaneously, their fallen mid laner had not indicated that Faker lacked flash, signifying a significant disparity in the mid lane. At this juncture, Faker's Syndra, still at level 4, effortlessly secured a kill. Once he reached level 6, it would become even simpler. Hence, it was imperative to apply pressure in the mid lane. Otherwise, Faker would swiftly ascend to dominance. Was this an indication of extraordinary awareness? Yishio was taken aback, with just a fleeting gaze at the mid lane. He could glean critical information and discern the subsequent developments, understanding precisely how to respond. This ability was somewhat terrifying. Prior to his transmigration, Yishio had a penchant for watching matches. He had not only observed nearly every LPL and LCK game, but had also absorbed about 70 to 80% of them. He noted a recurring phenomenon. While there were not an abundance of highly skilled players, they were certainly present. Such players, often referred to as assassins, would execute commands with precision. Conversely, there existed the team strategists, primarily junglers and support, who orchestrated the gameplay. Some mid laners possessed this capacity as well, but typically, ADCs and top laners did not. Players with strong leadership skills were rarer than proficient assassins, representing a scarce breed. Often, a single ingenious command could turn the tide for the team. Those who possessed both capabilities in abundance were indeed rare gems. Perhaps Faker could be classified among them, as both his mechanics and awareness were formidable. Now, Yishio realized he had also acquired both of these abilities. As the match reached the 6-minute mark, Yishio's Malphite had attained level 6. The opposing Riven exemplified adaptability. After being solo killed once, she retreated into a defensive farming mode, affording Yishio no further opportunities. Consequently, Yishio lost the chance to swiftly extend his advantage. As previously mentioned, as long as Riven did not take the initiative, Malphite had no opportunity to secure another solo kill, regardless of his tactics. After pushing the wave, Yishio opted to venture into the upper half of the enemy jungle. In the mid lane, their Orianna was now too intimidated to approach for last hits, although she had 70% health. If Syndra managed to unleash her full damage, she would still be swiftly eliminated. Faker's positioning was quite strategic. He chose to stand near the lower jungle, clearly anticipating Yishio's Malphite attempting to disrupt him in the mid lane. Without flash, Yishio had no means to reach Faker. Yishio opted to place a ward at the F6 location in the upper jungle of the red side. With no opportunities in the mid lane, capturing the opposing jungler would suffice. Yishio signaled his team's jungler, who was also a top-tier player, and immediately understood the intention, choosing to circumvent and provide assistance. Meanwhile, Yishio observed the top lane. Riven had cleared the minion wave beneath the turret and then vanished from view. As the next wave approached without Riven's presence on the top lane, it became evident that she had ventured into the jungle. Although Yishio held a considerable advantage, he could neither eliminate Riven in a single engagement nor pursue her effectively, thus Riven had no cause to fear an ambush on the lane. Since she was absent, her presence in the jungle was certain. Consequently, Yishio's champion, the rock giant, concealed himself in the brush opposite the red buff. At that moment, the enemy jungler, Jarvan 4, appeared within vision granted by a ward. Jarvan proceeded directly towards the red buff. With Riven nearby and Faker dominating the mid lane, Jarvan remained unperturbed, confidently initiating with his EQ combo to contest the red buff. Riven, somewhat apprehensive, assisted in the skirmish. Upon witnessing the arrival of his team's jungler, the blind monk, Yishio positioned himself just outside the walls of the red buff brush, fully aware that it was time to strike. Thus, he unleashed his ultimate ability from the adjacent brush, sending Riven, Jarvan, and the red buff soaring into the air. Seizing the moment, The blind monk executed a decisive smite over the wall, claiming the red buff while simultaneously unleashing a series of skillful maneuvers with his abilities. The fluidity of the blind monk's execution was commendable. Ultimately, he followed up with a resonating strike, combining forces with Yishio to swiftly eliminate Jarvan. After dispatching Jarvan, the blind monk turned his attention to Riven, yet she found it impossible to escape the grasp of Yishio's stone golem, which hindered her movement. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Orianna sought to provide assistance, but she fell victim to a well-timed ambush by Faker, resulting in her swift demise. In the jungle, Yishio and the blind monk relentlessly pursued and ultimately vanquished Riven. Following her defeat, Yishio returned to the top lane to continue his push and development, igniting a flurry of excitement in the live stream chat. Could it be that the stone golem will truly carry this match? No way, I can't accept that. It's hilarious. Faker is so fed and hasn't died even once. How could you think the streamer has a chance to win if they can't take down Faker? Winning the match seems unlikely. Clearly, they haven't watched SKD play. Despite Yishio's performance surpassing all expectations, none believed he could secure victory in this match. As the game reached the 8-minute mark, Yishio's ultimate ability was on the verge of cooling down, and his flash was nearly ready as well. Consequently, he chose to return to base for a brief replenishment. Although he had started with the Doran's Blade, his subsequent items would need to focus on AP to ensure he could effectively carry the game. After replenishing his resources, Yishio did not venture to the top lane but instead proceeded directly to the mid lane. He maneuvered from the lower jungle towards the mid lane, where he noticed that Faker had placed a control ward, subsequently disappearing into the upper river beyond his line of sight. By the time Faker returned to the mid lane, the control ward was no longer in his possession. This indicated that the upper river in the mid lane was under surveillance, necessitating an offensive from the lower approach. Naturally, it was also plausible that the opposing team had established vision in the lower area, with both the support and jungler roaming near the mid lane, which was not surprising. Thus, Yishio opted to position himself outside the F6 wall, patiently awaiting an opportunity from Faker. Faker's movements were exceedingly aggressive, relying on his vision to pressure the Cassiopeia by crossing the minion wave. Seizing the moment, Yishio flashed in and unleashed his ultimate for a sudden strike. Yishio's timing was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with Syndra unleashing her skills. Faker had no opportunity to react and was sent flying by Yishio's Malphite. Taking advantage of the moment, Orianna followed up with her QRW combo, causing Syndra's health to plummet. Yishio concluded with a final Q ability, securing the kill. This was a significant achievement. After claiming the kill, Yishio began his ascent to the top lane, preparing to return to his lane. The live stream's chat erupted once more. So he's just an old schemer. No wonder he enjoys playing Malphite. Such petty antics are beneath notice. If you have the skill, face Faker head-on. In a direct confrontation, he would be utterly outclassed. The audience remained unconvinced. They viewed this as mere carelessness on Faker's part, rendering Yishio's kill devoid of value. Yet, at that moment, Yishio suddenly turned back. Approaching the second tower in the top lane, Riven was pushing the tower, and the minion wave had suffered considerable damage from the turret. Ordinarily, he would have needed to collect the minion wave in the top lane. Upon turning back, Yishio proceeded towards the direction of the second tower in the mid lane. As he passed the location of the three wolves, he began to engage with them. This left the audience perplexed, leading to a wave of mockery. Has he given up? Isn't he concerned about the minion wave drawing attention to his jungle health? His mentality is crumbling. Does he truly think he can defeat Faker? He should just go to sleep. A few words, and he can't handle it? What a joke. He should just retire to farming pigs. It's hilarious. Let us keep the banter going, hoping to witness his tears today, just as the crowd reveled in their jest. Yishio suddenly interjected, "Can you all take a look at the minimap? Our jungler is diving the tower in the bottom lane, and the opposing jungler has yet to appear. The mid laner has pushed the minion wave, and still, the enemy jungler has not come to defend mid. Where do you think the opposing jungler could be?" After a brief pause, Yishio continued, "Currently, I lack both flash and ultimate, and I am equipped with AP items. Do you believe I can withstand the enemy's dive if I go to collect the wave in the top lane? Will it be 2 seconds or 3? Upon hearing Yishio's remarks, the previously mocking barrage of comments fell silent, as the audience began to recognize the validity of his insights. In the lower lane, the blind monk, in conjunction with his duo partner, secured a double kill, while the prince remained conspicuously absent. "Keep boasting," they jeered. "Surely the prince is merely farming in his upper jungle? What if he has disconnected? Who knows?" They dismissed Yishio's words, attributing his bravado to a mere fear of being soloed by Riven. If you can't win, you can't win. Why concoct so many excuses? The crowd continued their derision, entirely disregarding Yishio's perspective. Suddenly, as Yishio finished off the three wolves, a figure emerged. The prince, brandishing a long spear, approached with the intent of counter-jungling. Yishio remained steadfast, while the mechanical puppet retreated to the base in the mid lane, leaving the prince oblivious to his whereabouts. As long as the prince possessed skill, he would refrain from making any rash moves. Indeed, upon noticing the absence of the three wolves, the prince departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the tower dive was successfully executed, and the blind monk returned to base to replenish his supplies. Yishio then proceeded towards the top lane. As the prince was unlikely to make a hasty retreat, given his uncertainty about whether the blind monk would ambush him from above. Consequently, the barrage of comments fell into a hushed silence, leaving the spectators at a loss for words. Yishio remained silent as before, as if nothing had transpired. Although many spectators ultimately resorted to criticism, he could distinctly sense a shift in sentiment. Previously, the derision was aimed at his technical prowess and comprehension of the game. Now, the vitriol was directed towards his perceived arrogance and self-importance. This shift indicated that a significant number of individuals had come to accept the undeniable fact of his formidable skill. Yet they remained begrudgingly resentful, compelled to seek out an angle from which to disparage him. As the game progressed to the 13th minute, Yishio initiated his strategic maneuvers once more, this time focusing on the bottom lane. With his team's jungler preparing to engage in the lower lane, Yishio opted to return to base for supplies, trailing behind. The opposing jungler had been inactive for some time, leading Yishio to suspect a potential ambush in the bottom lane. The presence of multiple allies there suggested that if the enemy jungler failed to respond, something was amiss. Indeed, an opportunity presented itself when the blind monk attempted a gank in the bottom lane, only to be countered by the enemy's prince. However, the adversaries could not have anticipated that Yishio's malfight had arrived. Utilizing his ultimate ability, Yishio's teammates mounted a successful counterattack, achieving a remarkable 0-for-3 exchange. The live stream erupted with excitement. Something's off, my friends. A play or two might be attributed to luck, but consistently encountering such opportunities transcends mere chance. I've figured it out. He must be watching Faker's stream on his phone, thus knowing the enemy jungler's position. It has to be that, otherwise. How could he be so fortunate? But wait, I checked Faker's stream, and there's a 1-minute delay. A 1-minute delay can reveal a great deal. Yishio remained reticent, allowing them to quarrel, which was rather advantageous. 17 minutes into the game, Yishio made his way to the mid lane once more, this time adopting a particularly cunning angle, maneuvering from the opposing red zone to the position of the red side's F6 before executing a flash ultimate. This time, the Clockwork wanted to secure an assist by dealing damage, yet they were taken aback when Faker's Syndra was swiftly eliminated. At this juncture, Yishio had acquired 2.5 items, all of which were offensive gear, rendering the annihilation of fragile champions akin to child's play. Yishio is currently preoccupied with two concerns. First, if Faker were to opt for the gold form, it would pose a significant dilemma. Second, if Faker chose the Lich Bane, the Stone Man's reach remains rather limited, rendering it impossible to approach Syndra without the ultimate ability, thus eliminating any chance to breach the Lich Bane's defenses. In such a scenario, all reliance would fall upon his teammates, and based on Yishio's extensive experience, when one feels the necessity to depend on teammates for victory in a public match, it is often a precursor to defeat. The silver lining is that Faker has no intention of pursuing the Lich Bane. Despite being targeted twice, he has opted to prioritize offensive equipment instead. This is fortuitous for Yishio, as Faker possesses a rather peculiar temperament. Not only in public matches but also in competitive play, he frequently finds himself caught off guard, stubbornly refusing to invest in survival gear. This can only be attributed to the arrogance characteristic of a 3-time champion mid laner. As the game progresses to the 20-minute mark, Yishio has already accumulated several kills and has crafted the hat, thereby entering his peak state. Continuing forward, the AP Stone Man will soon enter a phase of diminished effectiveness, as the ultimate ability can no longer eliminate fragile targets, and he struggles to contend with frontline adversaries. Yishio has commenced orchestrating an offensive alongside his teammates. Currently, both the top and bottom lanes have successfully secured their first turrets, leaving only the mid lane turret, which is undoubtedly the most formidable challenge. Presently, the mid lane turret is under the vigilant watch of Faker. It is not merely a matter of dismantling the turret, as the minion waves are utterly unable to penetrate, even if they attempt to sneak in with a swift minion wave. None from Yushio's side would dare approach the defensive structure, for even the blind monk would be swiftly eliminated should he venture forth. Yushio approached from the side of the jungle, seeking an opportunity while simultaneously exerting pressure on the opposing team. However, Faker remained unfazed, with flash in hand. He could easily react to a direct ultimate from the stone golem, evading it with a well-timed blink. Yushio was acutely aware of this, which is why he refrained from hastily forcing an engagement. The only means to contend with Faker's Syndra lay in closing the distance for a precise flash ultimate. Such a combination would be imperceptible even to a deity. The reaction time would be virtually non-existent, rendering evasion reliant solely on anticipatory flashing. However, the foremost challenge remained: how to bridge that distance. The blue team attempted to push 3 waves of minions but failed to breach the defensive tower. Subsequently, they turned their attention to the dragon, hoping to lure the members of the red team out, yet their efforts proved fruitless. The red team remained unfold. Although some on the opposing side exhibited signs of engagement, they ultimately hesitated upon observing Faker's inactivity. In Yushio's live streaming room, viewers inundated the chat with comments. The Demon King is truly formidable, single-handedly withstanding the pressure of 5 opponents. Go ahead and click. There's no way you can surpass the Demon King in this match. If this drags on, the Stone Man will be rendered useless. Hope is already lost. I once believed you had a chance of victory, but fortune favored you with the encounter of Faker. Just as the crowd was conversing, Yushio suddenly signaled to his teammates, beckoning them to come to the side of the Baron. Yushio's performance in this match seemingly captivated his teammates, who, upon observing his signal, approached without hesitation to commence the assault on the Baron. As his allies began their endeavor, he opted to conceal himself within the brush by the river, awaiting the arrival of their adversaries. In a swift manner, all 5 members of the red team congregated, with the prince on the front lines, ensuring the safety of their back line. The blue team's pace in slaying the Baron was rather languid, affording the red team no cause for urgency. As the red team neared the Baron pit, the creature's health was diminished to around half. Having inflicted considerable damage upon Yushio's teammates, it seemed that Faker had discerned an opportunity. He advanced to engage, capitalizing on the clustered positioning of the blue team. With a well-timed Dark Sphere, he dispatched the weaker foes and ensnared 2 others. Without a moment's pause, the prince executed his EQ combo, charging into the fray. At that pivotal moment, Yushio's Malphite made his move. Yushio's Stone Man activated the Rocket Belt's active skill, advancing towards the opposing team's backline of 3. The opponents, all masters, exhibited commendable reflexes as the support and ADC simultaneously flashed back. However, Faker's Syndra remained without a flash. Yushio was not particularly surprised. Faker's individual prowess was beyond question. At this moment, the distance between the two was merely a flash away. Yushio could directly utilize his flash to unleash his ultimate ability. Instead, he opted to first cast a Q skill, then deftly maneuvered to evade Syndra's Q, swiftly turning back as if preparing to unleash his ultimate. At last, Faker could no longer restrain himself and used his flash. The moment had arrived. Yushio flashed in, executing his ultimate and simultaneously launching 3 opponents into the air. Following this, he skillfully struck the ground with his E skill, followed by a W and a basic attack to secure Syndra's kill. Upon landing, he unleashed a Q on the ADC, who promptly fell as well. Yushio single-handedly dealt with the dual carries from behind, leaving the support severely weakened. The team fight instantly lost its suspense. Following their triumph in the skirmish, the blue team seized the opportunity to capture the Baron, significantly widening their economic lead. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the tone of the comments shifted dramatically. Wow, is he really that incredible? He eliminated Faker in an instant. What kind of monster is capable of taking down 2 carries alone? Was I merely playing a facsimile of a true rock golem before? Such a formidable rock golem. I am truly impressed. Yushio remained silent, exuding an air of tranquility and contentment. This time, the crowd refrained from mocking him. Instead, they were genuinely impressed. After replenishing supplies in the city, Yushio led his teammates in a mid-lane push, simplifying the task of engaging in team fights. Faker, having paid the price for his overconfidence, now found himself concerned as Syndra lacked her flash ability. With insufficient gold to acquire a Guardian Angel or a Liandry's Anguish, she was at a disadvantage. As the minion wave approached the tower, Yushio positioned himself boldly at the forefront, causing Faker's Syndra to hesitate, aware that entering his ultimate's range would spell doom. With the threat of Syndra neutralized, the blue team surged forward, capturing the first mid-lane tower, followed by the second, as the minion wave advanced to the high ground. The red team could no longer remain passive. They could not afford to relinquish the high ground lightly. Consequently, the red team's Jarvan 4 opted to initiate a confrontation, using his ultimate to ensnare Yishio. Yishio exhibited no haste. He maneuvered within the prince's ultimate ability, deftly evading incoming skills while retaining his own. Observing his restraint, neither the red team's ADC nor Faker dared to advance for an assault, resulting in their frontline absorbing damage unnecessarily. After vanquishing the frontliners, the blue team swiftly ascended to the high ground, with Yishio still clutching his ultimate, fixated on the opposing duo. The blue team seized the mid lane high ground, advancing directly towards the enemy Nexus Crystal, first dismantling the right side turret, followed by the left. The red team's support attempted an entry, but fell swiftly. The ADC and Faker remained reluctant to engage. As it became apparent that his teammates were poised to secure victory, Yishio sought out Faker's Syndra. At that moment, Syndra recognized the peril and retreated to her fountain. However, Yishio was unrelenting. As Syndra unleashed her QE combo, he activated his ultimate. The ability of the Stone Giant, aptly named Unstoppable Force, is impervious to control effects, rendering Syndra's efforts futile. Syndra was launched into the air by the Stone Giant's ultimate, and without the need to utilize his Q ability, he executed a swift E followed by WA, eliminating her with impeccable timing. After dispatching Syndra, he had yet to be struck down by the fountain's fire, as the enemy Nexus Crystal erupted in destruction, concluding the game in triumph. Yishio's tone remained remarkably composed, though internally he was exhilarated, having triumphed over Faker. The live stream's chat erupted once more. Impressive. I acknowledge your prowess with the Stone Giant. If you can showcase this in a match, I will truly be in awe. Did he really defeat Faker? Surely, the opposing team cannot be the genuine article. It is indeed real. I watched Faker's stream. It's authentic. At that moment, Yishio received a friend request. Hide on bush? Upon inspection, it was a request from Faker himself. He opted to accept, curious about Faker's intentions. After acceptance, Faker sent a flurry of Korean characters, leaving Yishio bewildered, unable to comprehend the message. Does anyone understand what he is saying? Yishio inquired, considering the multitude of viewers, hopeful that someone could decipher the text. Although translation services exist, they often yield inaccuracies, and he wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Quickly, the chat responded. He is asking how old you are. He wants to know if you are a professional player. He seeks to understand your basic information. Upon hearing this, Yishio shook his head, saying, I am not well acquainted with him. Why does he inquire so much? Is he conducting a census? Observing Yishio's demeanor, the viewers in the bullet comments grew anxious, fervently expressing, could you not show a bit more respect? He is a 3-time champion. When he speaks to you, you ought to respond promptly. How can you be so impolite? You are bringing shame upon yourself. Seeing the urgency among the crowd, Yishio countered, why should I return? Even if I do. He wouldn't comprehend it? Would that not be a futile effort? Yishio chose to close the chat window directly, preparing to continue with the ranking. Naturally, the audience was dissatisfied and erupted in a barrage of criticism. However, Yishio remained unfazed, exhibiting an air of indifference as if he were a dead pig unafraid of scalding water. No matter how they voiced their discontent, he remained resolute in his course. Everything unfolded according to Yishio's meticulously crafted plan, despite the audience's repeated declarations of intent to unfollow and exit the live stream. The number of followers in the stream continued to rise, and its popularity only increased. Yishio continued to play until 1 o'clock in the morning. Realizing it was getting late, he decided to return home for some rest. What is going on with you, Yishio? I heard you gave Faker a hard time. A voice echoed. Yishio turned around and discovered the manager standing behind him. How did you know? Yishio retorted. Are you not aware? There are numerous individuals online stirring the pot, claiming that you played AD Gragas, starting with a Doran's blade, and that you humiliated Faker. They even suggest that he wants you to compete with SKT. I've come across several articles of a similar nature, the manager explained. So that is the case. It's merely unscrupulous editors creating sensationalism. It's not as exaggerated as they claim, Yishio replied slowly. I understand they enjoy fabricating stories. But did Faker really suggest you join SKT? The manager probed. How could that possibly be true? It is entirely implausible. He merely inquired about my basic circumstances. But due to the language barrier, I did not respond, Yishio answered. The manager, pondering over this, nodded thoughtfully and chose not to comment further. I'm going to rest now, Yishio stated before departing the training room, heading straight to his own quarters. Typically, Yishio resided within the training facility, sharing a room with Mouse. The two of them occupied one room together. Not long after Yishio departed, Abu appeared in the training room to seek out the director. What he mentioned earlier, as I previously discussed with you, Abu suddenly inquired. He stated that someone was merely stirring the pot, spreading false news, and that Faker had only asked him some basic questions, to which he had not responded. The director replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Abu nodded. Wait a moment. He didn't explicitly say he wouldn't join SKD. Since Faker is inquiring about his situation, perhaps he genuinely harbors such intentions. Otherwise, why would he ask so many questions? The director muttered in response. However, the LCK would never allow our players to compete. That would be too embarrassing. Abu remarked. It's not the unlikely scenarios that worry me, but the highly probable ones. Our EDG has not encountered a formidable top laner for quite some time, and the top lane has consistently been a point of instability. Now that we have finally come across such a promising talent, we must ensure he isn't poached. I discussed this with the boss today, and he shares the same sentiment. So you must pay more attention to Yishio from now on. The director acknowledged, I understand. Meanwhile, Yishio had returned to his room, where Guang was already lying on the bed, engrossed in his phone, seemingly engaged in a conversation, occasionally emitting lewd laughter. Guang, I hope you're not chatting with any female fans again, Yishio casually remarked. How did you know? Guang retorted. Just look at your expression. It's utterly indecent. What else could you possibly be doing? Sewing, perhaps? Yishio began to prepare for his nightly routine. You rascal. If you're looking to engage in some crafts, I have some refreshing photos of female fans. Would you like them? Guang laughed. Refreshing photos? If you're sharing such images, your intentions must be rather dubious. You're not a grass fan, are you, Guang? What do you know? This is a mutual affection. Besides, if given the chance, wouldn't you seize it? Guang whispered. Yishio chuckled softly. Rejecting outright might come off as somewhat hypocritical. Yet he truly had not considered such matters. His future seemed bright. If he stumbled due to such distractions, that would be a significant loss. There were more than a few players in the circle who had fallen from grace due to their indulgence in such affairs. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room, followed by the director's voice. Yishio, you're still awake, I presume? Yishio walked to the door and opened it, only to find the factory director standing there with a warm smile. Upon seeing Yishio, the director spoke. Are you comfortable here? Would you like me to arrange a single room for you? Yishio had yet to utter a word when Guang, reclining on the bed, remarked, Hurry up and change. Once I do, I shall reside alone. The factory director retorted, What a naive thought. We will certainly arrange for someone else to stay. We cannot rest easy with you living by yourself. Guang replied, What is there to be concerned about? Do I strike you as someone who would act recklessly? The director countered, You alone know whether you are reckless or not. Upon witnessing this, Yishio remarked, If circumstances permit, living alone indeed offers a greater sense of comfort. Very well, tomorrow I shall have a discussion with Abu. He is sure to acquiesce. Should there be any further inconveniences, feel free to communicate with me at any time. I shall not intrude any longer. Please rest. After the director concluded his words, he departed. Gazing at the director's retreating figure, Yishio scratched his head. He had been at EDG for quite some time, yet he had never witnessed such warmth from the director towards him. It is worth noting that the director was not typically an affable individual. He usually wore a stern expression. What could have prompted such a sudden change? The night passed uneventfully, and by 10 o'clock the following morning, Yishio arose, prepared a breakfast, and promptly made his way to the training room, where the others had begun to trickle in. As Yishio powered on his device, before he could even queue up, the door to the training room was swung open, and Abu strode in, declaring, Set aside your tasks, everyone gather around. The members of EDG promptly shifted their chairs to encircle Abu. He continued, You are all aware that our opponents in the first round of the playoffs are newbie. In the time that lies ahead, we must prepare, and I will begin with a brief introduction to newbie's situation. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the room, for the path to the playoffs had been fraught with peril, and everyone valued this opportunity immensely. Currently, newbie's top laner, V, is a formidable force, renowned for his prowess with aggressive top lane champions such as Mastery, Camille, and Rise. He began his career as a fighter and exhibits a commendable proficiency with tank heroes as well. As Abu spoke, he directed his gaze toward Yishio. Yishio, do you feel any pressure? Are you familiar with V? He inquired. Huh, V. I don't believe I've heard of him, Yishio replied, momentarily bewildered. Until yesterday, he had not entertained the notion of taking to the field, and thus had not studied the strategies of other top laners. The members of EDG exchanged glances, their expressions revealing concern. The prospect of someone being utterly unprepared could potentially give rise to a formidable adversary, which would pose significant challenges. Observing the confusion on Yushio's face, Abu sought to reassure him, saying, "It's all right if you haven't prepared. This isn't your fault. We should have placed you in the game sooner. Take some time in the next few days to familiarize yourself." Yushio nodded in response, his surprise evident. He had anticipated potential reprimands, yet Abu expressed none. Abu continued, "Let's pause our discussion on the early game here. I encourage you to observe newbies' matches." Moving on to the jungle, their current jungler is Swift, a player of considerable skill, previously part of the LCK's CJ team. His tempo is formidable, and he adeptly utilizes champions like Nidalee, which is a distinct advantage. Presently, with the decline in performance, the captain has largely ceased playing jungle carries, a fact Yushio acknowledged. Nonetheless, this patch does not necessitate the use of jungle carries. The captain remarked, "I have watched quite a few of Swift's matches. He seems adequate, and I am fully capable of countering him." Abu replied, "Indeed, I have a degree of confidence in both of you. Now, let's discuss the mid lane." As Abu spoke, he turned his gaze toward the junior member, who promptly sat up straight, displaying commendable attentiveness. Currently, newbies mid laner is Uzi, well known within our domestic scene, ranking among the top due to his exceptional individual prowess and extensive champion pool. "This will be a significant test for you," Abu elaborated. "Yes, I have watched all his matches. I am thoroughly familiar with his playstyle," the junior member responded, his apparent meekness belied by an unmistakable air of confidence. Abu continued, "However, this patch is not particularly favorable for him. Champions like Fox and LeBlanc have low pick rates and lack potency. His playstyle is quite aggressive, and in terms of mechanics, you should hold your own. I have no concerns there, but in terms of experience, he certainly has the upper hand, which cannot be rapidly acquired." The captain added, "That is fine. I am well acquainted with Uzi and can seize opportunities in the mid lane." Abu affirmed, "Yes, you and the jungler should collaborate frequently. One excels in mechanics, while the other possesses strategic acumen, thus complementing each other perfectly." The captain and the junior member exchanged a knowing glance, as if they had reached a silent agreement. Abu then directed his attention to the bot lane duo, Iboi and Maiku, stating, "In the bot lane, newbie currently fields Happy and more, with a substitute duo of LWX and Pinus. However, I believe they are unlikely to switch. They will likely maintain the starting lineup." Iboi interjected, "If we're discussing mechanics, I hold no fear against those two ADCs. My team fight damage output surpasses theirs." Iboi has always been fiercely competitive, even challenging UZI, let alone other players. Understanding Iboi's temperament, Abu replied, "I have confidence in your individual capabilities, yet at times, you must exercise restraint to avoid granting the opposing jungler opportunities." Micah chimed in, "No worries, I will keep an eye on things. If we need to retreat, I will ensure he does so." The captain observed, "Their bot lane also complements each other. One is overly hesitant, while the other is excessively decisive." Micah retorted, "Min Kai, how can you accuse me of hesitance when you are even more so?" Abu concluded, "This outlines the basic situation. Of course, this is merely a broad overview. You will need to invest time understanding their playstyles. This afternoon, I have scheduled a training match for the team, starting at 2:30, so please ensure you are free." With that, Abu departed, and the members of EDG returned to their respective positions to continue their training. Yushio intended to continue his ranked matches, aiming to elevate his account to the pinnacle of the Korean server. "How does that sound? Is there any pressure?" Just then, the voice of the manager resonated. Yushio turned his head to find the manager's hand resting on his shoulder, a gesture that was quite intimate. "It's all right. I don't know much yet. I prefer to observe first," Yushio modestly remarked, though in reality, since the opponent was not a particularly renowned top laner, their strength could not be formidable, presenting no challenge for Yushio at this stage. "If you find it difficult, I can come to the top lane more often," the manager replied. "We'll see how it goes," Yushio responded, surprised that his modesty had been taken seriously by the manager. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the manager finally departed. Yushio then resumed his ranked matches, feeling no need to watch the so-called V tournament. As afternoon approached, it was time for the practice match, and Yushio prepared in advance. When the time arrived, he received an invitation from the manager. Accepting the invitation, Yushio entered the match room, where players were continuously being invited in. Yushio cast a glance at the opposing lineup and was met with a familiar ID, Doimb. In addition, another recognizable name caught his attention, Clit. Having frequently witnessed the duo play together, Yushio felt a certain familiarity with both. At that moment, Doim sent a message on the public screen. Are you sending in a substitute? Where has Mouse gone? EDG's Clear Love replied. He is now the starting player. QG's Doim responded in surprise. Oh, is that so? Why has there been a sudden change in the playoffs? Is he a formidable player? EDG's Miko chimed in. You won't know how formidable he is until you face him. QG's Doim retorted. Brother, I'm just joking. Are you really that strong? Our top laner has already expressed his apprehension. Yishio initially intended to merely observe the performance, but now he finds himself compelled to intervene. EDG's Joke remarks, No, I am but a newcomer. QG's Clid responds, Wait a moment, are you the one known as Joke? I heard that you thoroughly bested Faker with the tank champion yesterday. This news has spread wildly throughout LCK. So it was indeed you. Yishio had indeed come across a plethora of similar articles inundating the media. As the news concerning Faker invariably attracts considerable attention, the sensationalism employed by these writers to capture the audience's gaze is quite exaggerated, with headlines such as, Shocking. A mysterious player from the Korean server using AD Malphite brings Faker to tears. Absurd. Who would have thought Malphite could be played in such a manner? Mastering this strategy. Even Faker would be no match. Breaking news. A noob hero obliterates the great Demon King. One tactic reveals how to ascend to the rank of king. Upon hearing Clid's words, Yishio promptly interjected, That's not true. I'm not a mid laner. How could I possibly defeat Faker? QG and Doi responded, You are far too modest. No worries, I shall frequently come to the top lane to support you. Upon hearing this, Yishio smiled faintly, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. Doib is undoubtedly the most adept mid laner in the LPL, and perhaps even in the entire world, when it comes to roaming and providing support, with exceptional commanding abilities. It is the perfect opportunity to test the extent of this godlike awareness. If Doib finds himself at a loss against such extraordinary awareness, it would indeed indicate its formidable strength. Once everyone gathered, they entered the BP interface. Given that this is a practice match, the ban phase was relatively casual, allowing the popular champions of the current patch to be freely selected. Before long, the lineups were finalized. The red team, EDG, comprised of top laner Fizz, jungle Lee Sin, mid laner Orianna, ADC Varus, and support Lulu. The blue team, QG, consisted of top laner Malphite, jungle Graves, mid laner Ryze, ADC Caitlyn, and support Karma. With the compositions established, they transitioned into the match screen. Yishio began to ponder over his item choices. Initially, he intended to purchase the Doran's ring. However, he soon deemed it ineffective, considering the formidable regeneration capabilities of the tree champion. Furthermore, equipping a Doran's shield at the outset would render the fishman incapable of securing a kill, even after depleting his blue buff. Consequently, Yishio opted for the Doran's blade instead. The Doran's blade provided lifesteal with each basic attack, allowing him to restore health effectively. Simultaneously, the fishman's E ability incurred a significant mana cost, so he aimed to maximize damage through his W ability in conjunction with the Doran's blade, minimizing the use of his E ability. The absence of the Doran's ring would not pose a significant issue regarding mana. With his starting items in hand, Yishio hurried towards the river in the top lane, preparing to establish a defensive position. At that moment, the factory manager suddenly exclaimed, Doran's blade? Yishio, have you miscalculated your item build? Yishio, no, I did it intentionally. Intentionally? What kind of strategy is this? The manager suddenly found himself at a loss. Meiko remarked, We are not the ones playing top lane, so it is understandable that we might not grasp their strategy. The manager chose not to comment further. Yet he would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on the top lane, eager to see whether this Doran's blade would prove beneficial. Soon, the first wave of minions appeared, and Yishio returned to the lane to engage in a conventional matchup. At that moment, within the training facility of QG, the team was deeply engrossed in their practice match. Suddenly, QG's top laner, Cherish, exclaimed, Wait, it seems the opposing fishman has made a mistake with his item build. He actually purchased a Doran's blade? Is this person here to amuse us? Clid replied, Well, that certainly makes your top lane easier. You've been paired with a fool. Doim speculated, I suspect the newcomer is quite nervous. It seems he has never participated in a practice match before. At least we have not encountered him. We should focus on him in this game to shatter his confidence. Clid chuckled, That might not be wise. Be careful not to drive him into retirement. Doim countered, The professional scene is not so easily navigated. It is necessary for him to comprehend this. If he is so easily discouraged, he is unworthy of this profession. Cherish lamented, What a pity. I chose Makai for this match, but had I known the opponent would be so inept, I would have unleashed my Riven. As the first wave of minions emerged, Yushio began to engage in a standard matchup. Typically, Makai would certainly level his Q ability and seek opportunities to inflict damage. Thus, as he approached to secure last hits, Yushio remained vigilant, feigning an auto-attack before suddenly retreating. Makai unleashed his Q ability, taking down 3 minions and attempting to utilize the moment to harass Yushio, but his efforts proved futile. Yushio opted to level up his W skill first, executing a basic attack followed by a W to secure his last hit. Soon after, the second wave of minions arrived, marking the crucial moment for contesting level 2. The cooldown of the Trent's Q skill remained relatively short, and he continuously utilized it to push the lane, aiming to accelerate his progression to level 2. However, Yushio remained unperturbed, recognizing that his opponent was merely a treant. Thus, at the precise moment he attained level 2, the treant activated his W skill, advancing to ensnare the fishman, promptly following up with a Q skill. Yushio opted to execute a basic attack on the tree, utilizing his W skill to reset the ordinary attack, while simultaneously infusing it with additional damage. The tree had initially employed its Q skill to slow down the little fishman, creating a gap that the latter struggled to bridge. However, following the demise of a nearby minion, the little fishman successfully reached level 2. He chose to unleash his Q skill to catch up, and continued to unleash basic attacks on the tree. I couldn't shake the feeling that this little fishman's attacks were particularly potent. Many have played him in this version, but this was the first time I sensed such intensity. Cherish murmured that the damage output from the little fishman had exceeded his calculations. You wouldn't be struggling against that Doran's blade little fishman in the top lane, would you? That would be a significant issue, Doimb remarked. How could that be? I was merely unprepared earlier and fighting rather casually, Cherish replied. As the third wave of minions approached, it included a cannon minion, allowing the solo lane to attain level 3. Yushio proactively advanced to push the lane, relying on the Durandal sword for health regeneration. The treant can utilize its passive for healing, although the cooldown period is relatively lengthy. Yushio had undergone a transformation. As long as there were minions present, he could continuously siphon health. Initially, the treant had the advantage when it was necessary to expend health, as long as the disparity was not too great. The treant could turn the tide in its favor through passive healing. However, Cherish soon realized that the situation was not as he had anticipated. The two players reached level 3 almost simultaneously, prompting Cherish to exercise caution and refrain from making an aggressive move. Yet, Yushio's little fishman became proactive, seizing the opportunity while the treant was focused on last-hitting minions. Yushio chose to close the distance, adopting a posture suggesting he was about to strike. In response, Cherish treant unleashed a Q skill, attempting to predict the fishman's Q skill, believing that the fishman would initiate an attack, allowing him to interrupt it with his own Q. To his surprise, the fishman merely feigned an attack. With the treant's Q skill already expended, Yushio wasted no time, unleashing his own Q skill as he approached, followed by a burst of AWA damage. The treant responded by casting W to immobilize the fishman, dealing damage while retreating. The fishman relentlessly pursued, and as the treant attempted to create distance, Yushio opted to use his East skill to close the gap, landing heavily to slow the treant down. He continued to unleash auto attacks, and once the W skill was off cooldown, he executed another AWA burst. Cherish soon realized he was on the verge of being overwhelmed. This fishman was undoubtedly problematic. His damage output was excessively high. Cherish exclaimed in disbelief, "Perhaps it's your own inadequacy. How formidable can the fishman with a Doran's blade truly be?" Doimb remained skeptical. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, after gaining an advantage in the top lane, Yushio placed a ward in the tribrush to prevent any flanking maneuvers. Once the vision was secured, he returned to lane to continue his development. At that moment, Yushio sensed something amiss in the opponent's positioning. The treant suddenly exhibited a desire to engage. After losing the trade earlier, the treant had initially adopted a more cautious stance, but now its approach to the lane had shifted dramatically, indicating something was amiss. "I'm heading to the top lane to catch them off guard," came the voice of the jungler, who signaled for an engagement. Having noticed the treant's dwindling health and wishing to test the waters, Yushio remained unhurried as he cast a glance at the minimap, which revealed only the opposing duo. The mid-lane minion wave had been pushed to the defensive tower, where the junior was diligently last-hitting, while the enemy Rise had vanished from sight. Considering Doimb's playstyle and the current situation, Yushio suspected that the enemy jungler had joined forces with the mid-laner. Only with the jungler support could that elder player afford to be so audacious, as one must always be wary of potential counterattacks. "Hold on. The enemy mid-laner has arrived as well. We may not stand a chance," Yishio cautioned. Are they roaming at level 3? Abu also noticed Rise's absence from mid lane. My apologies. I neglected to signal you, the junior admitted, realizing only then that Rise might be attempting a gank. Very well, just be cautious on your own. I won't be joining you for the time being, the manager declared, initiating a recall right where he stood. Yishio continued to engage in the lane, opting for a slightly more retracted position, not entirely retreating, allowing the opponent a glimmer of opportunity. However, in reality, should the adversary choose to act, success would be nearly impossible. Upon the arrival of Rise and Gangplank at the river, the movements of the Treant became increasingly pronounced. Seizing the moment when Yishio stepped forward to secure a last hit, the Treant suddenly activated his flash. This assault from the Treant was exceptionally abrupt, leaving most individuals incapable of responding in time. Unfortunately for him, Yishio was not an ordinary player. At the very instant the Treant flashed, he unleashed his E ability, causing the Treant to lose his target and preventing the execution of his W skill. What astonishing reflexes! Cherish was astonished, fully aware of the swiftness of his own Flash W combo, which most would undoubtedly fail to react to. You focus on your own growth. It seems the enemy fishman is aware of our presence and is deliberately wasting our time. Doimb suddenly comprehended the situation. The fishman's rapid response clearly indicated preparedness. And considering his positioning, a logical deduction could be made. Cherish exclaimed, "What? Deliberately wasting our time? How audacious!" The match continued. Yishio expanded his advantage in the top lane, while the Treant was rendered incapable of withstanding the onslaught. However, the Treant still possessed skills. And as the fishman pushed the minion wave forward, Cherish contemplated the possibility of a counterattack if the fishman chose to engage. The fishman, lacking equipment and burst potential, was unlikely to be eliminated instantly. As long as he was not dispatched in one blow, a chance for retaliation would remain. Yet, Yishio had already devised a strategy to deal with the Treant, anticipating every thought Cherish could conceive. Then, Yishio's fishman approached the Treant and brazenly began attacking the tower right before him. How amusing, attempting to bait me into using my skills. Do you take me for a fool? Cherish immediately recognized Yishio's ploy to force out skills, knowing that should the W skill be activated at that moment, it would indeed spell danger. Nevertheless, he could not simply stand by and watch the fishman dismantle the tower. He had to intervene. Thus, the Treant advanced, delivering a basic attack followed by a Q skill to inflict damage, then hurled a sapling. Yishio began to circle around the defensive tower, with the Treant pursuing him to deal damage. However, it appeared that the Treant was oblivious to the fact that he was being besieged by minions. As the minions unleashed a barrage of attacks, reducing the Treant's health significantly, Yishio seized the opportunity to strike. He unleashed his AWA ability on the Treant, followed by his Q skill to close the distance and continue his assault. The Treant opted to ensnare the little fishman with his W skill. Wait. The minions are attacking me. Cherish suddenly realized something was amiss. Earlier, he had been confident that the little fishman could not eliminate him. But the current situation was different. He had taken considerable damage from the minions. At that moment, the defensive tower also left the little fishman's health critically low. Yet Yishio possessed his E-skill. He promptly activated it, preparing to claim the Treant's life. Just as the little fishman was about to land with his E-skill, both the little fishman and the Treant simultaneously used their flash abilities. The little fishman expertly predicted the Treant's flash with his E-flash, securing a solo kill. Oh, a solo kill. Quite impressive, the manager praised. Indeed, I had said he must have his own strategy. There's no way he would haphazardly choose his items, Miko remarked. You make a valid point. Your insights are indeed wise, the manager replied. Meanwhile, on the QG side, witnessing Cherish solo demise in the top lane, Doimb expressed his astonishment. Is this a joke? It seems the enemy jungler hasn't even ganked the top lane. This is purely a solo kill. And a tower dive at that. Cherish felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and could only admit, I underestimated him. I didn't give him enough credit. I can't speak for other aspects, but his proficiency with the little fishman is undeniably high. Doimb reassured him, focus on your development for now. I'll come to assist you in the top lane once I reach level 6. After Yishio secured a solo kill, he proceeded to push the wave of minions. Cherish Tree had no choice but to utilize his teleport to the top lane, lest the minion wave suffer significant losses. The opposing top laner lacked teleportation. Yishio noted this and opted to conserve his teleport, considering it might prove advantageous later. Following this wave of replenishment, the top lane became increasingly manageable, and Yishio felt utterly unburdened. At the 6-minute mark, both side solo lanes gradually ascended to level 6. After Yishio's Little Merman reached level 6, he found himself scrutinizing the mini-map with increased frequency. Attempting to solo kill the Treant proved to be quite challenging unless the Treant foolishly ventured forth to meet his demise, which was evidently not the case for the opposing team. Thus, he had to seek opportunities in other lanes. At that moment, a junior in the mid lane cautioned, "The enemy jungler is missing, be careful." Upon hearing this, the manager remarked, "Yishio, it is highly probable that the enemy is coming to seek you out." "Yishio, I am aware, let them come, and let us impart upon them a lesson." "Meiko, you are being rather reckless, there are 3 of them, not merely 1. At that moment, Yishio noticed that the Treant, which had previously relied solely on skills to secure last hits, suddenly took the initiative to advance and push the lane. It appeared that the opposition might be attempting to dive the tower. Yishio contemplated his situation. Although he possessed an E-skill, he realized he lacked the necessary maneuverability to escape. Opposing him were the formidable trio of Tree, Rise, and Graves in the mid-jungle, each equipped with both crowd control and damage output, while the Tree could withstand turret assaults. No matter how he maneuvered, survival seemed impossible. Thus, only one solution remained. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, QG's Caitlyn was applying pressure by pushing the minion wave. With the wave shoved beneath the turret and excellent vision in the river, she began to chip away at the turret. At that moment, a teleport from the red side illuminated the bottom lane. "I am on my way. We can engage in the bottom lane." Yishio communicated with his teammates only after his teleport was cast. Meiko cautioned, "They all have flash, be mindful." "Yishio, no problem, I comprehend." The QG duo reacted swiftly, immediately preparing for a tactical retreat. However, Yishio maneuvered to obstruct their position, rendering a complete escape impossible. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the arrival of the Fishman via teleportation, chaos ensued within the QG communication channels. The adversary's Fishman aimed to target the bottom lane. How did he teleport over? "I cannot teleport there." The Fishman possesses his ultimate ability. Evading it is essential. At this juncture, the QG teammates can only offer verbal support. In the bottom lane, Meika's Lulu provided herself with a speed boost, drawing closer to both the AD carry and Karma. The AD carry opted to retreat with her E ability, while Karma found herself ensnared by Lulu's slow. Yishio unleashed his Q skill at close range, initiating a barrage of attacks. Ebois Varus swiftly joined the fray. Despite Karma's use of flash, she was ultimately caught by Yishio's E skill. With a well-timed flash and subsequent assault, Ebois Varus secured the kill on Karma. In that fleeting moment of Karma's demise, Yishio's Fishman launched his ultimate ability. This ultimate was directed towards Caitlyn, who hastily used her flash. An astonishing scene unfolded as Caitlyn, after flashing, was struck by the Fishman's ultimate from an extraordinary distance. What sorcery is this? Was it a premonition? Alone expressed his bewilderment. The Fishman's ultimate inflicted damage, briefly launching enemies into the air while applying a slowing effect. Varus closed in with his E-skill to further slow down the target, granting Yishio the opportunity to engage in close combat, ultimately resulting in Caitlyn's demise. Impressive. That ultimate was quite remarkable. Caitlyn had no flash remaining. Meiko marveled, while Eboi remarked, "This support was pivotal. The opposing bottom lane indeed possesses some prowess. Yet they are now at a disadvantage." Yishio had already returned to town for supplies, preparing to head back to the top lane to continue his duel. A sense of unease washed over me. The opposing Fishman exhibited considerable skill. On the QG side, Alone suddenly remarked that he had been caught off guard by the Fishman's ultimate, which had anticipated his flash. Doimb interjected, "Are you all serious? You can't even handle a substitute rookie? What chance do we stand in the playoffs?" Sensing Doimb's rising anger, the QG team grew serious. Despite his usual cheerful demeanor, Doimb could be quite intimidating when provoked, and as the team's core, his reprimands left others hesitant to object. As the match reached the 10-minute mark, Yishio continued to amplify his advantage in the top lane, opting for an AP build this match. He noted that the Fishman in the top lane had adopted a semi-tank approach. However, this variant of the Fishman had limited carry potential, serving merely as a disruptor in team fights, capable of hindering the output of carry champions without securing kills. A pure damage Fishman could be formidable, yet his low margin for error meant that any misstep could lead to disastrous outcomes in team fights. Nonetheless, Yishio never dwelled on such concerns. Timing suggested that the third round of buffs should be refreshing soon. After pushing the minion wave, Yishio made his way towards the enemy jungle. With the treant having acquired substantial magic resistance, soloing him seemed impractical, so Yushio set his sights on the enemy jungle instead. Jungle, observe my position. The opposing mid and jungle are likely headed for the blue buff, Yushio commanded. Upon realizing Yushio's intentions, the jungler, who was eager to assist, hastily joined him. Just as they converged, the enemy jungler, Graves, appeared, utilizing his E ability to vault over the wall and commence his blue buff. The enemy mid is missing. A junior from mid lane alerted. Are we not engaging? Are you waiting for something? The jungler hesitated, anticipating the Fishman's ultimate, as acting prematurely might alert the enemy, allowing them to evade his strike. Patience. The treant should be on his way as well, and with a mid laner, that makes 3. If we can eliminate Graves now, we might only secure a single kill, Yushio advised. What? That sounds greedy. We only have 2 here, the jungler gasped. However, the prospect of securing additional kills was enticing, particularly since the junior champion was still some distance away. At that moment, the treant arrived, approaching from the top lane to join Graves, seemingly concerned about an ambush. Now we can strike, Yushio exclaimed, launching his ultimate, which landed squarely on Graves. Following the hit, Yushio swiftly maneuvered around the wall to close in on Graves. The treant approached, seemingly aiming to protect Graves. But Yushio seized the opportunity to deploy his Q ability, weaving through the treant and drawing closer to Graves. Almost immediately, the Fishman activated his E ability and surged towards Graves. The latter's health was significantly diminished by the Fishman's ultimate, and another burst of abilities could spell his doom. Graves, aware of the impending strike, executed his flash just as the Fishman's E was about to connect. However, the moment he landed, the Fishman too activated his flash. Not only that, but the Fishman's E ability struck true. With a decisive landing, Yushio claimed the kill on Graves, but just then, Rise appeared. Rise, utilizing his ultimate, soared in and, upon landing, began to control Yushio, launching his assault, while the treant followed suit with a binding ability. Yet, Rise's damage was insufficient to pose a lethal threat to Yushio. The worst part was that aside from the initial few hits the Fishman endured, Rise's subsequent abilities were deftly avoided through agile movement. At that moment, the Fishman danced through the fray, leaving Doimb in awe. Is this person hacking? Doimb exclaimed in disbelief, as his skills failed to inflict significant damage on the Fishman. I can engage. I'm on my way, the EDG junior announced. Meanwhile, QG's mid and top lane sensed the shift in momentum, contemplating a retreat. Just then, the jungler Lee Sin executed a decisive kick, propelling the treant towards the position of the junior mid laner. Seeing the dire situation, Doimb made a hasty exit, and ultimately, the treant was slain, with the kill credited to Yushio. This Fishman is truly something else, my friends, Doimb muttered, initially brimming with confidence, but now realizing the mounting disadvantage, which seemed predominantly tied to the Fishman's prowess. Clid remarked, where on earth did EDG discover such a formidable rookie? Is he perhaps a Fishman prodigy? Doimb countered, no, that's unlikely. If he were this skilled, he wouldn't have remained unnoticed for so long. There must be more to his story. We shall assess his performance further. Doimb pondered, recalling that while there were many skilled players in the early game, team fights presented a different challenge altogether. As the match clock struck 15 minutes, with Yushio's assistance, EDG secured the first turret in the bot lane, prompting both teams to initiate a lane swap. The duo switched to the mid lane, while the mid laner transitioned to the bot lane. During this exchange, Yushio suddenly declared, Scout, you go to the top lane. I shall head to the bot lane and secure a kill on the enemy Rise. The junior did not hesitate to comply, recognizing Yushio's commanding presence in the game. His authoritative words inspired respect and cooperation among teammates. This established a sort of unspoken rule. When a player displayed exceptional skill, their directives commanded greater attention, and others were inclined to align with their strategy. After Yushio returned to the city for supplies, he immediately proceeded down the lane, advancing directly from the river to the blue side's lower triangular bush. At this moment, Doimb's Rise had pushed the minion wave to the center position, then turned back to retreat. Continuing forward would have been quite perilous. Doimb's awareness was indeed commendable. However, he had not considered that he was already being targeted. Yushio had successfully taken down the first tower in the upper lane and brought the minion wave to the vicinity of the second tower before making his way over, leaving QG unaware of his whereabouts. Yushio stealthily maneuvered through the triangular grass and found himself amidst the thicket before the stone beetle, where he unexpectedly encountered Rise. It appeared that Rise was gearing up to farm the stone beetle, approaching the thicket without any semblance of caution. Suddenly, the fisherman hurled a small fish, striking Rise with pinpoint accuracy. What audacity! An ambush! Doib exclaimed, taken aback. This was a predicament, as the fisherman's equipment was formidable, far beyond what he could withstand. The fisherman closed the distance to Rise, unleashing his Q ability for a burst of damage, causing Rise to lose nearly half his health. Following this, the fisherman activated his ultimate, further depleting Rise's health to a critical point, seemingly on the verge of a solo kill. In a moment of inspiration, Doib devised a plan. The fisherman's ultimate possessed a knock-up effect that could interrupt Rise's ultimate. However, after releasing his ultimate, the fisherman had no means to thwart Rise's spell. Yet, the fisherman still had his E-ability at his disposal. If Rise were to be struck by this E-ability, his remaining health would surely falter. As Rise's ultimate was about to whisk him away, the fisherman unleashed his E-ability, directed towards Rise's ultimate. Rise instinctively stepped out of its range to evade the fisherman's E-ability. Doib realized he only needed to flash back into the ultimate's vicinity at the last possible moment to be carried away. In the blink of an eye, Rise unexpectedly used his flash. Doib, anticipating the fisherman would also flash, attempted to predict the fisherman's movement. Consequently, Doib's Rise fell to the ground, the screen fading to monochrome. Doib was left in disbelief. Nothing transpired as he had envisioned. The fisherman had not used his flash, resulting in Doib himself flashing into the path of the fisherman's E-ability and meeting his demise. Fortunately, this was not a competitive match, nor was it being streamed live. Or else it would undoubtedly have become a viral GIF sensation around the globe. What an indignity! Doib felt utterly humiliated, his intellect and skill thoroughly eclipsed. On the other hand, Yi Xiao, having secured a solo kill, relished the moment. After all, Doib was the champion mid laner of S9, and achieving a kill against such a player was immensely gratifying. However, whether Doib could replicate his S9 championship success in this world remained uncertain. After accomplishing a solo kill in the bottom lane, Yi Xiao proceeded to escort the minion wave towards the second turret. QG found themselves in a precarious position, struggling to manage both fronts as their opponents pressed forward. Should they commit to defending the bottom lane, the mid lane would inevitably be left vulnerable. Amidst the hesitation among QG's players, Yi Xiao successfully destroyed the enemy's second turret in the bottom lane. This caught QG off guard. However, upon inspecting the equipment of the enemy fishman, they comprehended the situation. The fishman had already acquired the Lich Bane, significantly accelerating the turret demolition. As the match approached the 20-minute mark, the Baron emerged once more. Yi Xiao's Little Merman continued to push the lane in the bottom. Now, the profound strength of QG as a formidable team has been revealed. After entering a complete defensive state for the past few minutes, EDG truly struggles to find a breakthrough, failing to bring down even a single turret. The captain suggested, "Shall we seek an opportunity to engage in team fights? Yi Xiao, you should first acquire a guardian angel. Otherwise, the team battle may not unfold effectively." Yi Xiao, engaging in a frontal team fight is quite challenging. They possess numerous single-target crowd control abilities. If I find myself incapacitated, I would be swiftly eliminated. How about this? I shall continue to split push while you establish vision around the Baron pit. Yi Xiao, being a newcomer, opted for a tone of politeness, directing his teammates with a collaborative demeanor. It was understandable if the team leader declined his suggestions, given his novice status. To his surprise, however, the leader immediately acquiesced. "All right, let us proceed as Yi Xiao suggested. Miko, you will accompany me to establish vision, while the other two shall manage the minion waves in the mid and top lanes. Once we secure vision, let us refrain from engaging just yet, and observe the situation of the minion wave in the bottom lane." Thus, the members of EDG sprang into action. After all, they were once a formidable team, and their execution was beyond reproach. Observing his teammates' cooperation, Yi Xiao felt a sense of relief, knowing he could express himself freely in future competitions. Before long, EDG had effectively managed both the minion waves and vision. In the bottom lane, Yi Xiao guided the minions to the enemy's high ground. At that moment, only a tanky tree stood guard, offering minimal damage output. As the minions approached the tower, the tree began to use its abilities to clear the waves. Witnessing this, Yi Xiao wasted no time and advanced to strike the tower. "The enemy fish is absorbing my damage to push the tower. I lack the damage." Cherish implored his teammates for assistance. Can you believe it? A fragile fish can withstand your output at the tower? Doib, overwhelmed, felt the pressure as the team's strategist, unable to conceive a flawless solution. With no time for hesitation, Doib decided to lead his teammates towards the Baron pit. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Yi Xiao persisted in his assault, successfully dismantling the high ground tower in front of the tree. On the other side, his teammates had reduced the Baron's health to half. As the fish ascended towards the high ground, the team leader signaled for everyone to engage, effectively creating a diversion as QG approached. Miko suddenly alerted the team, having spotted QG's positioning through the pre-established vision. Let us slow down, draw them in, and then release. Let us see how they respond, commanded the leader. Miko, you're really messing with their mentality, haha. A blue trinket was placed in the Baron pit, prompting QG to hasten their pace upon spotting EDG members within. Just as they prepared to engage in a Baron fight, EDG withdrew. The Baron began to regain health. While in the bottom lane, the high ground crystal fell to the fish, seizing the moment as the tree expended its W ability. Yushio unleashed his ultimate on the tree, declaring his intent to secure a kill. Previously, he refrained from engaging due to the tree's W ability, which could have mitigated the damage from his ultimate. However, the tree was now defenseless. Cherish was taken aback by the fish's murderous intent, having built considerable magic resistance. Yet, upon noticing the fish's magic penetration item, his confidence wavered. Perhaps there was indeed a chance of being slain. In an unforeseen turn of events, QG unexpectedly commenced the Baron. With the Baron's health restored to over half, their swift action prevented it from regaining full health. They're panicking. Attacking the Baron right before our eyes, Miko chuckled. The leader remarked, in truth, QG had no alternative. While it seems absurd, what other choice do they have? With the bottom high ground lost and super minions approaching, they will be constrained, leaving them no option but to contest the Baron before the super minions arrive. Perhaps you're right, Miko conceded. Just then, the system announced that the fish had slain the tree. What? The tree was taken down? No way. Miko gasped, recalling the tree's robust nature. You see, the fish has completed 3 items. It's only natural the tree couldn't withstand the onslaught. Yishio remarked. Just ensure they don't return. I can handle it alone. The junior replied, we will support you. Iboi interjected, seriously? After more than 20 minutes of development, we're about to end without a single team fight? Meiko added, isn't it delightful to win effortlessly? Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Yushio commenced pushing the outer turret with a minion wave. At that moment, QG was in utter disarray. Doimb exclaimed, are you mistaken, my friend? Can you truly be soloed? Can't you hide beneath the turret? Cherish lamented, this is mine. I should have performed better. Doimb instructed, let's secure the Baron first, then regroup. Upon hearing this, QG fell silent, while EDG's 4 members observed, wondering if they could allow them to retreat. However, with no better options available, they decided to take it one step at a time. As the Baron's health dwindled to 2,000, nearing the execution threshold, the Jungle Master delivered a sonic wave to the Baron, followed by a resonating strike. A well-timed smite descended from above, and the Baron fell. Although the Jungle Master did not claim the Baron, it was of little consequence. He flashed back to the inner wall of the Baron pit, ready to engage. Yet he remained patient, observing QG's response. On the QG side, having just secured the Baron, Doimb activated his ultimate, intending to lead his team to safety. The junior, playing Oriana, flashed down and unleashed a QR, interrupting Rise's ultimate. The impending team fight escalated, and QG realized that without winning, they could not return. Meanwhile, Yishio had already taken down 2 outer turrets, leaving only a vulnerable Nexus crystal. Shortly, QG triumphed in the team fight, but upon glancing back to their base, despair washed over them. The Nexus crystal was left with but a sliver of health, and the little fishman continued to dance. Without hesitation, QG exited the game, denying the little fishman even a moment to strike the crystal. Thus, the first training match concluded, with EDG emerging victorious. Oh, Yishio, your little fishman possesses remarkable skill, praised the Jungle Master. Abu approached Yishio from behind, patting his shoulder, and remarked, well done. Can you truly play any champion? I seem to recall your champion pool wasn't this extensive before. Yishio scratched his head and mused, perhaps it is due to my exceptional talent? Abu paused momentarily, unsure whether Yishio was jesting or speaking earnestly. After a brief respite, the second match commenced, with the manager setting up the room and gathering participants. As Yishio stepped into the room, he noticed the members of QG engaged in conversation. QG's Doimb remarked, joke, my friend. I've heard you were merely a substitute at EDG. Would you be interested in giving our QG a try? Yishio was utterly taken aback. Doimb had audaciously begun to undermine him right to his face. It was uncertain whether he was jesting or speaking earnestly. EDG's Clearlove interjected, that's rather excessive. ISNT it, I'm still present, And you dare to utter such words? To which QG's Doim replied, "Please, do not be agitated. I merely inquired. Such a promising talent should not be squandered." Clearov retorted, "What do you imply? Are you suggesting that being with EDG equates to wastefulness?" Doim calmly responded, "Director, please do not take offense. Am I not stating the truth? Currently, EDG is on the brink of failing to qualify for the playoffs. Is that not a disservice to the player?" Upon hearing this, the director found himself at a loss for words. The performance of EDG this season had indeed been dismal. A far cry from QG's standing, and this was an undeniable reality. At that moment, Yishio interjected, "By your reasoning, should I not simply transfer to RNG? Their prowess is not vastly superior to yours, is it?" Upon hearing Yishio's remark, Doim found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, they were unable to contend with RNG. Yishio continued, "What significance is there in obtaining a championship from a team that is already destined to win? Isn't that merely riding on their coattails? I believe EDG is performing quite well at the moment. Now let us commence." Yishio refrained from uttering any harsh words, understanding that they would inevitably encounter one another in the future. Thus, the second training match commenced. Standing behind Yishio, Abu exhaled in relief, as he had harbored concerns about Yishio's intentions. Over an hour later, the training match against QG concluded with EDG triumphing effortlessly at 3 o'clock, which exceeded Abu's expectations. If they could easily defeat QG, then logically, newbie should pose no significant challenge. Nonetheless, there remained a distinction between training matches and official competitions, warranting continued vigilance. The days swiftly passed, and the first round of the playoffs began. After enjoying lunch and taking a brief respite, the EDG team departed the base and boarded the bus heading straight to the competition venue. As they approached the main entrance, Yishio observed a considerable number of spectators awaiting entry, many brandishing support banners, predominantly for EDG. Despite EDG's lower ranking compared to newbie in the regular season, their status as a seasoned powerhouse rendered them far more popular than their counterparts. Upon entering the venue, the EDG team, guided by Abu, made their way to the resting area. Once inside, Yishio placed his bag on the table and seated himself among Abu and the others. After everyone had gathered, Abu spoke, "Before the match begins, let us prepare ourselves a bit. Aguang, you shall rest for the first game," allowing Yishio a chance to try his hand. Abu glanced at Aguang. Aguang, rather content with the arrangement, was more than willing to sit out. Upon hearing Abu's words, he replied, "No problem. I will cheer for you all from below." Abu continued, "Our starting lineup is now confirmed. As for the situation on newbie's side, I trust you all are well acquainted with it by now." The EDG members nodded in agreement. With the captain leading the conversation, "I have no concerns regarding my jungle position. I have grasped the opponent's strategies quite well. Of course, I remain unperturbed should they unveil additional tactics. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water flows, I shall dam it." Mako added, "We have no issues in our bottom lane, and our team fights are equally formidable." Iboi chimed in, "I am eager to engage with their bottom lane. I hope they can apply some pressure on me." Noticing the confidence radiating from his teammates, Abu turned to Yishio, inquiring with concern, "What about you, Yishio? You have reviewed V's matches, haven't you? How familiar are you with them?" Upon hearing this, Yishio felt a twinge of guilt, for he had not actually observed the situation. He merely deemed it unnecessary. However, he suspected that Abu would not share this perspective, and his teammates might become somewhat anxious. Thus, Yishio had no choice but to respond, "It's fine. I sense that the opponent's strength is not particularly formidable. I can manage the situation in the top lane." Yishio remarked that these were mere clichés, applicable to anyone. Abu nodded, feeling reassured. Meanwhile, at the commentary booth, "And we're fully prepared," began. "We are about to witness the first round of the 2017 League of Legends Professional League playoffs, featuring EDG against newbie. Greetings, I am commentator." Added, "I am commentator. The match is about to commence, and based on the current form of both teams, I believe newbie appears to be in slightly better shape. I personally have more faith in newbie." Concurred, "My sentiments are quite similar. It is not that newbie is extraordinarily strong, but rather that EDG's current performance is truly lacking. They nearly failed to qualify for the playoffs. Once the dominators of LPL, their decline is rather lamentable." Responded, "Regardless, I hope both teams can showcase their finest form, delivering an exhilarating match for the audience." Just as they spoke, the players from EDG and newbie made their entrance. Leading the way was EDG, with Yishio, the top laner, at the forefront. Began introducing. Now entering the stage is EDG, with the starting lineup consisting of top laner Joke, jungler, mid laner Scout, ADC Bowie. In support, after Yushio made his entrance, he and his teammates positioned themselves on stage according to their prior plan. The fans in attendance erupted in cheers, EDG, EDG, EDG. Just then, Newbie made their appearance as well. The Newbie supporters, equally fervent, began to chant, Newbie, Newbie, Newbie. Miller commenced the introduction of the Newbie roster. The starting lineup for Newbie includes top laner V, jungler Swift, mid laner Cool, AD carry Happy Y, and support Morzy B. Following their grand entrance, the teams proceeded to their respective sides of the stage, making their way to their positions to begin setting up their equipment. Wawa and Miller engaged in casual conversation. Wawa remarked, I was somewhat surprised that EDG opted to field Joke directly in this match. His debut was during the playoff ticket contention against RNG, and I initially thought EDG might be conceding by allowing a newcomer to gain experience. Yet, unexpectedly, he led EDG to victory over RNG. Miller responded, I've heard in recent days that he dominated Faker in the Korean server, employing some rather peculiar strategies. His performance in scrimmages has been frighteningly impressive, though specifics regarding the opponents in those scrimmages remain undisclosed. However, it certainly isn't mere hearsay. Wawa continued. Joke has become a topic of considerable discussion. There are numerous speculations regarding his abilities and background online. I believe the time has come to unveil the truth. Just how formidable is he? This BO5 will reveal it. Miller concluded, All right, both teams are ready. Without further ado, let us delve into the first round of the BP phase. In the inaugural BP, EDG occupied the red side while Newbie took the blue side. As the bands commenced, Newbie swiftly eliminated Vayne, followed by the removal of Cho'Gath. Observing this ban strategy, Yushio chuckled. For it seemed that the opposing team believed that by banning these two champions, they could effectively curtail his influence. He could only surmise that Newbie was overestimating their approach. As the selection phase commenced, Newbie, positioned on the blue side, secured Lee Sin as their first pick, transitioning the BP to EDG's side. Yushio could discern that the manager was indeed under considerable pressure. The Blind Monk was the most formidable jungler in this version, and the opposing jungler, Swift, was a master of this champion, exhibiting a highly aggressive playstyle. As the draft phase progressed towards EDG's side, Abu suddenly remarked, Yushio, 2 of your champions have been banned. Shall I secure one for you? Yushio, no worries, let them choose first. I'm not in a hurry. The manager then said, Give me a spider, it might be gone in the second round. The junior then stated, I'll take Syndra from it. Thus, EDG secured Spider and Syndra on the first 2 picks. Seeing this, Wawa commented, Oh, EDG's jungle and mid are quite formidable. It seems they aim to seize the early game tempo. However, Newbie also has a jungle Lee Sin and a strong mid laner, which could level the playing field. Just as Wawa finished speaking, Newbie locked in LeBlanc and Lee Sin. Miller remarked, LeBlanc and Lee Sin against Syndra and Spider. The jungles of both teams are on a collision course. In terms of champions, there's little to differentiate them. It primarily hinges on the player's individual skills. Wawa noted, the core of both teams is centered around the jungle and mid. Considering this matchup, we can essentially conclude that the strength of the jungles will dictate the strength of the entire team. The ban phase returned to EDG, and upon seeing Newbie's jungle and mid combination, the manager felt even more pressure. He understood that if they faltered, the whole team would suffer. If LeBlanc and Lee Sin gained an advantage, the side lanes would struggle. Abu noticed Yushio still hadn't teammade a selection and inquired, What are we planning for the bot lane? Let us give the 5th pick to the top lane. Meiko laughed, saying, Yushio, not everyone gets such treatment. The 5th pick is typically reserved for the most carry-oriented position, and Abu is giving it to you. Manager, Yushio, there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. Just play normally. Iboi, give me Lucian. I'll dominate the opposing bot lane. Meiko, then I'll take Thresh. EDG secured Lucian and Thresh on the 3rd and 4th picks, leaving the top lane position unchosen. Wawa explained, Are they really giving the 5th pick to this newcomer? EDG is taking quite a risk. Meiko pondered, Is it possible they lack confidence in the top lane, and by picking last, they can avoid being countered? Wawa acknowledged this possibility, stating it now depended on what he would choose. Shortly, Newbie locked in Nautilus and Karma, finalizing their lineup. Only Yushio's South top lane champion remained unselected. In the official livestream, viewers began spamming, Stone Man. Didn't he say he was going to play Stone Man? And the kind that starts with Doran S. Blade. What nonsense. Stone Man starting with Doran S. Blade? Do you think this is a casual game? Many were still perplexed, as Yushio's popularity was not yet high, and even fewer had watched his streams. On the competition stage, Abu approached Yushio and asked, "Have you decided on a champion? For this version, I think Makai, Shun, or Gragas would be quite good, and they don't require much mechanical skill." Clearly, Abu harbored little confidence in Yushio. Recognizing that regular season and playoffs are vastly different, the intensity of playoffs is much higher. Thus, despite Yushio's stellar performance in the final regular season match, Abu remained apprehensive. Yushio responded, "The champions you mentioned are too cumbersome. They would be outmaneuvered by LeBlanc." Yushio made his choice. A well-played LeBlanc can be formidable. If she ramps up, the champions Abu mentioned would have no means to counter her. However, the Steel Shadow is different. This champion counters LeBlanc effectively. "Steel Shadow? Are you sure?" Abu exclaimed, surprised by the high skill requirement of this champion. "Of course I'm sure. Please select it for me," Yushio declared confidently. Meiko did not rush to pick, but instead looked at Abu, awaiting his decision. After a few seconds of hesitation, Abu nodded, "I'll trust you this once." Thus, Meiko locked in Steel Shadow for the 5th pick, and both teams' compositions were fully established. Red side EDG, top Steel Shadow, Jungle Spider, mid Syndra, ADC Lucian, support Thresh. Blue side Newbie, top Nautilus, Jungle Lee Sin, mid LeBlanc, ADC Ashe, support Karma. As soon as EDG locked in Steel Shadow, the audience erupted in excitement. This champion is not for everyone. It demands exceptional skill, and the top lane within LPL has always been a weak point, with very few capable of mastering Steel Shadow. In the commentary booth, Wawa expressed astonishment. "Steel Shadow? Top Steel Shadow? This joke starts with a bang. This champion is not easy to play." Miller added, "Steel Shadow essentially relies on the player's individual skill. The champion's attributes are quite mediocre, even weak. I have seen many Steel Shadows struggle against Nautilus, Makai, or even Shun. Picking this champion requires a certain bravery." Wawa asked, "Do you think this Steel Shadow can perform well?" "Personally, I'm not very optimistic." Miller concurred. "I also have my doubts. After all, he is just a newcomer. However, being outplayed in lane is not necessarily detrimental for a rookie. It can provide valuable experience." Both Wawa and Miller were skeptical of Yushio's Steel Shadow, believing he might be somewhat overestimating his own abilities. Meanwhile, on the newbie side, upon seeing EDG South top lane pick Steel Shadow, they began formulating their own strategies. Wuxing remarked, "The opposing top lane is quite confident. He directly chose Steel Shadow? V, don't you think you need to teach him a lesson?" V replied, "If he can play Steel Shadow well, he wouldn't have been so obscure until now. I suspect he hasn't grasped the intensity of the playoffs." Swift chimed in, "Then I don't need to go top. You can handle him yourself." V responded, "Don't say that. I will definitely help. Just think about it. If he can't play well, and you go top and gank him, it's not a loss, right? Moreover, Steel Shadow has strong synergy with the jungle. Even if he struggles, he'll eventually unleash his ultimate." Wuxing added, "I think Swift is joking. He will definitely go top to stir up trouble. I might as well go up for an assist or two and get my kill book done early. This game is going to be a breeze." Newbie members were already envisioning a scenario where they would dominate EDG. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, as the game began, Yushio opted for a direct Doran S-Blade start, heading straight to the top lane. This matchup against Nautilus was entirely reliant on individual skill, which suited Yushio's preferences perfectly. Previously, in the 2 matches against RNG, he had champions with range advantages. Now, it was a melee matchup requiring even greater mechanical finesse, thus showcasing his capabilities more prominently. As the first wave of minions appeared, Yushio returned to the top lane from the river. VS Nautilus emerged from the brush, and the two began to engage. Yushio opted for the first level W skill, preparing to engage in harassment. The Titan, without a doubt, would select the E skill. Should he advance to attempt a basic attack on the Titan, he would inevitably be slowed by the Titan's E skill and fall victim to its kiting. Thus, choosing the W skill emerges as the most prudent option, as it also serves the purpose of securing last hits. 3 melee minions have been left with diminished health, and the moment to execute last hits has arrived. Yushio's King Seeing feigned in advance to secure a last hit, only to suddenly unleash its W skill. This W skill comprises 2 segments, which can be perceived as an inner and outer circle. A hit within the outer circle not only inflicts greater damage but also imparts slowing and healing effects. Conversely, a hit within the inner circle yields minimal damage and lacks any additional effects. Titan, controlled by V, opted to feign a retreat before abruptly turning back, aiming to close the distance with Qingxiang while simultaneously casting his E skill to engage in a skirmish. All of this unfolded precisely as Yushio had anticipated. The moment Titan turned, he began to withdraw, preventing Titan from encroaching upon the inner circle. Titan was struck by Qingxiang's W skill, while his own E skill missed, as Yushio adeptly evaded it from the brink of range. In this initial clash, Yushio clearly gained the upper hand. "This is becoming rather intriguing," V murmured, sensing that the opposing Qingxiang possessed a certain level of skill. As the second wave of minions approached the lane, they entered a critical moment for contesting level 2. Titan stepped forward to actively push the wave, seemingly intent on securing that crucial second level. Yushio remained unruffled. The threat posed by the Titan hero, now having reached level 2, was still rather limited. After ascending to level 2, the Titan took the initiative to approach and create trouble, seeking to engage Yushio in a battle of attrition. Yushio remained unperturbed. He opted to feign retreat. As Titan advanced, he suddenly closed the distance, triggering a magical shield with a basic attack. V, clearly taken aback by Yushio's audacity to counterattack despite his lower level, struggled to maintain his distance. With the magical passive of Qingxiang activated, he found himself in a dilemma whether to unleash his skills or hold back. Seizing this opportunity, Yushio unleashed a W skill upon Titan, simultaneously grazing a minion to level up. He then approached Titan, executing a precise ceremonial strike. V, sensing the shift, hastily withdrew, intending to create space while Qingxiang was slowed. However, Yushio had already positioned himself strategically. As the second ceremonial strike was prepared, Qingxiang delivered a kick, but it inadvertently struck a minion instead. While it appeared to be a blunder, it was, in fact, a deliberate maneuver. At the moment of execution, Titan activated his W skill to gain a shield, rendering the second Q skill ineffective against him. After the exchange, both players retreated. But V suddenly felt a pang of humiliation. "I'm done playing around. It's time to get serious," V murmured to himself. Wushuang, sensing the situation was amiss, remarked, "Bro, you can't seriously be struggling against him, can you? Is he that formidable?" V replied, "Absolutely not. It's merely my own errors. I underestimated him from the outset." Wushuang reassured him, "Don't fret. I'll find an opportunity to assist you in the top lane." Although V spoke with nonchalance, he did not refuse Wushuang's offer of aid. In the commentary booth, Wawa remarked, "To be fair, thus far, Qingxiang has performed admirably. He hasn't fallen behind in the lane. In fact, I believe he's at an advantage, as Titan consistently incurs losses during trades." Miller added, "That said, this is merely the beginning. Mastering Qingxiang requires more than simple landing. This champion excels in the late game, where split pushing becomes virtually insurmountable. Therefore, when you emerge, the opposition will undoubtedly devise strategies to counter you. That is the true test." Before long, Yushio reached level 3 and chose to place a ward in the tri-brush to prevent a potential gank from the enemy. Returning to the lane to farm, he, as before, sought opportunities to trade blows with Titan, deftly dodging his skills. However, this time, he sensed something amiss. Previously, after sustaining losses, Titan would retreat. After all, in a straightforward duel, Titan could not match Qingxiang's prowess. Yet this time, Titan did not withdraw, instead seeming to seek engagement. "Someone's coming." Yushio discerned the shift immediately. A glance at the mini-map revealed that he could not see the position of the enemy LeBlanc. Given his current health, he reasoned that the blind monk could not secure a kill on him alone, but if LeBlanc joined, the scenario would change drastically. It was highly probable that both the mid and jungle were converging upon him. Despite being aware of the enemy's mid and jungle presence, Yushio chose not to retreat. Instead, he continued to engage Titan, confident that by conserving his E skill, it would be difficult for the opponents to catch him. Additionally, maintaining this confrontation would allow him to gain more health and waste the enemy's time. "The enemy jungle is in my lane," Yushio informed his teammates while deftly maneuvering. "What? That can't be." The rookie, taken aback, exclaimed. With the next wave of minions just arriving in mid-lane, he was unsure of LeBlanc's whereabouts. How did Yushio know? Yushio offered no explanation. His second Q skill was already off cooldown, and he swiftly reduced the Titan's health to below half. The Titan began to retreat, yet Yushio showed no inclination to pursue. Suddenly, the Titan turned back once more, and at that moment, both the blind monk and the LeBlanc appeared on the minimap, seemingly unable to resist the temptation as they maneuvered around from the tri-brush. Yushio had prepared in advance, employing the skill to hook and pull himself back after retreating from the wall. The stateless Yao Ji cast west to close the gap with Qian Ganging, then followed with an auto-attack to gauge her movement. Yu Xiu did not need to maneuver at all. His reaction speed was such that he could anticipate his opponent's skills and adjust his positioning accordingly. As the steel shadow approached the turret, the LeBlanc unleashed a chain, predicting the steel shadow's retreat. Yet, the steel shadow remained utterly unmoved, and LeBlanc's chain sailed past him. The blind monk cast a sonic wave, but still, the steel shadow did not budge, and the wave missed him as well. What was the meaning of this? Wu's status was left dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such an unconventional style of play. As one of the foremost mid-laners in the domestic scene, Wu's status had faced numerous star players, many of whom possessed remarkably agile movements, such as Faker. These players exhibited a high frequency of movement, making their characters appear almost distorted, using this extraordinary maneuverability to disrupt their opponent's actions. Generally, professional players, while perhaps lacking the agility of these stars, still maintained a relatively high frequency of movement. However, the individual before him seemed like pure gold, exhibiting zero movement. It was as if he merely nudged the mouse slightly towards the turret, disregarding everything else. Following a failed gank, Wu's status could only retreat to the mid lane, where the minion wave had already been pushed to the turret by the young Syndra, resulting in a loss of several minions for him. In the commentary booth, remarked, "I find this play perplexing. Initially, when the steel shadow engaged with the Titan, I thought he had been lured in and failed to notice the impending gank. Yet, when the Titan withdrew with low health, the steel shadow did not pursue, as if he were aware of someone lurking nearby." Miller responded, "Is it possible he knew about the gank but chose to bait his opponent, wasting their time? This situation frequently occurs in matches. For instance, a jungler may lie in wait, feigning ignorance while inadvertently granting the enemy a slight opportunity, thereby wasting their time." Nodded in agreement. That is indeed plausible. Nevertheless, Wu's status executed his roaming at an opportune moment, and it appears no one from EDG signaled him. Could it be that he sensed something amiss on his own? Such awareness is astonishing. The match continued, and V found himself in an awkward predicament. He could no longer lane effectively. To coordinate the gank earlier, he had traded considerable health with Yu Xiu, leaving him vulnerable. Continuing to lane posed a risk of being solo killed. Yet, returning to base now would yield little in terms of items, as the minion wave had been pushed forward, necessitating a teleport back to lane. V opted to take refuge beneath the turret, planning to clear the incoming wave before retreating for supplies. Soon enough, the minion wave reached the turret. Observing the low-health Titan still lingering beneath it, Yu Xiu felt a surge of aggression. Given the Titan's current health and shield, it would require 2 engagements to eliminate him, and considering the Titan's substantial crowd control abilities, careful execution was essential to avoid a counterattack. Yu Xiu approached the Titan, initiating with a basic attack followed by a Q skill. The Titan, quick to react, immediately activated its shield, landing a basic attack that immobilized Yu Xiu, and then delivered a hook. However, upon completion of this sequence, V realized that the turret had not targeted Yu Xiu's steel shadow. He had been outmaneuvered. V came to the realization that the basic attack from steel shadow must have been directed at the turret, thus failing to draw its ire. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Xiu unleashed a second Q, inflicting true damage, while simultaneously retreating and casting his W skill to grant the Titan a burst of speed. Once outside the turret's attack range, Yu Xiu approached the Titan once more. Yu Xiu began to calculate. At present, he was at level 2 Q with a cooldown of 25 seconds. Regardless of Titan's level, his W skill had a constant cooldown of 12 seconds. Hence, by the time Yu Xiu's next Q skill was ready, Titan would be devoid of his W skill. Naturally, it was also imperative to consider that after the first segment of Q skill from Qiyana, there was a necessity to wait 5 seconds before unleashing the second segment, which delivered true damage. Otherwise, the damage would be insufficient to vanquish Titan. Consequently, the time available for Yu Xiu to execute his maneuvers was exceedingly brief. Titan, aware of the impending peril, instinctively retreated at first, but then abruptly turned back towards the safety of the turret. Qiyana still possessed her E skill, which she could deploy to close the gap at any moment. At this juncture, stepping away from the turret's protection was tantamount to courting death. Remaining beneath the turret, however, offered a chance for retaliation, provided they could endure until the next W skill became available. Yu Xiu approached the Titan, initiating with a basic attack as the cooldown for his Q skill came to an end, subsequently following up with another basic attack while anticipating the readiness of his second Q skill. Meanwhile, the Titan executed a basic attack to immobilize Kingseeing, then retreated to create distance, subsequently unleashing a skill to inflict a slow. At that moment, Qingxiang appeared poised to execute her skill against the wall, seemingly preparing to kick upward. Observing this, the Titan decisively utilized his flash. However, V was taken aback as Yushio's Qingxiang did not immediately employ her second skill. Instead, she lingered against the wall for a moment. As the Titan landed from his flash, Qingxiang unleashed her second skill, followed by her cue to conclude the exchange and flash out of the tower's reach. In the end, the tower's final strike connected with Qingxiang, leaving her with but a sliver of health as she successfully evaded capture. Yushio executed a remarkable solo kill under the tower in the top lane. Observing this, Wawa exclaimed, "A solo kill. I never anticipated this. We were just discussing whether Qingtian could withstand the pressure, and yet he achieved a solo kill." Milu added, "The execution of Qingtian is truly fluid. With a remarkably clear strategy, it feels as though V was at his mercy. Furthermore, this solo kill is intricately linked to the previous GNK. Had it not been for the gang's coordination, the Titan wouldn't have lost so much health. These are all manifestations of the butterfly effect." The match continued as Yushio returned to base to replenish and made his way back to the top lane, while Titan opted for a teleport, resulting in a disparity in TP resources. In the mid lane, the junior player and Wu Zhuang were evenly matched, both striving to gain the upper hand over one another, yet finding it a formidable challenge. "I'm coming over to assist," the jungler signaled as he approached the mid lane. The junior player began to seek an opportunity, aiming to push the LeBlanc back with a QE combo. However, Wu Zhuang's movements were exceptionally deceptive, making it difficult for the junior player to land his skill shots. At that moment, LeBlanc moved in to secure a last hit, and the junior player seized the opportunity to unleash QE. By the time LeBlanc attempted to reposition, it was already too late. Syndra's Scatter the Weak propelled the dark sphere towards LeBlanc, ensnaring her in its control effect. The spider approached from the side, initiating with W followed by Q, then cocooning LeBlanc to immobilize her. Syndra followed up with a W skill, triggering LeBlanc's passive. Just then, a bald figure approached from the river, Blind Monk. The junior player alerted. "It's fine, we can continue." The jungler decided to press on, as LeBlanc began to retreat, with Syndra igniting her. The spider lunged forward, intent on claiming the kill. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Another LeBlanc unleashed Q followed by W onto Syndra, landing a chain on her. "It's a decoy." The jungler realized he had fallen for a trap. The figure retreating towards the tower was merely an illusion. The jungler turned back to assist, but it was too late. Syndra used Flash to escape, while LeBlanc simultaneously flashed to ensure the chain would not break. With Syndra immobilized, Blind Monk followed up with damage, and together with LeBlanc, secured the kill. The jungler had no choice but to flee, as the opponents were out of skills and could not impede his escape. "Wu Zhuang! Wu Zhuang! Wu Zhuang!" The fans erupted in cheers. Wu Zhuang's popularity soared, possessing both charm and skill. At the commentary desk, Wawa remarked, LeBlanc's maneuvering was impeccable, using her decoy to lure EDG's mid-jungle duo into a trap. Newbie's mid-jungle competition currently holds the advantage. Mila noted, as we discussed at the outset, the strengths and weaknesses in the mid lane would impact the side lanes now that Newbie has gained an edge in the mid lane. The pressure on EDG's side lanes has significantly increased. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Eboi and Mako faced considerable challenges, as the combination of Ashe and Karma proved to be too formidable. For EDG's bottom lane, they could only attempt a single engagement. Failing to secure a kill would result in being kite. Newbie's duo exhibited commendable positioning, making it difficult for Mako to find an opening. "We should find a chance to replenish, otherwise we might be tower dove," Mako suddenly suggested, as both players' health was dwindling, making a dive from the opponents plausible. But that would mean losing minions. Eboi hesitated, not wanting to sacrifice the wave. "I have teleport. Do you have vision?" Yushio inquired. "No. I don't either." The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, as neither player had wards available. Their previously placed wards had expired. "The lantern. I can TP to the lantern," Yushio directed, instructing Thresh to position himself in the tri-brush and toss the lantern into the river. "I'll TP to the lantern." Mako began to implement the plan, retreating just before the minion wave reached the tower, pretending to return to base for replenishment. Mako's Thresh moved to the tri-brush, tossing the lantern into the river's brush. Meanwhile, upon the minion wave reaching the tower, seeing only Lucian beneath the turret, Newbie's duo advanced to apply pressure. Aware of the potential ambush from Thresh, they refrained from diving the tower directly. TP. Be cautious in the bottom lane. Someone is teleporting. Swift suddenly alerted as a red TP signal illuminated the map. No way. The moment newbies bottom duo spotted the teleport, they were taken aback. Given their calculations, EDG's bottom lane should have lacked vision. They distinctly recalled when Mei Ko and Eboi had placed their wards. Additionally, Ashe had checked the jungler's position with her E-skill, confirming that after clearing the 3 wolves, the jungler had gone to the top lane and should not have placed vision in the bottom lane. Where did this teleport come from? There was no time for contemplation. Karma activated her for a speed boost, prompting both players to retreat. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, Mei Ko's Thresh flashed into the river, coordinating with Yishio's timely teleport to flank the opposing bottom duo. Approaching newbie's bottom lane, Yishio initiated with W, applying slow to both opponents. At this moment, Karmazar was on cooldown, allowing her to only provide a speed boost to Ashe while she herself stayed behind. Just then, Mei Ko's Thresh launched his hook. Karma immediately used Flash, but unbeknownst to everyone, Thresh's hook was not aimed at her but rather targeted Ashe. Caught off guard, Ashe was ensnared by Thresh's hook. A splendid hook. Eboi's solution arrived, ready to unleash damage. Yishio's skill, the Steel Shadow's ability, ensnared the wall with a hook. Ice Cold exchanged his flash, only for Steel Shadow to deliberately wait until after the flash before executing a kick, ultimately collaborating with Lucian to secure a kill. Mei Ko exclaimed, "Nice. Your support was incredibly timely. Otherwise, our bottom lane would have faced insurmountable difficulty." The factory manager remarked, "I have come to realize that you are a genius, Yishio. How did you conceive the idea of utilizing Thresh's lantern for a teleport?" Yishio scratched his head and said, "Is there really any need to ponder such a matter? Thresh's lantern inherently possesses the ability to teleport." Yishio was not merely posturing. He had not engaged in deep contemplation. A mere glance at the situation in the bot lane sufficed for him to discern the necessary course of action, likely a result of the enhancements bestowed upon him by the system. In the commentary booth, the analyst remarked, "So far, the rhythm of EDG has been intricately linked to the top lane. If we consider the initial wave that squandered newbies jungler and mid laner time, the Shadow Blade has successfully orchestrated 3 consecutive waves of momentum." Miller added, "While we have been emphasizing the importance of the mid-jungle duo in this match, it seems their brilliance has been overshadowed by this rookie top laner." Soon, the match reached the 6-minute mark, and Yishio's Shadow Blade had attained level 6. With his ultimate ability now available, he began to seek opportunities. Upon reaching this level, the opposing Thresh became noticeably more cautious. Should he fall victim to the Shadow Blade's initiation, accompanied by the Blind Monk's follow-up damage, his demise would be nearly inevitable. Yishio cast his gaze towards the mid lane, where Syndra was currently at a disadvantage, despite the fact that LeBlanc had only secured a single kill in the realm of elite players. Such a solitary achievement could wield significant influence over the course of the game. With no control over the mid lane, the jungler found it challenging to execute his strategies. And moreover, LeBlanc was not an easy target to apprehend. The jungler seemed to be struggling to establish a rhythm. "Let us initiate an offensive in the mid lane. I possess my ultimate ability," Yishio directed. "All right, I will join you shortly," the jungler replied, making his way from the bottom lane, preparing to rendezvous with Yishio in the upper river of the mid lane. However, before Yishio could reach the designated area, the elusive LeBlanc began her retreat, seemingly sensing the impending danger. Nonetheless, this was all accounted for in Yishio's calculations. He had a contingency plan ready. Yishio suddenly altered his course, heading directly towards the opposing jungle, arriving at the upper half of the blue side's territory. He placed a ward near the blue buff, ensuring that if the blind monk approached from the direction of the 3 wolves, he would be spotted. In terms of timing, the opposing blue buff was likely about to respawn, and the enemy LeBlanc would undoubtedly venture forth to claim it. Having established vision, Yishio opted to return to the top lane to continue pushing the wave. "Are you planning to contest the enemy's blue buff?" the coach inquired suddenly. "Indeed. We shall directly ambush LeBlanc. She lacks flash," Yishio asserted confidently. "All right, but in a 3 versus 3, we may not have the upper hand." The coach expressed some hesitation. According to his strategic approach, given the current disadvantage in the mid-jungle, initiating a conflict posed considerable risk. "Fear not, we can eliminate one swiftly," Yishio replied with unwavering confidence. Before long, the opposing blind monk appeared, seemingly having just finished with the 3 wolves, and headed straight for the blue buff. "Here he comes," Yishio announced as he completed the wave push in the top lane and advanced into the enemy jungle. The coach S. Spider had also arrived in advance. "The enemy LeBlanc should have moved as well," noted a junior player. "You should come too," the coach urged. The junior's Syndra began making her way into the jungle. However, this indicated EDG's intentions, prompting V's Thresh to abandon the top lane and provide support in the jungle. Upon witnessing this, the analyst commented, "It seems a clash is imminent among the mid, top, and jungle positions, with EDG taking the initiative. They appear intent on leveraging the blue buff for an engagement, but will they truly prevail?" Miller responded, "I find it somewhat challenging. The mid-jungle situation is clearly unfavorable for EDG, although they hold an advantage in the top lane. In team fights at this juncture, Thresh's impact will undoubtedly surpass that of Echo. I fear EDG may be on the brink of a setback." As the two analysts conversed, Yusho's Echo had already infiltrated the enemy jungle, encountering the blind monk who was engaged in the blue buff. The monk did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Ready to strike, Yishio feigned an intention to engage in a direct confrontation with the blind monk, initiating with basic attacks followed by the Q skill. Suddenly, the enchanting LeBlanc utilized her W skill to traverse through walls, swiftly followed by her Q and her abilities. Yishio's reaction was remarkably swift, promptly unleashing his ultimate ability. Hextech's final offer. The Steel Shadow adeptly evaded the output from the LeBlanc with his ultimate, while LeBlanc utilized her W to return to her original position, just as the Steel Shadow's ultimate followed suit. At that moment, the factory manager's spider was nearby. The Steel Shadow executed a second Q, inflicting true damage, and subsequently applied a slow with his W. The factory manager's spider then ensnared its target, delivering a complete barrage of damage that forced LeBlanc's clone into the fray. With the clone fleeing in opposite directions, the blind monk approached to place a ward, attempting to kick the factory manager's spider in an effort to use it to launch Yishio's Steel Shadow into the air. However, the Steel Shadow deftly maneuvered to evade the attack, swiftly closing in on LeBlanc and following up with a Q. "That one must be a fake," the factory manager suddenly remarked. Yishio pursued the illusory figure of LeBlanc, who appeared to be stationary, while the true LeBlanc skillfully maneuvered away. However, Yishio remained unconvinced. Once his second Q ability was ready, he executed a precise hook against the wall. Almost simultaneously, LeBlanc activated her W ability to retreat. Yishio feigned a forward kick. Yet he truly aimed for the mark left by her W. Launching his second E ability, he struck, causing LeBlanc to return, and the two rushed towards each other. After stunning LeBlanc, Yishio's champion, Echo, secured the kill with a basic attack followed by a second Q. Meanwhile, the arriving Thresh and Lee Sin coordinated to ensnare the spider, who was left vulnerable. As they awaited the weakened spider's descent, Yishio seized the opportunity to assist, while his junior, Syndra, hastened over. The captain assumed that with allies arriving, the enemy would retreat, but he soon realized that was a naive expectation. Upon the spider's arrival, Thresh and Lee Sin inflicted damage to claim another kill. Are they truly not running away to kill me? The captain pondered in confusion. Syndra arrived, launching a sequence of QWQ attacks, followed by her ultimate directed at Lee Sin, forcing him to retreat. Lee Sin, lacking a proper angle, failed to use his flash and was left severely injured, allowing Echo to claim another kill. He didn't even use his flash. He played it slowly, Yishio noted. Ultimately, Thresh also met his demise, resulting in a trade of 1 for 3. After this engagement, the state of the match began to feel precarious for the opposing team. "This Echo possesses genuine skill. We seem to have underestimated him," one player murmured. "Otherwise, why do you think I was solo killed? This player truly has mastery," another chimed in. Previously hesitant to praise Yishio for fear of appearing to make excuses, he now felt liberated to express his thoughts, especially with the others echoing similar sentiments. "What do we do now? This Echo is becoming a menace. It feels challenging to contain him," Swift inquired. "How about we avoid Echo for now and target his teammates? This champion struggles in team fights. If we can dismantle his allies, he will be rendered ineffective in engagements," came the response. As the match reached the 10-minute mark, Yishio obtained his first significant item, Trinity Force. With this acquisition, Echo entered his initial power spike. The opposing team, now more vigilant, made it evident that finding opportunities to roam would prove difficult, compelling Yishio to accelerate his tower-pushing efforts. After pushing the minion wave towards the turret, he opted to circumvent Thresh to commence the siege. Initially, Thresh aimed to thwart Yishio's advance, but the latter's agility rendered the former's efforts futile. Eventually, Thresh recognized the futility of chasing Echo and redirected his focus to clearing minions. The top lane turret was on the verge of collapse. "We have at most one more wave. The top lane turret will fall," V warned his teammates. Meanwhile, In the mid lane, the player sought opportunities and, after clearing the wave, proceeded towards the bot lane with the jungler in tow, prepared to enact a plan. Down below, the EDG duo had turned the tide against newbie South bot lane. Currently, Ashe and Karma lacked flash, making them susceptible to danger if caught. As the wave approached the turret, Iboi and Miko positioned themselves strategically to capitalize on an opportunity. Suddenly, a signal from mid lane warned, "The mid lane is missing. Be cautious." Reacting to this alert, the duo began their retreat, but it was too late. Newbie's Ashe unleashed her ultimate, while Miko's Thresh attempted to reposition, but found no room to maneuver due to proximity. Left vulnerable, Miko's Thresh was ensnared, as Ashe and Karma advanced to deal damage. Karma provided a speed boost to Ashe, who followed up with AW ability. Miko attempted to retaliate with a hook, but Ashe, displaying keen awareness, cast her W from a distance to slow Thresh, denying him any chance of escape. Consequently, Thresh remained continuously slowed, as LeBlanc and Lee Sin approached from the river. Their target was Lucian. The objective was clear, Thresh was as good as lost, and the focus shifted solely to Lucian. LeBlanc activated her W, initiating her ultimate as she closed in on Lucian, executing her combo just as her ultimate landed. The caster exclaimed, "What a swift chain. I didn't even see when it was thrown." Struck by the chain, Lucian used his E followed by flash, but as he did so, LeBlanc also employed her flash. Maintaining the chain-esque grip, Lee Sin followed up with a resonating strike, then executed a kick to return Lucian, allowing LeBlanc to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Miko's Thresh had already sacrificed himself to the turret, preventing newbie's mid lane and jungle from claiming an assist. Miller remarked, "LeBlanc's performance in this match has been stellar, consistently setting the pace. Aside from that one unsuccessful attempt in the top lane, she has succeeded everywhere else." Just as they spoke, a situation unfolded in the top lane where Yishio, having demolished the top turret, initiated an attack, leaving Thresh behind and securing a solo kill. For EDG, losing 2 kills in the bot lane had initially dampened their spirits, but witnessing the successful solo kill in the top lane instantly revitalized their morale. "Incredible! Another solo kill. Now it's your time to shine," the captain praised. "Yishio, it's manageable, though I suspect our team fight may not go smoothly this time. I can at most contain the fairy, but controlling the others might prove challenging." Upon hearing this, the other team members felt somewhat awkward. They were all seasoned players. Yet due to the mishaps in the match, they had to rely on Yishio, this newcomer, to shoulder the burden. Yishio continued, "In that case, I shall take the lead on my own. After all, we are unable to win in team fights at the moment." The factory manager replied, "No problem. We will follow your lead. Since you are the most affluent in this match, you take charge." Yishio then shifted to the bottom lane to apply pressure, with the objective of the opposing team's bottom high ground. It was not imperative to seize the high ground, but rather to exert enough pressure to hinder the enemy's advance. Meanwhile, the jungler began to act as Yishio's bodyguard, initially securing vision in the jungle before commencing to invade the enemy's camps. Observing this, Wawa remarked, "The jungler is essentially serving as a moving ward for the Shadowblade." Who would have anticipated that the Shadowblade would become the strategic linchpin for EDG? Milu added, "However, given EDG's current circumstances, they can indeed only rely on the Shadowblade, making the jungler's actions quite reasonable." Yishio led the minion wave to the enemy's outer turret at the bottom lane. However, emerging from the defensive structure was not the Titan, but rather the charming LeBlanc. The sight of LeBlanc in the bottom lane left the factory head somewhat astonished. "It's just LeBlanc. I can handle her," Yishio remarked nonchalantly. "Shall I assist you in diving the turret?" The factory head harbored intentions of attacking LeBlanc, and with the Steel Shadow possessing her ultimate ability, there was indeed a chance for victory should they engage. Yishio, however, harbored a different perspective. "I suspect that the blind monk is also present. Otherwise, it would be implausible for the LeBlanc to be alone in the bottom lane. There is no need to rush. Perhaps the opposing team will make a move." The manager conceded, "Indeed, that is a possibility. I had underestimated the situation." He felt a twinge of astonishment. Not only did Yishio exhibit remarkable skills, but his awareness was also exceptional. Things he had not considered were already contemplated by Yishio. The manager lingered in the bottom lane for at least a minute. Yet the elusive blind monk remained absent, prompting his retreat. However, from the perspective of a spectator, a rather peculiar scene unfolded. Both junglers had been lying in wait in the bottom lane for over a minute, yet neither had initiated action. Wawa remarked, "Both sides are exceedingly cautious. LeBlanc and Kane are the respective powerhouses of their teams, both of whom cannot afford to fall." Losing even one could spell the end of the game. Miller added, now that the minions have departed. It is left to the two titans in the bottom lane to determine whose execution is superior, from the standpoint of hero attributes and equipment. I perceive no distinct advantage at this moment. As a new wave of minions approached, Yishio swiftly pushed the wave towards the turret. While the unassuming LeBlanc utilized her W ability to engage, dealing damage with her Q ability, LeBlanc remained exceedingly cautious, her ultimate ability poised in hand, yet unutilized. Once the minion wave reached the turret, Yishio chose to advance closer to LeBlanc. The unassuming player was quite vigilant, with the blind monk absent from the bottom lane. If the spider collaborated with Kane to dive the turret, he would find himself in a perilous situation. However, after Kane entered the turret, he did not pursue the unassuming LeBlanc, but rather directed his assault towards the turret itself. Simultaneously, in the mid lane, the manager's spider was detected by Newbie's vision. His intent was to dismantle the turret. The unassuming player quickly realized this, opting to approach Kane, launching a Q ability followed by a chain. The Q ability struck true, yet the chain missed its target. Kane pressed on with the turret destruction, disregarding LeBlanc entirely. The unassuming player felt a sense of humiliation. Kane lacked magic resistance. And with a full combo, coupled with Ignite, he could undoubtedly secure a kill. Thus, the unassuming player advanced, initiating an auto attack to deal damage while awaiting the cooldown of his Q ability. In the commentary booth, Wawa articulated, "Wait, what is Kane attempting? The opponent is LeBlanc, not Thresh. LeBlanc is well farmed. If he intends to tank LeBlanc's damage while demolishing the turret, he may very well find himself slain." Miller concurred. I too sense that Kane may be underestimating the situation. Should LeBlanc claim his bounty, she will become an unstoppable force. As the two discussed, the unassuming LeBlanc made her move. She initiated with her Q ability, then followed up with a probing auto attack. Aware that Kane possessed his ultimate and could use it to evade her damage, thus aiming to bait out his ultimate. Yet, Yishio paid her no heed. Of course. He was prepared, launching a Q ability towards the turret, ready to unleash his second Q should LeBlanc approach. After probing with an auto attack, LeBlanc suddenly executed a W flash into her ultimate, rapidly delivering 2 bursts of W ability damage. If her ultimate replicated the Q ability, Kane would have a reaction window. The unassuming player sought a swift execution. However, what the unassuming player did not anticipate was Kane's remarkable reflexes. Kane activated his ultimate, evading both LeBlanc's W and ultimate damage simultaneously, landing a precise second strike that knocked LeBlanc down to half health. Wawa gasped in astonishment. What a rapid response! Is this speed achievable by mere mortals? With LeBlanc's damage thwarted, the situation had turned precarious. Miller noted, nevertheless, LeBlanc still possesses her chain. No sooner had Miller spoken than LeBlanc unleashed her chain. The distance was minimal, and this time Yishio failed to react in time, allowing the chain to ensnare him. Of course, the term failed to react merely indicated a lack of timely positioning. Had he deemed it necessary, he could have easily flashed to evade the attack. But it was deemed unnecessary at this juncture. LeBlanc utilized her W ability to return to her original position, attempting to create distance. However, Kane's W ability had already struck, slowing LeBlanc prior to the chain's activation. At this moment, LeBlanc's health hovered around 40%. Should it dip any lower, her passive would trigger. Yishio naturally would not grant him such an opportunity. The cooldown for his Q skill had already refreshed, and Yishio opted to direct a segment of the Q skill towards the turret. The moment the chains dissipated from his body, he executed an E-flash, seamlessly following up with a precise second segment, annihilating his opponent in an instant. Damn, I didn't release my W. In reality, the cooldown for the next W skill of the enchanting LeBlanc had also reset. Without a state, he had intended to showcase his prowess when the Steel Shadow activated her E-skill, but he was unprepared for her swift E-flash. The speed was astonishing. Witnessing LeBlanc being taken down, the commentator exclaimed, "A solo kill. Yet another solo kill." And this time it was the unsuspecting player who was shown up. It seems his skills are ready. He should be able to escape, but it appears he has become overly confident. Miller remarked after the Steel Shadow claimed that significant kill. Newbie is in a precarious position. If even LeBlanc cannot contend, then there is no one left to challenge the Steel Shadow in the lane. In the official live broadcast, the audience flooded the chat with messages. Incredible. Unbelievable. Is he really this strong? It's simply absurd that even the seasoned player was outmaneuvered. What is this reaction speed? Is such speed even humanly possible? I suggest he be taken to a research institute for study. He is truly extraordinary. However, this sequence was far from over. Just as Yushio had exited the turret after eliminating LeBlanc, a bald figure emerged from the direction of the tri-brush. At this moment, Yushio found himself without his E-skill or flash, but his primary concern was not those two abilities, it was his passive. If the cooldown for his passive could reset, then there remained ample room for maneuvering. Yushio retreated steadily, maintaining a safe distance from the blind monk. The blind monk, relying on his vision, approached but opted not to unleash his skills, hoping that King Seeing would reposition first, thus granting him the opportunity to close the gap. However, Yushio showed no inclination to maneuver, retreating resolutely as if entirely unconcerned about the blind monk's sonic wave. Swift, apprehensive that King Seeing might escape if the situation lingered, made a decisive move. The blind monk executed a flash to land his E-skill, striking the ground to slow King Seeing, followed by a powerful dragon's tail kick that connected with sonic wave. Yet, at the very moment he unleashed his dragon's tail, King Seeing retaliated with a basic attack followed by a Q skill, triggering the passive effect on the blind monk. The damage was surprisingly minimal. Swift sensed something amiss. As the shield materialized, it was promptly shattered by the blind monk, mitigating considerable damage, making it appear as though the blind monk's ultimate ability dealt little harm. Nonetheless, King Seeing's health was already quite low, and the blind monk pursued with Echo Strike, intent on claiming King Seeing's life, believing that 2 basic attacks would suffice. The blind monk landed a basic attack, but King Seeing responded with a second Q skill, swiftly depleting a significant portion of his health. Just as the blind monk prepared to finish off King Seeing unexpectedly activated W followed by E. The proximity of the two rendered King Seeing's W poised to hit the inner circle of the blind monk. However, at the moment W was about to be executed, King Seeing was pulled away by the E skill, transforming it into an outer circle strike, allowing King Seeing to recover a substantial amount of health. Yushio chose not to utilize his E skill to escape, but instead opted for a direct assault. The blind monk and the steel shadow began a fierce exchange, with the blind monk activating his golden bell shield, leveraging its passive effect for rapid auto attacks. Meanwhile, the steel shadow awaited the cooldown of her next Q skill, alternating between auto attacks and skill use, biding her time for the second Q cooldown. The audience held their breath. The steel shadow's health was perilously low, seemingly on the brink of demise. In that critical moment, as the steel shadow's health dwindled, the blind monk's auto attack was poised to secure the kill. Yet, the steel shadow's second precision strike was swifter, delivering a decisive kick that sent the blind monk packing. The camera zoomed in on the steel shadow, who was left with merely a sliver of health. Had the blind monk landed that next hit, she would have surely fallen. A stunning counter. The steel shadow managed to execute a counter kill despite her critically low health. On the commentary desk, the casters, Wawa and Milu, were left utterly astounded. How was this feat accomplished? What a display of skill. In the heat of the moment, the steel shadow turned the tide. On the battlefield, Newbie Swift was visibly shaken. Damn it, I was so close. I was too hasty. It's my fault. Uncontrolled, he found himself at a loss. Ordinarily, he would have consoled his teammates, but this time, he was left in awe of the steel shadow's prowess. After his own demise, he focused intently on the bottom lane, hoping Swift could swiftly eliminate the steel shadow for a potential assist. He witnessed the entire sequence of the steel shadow's counterkill on the blind monk. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a reversal was possible. With those 2 kills, the steel shadow was nearly invincible. Her development and execution left uncontrolled, feeling anxious. As the match reached the 15-minute mark, Yushio had already secured 2 items. After taking down the enemy's bottom lane turret, he chose to push the minion wave towards the opposing second turret, where the Titan was stationed in defense, indicating that Uncontrolled was reluctant to venture down lane. This made things considerably easier for Yushio. He boldly stepped forward to absorb the Titan's damage while pushing the turret, armed with the ravenous Hydra to sustain himself. The Titan's damage was inconsequential. He could easily regain health by dispatching minions and clearing jungle camps. V had also learned to be prudent, focusing solely on clearing the minion wave. The bottom lane won't hold much longer. You all need to seize an opportunity up front, V advised. Meanwhile, Newbie's mid-jungle duo was desperately seeking an opening. However, the director was no slouch. Despite being at a disadvantage, he was vigilant in maintaining vision control, making it nearly impossible for the enemy mid-jungle to initiate a surprise attack. Yushio, feel free to push the lane. Just be cautious not to get caught. We can hold the mid lane, the director assured. With your words, I feel reassured. Yushio replied. As the minion wave in front of the turret was cleared by the Titan, he began to venture beyond the turret's protection. deliberately leaving the Titan with a second Q skill ready to unleash before stepping out. The Titan lost a third of his health in an instant. Only after sustaining that damage did V activate his shield, a clear case of delayed reaction. The audience gasped, fully aware that the Titan was built for durability. This hero was inherently tanky, yet the Steel Shadow had managed to take a significant chunk of health in one blow, creating quite the spectacle. As the next wave of minions approached, Yushio led the charge once more, but this time V could no longer withstand the pressure, opting to unleash his ultimate against the Steel Shadow. In the preceding minion wave, she had already reduced the turret's health by half. Should she be granted another opportunity, the turret would surely fall. Thus, the Titan resorted to this strategy, while his ultimate dealt damage and prevented the Steel Shadow from closing in. It also allowed him to clear the minion wave. However, with the Titan expending his ultimate, Yushio seized the moment. The Titan had not entirely cleared the wave, and 3 low-health melee minions had infiltrated the turret's range. Yushio made a decisive move, first employing his W skill to slow down the Titan, then executing a basic attack followed by a Q skill, and subsequently landing 2 more basic attacks to trigger the second segment of his Q skill, reducing the Titan's health to below half. But that was not the end. Yushio unleashed his ultimate ability, Hextech Ultimatum, evading turret damage while immobilizing the Titan. The commentator gasped in astonishment. Is he about to secure a solo kill? Although the Titan managed to ensnare the Steel Shadow with a hook, it appeared to be of little consequence. Miller remarked, with the cooldown of the Steel Shadow's next Q skill ready, the Titan surely cannot withstand it. As soon as their words fell, the Steel Shadow struck once more, landing a Q skill on the Titan. The Titan, in a moment of desperation, flashed to create distance. But the Steel Shadow used her grappling hook to slam the Titan against the wall, executing a second Q skill to claim the kill. After achieving the solo kill, the Steel Shadow stepped out from beneath the turret, utilizing the newly arrived minions to regain health. Meanwhile, on the other side, noticing the chaotic situation beneath the turret where the unresponsive player was slain, the team felt a sense of urgency. The minion wave had already pushed towards the turret, and EDG's 4 members were busy clearing the minions under the turret. Seizing this opportunity, the unresponsive LeBlanc leaped over the wall with her W, closing in on the EDG members near the turret before following up with QRE aimed directly at Lucian. Just as LeBlanc made her move, the junior player S. Syndra executed a precise QE, stunning LeBlanc. LeBlanc! LeBlanc! The coach exclaimed, quickly following up with a cocoon, while the others advanced to deal damage, ultimately allowing Syndra to finish off LeBlanc with her ultimate ability in a swift manner. The coach expressed his excitement. He is panicking. He is starting to panic. Let us hold steady. The female commentator added, their side lane pressure is immense. Let us defend under the turret and force them into mistakes. The junior player remarked. With LeBlanc down, they will likely retreat. The Steel Shadow should be cautious. At this moment, the strategy of the EDG team was crystal clear. They merely needed to create opportunities for Yushio to split push. Yushio led a wave of minions towards the tower in the bottom lane, subsequently claiming the enemy's second tower. Upon witnessing this, Wawa remarked, it's chaotic now. Newbie seems to be in disarray, all due to this Chi-Tion-ing exerting excessive pressure. Their rhythm was quite good initially, but now it feels as though they have forgotten how to play the game. Mila responded, if I were in their position, I too would be at a loss. It's only been a mere 10 minutes, and Chi-Tion-ing is already diving the tower and wreaking havoc. In my recollection, such an impact from Chi-Tion-ing typically occurs at least after 30 minutes. I suspect Newbie has never encountered a scenario like this, hence they are unsure how to respond. Wawa continued, ultimately, it boils down to a landing issue. Generally, Chi-Tion-ing should not possess such a significant advantage in the lane. In fact, it should be at a disadvantage. However, in this match, Chi-Tion-ing dove the tower and secured a kill before even reaching level 6, indicating a considerable disparity in the top lane. Following the demise of the Yaoji, Newbie had no choice but to reluctantly abandon their advance towards EDG's mid lane. Yushio seizes the opportunity to return to the city for supplies. Time is firmly on his side, and he remains unhurried. Following this skirmish, the situation has reached a stalemate, with Newbie maintaining an overall advantage. Consequently, they are able to control the vision in the jungle, thereby preventing Yushio from pushing the bottom lane's high ground. However, Newbie is relegated to a defensive posture should they initiate an offensive. Yushio could exploit the bottom lane high ground to create opportunities. Even if Newbie were to achieve victory in a direct confrontation, the loss of the bottom lane high ground would prove detrimental. The two sides remain locked in a stalemate until the 20th minute. when equilibrium is once again disrupted with the emergence of the Baron. Let us first secure vision around the Baron and apply pressure using its presence, commanded the captain. Yu Xiu, please assist me in placing 2 wards in the enemy's lower jungle, without going too deep. Coach, just take care of it. I will head to the Baron pit first. The EDG team then sprang into action. However, Yu Xiu observed that their team's pace in taking the Baron was rather sluggish. Utilizing the Baron to split push might not be effective, thus prompting the need to consider alternative strategies. The vision around the Baron was illuminated, and the enemy's lower jungle also had 2 wards placed. If the adversary approached, Yu Xiu would be the first to notice. The 4 members of EDG pushed the mid-lane minion wave and directly advanced towards the Baron pit. Upon witnessing this, Wawa remarked, EDG seems poised to exploit the top lane for a split-push distraction. To be fair, it appears that newbie lacks viable countermeasures. Milu added, nonetheless, I believe that EDG's dual carries are not developing well, and neither of them are particularly adept at taking down the Baron quickly. Initiating a strategy around the Baron at this moment may not prove effective. As the two were conversing, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Yu Xiu observed the enchanting Frost Archer and Karma approaching from the mid lane, seemingly intent on launching an ambush in the bot lane. You all proceed to slay the Baron, Yu Xiu commanded. Consequently, the 4 members of EDG began their assault on the Baron, while Yu Xiu opted to continue pushing the lane in the bot. After advancing the minion wave, he chose to teleport beneath the ruins of the enemy's second tower, directly into the Baron pit. Suddenly, a frost bolt shot forth from the Frost Archer, revealing Yu Xiu's position. The audience held their breath. The Frost Archer possessed her ultimate ability, capable of interrupting the teleport. Without hesitation, she unleashed her ultimate from the jungle, aimed squarely at the bot lane's Camille. The magical crystal arrows soared across the jungle, piercing through Camille, just in time. As the ultimate was about to hit, Camille teleported to the Baron pit. Baron. The members of Newbie recognized something was amiss. With Camille's current formidable equipment, she could rapidly deplete the Baron's health using her Q's true damage. V's Thresh teleported to the upper jungle, where the Lee Sin awaited, while the other 3 rushed from the lower jungle. Swift realized time was of the essence and chose to head towards the top lane, arriving at the triangular brush. He then placed a ward over the wall to assess the Baron's health. However, by doing so, he inadvertently revealed his position. Yu Xiu's Camille used her E skill to hook onto the wall, leaping forward to kick the waiting Lee Sin into a dazed state within the brush. The factory spider followed up with a web, while the junior's Syndra unleashed her QE combo, and Lucian provided distant damage from the bot lane. Finally, Camille executed her second Q, eliminating Lee Sin in an instant. After dispatching Lee Sin, the members of EDG had little to fear and continued their onslaught on the Baron. Newbie has been completely outplayed. Should they even attempt to contest the Baron now? Without a jungler, it seems futile to engage, yet if they let the Baron go, what can they do afterward? Remarked Mila. EDG's tactics are exceedingly flexible. Even from our vantage point, their intentions remain a mystery, let alone for the opposing team. Since this new top laner joined, EDG's methods of securing victory have multiplied significantly, marking a considerable enhancement, he added. As they spoke, Newbie's remaining 4 members had congregated near the Baron pit, seemingly unwilling to concede defeat. The enchanting Frost Archer approached the Baron pit, casting her W skill in an attempt to snatch the Baron. However, without status dared not linger, quickly using QR to retreat, ultimately leading to Camille's arrival. Camille's ultimate ensnared the Frost Archer, skillfully dodging her chain, landing a second Q that reduced the Frost Archer's health by a significant margin, even forcing out her clone. The junior's Syndra immediately followed up with her ultimate, leaving no opportunity for the unsteady player to trick the opponents, resulting in his swift demise. At this moment, EDG had secured the Baron, while the remaining 3 members of Newbie fled. Nice. We have turned the tide. I feel our economy has surely surpassed theirs, and by a considerable amount. Now, we can return home for a power spike, then regroup in the mid lane. I will establish vision. The members of EDG quickly regained their confidence. It was now their turn to attack. They returned to base for supplies and then assembled in the mid lane, pushing forward as a united front. Meanwhile, the morale of Newbie plummeted following the Baroness loss, despite Camille being a challenging champion to utilize effectively in team fights. As long as she remained sufficiently fed, her teammates would not be entirely ineffectual in engagements, and that was precisely the current situation. I didn't play well. I allowed the guy to have too much comfort in the top lane. He chose to shoulder the blame. It's all right. It's just the first game. And we haven't lost yet. responded the unsteady player. Soon, the minion wave in the mid lane was pushed to newbie's second tower, and EDG positioned themselves to gradually whittle down the health of the enemy's mid tower. The unsteady Frost Archer hesitated to engage recklessly, acutely aware of the significant threat posed by Camille's ultimate. Moreover, Camille's strong development meant that a full combo could easily eliminate him, forcing him to avoid confrontation at all costs. On the EDG side, both carries understood that the only significant threat to the Frost Archer was Camille. Thus they positioned themselves closely behind her. Consequently, the Frost Archer was unable to wear down either of them. As the health of the mid tower dwindled, Yusho felt the urge to act. I am preparing to strike. I will absorb the initial wave of damage with my Bloodwell. You must follow up immediately, Yusho instructed. The factory replied, absolutely. I will provide you with a lantern. If you cannot withstand it, just retreat. The members of EDG reached a consensus. As the next minion wave approached, Yusho advanced with a Q skill directed at the minions. Then, as Lucian prepared to take down the turret, Yusho executed an E-flash to kick Thresh, knocking him down to half health. The opposing Thresh turned to retaliate with his ultimate, followed by a hook, successfully ensnaring Camille. Camille. The members of Newbie seized the opportunity. If they could eliminate Camille, their chances of winning the team fight would significantly increase. Thus, the Frost Archer followed up with her ultimate to prolong the control duration, while the unsteady Frost Archer executed a W flash into Quri, triggering Camille's Bloodwell. The shield from Bloodwell absorbed a substantial amount of damage, and the Mercury treads on Camille reduced control duration considerably. As they emerged from the brush, they aimed to finish Camille off. At that moment, the junior's Syndra made her move. Syndra unleashed her ultimate on Thresh, followed by a weakness, Be Gone. Several dark orbs were launched, ensnaring all but one. A single Frost Archer remained free. The others were caught by Syndra's weakness, Be Gone. The factory spider flashed to ensnare the Frost Archer, quickly teaming up to eliminate her, followed by Karma. The commentator exclaimed passionately. Just as we thought Camille would fall without a fight, Syndra's flash brought a stunning reversal in the team fight. Now, it's EDG's turn to reap the rewards. While Newbie's team fight collapses, Mila added, one cannot overlook the crucial role of Camille's decisive initiation. She must have calculated that with Bloodwell, she could not be eliminated instantly. After this engagement, I sense Newbie may be on the verge of a total collapse. Swiftly Sin flashed in, intending to deliver a lethal combo with RQQ to finish off the weakened Camille. However, to their astonishment, Camille's passive had not been consumed. With a flash kick, followed by RQQ, a basic attack from Camille activated her passive, enabling her to withstand the damage with the shield it provided. Damn it. Swift thought of smashing his keyboard, recalling how he had been killed by Camille in the bot lane due to her passive, and now it had happened again. Who could withstand this? Ultimately, the battle resulted in a complete wipe, with EDG's 5 members charging towards the enemy's mid-second tower, followed by the high ground tower, and finally the inhibitor tower and base crystal. At that moment, Newbie had only the Frost Archer remaining. Facing the 5 members of EDG, the unsteady player felt utterly helpless. Any control he encountered would spell his doom. Thus, he could only attempt to divert EDG's attention from a distance. Yet the EDG members paid him no mind. One push, cried the factory. We VE1, we VE1, cheered the junior. Eboi, attack the tower. Attack the tower. Yushio, do not concern yourself with that enchantress. As Newbie's mid lane heroes began to respawn, their base crystal could no longer withstand the onslaught and was swiftly obliterated by the members of EDG. Wawa. With the destruction of Newbie's base crystal, let us extend our congratulations to EDG for orchestrating a remarkable comeback. Leveraging the prowess of the top lane Camille amidst adversity. Miller, I must say, the performance of Camille in this match was nothing short of impeccable. One might even deem it a personal showcase. Who could have anticipated that a rookie top laner could wield Camille with such finesse? Wawa, I must offer my sincerest apologies. At the onset, when he selected Camille, I wondered if he had become overconfident. In hindsight, it appears I was overly cautious in my assessment. At this moment in the official livestream room, viewers inundated the chat with messages. Apologize. Everyone apologize. This has to be the most meticulous display of Camille I have ever witnessed. In contrast, the Camille from Druid seemed rather lackluster. I would bestow upon him the title of the finest Camille in the LPL. On the competition stage, the victorious EDG squad, amidst the cheers of the audience, made their way to the locker room. Upon their return, Abu greeted them. Well done, everyone. You've all worked hard. Please, find a seat. The members of EDG then settled into their respective chairs. As soon as they sat down, the captain remarked, I did not perform well in this match. I was outplayed by the stateless enchantress in the mid lane, otherwise, it would not have been so challenging. Abu, that is quite normal. The enchantress is indeed his signature hero. And the opposing mid-jungle duo possesses considerable strength. Unstate, I made a significant error during that play. I should have ignited first, which would have prevented the miscalculation. Maiku, fortunately, the top lane was exceptional in this match. To be honest, I have never witnessed such an extraordinary Camille in the LPL before. Upon hearing Maiku's words, the members of EDG turned their gazes towards Ishio, each one filled with admiration. Yushu directly remarked, it's nothing. You will often see this in the future. I intend to elevate this hero's appearance rate in the LPL to the top 3. From now on, any top laner who cannot play Qiangangiang cannot be considered a qualified top laner. Abu, intrigued, inquired further, is Qiangangiang your favorite? Do you hold such affection for Qiangangiang? Yishio elucidated, no, I merely believe that the current strength of the top lane in the LPL is rather inadequate, plagued by too many mediocre players. Selecting a tank champion merely to linger in lane is insufficient. The top lane demands skill and fierce competition. Upon hearing this, the coach chuckled, Yishio, your aspirations are quite grand, venturing to dictate the champion choices of other top laners. Abu interjected, let us set aside these matters for now and focus on discussing the upcoming draft phase and strategies. If necessary, we can ban LeBlanc. Without her, the threat from the formless state is significantly reduced. In this patch, Ahri is merely a subpar pick, lacking viability. The junior nodded in agreement, acknowledging his own subpar performance and feeling unqualified to offer input on this matter. Abu continued, as for the jungle position, if Lee Sin proves ineffective, we may consider banning him. Minkai, what are your thoughts? Abu was aware that the coach's Lee Sin was rather mediocre. This champion requires dexterity. And as the coach aged, his mechanical prowess had visibly declined, relying primarily on strategic thinking. Then let us ban him. Their Lee Sin possesses some skill, the coach responded. On the competition stage, newbies' morale waned slightly after suffering a solo kill. Abu nodded, affirming the bans are essentially settled. Our champion selections will need to be tailored to the specific circumstances. Meanwhile, in Newbies' Lounge, the team deliberated strategy. V took the blame, saying, I did not perform well in the last match, allowing the Kled to thrive. Frankly, I did not expect them to select Kled again. Otherwise, I would have chosen Renekton. Wu Shizhuang remarked, they are the red side with a counter pick, and if you had selected Renekton, they would surely have opted for another champion. Discussing this now is futile. V added, however, their Kled seems quite capable. I suspect he may also excel with other split-pushing champions. Wu Shizhuang replied, other split-pushing champions? Are you referring to Fiora? In this patch, Fiora appears rather lackluster, ranking low in pick rate and win rate. V conceded, that is true. I was merely speculating. Regardless, in the next match, I will select Renekton, as I can contend with either Fiora or Kled in lane. Wu Shizhuang noted, their top laner seems to possess solid awareness, making him somewhat difficult to catch. How about this? We focus our efforts on the mid and bot lanes, with the jungle concentrating on the lower half of the map. Swift nodded in agreement, stating, I'm amenable to any strategy. Engaging in either half of the map poses no issue. Wu Shizhuang continued, I shall select champions that synergize well with the jungle for mid and bot lanes. I anticipate that LeBlanc will be unavailable, as they will certainly ban her. Thus, I can only resort to champions like Ryze or Syndra. Our draft decisions will require specific analysis on stage. As time approached, they prepared to take the field. In the commentary booth, Wawa and Milu were ready. Wawa announced, we are about to commence the second match between the teams. In the previous encounter, EDG secured a relatively easy victory, thanks to the stellar performance of the top lane Kled, placing the pressure squarely on Newbie. Milu added, based on the current form of both teams, I personally favor EDG. However, while they could secure Kled in the last match, it remains uncertain whether their rookie top laner can achieve similar success without him. Wawa continued, now, let us welcome the players onto the stage for our second match. As they spoke, the EDG players entered the arena, led by Yishio. The audience erupted in chants of EDG, 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 showcasing their unwavering support. Following them, Newbie took the stage, maintaining a commendable demeanor despite their previous loss, and their fans also cheered enthusiastically. As both teams took their positions, the second match commenced. During the draft phase, the team switched sides, with EDG on blue and Newbie on red. The bands began. EDG eliminated LeBlanc, Lee Sin, and Kazakhs, while newbie band Kled, Vayne, and Caitlyn. While analyzed, it appears that newbie's mid-jungle duo exerted significant pressure on EDG in the previous match, prompting this targeted banning. Mila responded, however, if the bans are merely aimed at countering, I believe with Wu Shizhuang and Swift's champion pools, they should not be deterred. The question now is whether EDG will adjust their strategy. Wawa noted, in this round, newbie allocated 2 bans to the top lane, indicating considerable pressure there. Milu expressed, I am genuinely curious to see what surprises the rookie top laner from EDG has in store for us. As the selection phase commenced, EDG locked in Varus with their first pick. Newbie responded by securing Ryze and Elise. The draft returned to EDG, where the coach stated, I shall pick Rek'Sai. Is Minkai's Gragas on the way? This match appears to be a guaranteed win, Mako jested. The coach replied, you are becoming overly confident. Perhaps it would be prudent to remain humble. Mako retorted, when did Minkai become so modest? Is the pressure from the opponents affecting you? The coach remarked, if this were my younger days, perhaps, but you may be right. He hesitated, knowing that esports is a youth-driven industry, and as he aged, he felt a decline in his performance. In such prime conditions, he would not have regarded Swift as a threat. At this moment, the junior chimed in. I will select Orianna for the mid lane. Thus, EDG locked in Rek'Sai and Orianna. The draft returned to newbie, who selected Ashe and Malzahar, reserving the counterpick for the top lane. Wawa observed, it is somewhat uncommon for newbie to allocate their counterpick to the top lane. It seems V is feeling the pressure. Mila stated, considering both players' performances in the first match, it is quite normal for V to feel pressured. My current concern is what champion Joke will select. Wawa remarked, wait, newbie has already secured Ryze and now chooses Malzahar. This is likely a support pick. Milu added, this suggests that newbie's focus is primarily on the bot lane, utilizing Malzahar to facilitate their strategy. The draft returned to EDG, where Yushio needed to make his selection. Abu approached him from behind, asking, what champion do you intend to choose for the top lane? Have you decided yet? Since their top laner will counterpick, perhaps we should play it safe with champions like Makai, Thresh, or Gragas. The coach responded, there is no need to be overly cautious. With my Rek'Sai in play, we can afford to take a more daring approach with our top lane champion. Upon hearing this, Yishio's eyes lit up. Is it truly permissible to be a bit more uninhibited? Upon hearing Yishio's words, the factory manager and Abu suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The factory manager hastily added, one cannot be too unrestrained. It is acceptable to be slightly free-spirited within reasonable limits. Yishio then said, please select Annie for me. Huh. Mako seemed to be perplexed. Annie, the one who constantly asks if anyone has seen her bear, Yishio reminded her. Who wants to play Annie? We already have a mid-lane Orianna, and besides, Annie is not a particularly strong champion, Mako questioned. I will play her. I'll take Annie to the top lane. Yishio replied. At this, the members of EDG were left in a state of bewilderment. As the time for champion selection rapidly dwindled, Iboi secured Varus on the 4th floor. A bull then approached Yishio from behind and remarked, this is the playoffs. We should not be too casual. Annie is not a viable choice for the top lane. Yishio, of course, I can play top lane. You just have to trust me. Observing Yishio's unwavering confidence, Abu felt perplexed, unable to fathom how Annie, this particular champion, could be played in the top lane. At that moment, the coach interjected, since he insists on this choice, let him proceed. Perhaps it will yield some delightful surprise. Ultimately, Abu had no choice but to acquiesce, allowing the sister to lock in Annie on the 5th floor. Upon this selection, both Wawa and Miller were rendered speechless. Annie? What does selecting Annie at this juncture signify? It was utterly incomprehensible. Where could Annie possibly go? Mid lane? But that would leave no room for the clockwork, or perhaps the bot lane. Where would Zyra then be positioned? Wawa contemplated, yet found himself at an impasse. Miller pondered aloud. Is there a possibility that EDG made a mistake in their selection? Perhaps they intended to choose another champion, but inadvertently locked in Annie. After Miller voiced his thoughts, he began to wait, yet still, there was no movement from the EDG side. Ordinarily, a misselection would prompt immediate notification to the referee, leading to a rematch of the bans, with only the erroneous selection amended. However, as seconds trickled by, the EDG side remained conspicuously still, their expressions suggesting no indication of a mistake. Now it was newbies' turn to grapple with uncertainty. Although EDG had revealed all 5 champions, the composition remained shrouded in ambiguity. Ultimately, V opted for the crocodile. A champion renowned for stability, capable of contending with any lane opponent, perfectly suited to counteract the uncertainty of EDG's lineup. Once the compositions were finalized, the teams began to exchange champions, with Annie being transferred to Yishio's control. Nonetheless, vigilance remained paramount. Last-minute hero swaps had occurred previously. Meanwhile, Newbie's mid and jungle roles were non-negotiable, leaving EDG with complete agency. As the clock ticked down to the final 20 seconds, hero exchanges ceased, solidifying the lineups. Blue side EDG, top lane Annie, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Orianna, ADC Varus, support Zyra. Red side Newbie, top lane Crocodile, jungle Spider, mid lane Ryze. ADC Ashe, support Malzahar. Observing this composition, Wawa and Miller were left in a state of bewilderment. Wawa analyzed. Annie in the top lane? This is the first time I've witnessed someone employ Annie in such a role. The opposing top jungle duo comprises Spider and Crocodile. Isn't Annie destined to be utterly overwhelmed? Miller responded, even if Newbie does not specifically target Annie, she is unlikely to establish any advantage in lane. And her performance in teamfights will be even more challenging. Unless she becomes exceedingly fed, a well-timed ultimate can wreak havoc. A normally developed Annie, however, has limited reach and output, capable of executing but a single combo, making it difficult for her to follow up effectively. Wawa remarked, I sense that EDG might be getting a bit overconfident due to their 2 o'clock lead. Otherwise, how could they choose such an unconventional champion for the top lane? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, seeing Annie in the top lane shifted the mindset of Newbie. Initially, they had intended to focus on mid lane, but with Annie now occupying the top lane, it felt almost remiss not to target her. Thus, V suggested, since the opponent's top lane is Annie, should we engage her? I can flash in to secure a stun, and you follow up with damage and control. It would be a guaranteed kill. Swift concurred, that could indeed be worth a try. No State added, we will assess the situation. It's not imperative that we solely focus on mid lane. We should seize opportunities wherever they arise. Newbie adjusted their initial strategy, now prepared to adapt based on circumstances. As the match commenced, Yishio opted for a Doran's blade at the outset. The moment he made his choice, the coach noticed his equipment. Yishio, you have selected the wrong item. Yishio, indeed, I intend to equip the Doran's blade. Factory director, huh? What is the rationale behind a mage departing with a Doran's blade? Yishio, it's about wearing them down. Otherwise, how can we suppress the crocodile? The factory manager was utterly bewildered and turned to the junior for assistance. Scout, can Annie start with a Doran's blade? The junior scratched his head. I'm not quite sure. I haven't played this champion much, but starting with a Doran's blade does seem a bit excessive. Meiko chimed in. I've played this champion before. There was a version where Annie's support was quite popular, so I practiced her for a while. I discovered one thing. Annie has an exceptionally long range. You see, Misfortune in the bot lane is considered to have long range among ADCs, significantly longer than most. Yet Annie's range is nearly comparable. The factory manager was taken aback. Comparable to Misfortune? How absurd. What were the designers thinking? Allowing a mage to have such an extensive auto-attack range? Meanwhile, on the commentary platform, Wawa and Miller had already noticed Yishio's equipment. Wawa remarked, wait a moment, what is Annie building? A Doran's blade? Did she make a mistake in her itemization? Annie isn't like Kennen, who can start with a Doran's blade since he doesn't require mana regeneration, but Annie does. Miller added, this is hard to comprehend. But I've heard of him using a Doran's blade on a tank hero to overpower Faker. Could there be some hidden strategy with Doran's blade, Annie? Wawa responded, for now, we can only observe the situation. This is my first time seeing it, and I wouldn't even know where to begin my analysis. As the first wave of minions arrived, Yishio had already crept into the enemy's top lane brush, awaiting the crocodile's entrance. Soon, V's crocodile appeared, heading straight for the minions. For a champion like the crocodile, the opportunity to stack rage by attacking minions was too good to pass up. Noticing Annie was absent, he chose to advance and attack the minions. However, just as he approached the minion wave, he hadn't even landed his first auto-attack when Annie emerged from the nearby brush, delivering a swift auto-attack followed by a Q ability, and then another auto-attack. Caught off guard, V's immediate instinct was to retaliate. Given Annie's forward position, he felt he had a chance to close the distance. Thus, the crocodile opted to move in closer, intending to trade blows with Annie. If he could engage in close combat, Annie would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against the crocodile. Yishio was acutely aware of this fact. As he dealt damage while retreating, he noted that Annie's basic attack range extended to 625 units. surpassing that of most ADCs, thereby granting him considerable maneuvering space. After emerging from the brush, Yusho placed a ward in the opposing bush before withdrawing to his side. VS Crocodile had yet to utilize any skills. Observing the situation, should he find an opportunity to close the distance, he would employ his W ability, but if not, he would contemplate using either Q or E. Presently, he was still a tad too far from Annie, prompting V to first enter his own bush. If a level 1 engagement was not feasible, he would wait until level 3. Suddenly, he realized there was a ward placed here. V quickly grasped the situation. Additionally, he discovered that Annie's basic attack damage was significantly higher than he had anticipated. As a mage with no special effects on her basic attacks, how could she inflict such substantial damage? V found himself at a loss. He had equipped a Doran's blade, originally intending to establish an advantage, but under these circumstances, he was suffering considerable health loss. How could he manage the lane moving forward? Had he chosen a Doran's shield, he might have withstood the pressure better. But the defensive capabilities of the Doran's blade paled in comparison. As V hesitated, Annie continued her relentless assault. Leaving his health at a critical point where retreat became his only option, Yusho's Annie, emboldened by her initial success, began to relentlessly drive the crocodile out of the experience zone. In the first wave, she failed to secure any last hits on the 3 melee minions. Yet this was of little consequence. Establishing a lane advantage was paramount, as long as she could absorb experience. Observing this, the doll remarked, "You know, there's a rationale behind Annie opting for the Doran's blade. The crocodile finds himself unable to retaliate. Had she chosen a more conventional build, relying primarily on her skills, I would surmise that she could exhaust her mana without being able to eliminate the crocodile. Additionally, the crocodile possesses teleportation should the situation become dire. He could simply replenish and return. However, the basic attacks for harassing come at no cost, allowing her to apply pressure effortlessly." Miller interjected, "Nonetheless, for Annie, the greatest challenge arises from the jungler. If the opposing jungler seizes an opportunity, the combination of the crocodile and spider is no trifling matter." As the second wave of minions approached, the crocodile followed suit, contemplating that no matter how formidable Annie appeared, she could not possibly withstand an entire minion wave in direct confrontation at level 1. Indeed, as he surmised, Annie retreated, not lingering behind the minion wave. Consequently, V advanced to prepare for last hitting in order to build up his rage. Yet, as the minion armies converged, Annie surged forward once more. Yusho's Annie continued to unleash basic attacks, gradually depleting the crocodile's health. V decided to endure Annie's damage while attacking the minions, intending to level up to 2 and then confront Annie directly. By securing the second wave of minions, a melee minion should theoretically grant him the needed experience. Despite currently being at a health disadvantage, if given the chance, he could swiftly regain the health lost earlier. At the instant he defeated a melee minion, the crocodile executed his East ability to close the distance to Annie, preparing to ensnare her with his W ability. Alas, where's my W? Why haven't I leveled up to 2? When V finally approached, he realized he and T leveled up. Meanwhile, Yusho's Annie had indeed reached level 2 first. Upon leveling up, Yusho opted to utilize his W ability, starting with basic attacks to gauge the crocodile's reaction. At this point, V was compelled to use his second E ability to retreat, simultaneously consuming his potions. Initially reluctant to do so, he recognized the danger of not using them now. As the crocodile attempted to withdraw, Yusho followed up with a Q ability to immobilize him, continuing his basic attacks while pursuing. Soon, the crocodile could no longer withstand the assault. V calculated his health, realizing he was nearing the turret, but his health was perilously low. For safety, he should ideally use his flash. However, if he did so now, he would lack it when the spider arrived for a gank. Just then, Yusho's Annie swiftly executed a W flash into a QA combo, her skills flowing seamlessly. The crocodile reacted quickly, using his flash immediately. Yet the W damage had already hit, with the Q and basic attacks being targeted, ultimately securing a kill on the crocodile. A solo kill. Can you believe it? Annie soloed the crocodile, exclaimed. Remarked, the crocodile should have flashed decisively. In the end, his failure to do so resulted in his death. Added, I sensed the crocodile intended to conserve his flash for a synergy with his jungler, believing he wouldn't die, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with Annie. Noted, after this solo kill, the spider's rhythm was disrupted. It seems the spider aimed to come top at level 3, but now that's impossible. On the competition stage, newbie SV took the initiative to shoulder the blame. It's my fault. I was reluctant to use my flash. Swift replied. So, the enemy has no flash, right? Then I can find an opportunity next wave V, but I no longer have my flash either. His comment left his teammates perplexed, while lamenting his hesitation. He simultaneously admitted his lack of flash. Helpless, Swift resolved to seek opportunities in the mid lane, as Annie had pushed her lane and likely returned to replenish her resources. In the mid lane, Swift signaled for assistance. At this moment, the neutralized Ryze and the Junior S Orianna exchanged blows, both hovering around half health, indeed presenting an opportunity. He possesses cleanse, it won't be easy to kill him. It may require 2 attempts, cautioned the neutralized player. No worries, let us first force out his cleanse. And then we can strike, Swift thought clearly. One cannot refrain from acting merely because the opponent has cleanse. Thus, the neutralized player advanced, seeking to approach Orianna and control her. However, before he could enter range for his W ability, Orianna fired a QW, applying a slow and retreating opportunely. This made things quite uncomfortable. The neutralized player had no chance to close in on Orianna. After one failed attempt, he withdrew, allowing Orianna to feel safe. Then suddenly flashed forward to control her. As Ryze made his move, the spider had already approached from the top lane brush, ready to follow up with control. However, Orianna had already used cleanse to dispel Ryze SW, rendering the spider's assistance unnecessary. I'm out of mana. Help me push the wave, commanded the neutralized player. Thus, the spider assisted Ryze in pushing the minions, allowing Ryze to retreat to the turret and begin his recall, while the spider moved towards her upper jungle to continue farming. However, just as the spider reached the corner, suddenly, Rek'Sai tunneled in. Rek'Sai, Swift called for help. Knowing he was no match for Rek'Sai in a duel, and countered with a cocoon to immobilize him. At that moment, a fireball flew in from the adjacent blind spot, and Swift had no time to react before being ensnared. A little girl clutching a teddy bear appeared. Annie approached from the side, executing a W ability on the spider, while the Factory S Rek'Sai followed up, launching the spider into the air and commencing his assault. At this point, the neutralized Ryze had already recalled, only able to teleport to the mid lane's first turret and walk over to assist. The spider was left with scant health, forced to take flight to buy time, and upon landing, flashed back. However, the instant the spider landed and flashed, Annie's Q ability was already in motion, following up to secure the kill on the spider. Remarked, this is quite explosive. Starting off by allowing Annie to claim 2 kills is disastrous, especially since both the spider and crocodile lack flash. That mobility is crucial for them, and now Annie will be exceptionally safe in the top lane, making it exceedingly difficult for the opponents to catch her. Expressed his puzzlement. What's curious is why Annie would come to the mid lane. How did she know the spider was coming? Annie clearly anticipated the spider's arrival, as she couldn't have been there to gank the mid lane. Orianna lacks the capacity to assist her, and she has no flash. Concurred, that is indeed strange. Did the factory signal her, or did she deduce it herself? At this moment on the competition stage, the factory also shared the same confusion, asking, how did you know the enemy spider was heading mid? I didn't realize initially. I thought you called me to assist in the mid lane. Yishio, it is quite simple. The opposing jungle and top lane combination undoubtedly aims to initiate an assault on the top lane early on. The spider intends to secure a swift level 3 to coordinate with the crocodile for assured kills. However, before the spider could make its way to the top lane, the crocodile was already slain in a one-on-one encounter. Now that the spider has reached level 3, it is imperative for it to find some action. Unable to contend with your Rek'Sai in the jungle, it is left with no choice but to stir trouble in the mid lane. Upon hearing this, the manager was taken aback. Good heavens, you can strategize so much while simultaneously landing? That is utterly preposterous. Yi Xiao nonchalantly remarked. It doesn't seem particularly difficult, does it? The factory director was rendered utterly incapable. Is that not a challenge? If Yi Xiao were jesting, a mere chuckle would suffice. Yet it is evident that he speaks with utmost seriousness. After Yi Xiao returned to town for supplies, he resumed his pressure on the alligator. It was at this moment that V realized why he had been so severely beaten. This Annie had actually started with a Doran's blade. Wu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, this player possesses a profound understanding of the game. Annie, as a champion, boasts one of the longest auto-attack ranges in mid lane, comparable to that of Caitlyn. His choice of Doran's blade for her is indeed an intriguing strategy. V responded, what? He is a top laner. How could he employ such an unconventional tactic? I've seen others who specialize in mid lane unaware of this. Wu Shuang continued, Regardless, this individual's thought process is rather peculiar, and his grasp of the game diverges from the norm, so you all ought to exercise caution. V added, the top lane has no flash available, and the opposing Annie is also without flash. If you have the opportunity, you should consider making a play up top. As the match progressed to the 6-minute mark, both teams' solo lanes and junglers reached level 6. Yi Xiu has refined his gameplay strategy. Previously, he focused on line control and suppression, but now he employs a pushline tactic. After advancing the minion wave to the enemy's turret, he utilizes his skills to diminish the health of the crocodile before the turret, complemented by basic attacks. Yi Xiu's Annie resembled an ADC, skillfully maneuvering between the intervals of tower hits, executing a basic attack before retreating, only to approach once more. V attempted to counter, activating his E skill in an effort to close the distance and immobilize Annie. However, he quickly realized the futility of his endeavor. As he advanced with his E skill, Annie swiftly turned and unleashed her W, ensnaring him, leaving him vulnerable to a barrage of subsequent attacks. V was left with no choice but to use his second E skill to retreat, knowing that pressing forward would only invite further punishment. Wawa remarked on the relentless torment of the top lane, noting that the crocodile no longer dared to approach the turret. Miller commented on the evident disparity in laning prowess, asserting that there was no possibility of clever maneuvering to overcome such a gap. Is Annie about to tower dive? He queried, observing that the crocodile was still a fraction shy of level 6. At that moment, Yi Xiu's Annie advanced towards the crocodile beneath the tower. Unlike before, he refrained from basic attacks, instead closing the distance even further. As V prepared to retaliate, Annie's W struck, immobilizing the crocodile, followed by her ultimate and a concluding Q skill, dealing just the right amount of damage to eliminate him in an instant. Another solo kill. Wawa exclaimed in astonishment. Miller chimed in, declaring that the crocodile was utterly at the mercy of Annie, resembling a mere plaything. While they were conversing, Annie suddenly teleported. The director swiftly switched the camera to the bottom lane, where a spider was coordinating a gank with Newbie's duo. The spider's cocoon ensnared Janna, who used her flash but was critically low on health, while Ashe moved in with her own flash to secure the kill. Annie has teleported, V alerted. At that moment, Annie had indeed arrived at the minion wave. Swift advised, don't rush, we have the numbers. By then, Janna had been slain. If Annie teleported down, it would create a 3-on-2 scenario, quite manageable for Newbie, with the potential to eliminate Annie herself. Just as Annie was about to land, the formidable Rek'Sai, controlled by the team leader, made her appearance. Yi Xiu naturally could not afford to hold back. He only provided the teleport because he noticed the manager was also present. No matter, the priority was to eliminate Annie, for she had no flash. Swift, resolute in his intent to kill, awaited the moment Annie's teleport landed. As she touched down, the spider swiftly followed up with a cocoon, executed with impeccable timing, not too early, not too late, ensuring Annie, lacking both mobility and flash, would undoubtedly be ensnared. However, astonishingly, the spider's cocoon failed to ensnare Annie. It was not due to a miscalculation by the spider, but rather because Tibbers had intervened. At the precise moment Annie materialized, Tibbers teleported in, perfectly shielding her from the spider's cocoon. Goodness, is that even possible? Swift was left bewildered. Without the cocoon, he had lost his means to restrain Annie. Meanwhile, the manager's Rek'Sai approached from the side, while Yi Xiu utilized his E ability to stack passive layers and subsequently ensnared the opposing Ashe with AQ ability. The manager advanced, lifting Ashe into the air, and together with Varys and Annie, they secured the kill. Yi Xiu had already secured his position, and after eliminating the ice spider, he pressed forward in pursuit, ultimately leaving the unflashed spider behind. Wawa, this is utterly ridiculous. After achieving a solo kill in the top lane, Annie teleported to the bottom lane and secured a double kill. Previously, she had collaborated with the jungler to take down the spider in the jungle. It feels as if Annie is omnipresent. Miller, it is indeed astonishing in this match. It seems Newbie is being entirely overwhelmed by Annie. On the competition stage, as the waves of battles unfolded, the morale of Newbie began to waver. Swift, how am I supposed to play in this situation? It feels as though the opponent's top laner is everywhere, rendering me powerless. We chose to take the blame. It's my fault. I didn't handle my lane well. Swift, this isn't just about you. It's not a one-off occurrence. Have you lost every time in the top lane? V fell silent, unable to comprehend why EDG's substitute top laner could be so formidable. This surpassed all conventional understanding, typically. A rookie top laner spends the first 2 seasons paying their dues. Paying dues means being thoroughly beaten and outmaneuvered. Only through such hardship can one gradually improve. Yet this joke defies all norms. On EDG's side, Yushio returned to base for supplies, promptly acquiring a kill book and sorcerer's shoes. Now, if he could stack up the kill book, every ultimate would result in a swift elimination of foes. Arriving at the top lane, Yushio opted to place a ward in the river brush before venturing into the enemy's upper jungle to place a ward outside the blue buff. Returning to lane, he continued to torment the crocodile, incessantly utilizing skills and basic attacks for harassment. As the damage escalated, the crocodile found it increasingly difficult to contend with him. At the 8-minute mark, the severely weakened crocodile could only use his ultimate under his turret, attempting to clear the minion wave and prepare for a return to base. However, before he could finish clearing the wave, Annie unleashed her ultimate, allowing Tibbers to tank the turret. The jungler's Rek'Sai tunneled in, knocking up the crocodile and following up with damage, assisting Annie in securing another kill. V expressed his confusion. Is there any value in diving the turret now, given my current state? Witnessing another death in the top lane, Wu State could no longer contain himself. Play more cautiously up top. Don't die again. V replied, I don't want to either. I genuinely have no way to counter this Annie. Her skills inflict substantial damage, and even her basic attacks hurt tremendously. I have no idea how this is happening. Wu State was left speechless. He had never considered that the crocodile could be so thoroughly dominated by Annie. As the match reached the 10-minute mark, Yushio began roaming again, this time into the jungle. He chose to head to the enemy's upper jungle, as it appeared they were preparing to take the red buff, with the third one set to respawn soon. After placing vision at the F6 camp, Yushio returned to the top lane to continue his development. Simultaneously, he noticed the enemy top laner, the crocodile, moving towards the jungle after clearing the wave. This indicated that the enemy likely sensed danger in the jungle, and Rise from mid lane would probably come over as well. Who wants to come for some assists? Anyone interested, follow me, Yushio suddenly declared. The jungler readily accepted. I'm coming. The enemy red buff is the target, but first, let me assist our mid laner with the blue buff. The rookie player added, wait a moment, I'll also come. The enemy mid laner is missing, so be cautious. Suddenly, the rookie noticed that the enemy mid laner, Rise, was absent. Meanwhile, Yushio had not seen the enemy spider at the three wolves position. Under normal circumstances, if Rise were indeed covering the spider for the red buff, the spider would have gone ahead first. However, the spider was missing from the jungle, indicating that it was likely meeting Rise in mid lane, and both were heading to the top lane. At that moment, the rookie and the jungler were busy taking the blue buff, making the enemy's decision to strike at this time quite astute. Consequently, after clearing the minion wave, Yushio stealthily moved to the river brush. In the commentary booth, observing Annie's position, Wawa remarked, wait, is Annie heading for mid lane? Newbie's mid laner is already there. If Annie continues forward, she will be intercepted and could be finished off by the crocodile. Miller responded, however, EDG lacks vision on the spider and Rise's locations. Annie is indeed at risk of being ambushed, and Rise possesses his ultimate. If Annie's position is revealed, she will be doomed. The audience, comprised of EDG fans, felt a wave of tension. With all the kills on Annie, her demise would be a significant blow. Soon, Newbie's mid and jungle closed in on the top lane, making a beeline for the bush. The spider activated a scan. Surprisingly, the skin revealed something, a diminutive figure in the brush. Tibbers. Without any preparation, Annie unleashed her ultimate, striking both enemies. The spider's health plummeted, and after sustaining damage from Annie's W skill, she eliminated it with her Q skill. Although Rise was not killed outright, his health was critically low. Rise retaliated by immobilizing Annie and made a hasty escape. Look at me up top, Wu State shouted. V responded, I'm coming. V's crocodile was advancing from under the turret, but it seemed too late. Annie's next Q skill was quickly off cooldown, and she flashed to unleash it. Rise also used his flash, but it was futile. Annie's Q skill caught up with him, securing the kill. Tricked? He knew we were coming. He was lying in wait for us, Wu State realized. But why would he have known such a thing? Swift expressed his confusion. Wu State replied, I don't know. Could it just be luck? Is it merely fortunate that he encountered us? This question puzzled the entire newbie team. Now that Annie's kill book was fully stacked, the battles ahead would only grow more challenging. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, witnessing Yushio complete a double kill, the team erupted into cheers. Incredible. A double kill in a 1 versus 2. I'm already lying down comfortably, they exclaimed. Is this the power of top lane Annie? Terrifying indeed. I previously thought top lane Annie was merely a gimmick, but it turns out she possesses genuine skill. The opponent's morale had crumbled. How could they continue fighting? The jungler suddenly remarked. However, Yi Xiao, there is one detail you could have executed more perfectly. You could have taken the enemy's red buff while you were at it. Yi Xiao chuckled, remarking that it would be a hassle to fight personally. They would undoubtedly come to collect it soon, and it would suffice to eliminate them thereafter. The factory manager was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. He had initially anticipated seizing an opportunity to showcase his prowess, yet he found himself completely overshadowed by Yi Xiao. Not only had Yi Xiao anticipated the issue regarding the red buff, but he also contemplated further strategies. On the minimap, one could observe the opposing spider engaging the three wolves, while Ryze was clearing the minion wave in the mid lane. Based on Yi Xiao's assessment, it was evident that the enemy intended to pursue the blue buff. Observing this, the factory manager decided to head towards the red buff. After Yi Xiao pushed the lane in the top lane, he feigned a retreat to replenish supplies, but instead made his way directly into the opposing upper jungle. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the junior student noticed that the enemy's Ryze had disappeared after clearing the minion wave and followed suit into the enemy jungle. The commentator, Wawa, remarked, "I sense trouble for newbie. They seem unaware that the upper jungle is under surveillance, and EDG has a firm grasp on the movements of both mid and jungle. EDG is poised to make a play." Miller added, "Currently, Ryze is without flash. If he gets caught, it would be a certain demise." Just as they spoke, the jungler, with his Rek'Sai, along with the junior's Orianna, invaded the enemy jungle and discovered Ryze, who was outputting damage from behind a wall. The jungler chose to engage with a W flash, launching Ryze into the air, and Orianna followed up with her ultimate to secure the kill. Meanwhile, in a separate encounter, the Spider Champion opted to forcefully take down the red buff before advancing upward. However, at the corner, he unexpectedly ran into Yi Xiao's Annie. How could Annie be here? The Spider Champion was taken aback. Yi Xiao opted to unleash a W skill to ensnare the spider, subsequently following up with a Q skill while meticulously maneuvering to obstruct the spider's escape route. At this juncture, the spider found itself cornered, as retreat would spell doom. Meanwhile, Orianna and Rek'Sai approached from behind. Rek'Sai unleashed a fishing thunderstrike, then burrowed forward. The spider, in a desperate bid for survival, used flash to flee. But Rek'Sai capitalized on the opportunity by soaring through the air with his ultimate ability. Yi Xiao secured a kill on the spider with his Q ability, and the red buff was transferred to him. Observing this, Wawa remarked, "This is already catastrophic. Our mid and jungle have fallen consecutively, twice in a minute. Who can withstand this?" Milu added, "The awareness of this Annie is nothing short of extraordinary. It seems as though every move from the opposition is calculated within her grasp. I believe newbie aimed to target the bottom lane, especially considering they secured a combination of Ashe and Malzahar down there. However, due to this top lane Annie, newbie felt a glimmer of hope, which ultimately led to this predicament." Wawa pondered aloud, "Your words spark a thought. Could it be that Annie was intentionally selected to bait newbie, luring them to focus on the top lane, only to strike back?" Milu responded, "If that is indeed the case, then this joke is truly terrifying. Who would deliberately choose to invite the enemy's attention upon themselves?" Meanwhile, on the battlefield, newbie noticed that Annie's kill book had reached 25 stacks. Wuxia realized that they could not proceed in this manner. "Let us set aside the top lane for now. If we continue to focus on it, we will lose this match." V interjected, "Do not approach. This Annie is far too fed. Let's create opportunities in other lanes. I have teleport. Call on me if you need assistance." More ZB added, "We have both ultimates available in the bottom lane, and I still have flash. If you come, we can secure a kill." Swift agreed. "All right, let us concentrate our efforts on the bottom lane." The newbie team redirected their focus, treating the top lane as non-existent and channeling all their energy into the bottom lane. As the match reached the 12-minute mark, Wuxia and Swift began to roam. The two opted to feign a descent towards the bottom lane from the river, while actually concealing themselves in the brush just below mid lane. After placing a ward behind the wall, they awaited the approach of Xiao Shuedi. Soon, as Xiao Shuedi cleared the minion wave and headed towards the bottom lane, he felt a false sense of security due to the vision granted by a true sight ward in the brush outside the red buff. However, just as he approached the wall outside of F6, he was caught by Ryze's control and subsequently ensnared by the spider's web. He was taken down without even managing to use his flash. Shashwedi exclaimed, "I've been ambushed. The enemy's mid and jungle have linked up." The factory director remarked, "With their choice of composition, they were certainly aiming for a joint effort. However, you all should play cautiously. I have plans for the top lane." The factory director's Rek'Sai had already arrived at the top lane, where the enemy's crocodile was pinned beneath the turret with little health remaining, ready for a dive. Just then, Yushio abruptly cautioned, "Hold on, the enemy may attempt to dive on the bottom lane." Yushio had already noticed that after the junior's mechanical soldier was vanquished, the opposing Rise did not return to the mid lane. With the minion wave advancing, the absence of Rise in the mid lane was undoubtedly suspicious. At this moment, the jungler had already entered the turret range, and upon observing that Yushio did not intend to continue the dive, he had no choice but to retreat. The commentator, Wawa, expressed his confusion. What are EDG's top and jungle doing? They could have executed a dive here, yet the jungler did not engage. Mila speculated. Could it be that they feared they wouldn't secure the kill? With Annie's damage, that should not have been a concern. Wawa then redirected attention. Look at the bot lane. They are about to dive there. The camera shifted to the bot lane where newbies mid and jungle had flanked, cornering EDG's duo beneath the turret. Meanwhile, in the top lane, V's Aatrox suddenly activated his ultimate, aggressively pursuing the retreating Yushio. Yushio initially intended to retreat and seek a suitable location to teleport and assist the bottom lane. However, with the arrival of the crocodile, he had no choice but to abandon his plan to support the bottom lane and instead focus on eliminating the crocodile. Ultimately, the exchange culminated in a 1-for-2 trade, resulting in the demise of EDG's duo. Faced with the formidable combination of Malzahar, Ashe, Elise, and Rise, Eboi found himself devoid of any operational space. As all four champions possessed crowd control abilities, including the unreasonable suppression of Malzahar's ultimate, a single instance of control would render him helpless, awaiting his inevitable demise. Observing the situation, Wawa remarked, "It seems Newbie has not yet conceded defeat, though it may still be premature to declare such." Miller added, "I must say, Malzahar as a support is a variable for both teams. This champion is exceptionally effective against specific positions, particularly those unable to acquire Mercury's shreds, such as Annie." Wawa responded, "Indeed, it is feasible to do so, but it would require a considerable financial investment, hindering the mage's progression in acquiring subsequent gear after obtaining Mercury's shreds." At the 15-minute mark, Yushio secured the first tower in the top lane and subsequently aided the jungler in claiming the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Newbie's mid-jungle duo once again moved towards the bottom lane. This time, EDG's duo remained vigilant, proactively retreating and relinquishing the bottom tower. "Let us push mid for a while. Otherwise, their mid-jungle will continue to disrupt our rhythm," Yushio commanded, recognizing the need to interrupt Newbie's momentum. Consequently, the jungler accompanied him to the mid lane to unleash the Rift Herald. Yushio, on his own, ventured into the opposing lower jungle, dismantling numerous wards along his path. He harbored no fears of an ambush from the enemy spider. After all, one could never predict who might be eliminated first. The opposing duo had vanished from sight. "Be cautious as you approach," the captain instructed. "The enemy mid and jungle are currently in the middle lane, and the top laner is likely en route as well. If the bottom lane joins, they will have 5 members ready, and EDG must counter with all 5. The Rift Herald positioned itself before the first turret in the mid lane and charged forward, crashing into the defensive structure. Uncertain of Annie's whereabouts, the newbie mid and jungle played cautiously beneath the mid turret, hesitant to engage the Rift Herald as they awaited the arrival of their duo. The newbie bot lane circled around the jungle, opting to traverse through the bush near the blue buff to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, making their way to the second turret. However, as they passed the bush near the blue buff, an unexpected event unfolded. Tibbers. Suddenly, a fireball erupted from the brush, shattering Malzahar's shield, and a formidable bear appeared before them, immobilizing both champions. Annie swiftly followed up with her W ability, reducing the health of both Ashe and Malzahar to a critical state. The duo reacted promptly. Ashe unleashed her ultimate ability, while Malzahar cast his own to ensnare Annie. Yet, while Annie was momentarily restrained, Tibbers remained free. Seizing the opportunity, Tibbers swiftly dispatched Malzahar with a couple of powerful slaps. Witnessing this, Ashe fled in a frantic retreat. As Yushio's Q ability cooled down, he opted to utilize Flash in conjunction with his Q skill. The Ice Queen also followed suit with a flash of her own. However, it was already nightfall when the Q skill soared through the air, culminating in a decisive kill. Yushio accomplished a double kill in the opposing jungle. Upon witnessing this, Wawa remarked, "A double kill. Was that truly a double kill? It seems rather effortless." Milu responded, "Annie has yet to complete her hat, but it should be ready shortly. Once she acquires her hat, coupled with the spell intensity from the kill book and the spell penetration from the sorcerer's shoes, Eliminating squishy targets will be a mere formality. Wawa added, newbies mid and jungle are equipped with Mercury's treads. I suspect the bot lane will soon follow suit. For facing this Annie without them is simply untenable. From a composition standpoint, EDG possesses limited crowd control, yet without Mercury's treads, they cannot effectively engage. After vanquishing the opposing bot lane duo, Yushio returned to mid lane to regroup with his teammates, Iboi and Meiko joining the fray. Although the Rift Herald had already been claimed by the adversaries, it was now 5 against 3. With the next wave of minions approaching, EDG pressed forward aggressively. Newbie had no choice but to concede the outer mid tower. Following the destruction of Newbie's mid tower, the EDG team opted to continue their development. Yushio commanded, secure the dragon, and then prepare for the Baron. Prior to the Baron respawning, let's establish vision control and await their approach. The factory manager replied, no problem. Meiko asserted, leave vision control to me. Iboi announced, I will push the minion wave. The junior added, I shall collect the top lane minions. The EDG team commenced lane swapping, with Yushio heading to the bot lane to claim the enemy's outer tower. At this point, the newbie duo could only defend beneath their mid tower. The mere absence of Yushio from the bot lane sent them into a state of trepidation. As the match reached the 20th minute, the crucial items for the EDG squad had largely been completed. Wawa noted, the Baron has now respawned. EDG has proactively established vision control around the Baron, shifting the pressure onto newbie. With Varus in play, EDG's speed in taking the Baron is commendable. Mila remarked, however, the greatest dilemma for newbie lies in their uncertainty regarding Annie's position. Given Annie's current equipment, should she land her ultimate on a squishy target, it would undoubtedly result in an instant elimination. Wawa lamented, it is exceedingly challenging, truly a daunting task. If I were in newbie's position, I would feel nothing but despair. Milu added, let us hope that once this match concludes, newbie does not return to nightmares of being pursued by a bear. As they conversed, the EDG team began their assault on the Baron. Yushio's Annie was situated in the upper jungle on the opposite side, hidden in the brush near the red buff. Soon, all 5 members of newbie appeared, and the upper jungle of the red side was fully under EDG's vision, allowing Yushio to clearly observe each player's position. A blue trinket was placed in the Baron pit, confirming to newbie that EDG had commenced their assault on Baron, and they were doing so with considerable speed. At this moment, the player known as Wushuang suddenly remarked, wait, has anyone seen Annie? V responded, no. It seems she is not in the Baron pit. Could she be lying in ambush? The atmosphere grew tense among newbie, haunted by the memory of Annie's ability to eliminate them in an instant. As they cautiously advanced, they set vision traps, utilizing their skills to scout the area. They thoroughly checked the brush around the red buff and the nearby bird, yet Annie's position remained elusive. Wushuang speculated, Annie must be in the river brush. We need to proceed with caution. Swift added, I have flash. I can look for an opportunity to engage with it. You all should hold back for now. Wushuang conceded. That's our only option. It's a 50-50 chance. We can contest. If we win, it's a gain. If we lose, we won't suffer too much. The newbie team prepared for this risky endeavor, allowing their jungler to descend alone for a smite contest while the others observed the situation. However, the newbie fans in the crowd began to shout, run. Annie is flanking. She is right behind you. Flee, or you will perish. Yet, no one seemed aware that Annie was indeed lurking at their rear. From a godlike perspective, it became evident that Yushio's Annie had stealthily positioned herself in the brush beneath the red side's high ground. This location allowed for a flawless flank, and now all that was required was for her teammates in front to draw the enemy closer. Yushio would naturally not allow the opposing team an opportunity to contest the dragon, as it would be foolish to engage in such a battle when his side held such a significant advantage. He commanded, I am in position, you may begin. Consequently, EDG's 4 members abandoned the dragon and advanced directly into the enemy jungle to prepare for a team fight. Their arrival did not go unnoticed. Newbie quickly retreated, regrouping beneath their second tower in the mid lane. Their objective for this maneuver was to thwart EDG's attempt at the dragon, given their current deficit. Engaging in a fight was unwarranted. Suddenly, Tiburus appeared, crashing into the heart of Newbie's formation. At that moment, as Newbie's champions reached the F6 bush, Rise, Ashe, and Elise were instantaneously obliterated. Malzahar swiftly unleashed his ultimate upon Annie, while the crocodile activated his own to engage. Nevertheless, EDG's other members had already arrived. D exclaimed in astonishment, goodness, a single combo has eliminated 3 champions. Were it not for Malzahar's shield, he too would have perished. Miller remarked, Annie secured Malzahar with a single Q, then pursued the crocodile alongside her teammates. The crocodile was ensnared by Janna, and Annie delivered the final blow with her Q pinnacle. Annie achieves the pinnacle. The sound of the pinnacle echoed throughout the summoner's rift. On EDG's side, the team erupted in exhilaration. Pinnacle. Pinnacle. Incredible. Yishio. Your Annie is utterly invincible. MVP. MVP. Could you teach me how to play Annie? Following their victory in the team fight, EDG pushed towards the mid lane inhib before returning to secure the dragon. The timing was impeccable, leaving the opposing team unable to intervene. After claiming the dragon, EDG returned to base for supplies and then swiftly took the infernal dragon, pushing the mid lane minion wave and preparing for a decisive strike. In the match, newbie found themselves at a loss. What manner of monster is this Annie? Wondered, is her damage truly that high? V replied, her equipment is exceptional. I believe any champion with such items would deal considerable damage. Swift added, 25 stacks on the kill book, a hat, a penetration rod, penetration boots, and a frozen staff. What an abomination. Lamented, she has 2 more items than I do. V suggested, let us focus on defending this wave first. We can address other matters later. The newbie members reluctantly braced themselves, 5 of them stationed before their outer tower, awaiting the incoming minion wave. Soon enough, the minions arrived, and EDG positioned themselves. They were in no rush, for they had super minions and a cannon enhanced by the dragon buff, allowing them to chip away at the tower's health from a distance. The pressure was now on newbie. If they could not initiate a team fight, they would lose their tower without a fight. Observing the situation, directed, we must seize an opportunity to engage. We cannot delay any longer. V agreed, let us initiate. We will find a way to eliminate Annie. Instructed, you go in and flash to stun her. We will follow with damage. With their strategy set, the crocodile stealthily approached Annie, preparing to flash into action. However, unbeknownst to him, Yishio had already anticipated his intentions. As the crocodile closed the distance, he opted to use his E skill followed by a flash, yet he was unable to unleash his W as he was rooted in place. In that very moment, Annie's W skill struck, immobilizing the crocodile. This was no mere coincidence. Yishio had seen through the crocodile's intentions. After Annie ensnared him, the rest of EDG unleashed a barrage of attacks. With just 2 of her skills, Annie reduced the crocodile to half health, while the others contributed to sending him back home. D remarked, what reflexes does this Annie possess? The crocodile's flash and W could not even reach her. Miller speculated, this cannot merely be reflex, it must be prediction. By observing the crocodile's movements, Yishio likely anticipated his actions and released the W skill preemptively. D noted, with the crocodile eliminated, our front line is lost. This team fight cannot proceed. Annie flashes in with her ultimate. Oh my, Rise and Ash are obliterated. The team fight is collapsing. Miller added, what follows is merely cleanup. The jungler's Rek'Sai is harvesting the remnants. It feels as though the match is concluded. In the arena, EDG's members were in high spirits. Spider. Spider. Do not let her escape. Attack the tower. Attack the tower. Chase. 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 Not a single one must be spared. Only remained at the tower, while the others were occupied with securing kills. Once they had wiped out the opposing team, EDG turned their attention to demolishing the tower. Exclaimed, nice. Just one more game, and we can advance. Chimed in, let us maintain this momentum and sweep newbie 3-0. Eboi admitted, to be honest, I never imagined it would be this easy to defeat newbie. Confessed, I did not perform well in mid. I was targeted by their mid-jungle duo. Advised, your issue lies in your lack of experience. Simply play more games, and you will improve. EDG swiftly demolished the enemy nexus, securing their victory. After the match concluded, they rose and headed towards the locker room. Meanwhile, newbie's members were despondent, each wearing a glum expression. V contemplated the screen. Annie's damage was 30,000, while his was merely 3,000. A tenfold disparity in output. Such a thing was beyond his wildest nightmares, to be so utterly outclassed. Let us go, the match is over. We should head back, suddenly called out. Thus, they all stood and made their way to the locker room. Upon arrival, casually took a seat and turned to V. V. You often ask me if you can hold the top lane without incident for 10 minutes. V's expression faltered. Had this been before the match, he would have confidently claimed he could achieve that, and even secure 3 kills in that time. However, after 2 matches, he now felt acutely aware of the gap between himself and Yishio. Others turned to him, awaiting V's response, which would influence their strategy and affect them all. Reluctantly, V managed to say, "I can give it a try." Replied, "This is not merely a matter of trying. We have one final opportunity, and I need a definitive answer." V affirmed, "No problem." Continued, "All right, let's focus on the mid and bot lanes. We will disregard whatever champion is picked for top lane. We originally planned this approach. But upon seeing Annie in the top lane, we could not resist and ended up in this predicament." Happy Y interjected, "However, our Malzahar support has already been revealed. I suspect we may not be able to secure him next match." Contemplating this issue, the state of uncertainty induces a headache. The strategy involving Malzahar as a support is ostensibly designed to counter the bottom lane. Theoretically, if executed flawlessly, it should secure a victory. However, the previous match was fraught with unexpected complications, leading to the exposure of Malzahar support without yielding any tangible results. Uncertain, if we cannot secure this, we must revert to more conventional champions, ensuring they synergize well with ganks. Meanwhile, within the confines of EDG's lounge, the team is engaged in tactical discussions. Abu remarks, "Everyone has worked hard. There's only one match left. Let us maintain our momentum and strive for a clean sweep. Currently, our hands are warm, and our coordination is improving. We must carry this state into the next round," adds the captain. The captain then suggests, "I believe we can start contemplating our next round's draft." Miko interjects, "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We should take it one step at a time." The captain chuckles, "I was merely jesting." At this moment, Abu suddenly turns to Yishio, his gaze filled with admiration. "Yishio, I previously thought you were merely a genius top laner. But after witnessing your gameplay and champion selections, I realize I underestimated you. Your approach has the potential to redefine traditional top lane strategies, perhaps even establishing a new school of thought." The captain, taken aback, exclaims, "Redefining top lane strategies? That seems rather extravagant. The teams we currently face do not possess particularly strong top laners. I would argue that LPL's top lane is lacking, while LCK's top laners present a greater challenge." Abu responds, "I understand. This is merely my personal impression. Do not forget, Yishio has only just begun his career, and his potential for growth is immense." Miko adds, "I believe Abu has a point. Reflecting on our early days compared to Yishio now, the disparity is significant. We all developed gradually, and if he continues to improve, he could become exceedingly formidable." Yishio, overhearing this, feels a swell of pride and quickly interjects, "Let us return to discussing the draft for the next match." Indeed, Abu agrees. It seems we've strayed off topic. In the upcoming match, they will likely opt for a side swap. We will be on the red side. In the previous two matches, they focused on the top lane, but to little effect. I sense they should make adjustments in the third match, or they risk being overly stubborn. The captain comments, "I believe they intended to adjust in the second match, but were sidetracked by the top lane Annie. If they aim to target the bottom lane in the next match, should we not deny the Malzahar support?" Miko responds, "I think it's best we do not let that champion through. It's quite troublesome in lane. In post-level 6, its control is exceptionally stable, leaving little room for maneuver." Abu adds, "Aside from Malzahar, there are numerous strong initiators available in the support role. We cannot ban them all, so you must exercise caution." Ibowie chimes in, "Other champions are manageable, as they at least provide room for positioning." Abu concludes, "Let us leave the champion selection discussions for later. We must remain adaptable. It seems the time to prepare for the match is upon us." At the commentary booth, D and are ready. D announces, "We are about to witness the third match between the two teams. In the preceding two encounters, EDG secured victories with relative ease, placing the pressure squarely on newbie. They must at least win one match to avoid a clean sweep." Concurs, "Indeed, we hope newbie can recalibrate their state. As commentators, we naturally prefer to see high-quality matches filled with back-and-forth action. A one-sided affair lacks allure." D adds, "Certainly. Without further ado, let us welcome the players from both teams to the stage." As the match unfolds, the EDG players take to the arena, greeted with fervent cheers from their fans. EDG. 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 Following them are the newbie players, who, despite trailing 0-2, receive considerable support from their fans. After the introductions, Yishio arrives at his position. The draft for the third match commences. EDG occupies the red side, while newbie assumes the blue side. During the ban phase, newbie targets the top lane, banning Annie, Kayn. In vain. EDG counters by banning Malzahar, Ryze, and Lee Sin. As the selection phase begins, newbie locks in Elise as their first pick. Abu advises. Their immediate selection of Elise indicates a strategy aimed at early game tempo. Ming Kai, exercise caution. The captain acknowledges, Understood. I will take Rek'Sai. EDG secures Rek'Sai as their first pick. Miko states, I'd like to secure Karma as well. They have dedicated their bans to the top lane, which eases our selection. EDG locks in Karma as their second pick. As the draft returns to newbie, they select Gragas and Thresh. Upon seeing these champions, Abu warns. Their mid-jungle duo appears quite potent. They likely intend to focus on the lower half of the map, which we must be wary of. The rookie chimes in. I have no issues in the mid lane, but they may target the bottom lane. Miko reassures, no worries. Let them come. If necessary, we still have Yushio. If they focus on our bottom lane, it seems they are abandoning their top lane. Abu inquires, Yushio, have you decided on your top lane pick? Or shall we wait a bit longer? Yushio, let us wait a moment. Junior, hand me a Syndra first. Eboe, I'll take Ezreal to avoid being targeted by the opposing team. Thus, EDG confirmed Syndra and Ezreal on the third and fourth picks. The draft returned to newbie, who secured Fishman and Lucian. Consequently, only EDG's top lane position remained undecided. Abu approached Yushio, anticipating his decision. Let us go with the Stone Man, Yushio declared. Abu responded, why not reconsider? Choosing the Stone Man isn't out of the question, but there are certainly better options available, having previously been proven wrong. Abu hesitated to dismiss Yushio's choice. Nevertheless, the Stone Man is indeed a challenging champion to master in competitive play. The Stone Man is the optimal choice, trust me. Yushio insisted. What makes it the best choice? Abu pressed. The opposing Fishman will likely build a semi-tank, utilizing the Ice Fist setup, relying on basic attacks for damage. If I select the Stone Man, he will be left perplexed, Yushio elucidated. Abu paused, then countered. However, upon seeing your choice of the Stone Man, they could opt for an AP build. Yushio remarked, no, my opponent has already faced 2 defeats at my hands. He would certainly refrain from being so arrogant now. Moreover, it is evident that they intend to focus on the bottom lane. Choosing an AP champion in the top lane could lead to complications. He will undoubtedly opt for a more stable tank. Abu was somewhat swayed. Initially, he believed Yushio selected the Stone Man merely to showcase his skills. A typical mindset for a young player, especially with EDG leading 2-0. However, it now appeared that Yushio's choice of the Stone Man was a result of careful consideration. At this moment, Miko reminded, the hero selection time is almost over. Seeing that Yushio showed no intention of changing his decision, Abu had no choice but to acquiesce. If it's the Stone Man, then so be it. Miko then confirmed the Stone Man on the 5th floor, finalizing both teams' lineups. Red Team EDG. Top lane Stone Man, Jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Syndra, ADC Ezreal, support Karma. Blue Team Newbie. Top lane Fizz, Jungle Elise, mid lane Jace, ADC Lucian, support Thresh. Upon observing this lineup, was taken aback, a top lane Stone Man? Surely this is a jest. It has been ages since this champion appeared in competitive play. Miller interjected. I recall seeing online that people mentioned Joke had claimed he would utilize the Stone Man in matches. I thought it was mere bravado, but here we are. Responded. If he merely chose the Stone Man to fulfill a promise, isn't that rather frivolous? While the Stone Man may hold an advantage against ADC champions, against AP champions, it seems he would merely endure punishment. Miller replied, I cannot speak to that, but the selection of the Stone Man presents a unique opportunity for V. Previously, he has been under considerable pressure. This match could offer a chance for a comeback. Meanwhile, in the official live streaming room, viewers inundated the chat with exclamations. The Stone Man. The Stone Man has truly arrived. He dares to select the Stone Man. What audacity! Yet, he indeed keeps his word. I admire such integrity. From this moment on, I shall be a devoted fan of Joke, simply for his bold choice. After Yushio chose the Stone Man, he received unanimous acclaim. For the spectators, they relished the novelty of such eccentric selections. The more obscure the hero, the more they wished to observe. Meanwhile, on the newbie side, V found himself in a quandary. His choice of the tanky Fishman was intended to withstand pressure. A robust and agile Fishman could thrive in the top lane. Furthermore, during team fights, as long as his ultimate ability could connect with an enemy, he would remain useful. However, with EDG fielding a Stone Man in the top lane, opting for an AP build could prove advantageous against the Stone Man. Yet the downside was its low margin for error. Should the AP Fishman falter early on, he would be rendered ineffective in team fights. His teammates had explicitly stated their intention to focus on the bottom lane, and if he were to select the AP Fishman while his allies failed to assist, with the opposing jungler continually pressuring him, he would undoubtedly face disaster. Contemplating these factors, V ultimately hesitated, opting instead for the tanky fishman's build. Of course, the difference between the two builds was marginal. Although he chose the tanky variant, he still yearned to explore the AP option. If he could secure an advantage in lane, he might consider transitioning to AP later. If he struggled or was caught out, he would stick with the tank build. As the match commenced, Yishio swiftly procured a Doran's blade. The audience erupted once more in excitement. Doran's Bladestone Man is here. Indeed, he delivered on his promise. Yet, what if he faltered? Frankly, I harbored concerns about his potential missteps. Nonetheless, the essence of watching the game is to find enjoyment, is it not? The director zoomed in on the Stone Man with his Doran's blade. Wawa exclaimed, "A Doran's blade start? Am I seeing this correctly? Can it truly be played like this? Brother, this is the LPL playoffs, not a casual game." Miller pondered. Could he have made an equipment error? Perhaps he mistakenly believes himself to be an AD hero, forgetting he is a Stone Man? Is that a possibility? Wawa responded, "I believe he did this intentionally. I saw online that he previously employed a Doran's blade start with Stone Man in a solo queue match, and he even dominated Faker in that game." Miller concluded, "All I can say is that it's impressive." Yishio arrived at the battlefield, heading straight to the river to take his stand. As the first wave of minions emerged, he positioned himself on the lane and commenced the usual confrontation. V's fishman also made his way to the lane, and the two began to engage in a tug-of-war. In this match, Yishio opted for the AD talent rune set, thus refraining from utilizing the Q skill for early harassment. A Doran's sword? How could it be a Doran's sword? At that moment, V suddenly realized a critical issue. The Stone Man had indeed equipped a Doran's sword. What? The Stone Man has a Doran's sword? That means his lane is doomed. He must have made an equipment error. "You're in for an easy time up top," he remarked with a smile. Swift chimed in, "There should be no problems in the lane now, considering their starting items are all wrong." V's confidence surged. "I can play freely in lane, as long as their jungler doesn't constantly target me." V began to strategize, noting that EDG's jungler was Rek'Sai, not champions like Jarvan or Zhao Xian, who could initiate ganks at level 2. Rek'Sai would definitely need to wait until level 3 to have sufficient damage. Therefore, before reaching level 3, V aimed to exert maximum pressure on the Stone Man to create a significant advantage. If the Stone Man's health was too low, the jungler might hesitate to gank the top lane. As the first wave of melee minions became critically low on health, V moved forward as if to secure a last hit, all the while observing the Stone Man's reactions. To effectively whittle down the Stone Man's health, it was essential to first deplete his passive. Otherwise, any damage dealt would be negligible. Thus, as the Stone Man approached, the little fish man chose to initiate a basic attack. However, just as V was about to strike, the Stone Man abruptly retreated, realizing he could not land the attack. V also withdrew. Pursuing him would result in being surrounded and assaulted by minions. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped back, the Stone Man retaliated with a basic attack followed by a W ability that canceled the animation, landing yet another basic attack. "I've been outmaneuvered," V realized, opting to use his E skill to dispatch the 3 melee minions while simultaneously grazing the Stone Man. However, the Stone Man's passive absorbed the damage from V's E skill, resulting in V taking a hit instead. That attack stings, V thought, beginning to sense trouble as the Stone Man landed 3 hits, significantly reducing his health. Observing this, the commentator remarked, "You wouldn't believe it. But even though it's a Stone Man, he plays with surprising agility in Joke's hands. I never expected such a seemingly clumsy champion could be so nimble." Miller added, "Nonetheless, I still believe the Stone Man cannot compete. This is merely a slight advantage. Once he levels up, he should not pose a challenge for the little fish man." Despite the commentator's opinions, the live chat was ablaze with excitement. "Did you see that? The Stone Man can indeed exhibit skill. Is your Stone Man the same as someone else's? I wonder who will dare to call the Stone Man a slacker after this. You can achieve such results? He is a slacker only in your hands." As the second wave of minions arrived, they entered the crucial phase of vying for level 2. V decided to wait for the cooldown of his E skill before seeking an opportunity to engage in harassment. However, just as his E skill became available, the Stone Man's passive was also reset. As before, launching directly with the E skill would result in his damage being blocked by the shield. With no other options, V resolved to level up first. He moved to secure last hits, aiming to reach level 2. However, Yishio had different intentions. Seeing the little fish man hesitate, he seized the chance to attack. As the little fish man attempted to retaliate, Yishio deftly evaded and landed another slap on him. Yishio consistently employs his agile footwork to confound his opponent, leaving them uncertain as to when he will strike. In terms of operational frequency, Yishio's speed surpasses V's by more than double. After being met with 3 consecutive slaps, V's champion, the Little Fishman, finds himself incapable of retaliating even once. What manner of player is this? V is utterly bewildered. This is his first encounter with such a scenario. In the previous 2 matches, he had not been without a share of harassment, yet this time he is being outmaneuvered by a mere stone golem. Observing this, the doll remarked, "Why does it feel like the disparity is so pronounced? This is a unilaterally one-sided beating. Moreover, I've noticed that the stone golem displays remarkable intelligence. He opted for the W skill at level 1, which has a rather low mana cost. Initially, I was concerned that without a Doran's ring, his mana might not suffice. But it appears that is not an issue at all. At least until he manages to vanquish the Little Fishman, the stone golem's mana seems to hold up well." Miller added, "I feel I may have forgotten how to play this game, a stone golem dominating a Little Fishman? It's incomprehensible." Both players in the top lane reached level 2 simultaneously, yet V remained resolute, determined to establish a significant advantage by level 3. If he failed to do so, he might not have another opportunity. He resolved to utilize all of his consumables, restoring his health before advancing to continue his skirmish with the stone golem. This time, the Little Fishman chose the W skill, and his combo burst proved quite formidable, functioning similarly to that of the stone golem's AWA. Utilizing the W skill to cancel the recoil and swiftly unleash a second attack, the Little Fishman closed the distance once more. And as the stone golem prepared to secure a last hit, the Little Fishman moved in for a basic attack to initiate the engagement, opting to pursue a bit further this time. Seeing this, Yishio altered his strategy. He unleashed his E skill, Earthquake, to diminish the attack speed of the Little Fishman, followed by a swift slap. After executing the move, he turned back and closed the distance for another strike. The spectators watched in astonishment as the Little Fishman stood frozen in place. His attack speed had slowed to such an extent that he could barely land a complete hit. Once the stone giant created distance, the Little Fishman's attacks merely retracted. This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded, and those unaware might have thought the Little Fishman was deliberately throwing the game, standing idly while being beaten. In the official livestream, viewers flooded the chat with comments. What kind of maneuver is this? The Little Fishman has been utterly outplayed. The disparity was stark. V was but a toy in the face of joke. It was absurd. Both were melee champions, yet the gap in their performance was immense. The audience was in disbelief. How could the stone giant exhibit such skill? They were captivated by the stone giant's finesse, realizing that such intricate maneuvers delineated the chasm between average players and top-tier professionals. On the battlefield, V was at his wit's end. Although he had faced stone giants before, he had never encountered one as formidable as this. No matter who piloted the stone giants he previously faced, they had never exerted such pressure. Typically, they were on the receiving end of damage. However, this stone giant's intensity rivaled that of champions like Fiora. Soon, both champions reached level 3, but the Little Fishman was below half health and had exhausted all his consumables. In stark contrast, the stone giant appeared unscathed, with health nearly intact and potions still in reserve. Although he had been solo killed, V was acutely aware of the vast disparity. "Brother, how did you end up like this in the top lane?" Just then, Swift noticed the situation in the top lane. His remark caught the attention of the rest of newbie, who were equally shocked. Is the gap really this wide? The opponent hasn't even used any supplies. Is your mouse broken? This shouldn't be happening. They were utterly perplexed as to how a Little Fishman could struggle against a stone giant who had mismanaged his items. V himself was at a loss for words. How could he express being outclassed by a mere stone giant? Just focus on your own development. I'll head to the bottom lane to create some chaos, Swift decided, abandoning the top lane. V quickly interjected, "Help me push the lane, that's all I need." With no mana left and the minion wave stalled, returning to base felt like a loss. "Fine, I'll just push the lane," Swift relented. Knowing there were no opportunities in the mid lane, otherwise, he wouldn't have ventured to the top lane. Swift's spider rushed towards the top lane minion wave. Upon seeing the spider approach, the Little Fishman felt emboldened enough to attempt to push the wave. It seems the Little Fishman can't withstand the pressure and has opted to summon his jungler for assistance in pushing the lane before returning to base, commented Wawa. Given this situation, I believe the Little Fishman will abandon an AP build in favor of a tanky route. Wait a moment, Miller interjected. What is the stone giant doing? Does he intend to take on 2 opponents? Just when everyone thought the spider and the Little Fishman could easily push the wave, Yishio's stone giant boldly engaged in a 1 versus 2. This is impossible. He can't win this, Wawa exclaimed. The spider is at full health, and even in a 1-on-1, I doubt the stone giant stands a chance, let alone against both. Moreover, the spider has 2 buffs, making it a formidable opponent. It's unlikely he would fear a stone giant. Miller added, I suspect Joke is trying to prevent the enemy from pushing the lane back to base. But this could come at a great cost. As they spoke, an astonishing event unfolded. The spider and the little fish man hesitated to engage the stone giant. After a few moments of indecision, the spider inexplicably chose to retreat. Seeing the spider back away, the little fish man had no choice but to follow suit. Unable to preserve his teleport and forced to use it. In the official livestream, viewers inundated the chat with disbelief. Are you kidding me? They're too scared to fight a 2-on-1? What is Newbie doing? If you don't want to fight, then don't. Did I just see that right? How is this any different from being ridden and humiliated? It was absurd. Why not just eliminate the stone giant? On the commentary desk, Wawa and Miller were astounded. But their experience allowed them to analyze the situation. After contemplation, Wawa had an epiphany. The stone giant is feigning a jungle presence. Exactly. He is bluffing to intimidate the opponents. Miller realized, given that the factory leader's Rek'Sai has not been spotted, Newbie is unaware of his position. If he were to ambush from the top lane, the little fish man would certainly struggle in a 2-on-2. Wawa praised, EDG has truly struck gold. I've only seen such tactics from one player before, Marin, the S5F MVP, who enjoyed toying with opponents by pretending to jungle and scaring them away. Now, witnessing a similar strategy from a rookie top laner in the LPL is remarkable. As they spoke, VS Little Fish Man had already teleported back to the lane. Swift had indeed been intimidated, prompting a hasty retreat. He had no intention of visiting the top lane, but V had requested assistance in pushing the wave, leading him to begrudgingly comply. Realizing Rek'Sai might be lurking in ambush, Swift wasted no time in fleeing. In previous matches, he had expended too much time and energy in the top lane, leading to a collapse of his jungle. He was determined not to repeat that mistake. Upon returning with his teleport, V first placed a ward in the river, then advanced to push the lane. After using his E skill excessively, the minion wave had been pushed to a precarious position, and the stone giant seized control from there. As the little fish man approached, Yishio applied pressure, clearly intent on preventing the little fish man from pushing the wave. The little fish man wasted no time, activating his E skill to clear the minions. However, at that very moment, Rek'Sai appeared. The factory leader Rek'Sai emerged from the river, with the stone giant slowing the little fish man with a Q skill before charging in with a flurry of attacks. No way, what a coincidence. V was taken aback. Just as he had expended his E skill, Rek'Sai arrived, and now the stone giant had slowed him down. V opted to retreat towards the red side's triangular brush, hoping to maneuver around the wall and perhaps buy time for his E skill cooldown. However, Rek'Sai could tunnel. The factory leader dug a tunnel directly to him, closing the distance before waiting to unleash his W ability. In a moment of panic, the little fish man was the first to falter, using his flash. Seizing the opportunity, the factory leader flashed in, using W to knock the little fish man airborne, and followed up with a barrage of damage. The little fish man, hindered by Rek'Sai's red buff, could not escape and succumbed to the assault. The factory leader even generously allowed Yishio to claim the kill. Yishio accepted the first blood with grace. In reality, the appearance of the manager was not a mere coincidence. It was orchestrated by Yishio himself. His control of the lane was intended to create a GNK opportunity for the manager. Upon witnessing the return of the little fish man via teleport, he recognized that the moment had arrived. On the commentary desk, Wawa remarked, the situation in the top lane has completely crumbled, just as he teleports back. He gets slain. The minion wave is bound to suffer significant losses. Milu added, moreover, observe how the stone man continues to control the lane, maintaining an equilibrium in the number of minions on both sides, before retreating to replenish supplies. This way, he can directly return to the top lane without the need for teleportation. Among the numerous top laners in the LPL, I feel he exhibits the finest attention to detail in these few matches. There are simply too many nuances. Wawa responded, now. Newbie must rely on the performance of other lanes, for the little fishman in the top lane has essentially become ineffective. In the mid lane, the clash between the unrestrained Jace and the novice Syndra was fiercely contested. Both champions are formidable in lane, and any misstep from either could result in being eliminated by the opponent. Observing the dire situation in the top lane, the unrestrained player felt a twinge of urgency and began to call for assistance. The jungler can come to the mid lane. There's a chance. Swift replied, I'm on my way. At this moment, both Syndra and Jace were at half health, presenting opportunities for either side. Swift's spider arrived in the mid lane, marking Syndra for a kill. Seizing the moment as Syndra advanced to secure a last hit, the unrestrained player unleashed a powerful cannon shot. Following the attack, he used the acceleration gate to close the distance, preparing to flash away from Syndra's abilities. Just then, the spider approached from the side, positioning themselves to sandwich Syndra between them. The novice, recognizing the predicament, retaliated with a QE combo, attempting to push Jace away. However, the unrestrained player reacted swiftly, opting to flash to the side. Upon landing, Jace transformed into his cannon form, racing towards Syndra, and leaped into the fray with a celestial jump. Rek'Sai? The manager's Rek'Sai emerged, and Swift showed no signs of hesitation, choosing to flash and entangle Syndra, coordinating with Jace to secure her demise. Meanwhile, the manager's Rek'Sai catapulted Jace into the air, ultimately leading to his elimination. The exchange culminated in a mid-lane trade. Both champions fell, yet Syndra's kill was claimed by Jace, while Jace's was appropriated by Rek'Sai. Wawa observed, this early game has been significantly more intense than the last. Both junglers exhibit a strong desire to make plays. With Jace and Syndra trading blows, I sense that the unrestrained player stands to gain slightly more. Milu interjected, given Scout's individual prowess. I am confident he can withstand the pressure. Thus the mid lane should not be a decisive factor. The camera panned to the bottom lane, where EDG was currently under pressure. The champion Ezreal possesses weak landing capabilities and could only endure the onslaught. The silver lining, however, was that Eboe was not falling behind in farm, albeit being consistently pushed back. Mako remarked, we are being pressured in the bottom lane, and their support could roam at any moment. You all must remain vigilant. Presently, the primary concern in the bottom lane was not the landing itself, but rather the fear of the opposing support's potential roam. With the minion wave consistently pushed, Mako couldn't ascertain whether Thresh was still in the bottom lane. At the 5-minute mark, by the river in the top lane, V's little fishman could no longer endure. Previously, Ixio had dominated lane control, leaving the little fishman to trade health for last hits. Although Ixio commenced his journey with the Doran's blade, his subsequent equipment leaned towards ability power, thus enhancing his harassment capabilities significantly. Once he was reduced to a precarious state, the fishman was compelled to retreat into a defensive posture. At this juncture, Ixio seized the opportunity to push the lane, actively advancing the minion wave and subsequently whittling down the fishman's health in front of the turret. Naturally, relying solely on his Q ability for harassment would deplete his mana excessively. Therefore, Ixio opted to capitalize on the fishman's moment of last hitting by directly engaging in auto attacks for damage. He adeptly utilized his passive shield to withstand the turret's onslaught. Observing this, the commentator, Wawa, remarked, the top lane is utterly one-sided. The fishman stands no chance of retaliation. If he continues in this manner without returning to the fountain for replenishment, he is bound to be tower dived again. Miller added, V is undoubtedly aware of this predicament. Yet returning to base without a teleport would result in a substantial loss of experience, making the decision exceedingly difficult. As they conversed, the jungler, the director, brought Rek'Sai back to the top lane, marking the fishman for a potential kill. He possesses his E ability. Be cautious. Ixio cautioned. The director's Rek'Sai approached the fishman, this time employing a different strategy by swiftly using his W ability to burrow and execute a knockup. As predicted, V anticipated that Rek'Sai might employ a cunning tactic akin to the previous engagement, yet the director acted with resolute decisiveness. Following the knockup, the golem advanced to follow up with a series of attacks, enabling Rek'Sai to secure the kill. In the official livestream, viewers inundated the chat with comments such as, how tragic. Not only does he struggle in lane, but he is also repeatedly tower dived. The weak should indeed be thoroughly subdued. One remarked, after this match, I reckon V might contemplate retirement. Why is his golem so formidable? Have I been playing with a mere imitation of a golem? Meanwhile, upon seeing Rek'Sai in the top lane, Swift Spider ventured to the bottom lane to stir up trouble. The spider stealthily entered the river's brush, confirming that it remained undetected before marking the EDG duo for a kill. Morzb's Thresh acted decisively, using his flash to engage with an E ability that pulled Karma back while simultaneously offering a lantern to the spider. Just as the spider grasped the lantern, a teleport landed on the minion wave in the bottom lane. Teleport. The golem is teleporting. V alerted. Swift responded, no worries, he is not level 6. Swift was well aware of the golem's teleport capability and had been monitoring his level closely. With the golem lacking his ultimate, he posed no threat to them. As Thresh's hook was cast, Karma managed to evade it with her flash. However, the moment she landed, the spider ensnared her with its cocoon. Seizing this opportunity, Lucian moved forward to secure the kill. We can engage. I'll be level 6 shortly. On EDG's side, Yishio's teleport landed. Upon arrival, he did not hastily seek out the enemy nor retreat directly. Instead, he began attacking the cannon minion. The commentary desk was filled with confusion as Wawa questioned. Wait. The golem ISN T level 6. Why would he teleport down? Karma is dead. He could have just cancelled it. Miller admitted, I too find this perplexing. It's quite bewildering. Look, the golem. Meanwhile, the attention of newbie South bottom lane trio was fixated on the golem as they turned to locate him. At that moment, the golem eliminated the cannon minion, triggering the upgrade effect. He had reached level 6. The golem is level 6. Be cautious. The newbie players grew anxious. At that moment, Ebo's Ezreal approached from behind to deliver damage. Yishio opted to first cast his Q skill on the spider, inflicting a slowing effect while simultaneously gaining an acceleration boost for himself. Capitalizing on this advantage in mobility, Yishio initiated a kiting strategy against his opponent, denying them any opportunity to deal damage and affording easy ample space to unleash his output. Ebo relentlessly pursued the decelerated spider, whose diminutive frame proved unable to withstand the onslaught. At present, the spider remained in its arachnid form, having already exhausted all its abilities in this state. Yishio was well aware of this, so once his Q ability was off cooldown, he boldly charged in, simultaneously knocking up both Thresh and the spider. Following this, he unleashed a seismic tremor, applying a slow to Thresh with his Q ability. After eliminating the spider, he turned his attention back to Thresh. Ebo, trailing behind, had fully stacked his passive and was delivering substantial damage. Sensing the precarious situation, Lucian opted to flee, sacrificing Thresh in the process. Ultimately, Thresh was slain, resulting in a favorable exchange of 2 for 1. Wawa commented, this stone golem truly exhibits remarkable agility. If it were someone less adept, they would either shy away from a 2 versus 3 confrontation or land their ultimate on the spider and Thresh, which might not guarantee a victory. Instead, this stone golem chose to pull back, allowing easy to deal damage without consequence, before striking when the moment was ripe. Miller concurred, stating, indeed, this performance by Joke Stone Golem has reshaped my understanding of this champion. I once regarded the Stone Golem as a rather lackluster hero, but I now realize it greatly depends on the player. Within the official livestream, viewers flooded the chat with comments. I dare anyone to claim that my choice of the Stone Golem was futile. From now on, let us call him the Lava Behemoth. Joke has vindicated the Stone Golem, establishing it as a carry champion. The Stone Golem is the true central hero. Consequently, players who previously enjoyed the Stone Golem but hesitated to speak up due to its perceived inferiority have now rallied behind Yishio. The match pressed on, and after this skirmish, newbie found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Unstate commanded, let us stay composed, everyone. No need to rush. The Stone Golem becomes less effective in the late game, especially with its build focusing on damage. Swift interjected, the key is to survive until late game. The current pace is quite off. The Stone Golem has accrued too many kills, making mid-game engagements exceedingly challenging for us. Unstate replied, we'll only engage when we have flash available. Without it, we steer clear of team fights. The weaknesses of the Stone Golem are quite apparent. Although these words were spoken, the members of Newbie sensed that the situation might not be so straightforward. As the 10-minute mark approached, Yishio's advantage in the top lane continued to swell. The Little Fish champion was now building magic resistance, desperately trying to hold his ground. Yet, Yishio maintained firm control over the lane, and after pushing it, he moved to assist elsewhere, leaving the Little Fish unable to intervene. In this instance, Yishio decided to venture into the enemy jungle, summoning the jungler. Jungler, come here. We're going to stir things up in the enemy jungle. The jungler, initially intending to secure the red buff, promptly arrived upon receiving Yishio's signal. Soon after, the enemy blue buff respawned, and the two opted to take it down first. Yishio initially intended to ambush the opposing jungler, but to his surprise, it appeared that the enemy had seemingly abandoned the top lane. Consequently, we shifted our focus to the mid lane. With the jungler unable to secure a gank, Yishio had no choice but to target the mid laner. Meanwhile, the junior player Syndra began to actively collaborate in pushing the lane. However, the opposing mid laner, seemingly aware of the impending danger, opted to freeze the wave outside, denying the minions the opportunity to reach the tower. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Yushio promptly executed a powerful move from the nearby thicket to create distance, subsequently unleashing AQ skill to slow down Jace. The doll was left utterly astonished. Was the stone giant truly making a swift advance with his ultimate? What manner of strategy was this? Jace, lacking a flash, was further hindered by the slow and subsequently fell victim to Syndra's ultimate and skill, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the stone giant's crushing blow. Following this unfortunate turn of events, Wu State shook his head in disbelief. Despite his cautious approach, he still succumbed to defeat. How exactly is one meant to navigate this game? V, trapped in the top lane, could do little but feign death, as merely surviving under the turret proved exceedingly arduous, leaving him unable to assist his allies. As the match approached the 15-minute mark, Yushio secured the first turret in the top lane, while EDG's bottom turret was also in a precarious state, soon to be claimed by Swift S Spider with a decisive onslaught. Yushio shifted to the bottom lane to farm, while the duo swapped to the mid lane, forcing Newbie to adjust their lanes accordingly. Yushio suddenly declared, "I don't think I've ever slain their bottom lane before. Let's take them down first this time." The members of EDG were stunned, as if Yushio could eliminate anyone at will simply by naming them. After pushing the bottom lane minions to the turret, Yushio moved toward the mid lane. The team leader proactively joined Yushio, initiating a scan to clear the enemy's vision in the lower half of the jungle. Sensing danger, Newbie's mid-lane duo decisively retreated, allowing Iboi and Maiku to push the mid-lane minions to the turret. Iboi then advanced to assault the tower. Witnessing this, Wawa remarked, "If this continues, it won't end well. Should the mid-lane turret fall, Newbie will lose their room to develop." Miller responded, "But with this Malphite present, Newbie is hard to break through. Any fragile target struck by Malphite's charge will perish instantly." On Newbie's side, Wuzhuang's Jace shifted from the top lane toward mid, announcing, "I'll lure Malphite into using his ultimate, then we counterattack." Upon reaching mid, Wuzhuang first fired a shot into the lower jungle bush near F6. Confirming it was clear, he advanced toward the bush but quickly retreated, anticipating that if Malphite unleashed his ultimate then, it could be evaded. However, Yushio showed no intention to strike. He had long seen through Wuzhuang's cautious ploy. Newbie's duo and jungler hovered behind Wuzhuang, ready to counterattack if Malphite used his ultimate. Their strategy seemed inscrutable. The team leader teased that from his perspective, Jace's antics appeared comical, perhaps some mysterious ritual. After several feints, Wuzhuang neared the bush, preparing to place a ward. At that moment, Little Fishman approached. Newbie had assembled 5 players. Suddenly, Yushio's Malphite launched his Q ability, the Seismic Shard, charging from the bush to close the gap with Jace. Wuzhuang reacted swiftly, flashing away to retreat. Realizing Malphite had not used his ultimate, he understood he had been deceived. In the official live broadcast chat, viewers flooded with comments. What is Wuzhuang doing? Flashing to celebrate? Terrifying. I bet his trousers are on fire now. If you're so scared, don't show off. Quick reaction, but he was totally outplayed. Yet the play was not over. Having baited out Jace's flash, Malphite immediately retreated, feigning a disengage. As Newbie's players relaxed their guard, Malphite suddenly flashed in and unleashed his ultimate, hitting 4 opponents simultaneously. The seismic tremor following his ultimate and the ability left those 4 severely wounded. The team leader seized the moment, tunneling in and flashing to block Lucian, swiftly eliminating the low-health Lucian. He then followed with a fishhook ultimate to claim Jace's life. Soon after, Ezreal's ultimate flew past the turret, securing the kills on Thresh and Elise. Newbie instantly suffered the loss of 4 members. The commentators were astonished. Wawa exclaimed, "Wow, that was so sudden." Malphite flashed his ultimate to knock up 4 enemies, coordinating perfectly with teammates to claim 4 kills. I thought after baiting out Jace's flash, Malphite would retreat, especially since his allies were far away. Miller added, "This is a cerebral Malphite, blurring the lines between deception and reality, leaving opponents unable to respond. Using flash with the ultimate gave them almost no reaction time. Now, not only is the mid lane first turret gone, but the second turret is likely next." On the battlefield, EDG pressed forward from the mid lane. The team leader remarked, "Your Malphite is truly something. I almost couldn't keep up with your tempo, it was so sudden." Maiku added, "If he weren't exceptional, how could he dare to play such a hero in a match?" Iboi mused, "I bet the enemy's heads are still spinning. Just thinking about it hurts." EDG swiftly destroyed the mid lane first turret, then the second. Meanwhile, Wuzhuang on newbie was disheartened, having previously claimed that as long as he had flash, he could engage in team fights. Instead, he had been outclassed by Malphite's finesse. Swift muttered, "Why is this guy so flashy on Malphite? I thought Malphite was a clumsy hero." V retorted, "Not just flashy. You guys didn't notice his intricate landing details? Watch the replay. He is incredibly strong." After 3 matches, V had finally admitted he was convinced by Yi Xiu's skill. Wuzhuang, displeased, snapped, "Enough. The match isn't over yet. Stop praising the opponent." V scratched his head, stating honestly what he felt. At the 20th minute, with Baron Nashor respawned, EDG prioritized securing vision around the pit. Although they hoped to lure Newbie into a team fight, Newbie seemed hesitant, likely wary of ambushes. EDG then effortlessly claimed Baron and regrouped mid lane. The minion wave had reached Newbie's south mid lane high ground, and EDG arranged themselves in formation, poised for their next move. Yi Xiu positioned a true sight ward at the lower side of the opposing high ground, effectively obscuring the nearby vision. He now wielded the illustrious 25-layer kill book, complemented by a hat, a magic penetration stick, and a push stick. With such formidable equipment, it was no exaggeration to say that even the more resilient champion Thresh could not withstand its might. The members of Newbie opted to take their stand above, wary of being ambushed by the Golem's ultimate ability. Observing the situation, Wawa remarked, "It seems Newbie is quite apprehensive of this Golem. Now EDG can leverage the Golem's advantage to press forward." Miller interjected, "Who wouldn't fear a Golem with such development? I estimate that a single Q skill could reduce Lucian's health by half." In the arena, Yisho directed, "Factory, head over to the opposite side and clear their vision. I will circle around from the enemy jungle." Understood. The Factory immediately grasped Yisho's intent. Soon, his Rek'Sai arrived at the upper side of Newbie's mid-high ground, utilizing true sight and scanning to clear the minion wave. Now, both sides of Newbie's mid-high ground were devoid of vision, however. The threat posed by the Golem loomed larger, prompting the Newbie players to remain stationed above. Unbeknownst to them, Yishio's Golem was already maneuvering into position. The Newbie fans in the audience began to panic. The Golem is above. The Golem has switched positions. Unstable, run. They wished to alert Newbie of the Golem's whereabouts, yet their voices were lost, unheard by the players. As the next wave of minions approached the tower, Newbie continued clearing the minion wave atop the high ground. Suddenly, Ezreal unleashed his ultimate. Witnessing the activation, the Newbie players instinctively sought refuge, opting to dodge upwards as the ultimate's trajectory was directed lower. With a resounding boom, the Golem flashed in and landed a massive ultimate that struck 5 opponents. Following the ultimate, the Golem executed the E skill, Tremors, and the push stick, instantly obliterating Lucian and the Spider. Then, with a swift Q skill, he secured the kill on Jace, and in the span of mere seconds, Newbie was left with only a severely weakened Thresh and a frail Fishman. Wawa exclaimed with fervor, "What incredible damage! The Golem just achieved a triple kill with a single combo. That dealt at least over 10,000 damage. My heavens." Miller added, "It appears the match is nearing its conclusion. EDG charges the high ground as a unit. The Golem claims the head of Thresh, achieving a quad kill, with only the Fishman remaining." In the arena, the Factory's Rek'Sai pursued the Fishman, exclaiming, "Pinnakill! Pinnakill!" Yisho's stone golem stood resolutely behind him as Rek'Sai burrowed through the earth, executing a flash into AW to launch the little Fishman into the air. The stone golem advanced to deal damage, and with a single Q ability, secured the kill. A pentakill. The sound of the 5-kill announcement resonated throughout the summoner's rift, igniting a frenzy among the audience. Joke. 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 After achieving the quintuple kill, Yishio turned to assist his teammates in pushing the tower. Meiko exclaimed, "The stone golem achieved a pentakill. My goodness, was everything I played before merely a sham?" Eboi remarked, "I used to think the stone golem was just a simple, lackluster champion, but today I have come to understand that it truly depends on the player. It's not the stone golem that is lackluster, but those who wield it." The young disciple chimed in, "Please teach me how to play the stone golem. I wish to master the mid-lane stone golem." Yishio, "It may not be feasible. The stone golem is indeed more suited for the top lane. It isn't as comfortable for me to play mid-manager. Scout, your sincerity is lacking. Do you understand?" Junior, "I comprehend. I shall treat him to a meal later." In a jubilant atmosphere, the members of EDG effortlessly dismantled Newbie's base crystal. Upon securing victory, they rose and removed their headsets. EDG. 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 The fervent EDG fans and attendants continued to cheer enthusiastically. The manager gestured, saying, "Let us proceed to shake hands." Thus, the members of EDG formed a line, with Yishio at the forefront and the others following closely behind. They approached Newbie to extend their handshakes. And Yishio was the first to seek out Newbie's top laner, V. He had anticipated that V might be quite withdrawn or harbor animosity towards him, given the lopsided defeat. Much to his surprise, V greeted him with a bright smile, approaching Yishio to offer a handshake. Trailing behind Yishio, the manager whispered, "It seems you have successfully convinced him." Yishio remained non-committal. His intent was not to subdue anyone, but rather to pursue victory with unwavering determination. After shaking hands with V, it was time for the jungler, Swift, whose demeanor appeared somewhat withdrawn, yet his reactions were considerably more composed. Next came the mid laner Mood, who, upon close observation, exuded a certain charm despite not being particularly tall. He barely met the standard. Mood seemed to be in considerable distress. Likely the most affected player on the newbie team. His performance was also the most commendable, which only served to amplify his discomfort. Indeed, the better one performs in a match, the more painful the loss becomes. Lastly, after the handshake with the bot lane duo, Yishio opted to return to his side, tidying up his belongings in preparation for departure. At that moment, a staff member approached and inquired, "Is player Joke present? We kindly ask him to come for an interview." Upon witnessing this, Yishio placed his mouse and keyboard back on the table. The factory manager approached and said, "Allow me to take these back for you. During the interview, keep them safe and refrain from being too reckless." The manager then took Yishio's mouse and keyboard away, while Yishio followed the staff directly to the interview area. As they neared the interview stage, a figure came into view, a familiar silhouette, Aunt Yushuang. Of course, at this moment, Yushuang was not an aunt. She should be referred to as sister. Yishio stepped forward, and Yushuang greeted him. "Are you a player from Joke? Congratulations once again on being the MVP." Yishio replied, "Thank you." Yushuang remarked, "It seems this is your second match, and yet you have displayed such remarkable performance. I am truly astonished." Yishio, "It's acceptable. I feel it's merely a standard performance." Yushuang, "A standard performance? You say? Then what would your exceptional performance look like?" Yishio, "You will know when the time comes." Yushuang, like a curious child, continued to inquire, "Could you teach me how to play the Stone Man? I don't have many heroes I can use, and I feel that the Stone Man is relatively straightforward and uncomplicated." "Your Stone Man is so impressive. Would you mind sharing some tips with me?" Yishio scratched his head and remarked, "Typically, girls do not have a penchant for playing such heroes." Yushuang inquired further, then, "Are you adept at playing Lux or Sona?" Yishio quickly shook his head, asserting, "No, that is not the case." In truth, he was proficient with every hero. He was merely feigning ignorance. He knew that if he admitted his skills, he would inevitably be pursued by Yushuang. However, to Yishio's surprise, Yushuang promptly stated, "It's fine. You can teach me how to play the Stone Golem." Yishio found himself in a predicament. He truly lacked such leisure time. "How about this?" Yushuang proposed, producing her phone, "Add me as a friend, and if you find yourself free, we can play together. Does that sound acceptable?" Yishio, seeing this, could only say, "Then please note down my number. I do not have my phone with me." Yushuang replied, "All right. Mobile phones are not permitted in the competition venue. Please provide me with your number." Yishio handed his WeChat ID to Yushuang. Just then, the director reminded them that the interview was about to commence, prompting both to take their positions and face the camera. As the interview began, Yushuang was the first to speak. "Once again, congratulations to EDG for their victory in the BO5. We have invited EDG's substitute top laner, Joke, to join us for this interview. Please greet everyone." Yishio, "Greetings, everyone. I am Joke." The audience erupted in excitement. "Joke, Joke, Joke." Yishio had not anticipated such enthusiasm from the audience. It seemed that his performance in this BO5 had garnered him a considerable number of fans. Yushuang began to inquire, "If I recall correctly, this should be your second match appearance and your first time in the playoffs. Do you feel any pressure? How do you feel at this moment?" Yishio, "Fortunately, I feel no pressure. Securing victory in the match brings me great joy. It turned out to be somewhat simpler than I had anticipated. This may be attributed to the strength of my opponents. I hope for more intense competitions in the future." Upon hearing Yishio's words, Yushuang was taken aback. She had interviewed countless players, both novices and veterans, but had never encountered such audacity before. Yushuang continued, "It seems that the Joke player possesses considerable confidence in himself. Are there any particular players or teams you're keeping an eye on?" Which team do you believe has a greater chance of winning the championship, and which player might potentially secure the FMVP title? Yushio stated without a moment's hesitation. EDG will undoubtedly claim the championship. As for the FMVP, Yushio paused mid-sentence, choosing instead to cast a meaningful glance at Yu Shuang, inviting her to grasp his implication herself. Yu Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "You mean to say that you intend to claim the FMVP?" Yushio merely smiled without uttering a word. He harbored such thoughts, yet voicing them now would seem rather arrogant. It was not a lack of confidence on his part. After all, he had only participated in 2 matches, and it was prudent to exercise restraint. Of course, he perceived this as restraint, while others viewed him as exceedingly audacious. The audience inundated the screen with comments. Arrogant. He has taken arrogance to new heights. Is this truly a newcomer? His audacity knows no bounds. Can a team not emerge to give EDG a taste of reality? I can hardly bear to watch. One can only hope someone imparts a lesson to him, otherwise he may remain oblivious to his own identity. As a fan of EDG, witnessing Yushio's confidence is undoubtedly delightful. However, supporters of other teams are less than pleased, feeling as if he disregards their existence. Yu Shuang continued with her inquiries. For the third question, I've noticed that the heroes you've showcased in recent matches are quite unconventional, distinctly different from what others have chosen. Is this due to your unique insights on the top lane? Or do you believe others possess a flawed understanding of the current meta? Yushio, I believe the most crucial aspect of the top lane position is versatility. One should not be confined by the notion of which champions are deemed suitable for this lane and which are not, as such thinking is inherently flawed. In truth, any champion can occupy the top lane, contingent upon the needs of the team composition. Meanwhile, in the EDG lounge, the team members were attentively following the post-match interview. Upon hearing Yushio's statement, they exchanged glances. The manager remarked, "Could this possibly be his genuine perspective? It seems rather absurd." The female player responded, "I truly believe he thinks this way. After all, he selects champions based on this very principle." The junior player added, "I must admit, his understanding of the game is remarkably unique. His perspective might very well usher in a new era for the top lane." The manager interjected, "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" The junior player chuckled, "I only meant it in jest." On the competition stage, Yushio concluded the interview and prepared to depart. Before leaving, Yushio did not forget to remind Yu Shuang, "Joke player, do remember to accept my friend request." Yushio nodded, then made his way directly to the lounge. Upon returning to the lounge, Yushio suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. The others were all gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Yushio did not voice his curiosity. It was evident without inquiry that it likely pertained to the post-match interview. Yushio glanced at his phone, and indeed, Yu Shuang had sent him a friend request. Yushio chose to comply and began to gather his belongings. At that moment, Abu approached and inquired, "Yushio, do you truly comprehend the nuances of the top lane position? Do you believe any hero can effectively play in that role?" Yushio replied, "Indeed, one must analyze each issue in its own context." Abu inquired, "Who exactly did you learn this from?" It seems to me that such insights cannot simply be gleaned from playing the game alone. Upon hearing this, Yushio was momentarily taken aback. It was only after the enhancement of the system that he developed such an understanding of the game. Prior to the system's intervention, his comprehension of the game was akin to that of others. The top lane was restricted to a select few champions. These champions adhered to certain characteristics, such as crowd control, tankiness, resilience under pressure, and initiation. However, now, Yushio's perception of the top lane has evolved to a more profound level, recognizing it as the role with the utmost freedom, where any champion can be chosen. Yushio spun a tale of his own enlightenment, attributing it perhaps to a natural gift. This remark left Abu utterly speechless, truly a conversation killer. After Yushio tidied up his belongings, he departed the competition venue alongside the members of EDG. Given the relatively brief duration of the BO5 match, it was still early in the day. The EDG team opted to gather at a nearby hotel for dinner. Following their meal, which concluded in the early evening, they returned to the training facility where Yushio intended to resume his regular training, aspiring to elevate his account to the pinnacle of the national server rankings. Before embarking on his ranked matches, he decided to initiate a live stream. Upon entering his streaming room, Yushio was pleasantly surprised to find a considerable audience, with over 200,000 viewers. As he commenced the broadcast, Yushio greeted his audience, "Brothers, I have arrived." Instantly, the viewer count surged dramatically. Comments flooded the chat. "Teach me how to play the Stone Man. What practice is needed to master the Stone Man like you?" Is the Stone Man really a dominant choice in the top lane? I still prefer to learn top lane Vayne. Isn't the top lane already saturated with players who are just coasting? Why has it suddenly become so significant? Upon witnessing this, Yushio elucidated, no position is insignificant. It merely depends on individual playstyle. Shortly thereafter, Yushio found himself in line, entering the hero selection phase. At that moment, he suddenly noticed someone entering the live stream and bestowing gifts upon him. Moreover, the quantity was far from negligible, 5 rockets to be precise. Yushio expressed his gratitude for the 5 rockets sent by Yushuang. Yushio was taken aback to discover that it was Yushuang who had come. This revelation sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. What is Yushuang doing here? Could it be that she harbors feelings for the host? During the interview earlier, I sensed something peculiar in her gaze. Could it really be that Yushuang has an inclination towards this? Truly, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Consequently, the crowd began to steer the conversation towards a rather peculiar direction. At that moment, Yushuang spoke up. I am here to learn skills. May I connect with the host? Yushi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Was there really a need for such a gathering? He declined, stating, connecting through voice is unnecessary. It would only distract me. The crowd erupted in playful banter, exclaiming, what a model for us. Women only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. With such an attitude, I am now your devoted fan. With no thoughts of women in my mind, my skills flourish. It turns out this is the secret behind the streamer's prowess in the solo lane. Nonsense. I have never even had a girlfriend. Yet my gameplay remains a complete disaster. Yushio was just about to begin selecting a hero when Yushuang interjected. Could you possibly choose Lux? I'd like to learn a thing or two from Sona. Yushio felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing this. Although Lux and Sona were certainly capable of occupying the top lane, it largely depended on the overall team composition and the synergy among teammates. In solo queue matches, cooperation among teammates was confined to the gameplay itself, with little collaboration during the draft phase. Many players tended to specialize in just 1 or 2 champions, leading to a lack of adaptability regardless of the enemy's selections. Consequently, Yushio firmly declined once more, stating that the timing was not right. Yushuang pressed on. Did you not claim during today's interview that any champion could fulfill the top lane role? Are you now going back on your word? This struck a nerve with Yushio. Any attempt at an explanation would likely be perceived as an excuse. As the champion selection timer dwindled, he decisively locked in Lux. The opposing top lane champion was Kennen, which was not entirely unfavorable for Lux. Upon seeing Lux selected, the chat erupted once again. No way, Lux in the top lane? What is this nonsense? The streamer appears to have been bewitched by beauty. This match is likely to be a rout. Teammates began to express their confusion with question marks. In this game, Yushio was assigned to the top lane, and after selecting Lux, his teammates responded with 4 question marks. Clearly dissatisfied with this champion's presence in the top lane, Yushio was disinclined to elaborate. All that mattered was victory. Offering 100 justifications now would pale in comparison to leading his teammates to triumph in the match. As the game commenced, Yushio opted for a Doran's ring as his starting item. Opposing him was Kennen, another champion with extended reach. Thus, there was no necessity for a Doran's blade. Furthermore, Lux significantly benefited from the attribute of mana regeneration. Once his starting equipment was secured, Yushio swiftly made his way to the river in the top lane, taking up a position while simultaneously perusing the bullet comments on his mobile device. Yushio contemplated the acquisition of an additional monitor for the purpose of dual-screen functionality. One screen would be dedicated to gaming, while the other would display the barrage of comments, thereby enhancing convenience significantly. At that moment, Yushuang encouraged him, saying, do your best. I have faith in you. This match is sure to be a victory. Let us vindicate the players of Lux. Yushio suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment. He had chosen to play Lux in the top lane, motivated by the prospect of those 5 rocket points and the leverage he had discovered. Otherwise, he would never have conformed to Yushuang's suggestion. This champion is regarded as akin to the Stone Man, commonly perceived as a weak pick in solo queue, whether in the mid lane or as a support. The mere selection of Lux tends to alter the mentality of one's teammates. It is worth noting that both players who favor Lux and those who opt for the Stone Man belong to the underprivileged faction of champions. In this match, the opposing team refrained from invading the jungle. As the first wave of minions emerged, Yushio returned to the top lane, preparing to engage in combat. At this moment, the live stream was devoid of comments, indicating that the majority of spectators were quite serious. They must have been eager to ascertain whether Lux could indeed perform effectively in the top lane. If Yushio fails to demonstrate proficiency, It would suggest that this champion is truly lacking. Yushio opted to join the first wave of minions as they emerged onto the battlefield. Upon his arrival, he noticed the absence of Kinen's position on the opposing side. This was rather peculiar. After all, Kinen was not a champion known for his short reach, and there was no necessity for him to conceal himself within the bushes. Thus, there was only one plausible explanation. This Kinen was laying an ambush. Yushio advanced alongside the minion wave. Thus, if Kinen were to lurk in the nearby brush, he would find it quite challenging to make a move, as his Q skill could be obstructed by the minions. Consequently, Yushio opted to invest his first skill point in E, unexpectedly launching it into the brush. As anticipated, the concealed Kinen was revealed by Yushio's astute maneuver. Yushio did not immediately unleash his E skill. Instead, he opted to continuously slow down Kinen while closing the distance between them. Upon noticing Lux approaching, Kinen turned back, intent on engaging in a confrontation, launching a Q skill followed by a basic attack. However, Kinen's Q skill was deftly evaded by Lux's movement, and the basic attack was rendered futile due to the lack of proximity. Yushio advanced and executed a basic attack, then turned back to prevent Kinen from attacking. Following this, he unleashed his E skill, and with a subsequent basic attack, he triggered the passive damage on Kinen before turning again. Although it may appear that an additional basic attack inflicts minimal damage in the early stages, the difference between delivering one more basic attack and one less can be substantial for mage heroes. True masters continuously intersperse basic attack damage between their skills, which is why the combos of elite professional players often seem to inflict greater damage. It is precisely these subtle details that make all the difference. After Yushio finished this round of attacks, he retreated and benefited from a portion of Kinen's health. Yushuan promptly praised, "Impressive. Your luck seems quite different from mine. How did you know that Kinen was here?" Yushio remained silent, yet the crowd erupted in a flurry of comments. It's all about awareness. That is the essence of distance control, don't you understand? Awareness is a profoundly abstract concept. All one needs to grasp is that it is awareness. Why do you all pretend? You claim to be indifferent to women, yet here you are, each turning into a sycophant. Step aside, cease your flattery, reclaim your stones, and allow me to take the lead. The game continues, and the first wave of melee minions is critically low on health. Opponent Kinen advances to secure the last hits. Yushio unleashed an E skill, simultaneously dispatching a minion and striking Kinen. He advanced once more, skillfully dodging Kinen's Q skill, and detonated his passive with a basic attack. Kinen, seemingly unwilling to concede, attempted to close the distance and engage Yushio. However, Yushio had already created a gap, rendering Kinen unable to pursue. As the second wave of minions arrived, Kinen remained undeterred, refusing to believe he could be outmatched by a Lux. Despite his health disadvantage, he aggressively sought battle, hoping to chip away at Yushio while he last hit minions. Yet, Yushio's last hitting rhythm was impeccable. He either coincided his attacks with Kinen's last hits, maintained a safe distance, or utilized skills to secure last hits while simultaneously inflicting damage. In short, Kinen found no opportunities to harass. His Q skill was thwarted by minions, and his basic attacks lacked openings, leading to a one-sided domination in the top lane. The live stream chat erupted once more. Seriously, bro? Are you for real? Lux can actually go top. I don't believe it. Win this game and carry. Given his skill, he might just pull it off. If he does, everyone will start playing Lux. I despise Lux. Please don't let the streamer win. I'm a Lux player. What's wrong with Lux? Did she eat your rice? Support the streamer. Thus, the viewers engaged in a spirited debate. Initially, many believed Yushio was merely putting on a show by selecting Lux for the top lane. However, it appeared that the situation was far more serious than anticipated. The confrontation in the top lane continued, and Yushio had reached level 3. With the acquisition of his E skill, Kinen grew bolder, serpentining closer to Yushio in an attempt to bait out his skills. Yet, Yushio paid him no mind, delivering basic attacks instead. As Kinen finally drew near, Yushio activated his W skill, granting himself a shield, ensuring that he would not be at a disadvantage in their exchanges. Frustrated, Kinen hastily used his E skill to accelerate and circled around Yushio's Lux, attempting to outmaneuver him. Yushio remained as steadfast as a mountain. In the fleeting moment when Kinen's E skill vanished, he opted to first utilize his own E skill to slow Kinen, followed by a precise Q that struck true, then a basic attack to trigger the initial passive damage. Subsequently, D's skill detonated, and Lux followed up with a second basic attack, unleashing the second passive damage. Kinen's health plummeted below half, and his resources had already been exhausted. How formidable! Why must playing Lux be so intricate? I suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Lux. Was she always this powerful? Has she received enhancements today? Why does my Lux not evoke the same sensation? Yu Shuang also expressed admiration. Joke, your Lux is incredible. You must teach me how to play her next time. This prompted the viewers to chime in with playful banter. Hand-holding? That seems a bit inappropriate. Yu Shuang, are you being too forward? Wait, do these two have something going on? Their relationship seems rather complicated. As the conversation unfolded on the top lane, Yi Xiu had already pushed Kennen beneath the turret and casually ventured to the river to place a ward. Lux, as a champion, is rather susceptible to ganks when positioned in the top lane. Fortunately, Kennen was in a poor state, and the enemy jungler might hesitate to engage. After establishing vision, Yi Xiu began to seek opportunities under the turret. He chose to first cast an E skill for poke damage. Through careful calculation, Kennen's health had already entered the execution threshold. Of course, the skill must connect first. Kennen, wary beneath the turret, was cautiously last hitting while maneuvering. Yu Xiu opted to first observe Kennen's positioning before unexpectedly launching a W skill, followed swiftly by a Q skill. The sequence of these two abilities creates a significant visual disruption for the opponent. Observing the moment when Lux unleashed her Q skill, Kennen attempted to reposition himself, successfully evading Lux's W skill. In truth, dodging was unnecessary, for Kennen inadvertently collided with the Q skill himself. Yu Xiu unleashed his E skill, advanced forward, and executed a basic attack. The skill detonated, followed by yet another basic attack. Kennen utilized his flash, yet the attack had already been unleashed, leading to a decisive takedown of Kennen. A solo kill. Yu Xiu accomplished a remarkable solo kill in the top lane. Impressive. His predictions were indeed formidable. It seemed that Kennen had exercised considerable caution. The streamer truly possesses remarkable skill. The opponent appears to be a master from the Korean server. Yet they seem as though they are mere playthings in the presence of the streamer. Everyone was awestruck by Yi Xiu's prowess. Yu Shuang even sent a comment. Can Lux really secure a solo kill? How impressive. Seeing this, Yi Xiu felt a wave of embarrassment. Had Yu Shuang truly played Lux for so long without securing a single kill? Moreover, she seemed to attribute the lack of kills to the hero's supposed inability rather than her own shortcomings. Indeed, the cognitive structures of women differ from those of men, leading to varied perspectives on issues. After achieving a solo kill in the top lane, Yu Xiu feigned a return to base for supplies and instead proceeded directly towards the top lane. The opposing mid laner clearly did not anticipate a gank from the top laner at that moment. Having used their flash, they could not survive, and Yu Xiu claimed the kill. Yu Xiu then returned to the city for supplies before teleporting to the top lane, where the minion wave had just been pushed by Kennen, creating a perfect rhythm. As the match reached the 6-minute mark, Yu Xiu found himself once again facing a minion wave advancing towards the enemy turret, prompting him to seek opportunities. As before, he opted to initiate with harassment. At this point, Kennen was merely at level 5 and lacked his ultimate ability, rendering him nearly harmless to Yu Xiu. Moreover, the opposing jungler showed no inclination to gank the top lane, remaining preoccupied with activities in the bottom lane. In this match, Yu Xiu's bottom lane was significantly disadvantaged, having already given away 4 kills. Consequently, it was imperative for Yi Xiu to swiftly turn the tide in the top lane. Simultaneously, the jungler on Yi Xiu's team likely perceived the choice of Lux in the top lane as an indication of an unreliable novice. Thus, despite numerous opportunities to tower dive, the jungler had not attempted a gank in the top lane. However, Yu Xiu held no expectations for his teammates to assist. He merely hoped they would refrain from feeding the enemy. Now equipped with his ultimate ability, his kill threshold had risen considerably. And given that his opponent was a top lane player likely unfamiliar with Lux's kill potential, he would struggle to gauge her lethal threshold. Seizing the moment while Kennen was focused on last-hitting minions, Yi Xiu employed his tried-and-true tactic, using his Q ability to predict Kennen's movements and subsequently ensnaring him, delivering a flurry of attacks. At that moment, although Kennen's health appeared to be relatively stable, he had inadvertently entered the kill threshold. Yi Xiu began to await the next set of skills. However, it appeared that Kennen had sensed something amiss. Having just reached level 6, he opted to unleash his ultimate ability to clear the minion wave. Observing Kennen's decisive move, Yi Xiu chose to withdraw, feigning a retreat. In reality, he circled around, maneuvering from the river to the blue side's tri-brush. There, he placed a ward just beyond the wall, and indeed, he spotted Kennen returning to base behind the turret. With the recall timer nearly expiring, consequently, Yi Xiu executed a combination of Q, E, and R, delivering precisely the right amount of damage to eliminate Kennen instantly. How cunning. How could you possibly know that Kinnan was recalling here? Have you been using hacks? There's no doubt about it. The spectators were incredulous initially. They had assumed that Yi Xiu had given up due to a lack of opportunities. Yi Xiu himself could not articulate the reason. It was likely the influence of his extraordinary awareness. With just a glance at his opponent's movements, he could surmise their next probable action. Observing Kanan utilizing his ultimate ability to clear the minion wave, he deduced that Kanan, due to his low health, intended to clear the wave and retreat to base. If Yi Xiu were to withdraw at that moment, Kanan would let down his guard and would not venture far from the defensive tower to return to base. In this scenario, an opportunity to execute a surprise attack would arise. Yi Xiu, driven by his own aspirations, endeavored and ultimately succeeded. With merely 10 minutes into the game, he was already guiding his killing book on the top lane, nurturing it like a farm. Concurrently, Yi Xiu began to impart his insights on Lux. This champion, under certain conditions, truly requires the killing book. It is rather straightforward for this hero to accumulate kills with it. Not only does it provide shields to allies, but if they secure a kill, you gain an assist, often without needing to inflict damage yourself. Yu Shuang responded, I've learned. However, I generally struggle to amass enough gold for the killing book. This remark left Yu Xiu momentarily speechless, yet upon reflection, he understood. If one continually dies and only purchases minor items, it indeed becomes challenging to acquire the killing book. At that moment, the audience began to express their sympathy for Yu Shuang. How unfortunate. Let me assist you, dear sister. What rank are you? You wish to play with my goddess? I'm merely a silver 3 on Giant God Peak. Step aside. I'm a Goldvian Watcher C and have yet to say a word. Hold on. Little brother, I'm a Platinum in Area 1. Goodness, a Platinum Master, and from Area 1, no less. I'm honored. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion, vying for the opportunity to play alongside Yu Shuang. Just then, Yu Shuang suddenly exclaimed, Joke players, do you have time to play a few matches with me? Without you, I truly cannot manage. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiu replied, My account is that of a master. Are you certain you wish for me to lead you? You shall find it quite arduous. Yu Shuang responded, But you will be there, right? I can shelter behind you, providing shields and assisting with crowd control. I am capable of offering healing and weakening effects. Should the opponents approach, I shall aid in your escape. If all else fails, I can intercept their skills. With Yu Shuang's declaration, the comments surged once more. Am I dreaming? Is this truly happening? It's not directed at you, so why are you so excited? If the host won't come, let me take their place. I would gladly do so, O goddess. If such favorable conditions are declined, I must question whether the host is truly a man. Yu Xiu felt a throbbing headache, yet he could only feign earnestness while engaging in the game. At that moment, the situation appeared quite grim. Although Yu Xiu had successfully breached the top lane and secured the first turret, the bottom lane had already lost its second turret. Fortunately, he had managed to return to base in time to replenish supplies. Otherwise, the bottom lane would have been in peril. The game had progressed to the 18th minute, with a kill count of 6-21. Out of those 6 kills, 5 were attributed to Yi Xiu, while the sole kill secured by his teammate was facilitated by his assistants. Typically, such a significant disadvantage would prompt players in casual matches to concede defeat immediately. However, Yu Xiu was determined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Korean server. Even the slightest glimmer of hope compelled him to persevere. As the clock struck 20 minutes, his teammates promptly initiated a vote to surrender, and within moments, 3 votes had been cast in favor. Witnessing this unfold, viewers in the chat lamented, What a pity. Although the streamer is performing admirably, the teammates are lacking. The odds are insurmountable. Even the finest Lux has no room to shine. Moreover, with 4 teammates voting for surrender, it rendered Yu Xiu's decision inconsequential. On to the next game, they mused, deeming this match merely a torment. Yet, Yu Xiu resolutely clicked no to the surrender vote, observing his defiance. The remaining teammate also chose to vote no. Yu Xiu was uncertain of the identity of the individual in question, but he surmised it to be the mid laner, as he had provided support on 2 occasions, and their development did not appear particularly poor. Hence, his reluctance to concede was understandable. At that moment, the remaining jungler and bottom lane expressed their discontent, first through a barrage of messages and then with text. Unfortunately, both were in Korean and English, languages that Yu Xiu could not comprehend. Fortunately, some viewers in the bullet comments were able to decipher the messages. One could never truly know the identities of those watching the live stream: engineers, programmers, delivery workers, students, laborers, or even potential offenders. Thus, it was evident that they possessed a mastery of multiple languages and a vast array of knowledge. The audience assisted Yushio by translating, "The bottom duo is berating you." They seem to be aware that you are the one refusing to concede. Yushio was taken aback by their audacity. And even the elder statesman of the team joined in the reproach. These individuals are truly insufferable, he thought. In that case, let us refrain from conceding and drive them to exasperation. Yushio did not utter a word. Such occurrences are far too common within the realm of rank. One should not presume that every player at the pinnacle of mastery possesses an amiable disposition or impeccable manners. In truth, those who attain the rank of king are, in reality, merely ordinary individuals, diverse in their nature and character. Yushio took his position in the mid lane, where the paramount task was to safeguard the high ground in the defensive tower. Although the three opponents in the lower lane were reveling in their triumph, even resorting to insults, they remained wary of giving away easy kills or idling. They were quite protective of their accounts. Thus, engaging in actions that posed the risk of penalties was something they would typically refrain from, while insults could result in punitive measures, such as a chat ban. It was indeed a challenge to prove such behavior. As long as one refrained from using explicit language, they could convey their disdain through more subtle means. The opposing team likely assumed that surrender was imminent after 20 minutes, which is why they hesitated to mount an assault. However, after a minute had passed, upon realizing that Yushio's team was steadfast, they began to strategize their offense. This provided Yushio with a golden opportunity, seizing the moment while the opponents were lax. He and the mid laner reclaimed control of the vision in the lower jungle. With the opposing team now lacking vision advantage, advancing in such a situation became perilously risky. Yushio concealed himself behind the wall, preparing for a surprise assault as 5 opponents advanced towards him. The support had yet to establish proper vision in the jungle, and the enemy minions were pushing forward. This exemplified the vulnerabilities prevalent in casual matches. Even in competitive play, various flaws can be exploited, let alone in the realm of casual games. Seizing this moment, Yushio suddenly struck. Lux's Q ability emerged from the shadows, simultaneously ensnaring the opposing ADC and jungler. Following swiftly was Lux's E ability and ultimate, causing the enemy duo to plummet to the ground in an instant. Recognizing this opportunity, the mid laner led the charge, rallying the others to reap the rewards. Now, it was 5 against 3. Despite the significant disadvantage, they felt emboldened to engage. Yushio's Lux, with a combination of skills, was more than capable of severely wounding the foes. Under Yushio's guidance, his teammates triumphed in the team fight and proceeded to assault the Baron. Yushuang exclaimed, "Could this be a comeback?" It was evident that she was brimming with excitement. Concurrently, the live chat erupted. "Wow, that was pivotal. Securing the Baron has significantly reduced our disadvantage." Even with the team wipe and the Baron in hand, they remained at a deficit. The performance of their teammates was truly perplexing. This opportunity was well-timed, yet the opponents seemed to have faltered considerably. As the spectators continued their discussions, Yushio had already led his team to claim the Baron. The previously complaining duo and jungler fell silent, while the mid laner consistently interacted with Yushio, seemingly quite pleased with his performance. After securing the Baron, Yushio chose not to return to base for supplies. Instead, he ventured alone into the enemy jungle. According to Yushio's calculations, the enemy's vision was entirely offensive, neglecting any defensive measures at their base. This was not mere conjecture. If the opponents truly possessed the skills of a champion, they would undoubtedly behave in this manner. As anticipated, upon the enemy's resurrection, their jungler approached the jungle with the intent to farm, utterly unguarded and oblivious. Suddenly, Lux's Q and our abilities shot forth from the nearby brush, swiftly eliminating them. At this moment, Yushio's 4 teammates had pushed the mid-lane minions forward, fortified by the Baron buff, presenting a prime opportunity to advance. Furthermore, Lux's ultimate had a remarkably short cooldown, now merely 30 seconds. By the time the enemy jungler revived, Yushio's ultimate would be ready once more. The live chat erupted again. "Incredible! Truly remarkable! How does the streamer conceive such ingenious angles? This is how Lux should be played. I have been doing it wrong all along. Now I understand how to utilize this hero. I've learned something valuable. I'll give it a try myself and likely break through the confines of silver rank." As the discussion continued, Yushio led his teammates to dismantle the enemy's first and second towers in the mid lane. The minion wave surged towards the high ground, just as the enemy jungler revived. Although Yushio's team possessed the Baron buff, the opponents remained undaunted. As skilled players, they could ascertain a rough economic disparity based on the number of defensive towers, minion kills, and player eliminations present on the battlefield. It was evident that the enemy held a significant economic advantage, and they were not to be underestimated. Yishio observed that the opposing team appeared eager to initiate a confrontation, prompting him to prepare in advance. The key was to restrain the enemy ADC, as the development of their top and mid laners was rather mediocre. Suddenly, taking advantage of Yishio's ADC advancing to strike the tower, Kennen executed his ultimate and flashed into the fray. The battle was poised to erupt, and Yishio opted to deploy his E-skill to block their path. The fragile opponents dared not approach Yishio's abilities, for a single skill could deplete half their health. Consequently, the front line became disconnected from the back line. Although Kennen's timing and positioning for the ultimate seemed commendable, the lack of follow-up damage from his teammates resulted in Kennen's inevitable demise. Yishio's team commenced their counterattack, with Yishio skillfully providing assistance from the rear, utilizing his extended reach to reap a continuous harvest of enemy lives. Essentially, anyone struck by his abilities faced inevitable demise. Not only were they severely weakened, but they also suffered from either debilitating slowdowns or immobilization. Ultimately, under Yishio's astute leadership, the team triumphed in the team battle and prepared to conclude the match by taking the mid lane first tower. Victory! We truly emerged victorious. My goodness! Such is the essence of a king's match. Despite a significant disadvantage, 2 waves were all it took to turn the tide. In contrast, I can't shake the feeling that silver matches are far more arduous. The teammates in silver lack such intuition. Are they merely toying with us? Once one plunges into the depths of silver, ascending the ranks becomes a matter of dealing with random players. Do you understand? Yu Shuang joined in the celebration. We won. We won. We have triumphed. How splendid. Yishio, maintaining an air of composure, intended to proceed to the next round as if nothing had transpired. However, it was not long before he received a friend request from Yu Shuang. Simultaneously, she sent him a text message, urging him to accept it. With no other option, Yishio could only lament his decision to share his contact information with Yu Shuang, realizing that there was no way to evade the situation now. When he had initially provided his details, he had believed that there would likely be little correspondence, merely extending a polite gesture. He never anticipated that Yu Shuang would be so enthusiastic. Yet, reflecting on it, Yishio recalled that before his journey into this realm, he was an ordinary individual with no prior connection to Yu Shuang. He had only seen her during live broadcasts, leaving him entirely unaware of her true character. Yishio accepted Yu Shuang's friend request, and then Yu Shuang created a flexible team room, inviting Yishio into it. The two subsequently connected via voice chat. Hello. Is this a joke? Can you hear me? Yu Shuang's voice resonated through the line. Yishio responded, Certainly, I heard you. Yu Shuang implored, Master, would you kindly play a game with me? I wish for you to instruct me in the art of playing Lux. Yishio scratched his head and said, All right. But I play in the top lane. I am not adept at the bot lane. Yu Shuang replied, No worries. You can focus on the top lane and guide me with your words. In the live streaming room, viewers flooded the chat with comments. Is this where the gaming session begins? Have they even started voice chatting? I want to voice chat with Yu Shuang too. And me. Me too. Me too. A throng of admirers clamored. Step aside. Let me take my turn. Yishio began to queue. Yet it seemed that perhaps due to his elevated rank or the fact that he was queuing with a partner, it took a considerable time, over 10 minutes, before it was finally their turn. During those minutes, Yu Shuang meticulously scrutinized Yishio's account, a level of inquiry that surpassed even that of a matchmaking session. As they entered the BP selection phase, Yishio decisively chose to play as the champion Kingshine. With Yu Shuang positioned in the bot lane, it appeared that team fights might not be advantageous in this match, prompting Yishio to prepare for a split-push strategy. Yu Shuang, on the other hand, selected Lux. As the game commenced, Yishio glanced at the ranks of both teams. He himself was a peak king rank with a score of 1,000 points, while Yu Shuang was at gold 3. The remaining 3 teammates boasted ranks of diamond, king, and master respectively. Conversely, the opposing team was uniformly composed of kings, suggesting they were a cohesive squad of elite players. Yishio felt a slight throbbing in his head. This situation tested his abilities profoundly, transcending mere line control and team combat skills. It further assessed his capacity to conclude the match swiftly. If the game were to be prolonged, defeat in the later stages was inevitable. As Yishio stepped out, Yu Shuang immediately began to inquire, Master, how should I build my equipment next? Should I opt for the hat, or perhaps the magic penetration staff? Fortunately, Yu Shuang did not ask about purchasing support items, which indicated that she had some experience with the game. If playing as support Lux, one could assist teammates by acquiring the Cauldron or the Legion Shield, primarily focusing on support gear. This is due to the fact that Lux's skill enhancements are not particularly substantial. her potency relies heavily on her base damage. Thus, an abundance of spell power may not yield significantly noticeable effects. As a support, it is inherently challenging to outpace others in terms of equipment under such circumstances. The benefits of opting for offensive items are minimal. Yuxiu elucidated the matter, to which Yushuang responded repeatedly, I see, I understand now. Yuxiu arrived at the top lane, ready to engage in a standard duel, facing off against a Fiora. Battling a Fiora as Kayn can prove to be quite challenging, especially when confronted with an experienced opponent who may dominate the lane from the very first level, making it difficult to secure minions. However, Yuxiu had his own strategies. He opted to approach from the river rather than the lane itself. Most likely, Fiora would be lurking in the bushes along the lane, poised to ambush any who dared to tread too close. As the first wave of melee minions became severely weakened, Yuxiu emerged from the river's brush. True to expectation, Fiora stepped out from her hiding spot in the lane, closing in on Yuxiu, ready for a confrontation. Yuxiu made a beeline for the minion wave. Recognizing that engaging the Blade Master required the support of minions, as a one-on-one confrontation would certainly not favor him. He also had to keep his distance from the bushes, for the Blade Master could swiftly retreat into them after executing her Q skill, cleverly evading the minion's ire. The initial opening was positioned directly ahead, a location that was neither advantageous nor disadvantageous. The Blade Master could reach it, albeit with some effort. As she approached, she opted to initiate with her Q skill, and after landing the strike, she adjusted her position to maneuver around Yuxiu's front. Yuxiu executed a swift W skill, initiating a back-and-forth maneuver with the Blade Master. However, in this tactical engagement, the Blade Master proved no match for Yuxiu's prowess. Ultimately, the W skill of the Steel Shadow struck true, claiming the lives of 3 minions in the process. Seizing the opportunity, the Blade Master exploited a moment of weakness and retreated into the brush. As Yuxiu had anticipated, he had maintained a sufficient distance from the foliage. Before the Blade Master could fully return to the cover of the brush, she was struck several times by minions. Observing the health bars, it became evident that Yuxiu held the advantage. Nonetheless, the Blade Master remained undeterred. A few exchanges of gain and loss were inconsequential, as she maintained an inherent advantage in champion attributes. This time, the opening was positioned at the rear, making it difficult for the Blade Master to capitalize. Undaunted, she opted to employ her Q skill and charged forward, swiftly repositioning to evade potential threats. Yuxiu chose to engage in a fierce duel with the Sword Saint. After several exchanges, the Sword Saint could no longer withstand the pressure. How formidable! He is actually able to dominate the Sword Saint. This blue Steel Shadow truly possesses remarkable prowess. It seems to me that it is not merely a matter of exceptional skill, but an overwhelming abundance of it. The Sword Saint appeared as nothing more than a mere toy in the presence of the streamer. Upon reaching level 3, Yuxiu began to take the initiative. Previously, he had been on the defensive, counterattacking while the Sword Saint led the assault. Now, however, Yuxiu opted for a proactive approach, compelling the Sword Saint to seek opportunities for retaliation. Master, I have been ensnared by a hook. At that moment, an issue arose in the bottom lane. Yushuang's Lux was struck by an opposing Thresh's hook and subsequently fell. Master, I am truly sorry. I was defeated by the enemy. Yushuang hurriedly apologized. It's quite all right. It happens, Yuxiu reassured her. Yuxiu was also preparing to take action in the top lane. Seizing the opportunity while the Blade Master was last hitting minions, Yuxiu advanced with his W skill in an attempt to inflict some damage. However, the Blade Master swiftly utilized her Q skill to close the distance, successfully evading Yuxiu's outer W skill. Yet, this meant that the Blade Master was now committed to the fight, although she was at a disadvantage in terms of health. Her inherent attributes as a hero provided her with the potential to turn the tide and secure a counterkill if executed skillfully. Yuxiu was naturally cognizant of this fact, and thus he executed his moves with utmost prudence. Yuxiu opted for AQ, first activating his passive shield, then engaging in a flurry of basic attacks. The Blade Mistress relentlessly pursued, utilizing her Q ability to exploit vulnerabilities and gain momentum. The second segment of Q from the Steel Shadow was primed, drawing closer to the Blade Mistress as Yuxiu sought to bait out her W ability. However, the Blade Mistress remained composed, refraining from using her W skill and instead counterattacking. Yuxiu opted for his E skill, utilizing the grappling hook to maneuver against the wall, skillfully deceiving his opponent. Should the Blade Master be incapacitated by the E skill, he would have no opportunity to deploy his W skill and would inevitably face instant elimination. In this moment, Yushio aimed to deceive his opponent into using his skill, hence he refrained from decisively deploying his second E. However, the Fiora did not activate her W skill. Fully aware that Yushio was attempting to trick him, the next instant, Yushio made his move. Yet, it was not the ordinary second E, instead. It was an E flash. Caught off guard, the Fiora had no time to react, and after being stunned by Yushio's kick, was subsequently eliminated by the second Q skill. Yushio executed a remarkable solo kill in the top lane. What an impressive maneuver! The Fiora was utterly bewildered. It appears that this Fiora is somewhat inexperienced. Although her skills and awareness are commendable, they pale in comparison to those of the streamer. This Fiora could easily dominate 99% of the viewers in the stream. I would assert it is 100%. Just as the discussion unfolded, trouble arose in the bottom lane once more, as Yushuang's Lux was defeated again, this time by the jungler. Yushuang lamented. It seems like they have set their sights on me, relentlessly targeting my demise. Yushio murmured to himself, because you are so adept at killing, it is only natural for them to keep a close watch on you. However, he expressed a different sentiment aloud, saying, it's fine, just try your best to stay alive. If you happen to perish, it won't matter. Yushuang replied, you are so gentle, what a joke. Yushio then altered his expression, please. Do not feed in the bottom lane. Upon hearing this, Yushuang chuckled, I'm just teasing you, don't be upset, I promise I won't feed anymore. At that moment, the live stream was flooded with comments. Goodness, are they flirting? Can we please stop the dog food? It seems they truly have something going on. Alas, my goddess has been whisked away. The match continued, and at the 6-minute mark, Yushio executed another solo kill in the top lane. The Fiora was rendered nearly ineffective. However, Yushio sought more than merely an advantage in lane. The fact that he had slain the Fiora without using his ultimate led him to push the minion wave before heading to the mid lane, where he coordinated with the mid laner to secure a kill. Yushio felt that this phase of the landing period was progressing smoothly. If things continued at this pace, there was substantial hope for victory. Yet soon after, Yushio found himself targeted by the opposing jungler, who, despite the apparent difficulty in coordinating with the Fiora, still made a move towards the top lane. If Yushio were not confident in his ultimate ability, he would not have expended his E skill, leaving the opposing jungler with no means to counter him. Each time the enemy jungler approached, they could only watch as Yushio's Kingseeing deftly utilized the E skill to escape. After 2 encounters, it appeared that Yushio's jungler had gained insight and proceeded to the top lane to set an ambush. Consequently, when the enemy jungler made their 3rd appearance, they inadvertently gifted 2 kills. Yushio initially thought that since the opposing jungler was preoccupied with the top lane, the bottom lane should remain stable. However, he soon realized that he had been overly optimistic. They were utterly outmatched in the bottom lane and were being systematically defeated. Fortunately, Yushio possessed a teleport and swiftly utilized it to eliminate the enemy ADC. Huzzah! The opposing ADC had fallen, and we sustained no losses. Yushuang maintained an optimistic demeanor, seemingly unfazed by her dismal record of 0-5. Yushio felt a twinge of embarrassment. One could only commend Yushuang for her remarkable composure. With nearly 15 minutes into the game, Yushio successfully secured the first tower in the top lane and opted to push for the second tower alongside the minion wave. Meanwhile, the jungler was stirring trouble in the bottom lane, and it appeared the opposing jungler sensed an opportunity to ambush Yushio in the top lane. However, at this juncture, Yushio's advantage in both level and equipment with his character, Qin Gang, was insurmountable, enabling him to execute a stunning 2-for-1 counterkill. Seizing the moment, he subsequently took down the enemy's second tower in the top lane. Truly impressive. To achieve such prowess in a 2-on-1 scenario is commendable. I would dare to declare him the foremost Qin Gang in the Korean server. This Qin Gang is indeed exceptional, and one ought to learn from his techniques. His maneuvers were exceedingly fluid, and his strategic thinking was remarkably lucid. The audience in the live stream erupted in praise, elevating Yushio to celestial heights. Such performance undoubtedly merits the accolades. As the match progressed to the 20th minute, Yushio had conquered the enemy's high ground in the top lane. Furthermore, it was not sufficient for him to merely lead the minion wave. He also had to instruct Yushuang on how to play Lux, guiding her on skill execution, positioning during team fights, and the placement of wards, as well as the optimal timing for ensuring vision safety. Every detail, no matter how minute, required his personal guidance. Yushio felt that managing 2 accounts simultaneously was quite sufficient in this instance. Under his guidance, his teammates struggled to defend. The opposing team had now realized that attempting to ambush the Steel Shadow in the top lane was too perilous. Consequently, they opted to group up and advance through the mid lane, forcing Yishio to shift from the side lane. It appeared that they were planning to dive the tower. "Aren't you coming back, master?" Yu Shuang inquired, a hint of apprehension in her voice. "It's fine. Just stand a bit further back. Wait for the minion wave to arrive. Then use your ultimate to clear it," Yishio replied, showing no intention of retreating. At present, the enemy Fiora was struggling to survive under the turret, and Yushi was preparing to breach the bottom lane as well. "All right, I'll give it a try," Yushuang responded, following Yushio's instructions. Although due to discrepancies in levels and equipment, her ultimate could only eliminate the ranged minions, leaving the melee ones untouched, it still created considerable inconvenience for the opposing team, significantly hindering their advance. Yushio continued to push the lane at the bottom, first claiming the outer tower, followed by the inner tower. Meanwhile, the super minions were already advancing towards the enemy's turret at the top lane. Ultimately, the opposing team had no choice but to abandon their advance in the mid lane and return to defend. "We held our ground. They retreated." Yu Shuang began to cheer, and one might mistakenly believe that we had secured victory in the match. Yushio continued to push the lane in the bottom, while the opposing Fiora found herself unable to stand her ground beneath the turret. Faced with Yushio's relentless advance, she had no choice but to retreat. Yushio unleashed a second tier Q skill, inflicting significant damage upon the Blade Mistress, reducing her health by half, although she could employ her W skill to defend. Once she utilized it, Yushio could then boldly dive the tower. This created a deadlock. With the game reaching the 25-minute mark, Yushio successfully claimed the enemy's outer tower in the bottom lane. The opposing team, now in a dire situation, made an unexpected decision to engage the Baron. Under Yishio's guidance, Yushuang preemptively placed vision in the Baron pit, thus revealing the enemy's attempt to secure the objective. "They are attacking the Baron. Do you want to join?" Yushuang inquired. "No need to rush. You should first harass them while I continue to push the lane. Just exercise caution and avoid being caught in a team fight. Simply stay behind your teammates," Yushio advised. Consequently, Yushuang accompanied her teammates towards the Baron pit. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Yushio advanced to the high ground, and as the minions entered the tower, he opted to approach and unleash his Q skill on the structure. The enemy's Blade Mistress, seemingly unable to contain herself, launched her Q skill directly at him. Yushio executed a deft maneuver, delivering a swift kick that reduced the Blade Mistress to half health. It appeared she understood the futility of engaging him in a series of exchanges. Should the Q ability of the Steel Shadow come off cooldown, she would find herself in grave peril. Thus, she opted to unleash her ultimate ability upon the Steel Shadow, seemingly determined to go all in. At this moment, Yishio could readily utilize his E skill to draw the turret's attention away, rendering the Blade Mistress's ultimate ineffective. However, such a tactic would disrupt his rhythm in pushing the tower, prompting Yishio to counterattack instead. In a flash, the Steel Shadow executed a quick E skill, stunning the Blade Mistress. Positioned close to the turret, the E skill's activation was instantaneous, leaving her no time to react. After incapacitating her, Yishio followed up with his ultimate, ensuring that the Blade Mistress could not block it with her W skill. The animation of the Steel Shadow's ultimate was quite pronounced, granting the Blade Mistress ample time to respond. Moreover, casting the ultimate allowed Yishio to momentarily evade turret damage, buying precious seconds until his next Q skill was ready. Upon the descent of his ultimate, Yishio strategically positioned himself near the turret, creating an opening that the Blade Mistress could not exploit. She attempted to adjust her angle, but to no avail, she remained unable to reach him. With the cooldown of her second Q skill complete, Yishio initiated with an AQ combo. However, at this juncture, the Steel Shadow still possessed his W skill, necessitating a carefully calculated angle for the second Q skill. At the very moment the second Q skill was ready, Yishio employed a clever ruse. He chose to unleash both Q and W simultaneously, feigning the release of the W skill while actually casting the Q skill first, thereby bewildering the opposing Blade Mistress and delivering a decisive kick that eliminated her. Remarkably, she never managed to activate her W skill, Lawrence Heartseeker. The live chat erupted in excitement. What an impressive play by the Steel Shadow. The Blade Mistress was utterly outmaneuvered. It seemed the Blade Mistress's execution was not lacking, yet she simply could not prevail. This was a demonstration of sheer operational dominance. While the Blade Mistress performed adequately, she was no match for Yishio's flawless execution. With the opposing team momentarily restrained, he was poised to strike. After securing the kill on the Blade Mistress, Yishio's health was also waning. Nevertheless, the other four adversaries were preoccupied with the Baron, leaving no one available to disrupt his tower siege. Yishio chose to seize the lower high ground first, then led the minion wave straight towards the turret. Just stall for time, throw out some skills, and prevent them from returning, Yishio commanded. While pushing the lane, Yishio utilized the Devourer Hydra to restore his health. If only one or two opponents returned, he could manage them easily. All right, I'll do my best. We can only rely on you, great deity, Yu Shuang said, her tone laced with excitement. After all, she was merely a gold rank player, and never imagined she would witness a victory against the strongest of the strong. Although it was a victory by mere chance, winning was still winning. Yu Shuang decided to launch her ultimate ability into the barren pit first. Though it failed to hit anyone, it provided valuable vision. Once they discerned the enemy's positioning, her teammates advanced to place wards, while Yu Shuang followed closely behind. Perhaps her teammates recognized her gold rank and, knowing she lacked experience, refrained from commenting on her trailing presence. Typically, as a support, one would need to sacrifice a bit to create opportunities for teammates. In no time, Yishio secured the first turret, while the enemy claimed the Baron. Yishio chose to continue his advance, while Yu Shuang complied with his instructions, casting her skills from a distance to disrupt the enemy's return to base. Her teammates showcased their prowess, opting for tactical retreats rather than engaging directly. Nonetheless, the opponent seized an opportunity, igniting a team fight. Oh dear, they are clashing. I must make my exit, Yu Shuang thought as she promptly retreated. She recalled Yishio's directive to avoid dying and focus on drawing attention, thus disregarding everything else. You can now return and sacrifice yourself to buy us some time, Yishio suddenly suggested. Huh, very well, Yu Shuang conceded, unable to resist. At that moment, her teammates had already fallen, leaving her alone as the enemy approached. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Shuang unleashed a Q skill, ensnaring two opponents, followed by an E skill that interrupted the enemy mid laner's return. The adversaries were left with no choice but to eliminate her. At this juncture, the enemy had only sent back a support, which posed little threat to Yishio. I'm done for. Great one. It's all up to you now, Yu Shuang expressed, acknowledging that she had done her utmost. Yishio continued to push the tower, leaving the opposing support utterly helpless, unable even to lay a finger on him. By the time the other three returned, Yishio had already destroyed the base point, bringing the game to a triumphant conclusion. We won. We prevailed. Master, was my previous move crucial? Yu Shuang exclaimed in jubilation. Indeed, it was quite pivotal. Yishio replied sincerely. Although luck played a part, Yu Shuang had undoubtedly secured him those vital seconds. Wonderful. It appears I possess considerable talent as well. Let me strike a pose. Yu Shuang began to bask in her pride. At that moment, the live stream's chat erupted once more. Streamer, indulge her. You're spoiling her. Look how proud Yu Shuang is. She seems about to soar. Master, I too wish to team up with you and experience a game of champions. You wish? I desire that as well. Form a queue, Yishio retorted. Many viewers expressed their desire to play alongside Yishio, though he, of course, would not entertain such requests. Yu Shuang also wished to play another match, but Yishio declined, stating he felt somewhat fatigued and desired a brief respite. Originally, ranking matches were meant for relaxation. Yet guiding Yu Shuang proved to be quite exhausting, even more so than participating in competitions. In contests, Yishio needed only to control his own hero, providing general instructions that his teammates could easily comprehend. However, directing Yu Shuang required an entirely different approach. He had to be extraordinarily meticulous for her to grasp the nuances. Yishio continued to play until the early hours of the morning before returning to rest. As he lay on his bed, he suddenly remembered that the competition had rewarded him with money today, and he had not yet checked whether it had been credited to his account. Consequently, he took out his phone and opened the messages. Indeed, there were 3 notifications of payments, each amounting to 1 million. To date, Yishio's account had accumulated 5 million. What exhilaration! Upon seeing this 5 million, Yishio felt a rush of joy. If he were to work a regular job, when could he ever hope to earn 5 million? It would be impossible in a lifetime. Yet now, after merely 5 matches, he had secured 5 million. Not to mention his salary and live streaming income, although these 2 sources of revenue were still relatively modest at present. Should he achieve notable results in the future, both his salary and streaming income would swiftly increase. The playoffs were still ongoing, and the second round had commenced. EDG's opponent in the second round was Snake. This team posed a significant challenge for EDG, as their performance in the regular season had been considerably better than that of EDG. After lunch that day, following a brief rest, the EDG team boarded the bus to the venue. Upon arrival, Yushio received a message from Yushuan. Although I'm not interviewing you today, I still hope for a victory. Great God, I believe you can achieve MVP. Go for it. I'm rooting for you. Yushio replied with a simple thank you. In truth, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to this, as Yushuan's exuberance was unexpected. He had initially assumed that Yushuan possessed a rather aloof disposition, making interactions somewhat challenging. Upon entering the lounge, the members of EDG placed their bags on the chairs, and Abu called out, "Everyone, come over here. Before we take the stage, let's discuss our strategy." Yushio moved a chair and sat down in front of Abu. Once everyone had gathered, Abu began to speak. Today presents a formidable challenge. If we can secure a victory, we shall advance to the semifinals. You are likely already familiar with the fundamental aspects of Song, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The key is to maintain a positive mindset. As long as we perform at our usual level, we undoubtedly have a chance. Yushio discerned that Abu's confidence was somewhat lacking. It seemed the management did not harbor expectations of clinching the championship this season. Merely reaching the playoffs and advancing beyond the first round would already be commendable. However, such aspirations fell short of Yushio's ambitions. For his sole objective was to seize the championship. He remarked, "I believe Snake should not pose a problem for us. At the very least, I am confident in establishing an advantage in the top lane." After Yushio finished speaking, he turned to the others. They appeared somewhat hesitant, lacking confidence. Following a moment of silence, the manager was the first to speak. "You need not worry about the jungle. Although SOFM employs peculiar strategies and approaches to ganks that are quite cunning, I can keep an eye on him." With the manager's assurance, the support player quickly added, "The bottom lane will be fine as well." Iboi remarked, "I believe my skills are on par with those of Crystal." The junior player chimed in, "I feel no pressure in the mid lane. Neither of their mid laners stands a chance against me." Encouraged by Yushio, the confidence of the EDG team surged. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Wawa and Miller were prepared, accompanied by a female guest. Wawa began, "We are about to witness the second round of the playoffs for the 2017 League of Legends Professional League, featuring EDG against Snake. I am commentator Wawa." Miller added, "I am commentator Miller, and we are joined by guest Joe Shuti to provide commentary for today's match." Joe Shuti greeted, "Hello everyone, I am Joe Shuti." Wawa continued, "Considering the current form of both teams, I sense that each has a chance. Initially, I thought EDG would struggle to make it into the playoffs, but unexpectedly, they swept the first round 3-0. Miller concurred, "Indeed, it is quite surreal. After EDG brought in a new top laner, it feels as if they transformed into a different team, as if all previous obstacles have been overcome, showcasing the demeanor of a strong squad." Wawa remarked, however, "It must be noted that this EDG has yet to face significant challenges, so it may be premature to draw conclusions. Snake represents a watershed moment. If EDG can triumph over Snake, it will affirm their status as a formidable team. Conversely, if they fall to Snake today, it would suggest that their prior opponents were lacking." Wawa and Miller turned to Zhou Shui and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter, Zhou Shui?" Zhou Shui replied, "I can only say that the new top laner of EDG is quite handsome. His remarkable skills are truly captivating." Wawa and Miller exchanged bewildered glances. They had asked her for her opinions on the teams, yet she had commented on the players' looks instead. Nevertheless, they adapted, recognizing that Zhou Shuti, a gold-tier streamer, might not articulate complex game strategies but could certainly entertain. In the official live stream, viewers flooded the chat with comments. "No way, has Zhou Shuti also fallen for him? This is a bit absurd. How can a female commentator be so enamored?" Another added, "If you were as handsome and skilled as he is, you'd feel the same way. Is this what they call a winner in life?" While the audience speculated, the players took the stage. EDG was the first to enter, led by Yushio. It was not his intention to be so ostentatious. Rather, as the top laner, he was positioned at the forefront. The visuals conveyed him leading the EDG team, akin to an elder brother within the group. The EDG fans in attendance were vibrant, erupting into cheers as the team appeared. EDG, EDG, EDG. Having advanced to the second round exceeded the expectations of the EDG supporters, resulting in a buoyant atmosphere. Winning would yield great rewards, while losing would not be a setback. Next, Snake made their entrance, and the crowd began to chant for them. "Snake, Snake, Snake." In the commentary booth, Wawa noted, from the expressions of both teams' players, "It seems Snake appears more relaxed and confident." Miller added, "Based on the regular season encounters between the two teams, Snake indeed holds an advantage. Their confidence is well-founded." Now, the players are adjusting their equipment, and the match is about to commence. The first game is crucial, as it will reveal which team is in better form. Wawa agreed. Indeed, what we discussed earlier was theoretical. The actual outcomes remain uncertain. Soon, equipment adjustments were complete, and the first game's ban phase commenced. EDG, positioned on the red side, began the ban process, with Abu suggesting, "Why don't we ban Gragas and Renekton? Those champions are quite formidable in the hands of Saint Gun." Yishio resolutely declined, stating, "There is no need. All heroes on the battlefield can be unleashed, and none require a ban. I can effortlessly handle them." Abu inquired, "Are you so confident?" Yishio, "Trust me, I am not jesting." EDG has opted to target the jungle and bot lane, banning Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, and Caitlyn. Meanwhile, Snake has focused on the mid lane and support, banning Syndra, Jace, and Karma. Dada commented, "It seems both teams have very clear objectives, aiming at each other's strengths. However, I am quite surprised that EDG has not banned a single top lane champion, considering the prowess of Saint Gunbrother." Miller, indeed. It might be that EDG has their own strategy. Judging from individual performances, Joke's expressions in the previous matches have been quite commendable, suggesting that Abu has a degree of confidence in him. As we enter the pick phase, the blue side, Snake, secures Kayn as their first choice. Upon this selection, the Snake fans in the arena erupt with excitement. Dada explains, Kayn in the top lane. Moreover, it's a first pick selection. Saint Gunbrother seems to be feeling the heat. Prior to Joke's outstanding performance with Kayn in the previous match, whenever we mention top lane Kayn, we would usually think of Saint Gunbrother. However, it appears that Joke has overshadowed him, and now it seems he is eager to reclaim his glory. Miller, I am keen to see what Joke will bring forth in response. The camera shifts to Yishio's expression on the EDG side. At this moment, Yishio's lips curled into a smile. The choice of the Holy Gunner aligned perfectly with his desires. He relished the opportunity to face off against an extraordinary player like that. Had a tanky champion been selected instead, he would have been less inclined to engage in the lane. Thus, Yishio decisively picked Fiora. Abu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Fiora, you're picking her just like that? Aren't you going to consult me?" Yishio's movements were exceedingly swift. By the time Abu noticed, the selection had already been made. "No worries. I shall not falter in the top lane," Yishio proclaimed with unwavering confidence. This left Abu in a state of uncertainty, realizing that the choice was irreversible. All that remained was to hope that Yishio truly possessed the skills to master Fiora. Upon the selection of Fiora, the EDG fans erupted in cheers. Such intense lane confrontations were precisely what the spectators yearned to witness. In the commentary booth, Wawa exclaimed, "A top lane Fiora against a Camille. These two champions do not abide by the notion of farming. Only those who survive are entitled to secure last hits." Miller added, "From the attributes of the champions themselves, Fiora does possess a slight edge over Camille in the lane. However, Camille exhibits greater agility and synergizes more effectively with her jungler. Considering all factors, I would assess it as a 50-50 situation, heavily reliant on the individual performances of the players." Zhou Shui interjected, "Joke is truly charismatic. He instantaneously selected Fiora. Absolutely stunning." At that moment, Zhou Shui resembled a smitten admirer, her gaze solely fixated on Yishio, oblivious to everything else. The audience playfully teased in the chat, "Wipe your drool." They were taken aback by Zhou Shui's boldness. The absence of initiative from others often stemmed from a lack of interest. As long as one exudes sufficient allure, all will be inclined to take action. As the discussion continued, both teams were engaged in a back and forth of bans and picks. Soon, the lineups were finalized. Red side EDG, top lane Fiora, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane LeBlanc, ADC Ashe, support Nami. Blue side Snake, top lane Camille, jungle Rengar, mid lane Ryze. ADC Varus, support Lulu. Observing this composition, Wawa analyzed, "From a lineup perspective, I perceive it as an even match. Whether considering early game tempo or team fight capabilities, they are quite comparable. The outcome now hinges on the players' performances." Miller remarked, "The contributions of both top laners are paramount in this match. These two champions possess formidable snowballing potential, and their late-game split-pushing capabilities are nearly invincible. Should one top laner gain a significant advantage, the other will find it exceedingly challenging to impose any restrictions." As the match commenced, Yishio opted for a Doran's Blade, approaching the lane against Camille with a straightforward approach, pure confrontation. The director's camera fixed its gaze on the top lane, focusing intently on the clash ahead. Yishio traversed from the lane to the brush, and then from his own brush to the opposing brush. The mere sight of the positioning of the Blade Master ignited excitement among the spectators, who sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Soon, the first wave of minions emerged, and the steel shadow appeared. The Saint Lance's steel shadow approached the minion wave from a defensive position. At that moment, Yushio emerged from the brush, directly seeking out the steel shadow. The first flaw in the steel shadow's stance was revealed, located at the side and rear. This particular flaw was neither too advantageous nor overly detrimental, yet Yushio would need to exert some effort to exploit it. Observing the situation, the commentator remarked, "It seems both sides are poised to engage at level 1, ready for a fierce confrontation." Upon seeing the Blade Master advance, the Steel Shadow's immediate instinct was to retreat. After all, at level 1, the Steel Shadow truly could not contend with the Blade Master unless he exhibited overwhelming skill. However, in his retreat, he stepped out of the experience zone. Now, at this position, the Steel Shadow would be unable to gain any experience. Yushio, the Sword Princess, stood resolutely in place, obstructing the position of the Azure Steel Shadow. Although Yushio could not secure the last hit, he was able to absorb experience. Miller, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is he truly this domineering? He would rather forego his own last hits than allow the opponent any opportunity to gain experience?" The doll remarked, "If we consider it this way, it is indeed the Azure Steel Shadow that suffers more. The early levels are crucial, and being deprived of experience could spell disaster." As the first wave of melee minions grew weak, Saint Gun could no longer remain passive. He chose to approach the Sword Princess, engaging in a back and forth for 2 exchanges. Then, the Azure Steel Shadow unleashed a W skill to initiate the attack. Upon witnessing the situation, Yushio promptly unleashed his Q skill at close range, breaching the inner circle of the Steel Shadow's W skill, thereby rendering its damage ineffective. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After executing his maneuver, Yushio began to adjust his positioning and angle. With a deft basic attack, he exploited the openings, gaining a burst of speed before retreating. The Steel Shadow advanced, while the Sword Princess turned back once more. At this juncture, the Steel Shadow's vulnerability had shifted to the opposite side. Yushio opted to engage with the Steel Shadow first, subsequently utilizing his Q skill to reposition to the opposite side and exploit the second vulnerability. Although the Steel Shadow triggered his passive with a basic attack, acquiring a physical shield, the Fiora's vulnerability inflicted true damage, rendering the shield ineffective. At this juncture, the Steel Shadow's health was significantly inferior to that of Fiora, and continuing to engage would only exacerbate the disadvantage. Observing the situation, the doll remarked, "This Fiora is indeed quite formidable. The Steel Shadow has truly failed to gain any experience. At this rate, it seems unlikely that he can endure until the jungler arrives to intervene in the top lane." Miller added, "However, the next wave of minions has already arrived. It appears the Steel Shadow can advance alongside the minions. This may be his sole opportunity." Zhou Shi, enraptured, exclaimed, "How dashing this Fiora is! Every maneuver seems incredibly stylish." As the second wave of minions approached, Saint Gun stepped forward in tandem with the minions, confident that Fiora would not dare to confront him while under the pressure of the minion wave. Yushio's duelist indeed began to retreat, granting the Qinggang Shadow a rare opportunity to approach the minion line and gain experience. However, this brief respite was soon disrupted. Just as Qinggang Shadow moved forward to secure a last hit, the duelist emerged once more from the underbrush. On this occasion, Qinggang Shadow's vulnerability was exposed right near the duelist. Observing this, the duelist prepared to unleash her Q skill, deftly baiting out Qinggang Shadow's W skill. Originally, Saint Gun intended to execute a well-timed prediction, anticipating that the duelist would thrust forward with her Q skill. Yet, he was completely outmaneuvered. Once Qinggang Shadow's W concluded, the duelist swiftly pursued, utilizing her Q skill to exploit the weakness and gain a burst of speed. Harnessing this acceleration, she relentlessly chased after Qinggang Shadow. The latter could only fight while retreating, making his way towards the safety of the turret. Observing the situation, Wawa remarked, "It seems that Qinggang Shadow in the top lane is in dire straits. This duelist is extraordinarily domineering, leaving no room for Qinggang Shadow to develop." Milu added, "For Saint Gun, preserving his health and awaiting the jungler's assistance in the top lane appears to be his best strategy. He cannot contend with the duelist alone." Zhou Shi commented, "Her duelist is truly formidable. It seems that Saint Gun is on the verge of suffocation under immense pressure." After Yushio sent the Qinggang back, he turned to commence his last hits. Following each successful strike, he would traverse the minion line to exert pressure on Qinggang. Consequently, Qinggang could only gradually accumulate a modicum of experience. Whenever the Sword Princess approached, he was compelled to retreat. In no time, Yishio ascended to level 3, while Qing Ganjing remained at level 1. Of course, a large wave of minions was about to breach the defensive tower had he managed to consume the entire wave. Qing Ganjing's level deficit would not have been so pronounced. I can approach directly and dive the tower. By the river of EDG. The jungler's Rek'Sai was already making its way over. Yishio, we are still unaware of the enemy jungler's position. We must proceed with caution. Coach, no worries. I am well aware of the situation. Coach's Rek'Sai began to flank, opting to traverse to the blue side's upper lane tri-brush first, ensuring it was clear before tunneling closer to the tower where the Qing Ganjing was located. The Qing Ganjing, busy farming under the tower, felt a wave of despair upon sighting Rek'Sai. As Coach approached, he refrained from hastily using his abilities, choosing instead to wait for the Qing Ganjing to grow anxious. As expected, the Qing Ganjing indeed became flustered, using flash prematurely. Coach followed up with a flash of his own to pin the Qing Ganjing down, allowing GNG to step forward and deliver the finishing blow. The first blood erupted, and Yishio claimed the initial kill. Upon witnessing this, Wawa remarked, "This Qing Ganjing is truly in a precarious position. Fortunately, he has teleport. Otherwise, missing out on so many minions would spell disaster for him." Milu added, "The critical issue is that the Qing Ganjing is at such a low level. If he were merely at level 3, this tower dive would have been exceedingly difficult, as GNG lacks explosive damage and crowd control, making it quite challenging to coordinate a tower dive with teammates." From this perspective, GNG's earlier decision to deny the Qing Ganjing experience was pivotal. Meanwhile, in the lower lane, the Lion Dog appeared, teaming up with the duo to eliminate Meiko. Meiko, realizing the situation, took the blame. "It's my fault. I didn't anticipate that the enemy jungler would be down here at this moment, with something up his sleeve." Coach replied, "This player has a knack for cunning gank angles. It is challenging for most to keep pace with his thought process." Just then, Yishio suddenly exclaimed, "The Qing Ganjing has teleported in. We can continue the assault." Coach hesitated. "I don't have flash. He arrives at full health, and it feels risky." Yishio, "It's fine. You can trade with him 1-for-1, as long as he can't secure this wave of minions." The factory manager responded, "All right, I'm on my way." As the factory manager turned back, intending to dive the tower again, Wawa interjected, "Wait. Why do I feel something is amiss in the top lane?" Rek'Sai has turned back. Is he planning to stir up trouble again? Miller, it's a full health Qing Ganjing. Diving the tower is quite risky. As they spoke, the duel between the Sword Princess and Rek'Sai had already commenced. Rek'Sai initiated the knockup, while the Sword Princess moved in to deal damage. The Qing Ganjing truly could not withstand the concentrated fire from both of them. Just before his demise, the factory manager unleashed all his damage. Ultimately, Qing Ganjing was slain once more, granting another 300 gold to the Sword Princess. With another wave of minions approaching, Yishio chose to bypass the turret to clear the minions. In the commentary booth, Zhou Shubi exclaimed, "So impressive, another kill. This Sword Princess is just too dazzling." Wawa remarked, "Although it was a trade, Qing Ganjing is without teleport, resulting in a significant loss of minions. This isn't merely a matter of gold. It's about experience. At this rate, the top lane will be level 4 against level 1. Miller, I didn't expect the factory manager to be so audacious. In previous matches, we rarely saw him be so decisive." Wawa, "Personally, I feel it's not the factory manager calling the shots, but rather the Sword Princess. The factory manager clearly intended to retreat initially. It must have been Joke who told him to continue diving, prompting his change of heart." Miller, Your reasoning seems quite plausible." In the official live stream, viewers filled the chat with comments. "Is this it? Is St. Gun Brother really this weak? I thought he was formidable, but it seems his fans are just exaggerating. Keep boasting. Why have you stopped? Can't hype it up anymore." Both deaths were due to ganks, not solo kills. What is there to be excited about? If not for the jungler, St. Gun Brother would surely not be in such a predicament. Amidst the discussions, St. Gun Brother prepared to return to the lane, arriving in front of the top lane turret. Just then, Yishio's Sword Princess emerged from the nearby brush. How did he get here? St. Gun Brother was taken aback. The Sword Princess had pushed the minion wave past the turret. He should have returned to the tri-brush. He is setting a trap, St. Gun Brother realized. The Sword Princess's Q skill can pass through walls. Thus, it was evident that the Sword Princess feigned a recall, instead using the blind spot to ambush from the brush. Left with no choice, St. Gun Brother retreated to the second turret. This led to an awkward situation. St. Gun Brother had a home, but couldn't return. He was unable to enter the lane, let alone farm and develop. Wawa gasped. This sword princess is truly domineering. P.S. leaving no room for survival. Miller, this is perhaps the most insane sword princess I've ever witnessed. At least in terms of lane pressure. However, Qiangying does have teammates. They 1T just watch him get obliterated. Now the lion dog has arrived. If the sword princess doesn't T leave, he may face danger. In the match, Snake's side, St. Gun Brother was already calling for assistance. Sofm's lion dog was the first to respond, heading towards the top lane. Meanwhile, the factory manager signaled Yi Xiu to be cautious, but Yi Xiu did not retreat. It was T that he believed the lion dog wouldn't T come. Rather, he felt that even if the lion dog arrived, it wouldn't T matter. Soon, Sofm's lion dog reached the top lane, emerging from the blue jungle, directly seeking out Yi Xiu's sword princess. Initially, Sofm thought that merely showing his face would cause Yi Xiu to back off. After all, Rek'Sai seemed to be absent, and it was technically a 2-on-1 situation. However, as he approached the sword princess, he discovered that not only was she not retreating, but she also seemed eager for a confrontation. This left Sofm hesitant. The sword princess was so aggressive, could it be that Rek'Sai was nearby? Sofm hesitated, opting to observe for a moment. Wah, I feel like the lion dog is intimidated. He actually dared not engage, and now the minions are being wasted. What about Qiangying's development? Miller, he is going in. The lion dog has engaged. Sofm, spurred on by St. Gun Brother, finally committed. If he didn't T-engage, St. Gun Brother would be unable to enter the lane for a while. Thus, the lion dog moved closer to the sword princess, using his E skill to slow her down, then followed up with a Q and kite. The sword princess chose to counterattack, executing a basic attack reset with her E skill, then swiftly using a Q to exploit an opening. The lion dog opted to use his W skill to heal, maintaining a 5-stack fury. He didn't T-rush to expend his fury, but saved it for emergencies. Primarily to escape if Rek'Sai ambushed him. However, Rek'Sai had yet to appear. Sofm began to suspect that Rek'Sai was likely not in the top lane. Thus, he decided to use his 5-stack fury, launching an empowered Q at the sword princess. Yet, Yi Xiu's reflexes were swift. He countered with a W skill. Loran Si Blade, nullifying the damage from the lion dog's empowered Q. Simultaneously, the lion dog was slowed, allowing the sword princess to pursue. Noticing that the sword princess had used her W skill, Qiangying unleashed his E skill to kick her, but the sword princess swiftly countered with a Q to reposition. The sword princess's Q not only allowed her to evade Qiangying's E skill, but also repositioned her to strike at the second opening on the lion dog, gaining a speed boost and waiting for her next Q skill's cooldown. Wawa commented, "No way, the sword princess is directly going 1 against 2 in the top lane. And it seems these two opponents truly have no way to handle her." Miller, the sword princess is incredibly agile. Both the lion dog and Qiangying lack crowd control abilities, making it difficult to counter her. Zhou Shui. Joke is truly impressive. Can he really take on 2 opponents at once? That is just extraordinary. On the battlefield, after Qiangying's skill missed, St. Gun Brother and Sofm began to retreat, hesitant to continue the fight. They could clearly sense that if they pressed on, it was indeed possible they wouldn't T-win a 2-on-1. Although it felt somewhat embarrassing, they had no choice but to withdraw. Sofm also needed to consider whether Rek'Sai would come over. "I'm on my way." Just then, the support from the bot lane began to head towards the top lane. If they didn't T-resolve the issues in the top lane, this match would be impossible to continue. "I'm coming too." From mid lane, Zeta was also making his way to the top lane. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, both the mid lane and bot lane were signaling. They were aware that Yi Xiu was making plays in the top lane, so they kept a close watch on their opponents' positions, signaling immediately if they went missing. Yi Xiu had been attentively monitoring the minimap and had already sensed the encroachment of the opposing team. However, he chose to remain momentarily, intending to retreat only when the adversaries approached the top lane, thereby wasting their time. This decision startled the team leader, who urged, "Yi Xiu, you must leave at once. There are 4 opponents, and I cannot engage effectively." The junior replied, "I truly cannot position myself to provide support from here." The female player lamented, "I am also unable to assist. You are already facing them near their second turret." The EDG members shared an awkward understanding of their predicament, yet they were constrained by the circumstances. It was implausible for them to traverse through the enemy's turret and jungle to aid in the top lane. "Fear not. I have everything under control," Yi Xiu reassured them. After speaking, he sensed that the enemy mid laner and support were nearing, prompting him to finally withdraw. Seizing this moment, St. Gun's Kingshine could finally enter the fray to gain experience. Goodness, 4 of them are heading to the top lane. Are we playing mahjong? It seemed that Sonk was struggling, as he was single-handedly restrained by the Fiora. If this continued, the other lanes would be freed from contention. The mid and bot lanes would inevitably suffer losses, akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. They could not remain at the top indefinitely once they departed. King Shine would still face dire circumstances. EDG fans flooded the comments section, buoyed by their confidence, much of which was instilled by Yi Xiao. Back in the competition, Yi Xiao returned to his lane to continue the confrontation. Soon, a new wave of minions emerged. Yi Xiao remained unperturbed as he controlled the minion wave, patiently awaiting the emergence of the Holy Gun's Qingxi. However, the Holy Gun was not foolish. Venturing out at that moment would be tantamount to courting death, so he chose to wait beneath the safety of his turret. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Zeta's Rise returned to his lane, but his performance was noticeably less stable than before. Initially, he had been pushing the lane normally, ready to counterattack should the Fiora approach. Yet, with such a significant disadvantage in the top lane, he realized he needed to devise a new strategy. Merely focusing on farming in the mid lane would surely lead to defeat. Thus, Zeta began to take the initiative, seeking opportunities to suppress his junior. However, the newcomer was no mere novice. His experience had grown considerably, and he quickly discerned that Zeta's approach was somewhat hasty, revealing considerable openings. Consequently, the junior began to call for assistance. The jungler could come to the mid lane to create some action, seizing opportunities. "I'm on my way," replied the jungler, as his Rek'Sai charged towards the mid lane. The initial wards had long since expired, plunging the area into a vacuum of vision. With Ryze's audacious positioning, a chance indeed presented itself. Once Rek'Sai positioned himself, the junior feigned a retreat, creating an illusion for Ryze. At the moment Ryze advanced to secure a last hit, the junior's LeBlanc suddenly unleashed her W ability, closing the distance. Following this, LeBlanc cast her Q ability, and then Zeta's immediate reaction was to counterattack. He intended to ensnare LeBlanc and then retreat. However, the junior quickly recognized his intentions and opted to withdraw after ensnaring him with the chain, preventing Ryze from casting his W. As Ryze retreated, the junior pursued, maintaining the chain's connection. At that moment, Rek'Sai emerged from the nearby brush. Upon seeing Rek'Sai, Zeta realized he must flash away. He chose to flash back just before the chain's control could activate. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the instant he flashed, LeBlanc also executed her own flash. "What a beautiful flash!" exclaimed the analysts. LeBlanc had predicted Ryze's flash. They nearly executed their flashes simultaneously, resulting in Ryze being ensnared. Rek'Sai lunged forward, launching Ryze into the air, who thought he had escaped. With the jungler's assistance, LeBlanc ultimately secured the kill on Ryze with her Q ability. Miller commented, "LeBlanc's maneuvering in this sequence was truly impressive, particularly that moment when she W'd in and then turned around. It was evident that Ryze initially intended to retaliate. He must have planned to control LeBlanc and create distance, but her sudden turn thwarted his efforts." "Scout's progress is indeed remarkable," replied Wawa. He was once Faker's substitute, and in less than a year in the LPL, he has matured significantly. However, Zhou Shiyi remarked, although Scout is quite impressive, he doesn't quite match the flair of Joke. Something feels lacking. This left Wawa and Miller momentarily perplexed, uncertain of Zhou Shiyi's intent. In the bottom lane, the skirmishes were equally intense, with Iboi and Miko continually seeking opportunities to engage. However, as both supports were of the soft variety, most encounters resulted in trades rather than decisive victories. Furthermore, should either side feel overwhelmed, retreat was always an option, given their limited crowd control capabilities. It was quite vexing, as meaningful engagements were scarce, merely resulting in exchanging blows. Observing the explosive action in mid and top lanes, Iboi began to feel restless. "As long as we farm well, we can leave the rest to our teammates. Isn't it better to win without exerting too much effort?" Miko commented. Iboi shook his head. Winning effortlessly is rather unfulfilling. As the match progressed to the 6-minute mark, both solo lanes and junglers reached level 6. Of course, the Holy Gun's Qingxi was an exception, still at level 4 while the Fiora had already attained level 6. Qingxi's advancement to level 4 was a result of Fiora's decision to seize lane control. As he approached level 6, Yi Xiao altered his strategy, opting to push the lane proactively. This change allowed Qingxi to farm and develop, albeit at the cost of being harassed by Yi Xiao beneath the turret. Once again, another wave of minions surged towards the turret. Yi Xiao advanced, noticing that the vulnerabilities appeared behind the Qinggang shadow, making them difficult to exploit. He chose to withdraw and create some distance. The vulnerabilities on the Qi Gang shadow vanished, prompting Yushio to approach once more. The next vulnerability appeared to the front side, which was considerably easier to access. Therefore, Yushio decided to close in on the Qi Gang shadow near the defensive tower, observing the movements of both the shadow and the tower. Seizing the opportunity while the Qi Gang shadow was last hitting minions, Yushio executed a Q skill attack. After striking, he swiftly retreated, using the speed boost from exploiting the vulnerability to evade the defensive tower's attack range. The tower's aggro shifted to Yushio, but before it could retaliate, he had already distanced himself. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience flooded the bullet screen with comments. This Fiora's maneuvers are truly impressive. So fluid. This is what Fiora is meant to be. What were those other players doing? St. Gunnar is truly unfortunate. He can barely lift his head. I suspect he won't dare to play Qi Gang Shadow again. Just as they were commenting, a new wave of minions approached. Yushio, as ever, deftly pushed the lane forward. However, this time, he was prepared to strike, ready to tower dive for a kill. After advancing the minion wave to the defensive tower, he approached the steel shadow beneath it. St. Gunnar had grown accustomed to this playstyle, now opting to trade health for farm. Yet, this time, the position of the duelist was much deeper, right in front of him. What was she planning? A tower dive? St. Gunnar's immediate instinct was that Rek'Sai might be lurking nearby, preparing for a dive together. However, before Rek'Sai could make an appearance, the duelist initiated her attack. With a swift basic attack, she exploited the first flaw, then unleashed her ultimate, refreshing 4 vulnerabilities on the steel shadow. At that very moment, the lion dog also activated his ultimate. Although his exact position was unknown, it was certainly close. Nevertheless, Yushio chose to continue his assault, executing a basic attack followed by a Q ability, instantly bringing down 2 vulnerabilities. The steel shadow was already low on health, now nearing the brink of demise. St. Gunnar opted for a basic attack to trigger his passive, then followed up with his Q ability. He refrained from using his E skill immediately, wary of a counterattack from the duelist Lawrence Hart late. However, before the second segment of the steel shadow's Q could be prepared, the duelist adjusted her position with a slight sidestep, landing a basic attack to exploit the third vulnerability in the steel shadow perished. The healing effect activated, and the duelist began to retreat beyond the tower's range. Just then, the lion dog appeared, lunging forward. SOFIM, displaying keen intellect, released an E skill the instant he engaged, foregoing the Q ability. He noted that the duelist had not used her W skill, surmising she would activate it to block the first wave of damage. After all, most players against the lion dog tended to think that his ultimate would unleash all its damage upon landing. Yet, SOFM was taken aback when the duelist did not use her W skill. Instead, she executed a Q ability to reposition behind him, simultaneously escaping the tower's range. However, the duelist was already slowed by the lion dog SE skill. SOFIM decided to turn back and pursue her for damage, still holding his Q ability, opting to probe with a basic attack first. The duelist also chose to trade basic attacks with the lion dog. Consequently, SOFIM executed an AQ combo. Yet the duelist still refrained from utilizing her W skill, instead maneuvering around the lion dog to exploit the vulnerabilities. The lion dog, having regained health with his W skill, had now reached 5 stacks of fury. Not opting to unleash his Q skill immediately, he continued to test the waters. However, after the duelist exploited 2 more vulnerabilities, he could no longer withstand her assault. The lion dog promptly unleashed a powered Q skill, aiming for a counterkill. However, the moment he launched his Q skill, the duelist's Lawrence Heartblade was deployed, directly countering the lion dog's empowered Q skill. Simultaneously, the lion dog found his movement and attack speed significantly reduced. The duelist advanced, landing basic attacks while adjusting her position, exploiting another vulnerability, and then striking once more after refreshing her vulnerabilities. Initially, it was the lion dog pursuing. Now, the roles had reversed, with the duelist in pursuit. The lion dog, with health dwindling, had no choice but to flash away and retreat beneath the tower. What is wrong with this duelist? How does she always manage to block my empowered Q skill? It shouldn't be possible, SLFM lamented. As the next minion wave approached, the duelist began to cut the wave. Calculating the time, he deduced that it would still be a while before the steel shadow arrived. Meanwhile, the lion dog was recalling under the tower, acutely aware of the danger of remaining there. Just as the lion dog's recall was about to complete, the factory manager's Rek'Sai arrived. The factory manager, from a distance, landed a sonic charge on the lion dog, interrupting his recall. This is bad. SLFM sensed impending doom. The minion wave was about to reach the tower, and he would undoubtedly perish. Consequently, he chose to move up the lane, while the factory manager and Yi Xiu advanced from under the tower to pursue. Once the distance closed, the factory manager's Rek'Sai unleashed his ultimate. Observing Rek'Sai's ultimate, the lion dog turned back towards the tower. However, Yi Xiu's duelist had already flanked him, securing the kill with the factory manager's assistance. Seeing this, Wawa remarked, I feel that if Snake continues to focus on the top lane, it won't be just one player collapsing. The jungler and other lanes will also suffer. Miller responded. The lion dog's first ultimate was crucial. It was intended to catch the duelist, but failing to secure the kill has significantly impacted the lion dog's rhythm. Wawa added, have you noticed something? The timing of the duelist's W skill releases is remarkably precise. The lion dog's empowered Q skill is quite swift, making it difficult to react, not to mention Safa's numerous feints, yet she always manages to block it. Miller agreed, that is indeed a bit exaggerated. If it were a prediction, it shouldn't succeed every time. But if it's a matter of reaction speed, that seems absurd. How fast must her reflexes be? In reality, Yi Xiu relied heavily on his reaction speed. The lion dog's Q ability had a distinct animation differing from a standard basic attack, allowing him to simply activate his W skill upon witnessing the lion dog reach 5 stacks of fury and execute this unique motion. Of course, while this may sound simple, it demands an exceptionally high level of reflexes from the player, a feat unattainable by the average individual. Before long, the match reached the 12-minute mark, and Yi Xiu acquired his first major item, the Trinity Force, alongside a Tiamat and a Vampiric Scepter, with his second major item already halfway completed. Observing this, Wawa commented, with 1.5 items and a plethora of scattered pieces, how can they compete? It feels as though they are already a major item ahead. Miller expressed concern. What worries me now is that this game could shatter St. Gunner's confidence, potentially affecting his professional career. I have never seen him struggle like this. Zhou Shui remarked, this is unavoidable. After all, he is up against Joke. Wouldn't you agree? Seeing Zhou Shui in a state of infatuation, Wawa and Miller were at a loss for words on how to respond. Yi Xiu returned to the top lane to seize the defensive tower, but continuing to torment the Steel Shadow held little significance. It was time to accelerate his endeavors. With his current equipment, he could effortlessly take on 2 opponents, manage 3 with skillful maneuvering, and retreat unscathed against 4. Yi Xiu eagerly awaited an opportunity for the opposing team to initiate trouble in the top lane, as he yearned to test the limits of his prowess. However, it appeared that the adversaries were unwilling to grant him this chance. After pushing the minion wave in the mid lane, the opposing Ryze teamed up with the jungler to engage in the bottom lane, utilizing his ultimate to flank, which, in conjunction with the lion dog's ultimate, led to a double kill for EDG's south bottom lane. Is this real? The top lane has already been pushed to the second tower, and they still have time to target the bottom lane? Meiko was left speechless. Iboi remarked, they are truly idle. Don't they fear the top lane being breached? The factory director responded, I suspect they believe that even a 3-on-1 situation might not be favorable, hence their reluctance to venture into the top lane. The rookie added, the champion Fiora becomes quite invincible once she develops, not to mention her current advantageous growth. In the top lane, Yi Xiu was wholly focused on demolishing the tower. With the Steel Shadow refusing to emerge from beneath the defensive tower, Yi Xiu circled around it, dealing damage while skillfully using the tower to obstruct the Steel Shadow's position, ensuring she could not reach him. St. Gun originally intended to pursue and displace Yi Xiu, but he soon realized he could not keep up and was being outmaneuvered. Left with no choice, he activated his W skill, hoping to slow the Fiora down. Yet, the Fiora paid him no mind, skillfully dodging and continuing her assault on the tower. The audience erupted in excitement. Wow. Does she not regard the Steel Shadow as a threat at all? She is demolishing it right before his eyes. This feels like psychological warfare. She is completely disregarding St. Gun's presence. Will St. Gun face retirement after this? The cruelty of the situation was palpable, but I found it delightful. On the battlefield, the Snake team witnessed St. Gun growing increasingly anxious. Having played professionally for so long, this was the first time he faced such humiliation. Unable to catch up with Fiora, he opted to retreat and clear the minion wave, thinking that without minions, she would inevitably have to withdraw. However, at that moment, he lacked even a Tiamat, rendering his minion clearing efforts painfully slow. Yi Xiu observed intently as the minion wave was almost cleared. he decided to unleash a Q skill, targeting the vulnerability on Qing Su-ing, then swiftly retreated beyond the tower's reach. As the next wave of minions approached the tower, Yishio once again opted to draw them in and assault the tower. This time, Sheng Changge made a bold move, utilizing his E-skill to hook onto the wall and waiting for a second. He initially intended to catch the duelist off guard with her W skill, yet Yishio had no such intentions. Every movement of Qing Su-ing was under his vigilant scrutiny. With his remarkable reaction speed, he could effortlessly decide whether to use his skills after witnessing Qing Su-ing execute her second E-skill. Seeing that the duelist was not falling for his trap, Sheng Changge promptly unleashed his second E-skill. However, instead of kicking directly at the duelist, he aimed to kick beside her, fearing that a direct kick would result in her countering him with her W skill. Thus, at the moment Qing Su-ing landed her E-skill, Yishio unleashed his ultimate ability upon her, swiftly eliminating two vulnerabilities with his AQ combo. Aware of Yishio's rapid pace and exploiting vulnerabilities, Sheng Changge immediately activated his ultimate, Hextech Ultimatum. However, just as his ultimate was deployed, the duelist's W skill, Lawrence Precision, was executed, rendering Qing Su-ying's ultimate nullified. With no other option, Sheng Changge could only flash backward, simultaneously countering with a W skill. Even in such dire circumstances, Yishio skillfully maneuvered to evade the W skill and advanced with his Q skill, ultimately securing the kill. The director captured a close-up of Sheng Changge's face, which revealed him shaking his head in disappointment. Unsure whether he was dissatisfied with his performance or despairing at Yishio's prowess, Zhou Shui was overjoyed, exclaiming, "This duelist seems to be the strongest and most dashing I have ever seen. Simply magnificent, I adore her." Wawa remarked, "Snake's situation is exceedingly precarious. The duelist is virtually invincible in the top lane, and it is likely that the second tower will fall, leading to the high ground. If others return to defend, what will happen to the first towers in the mid and bottom lanes?" Miller added, "It is still too early in the game. Others are still in their developmental phase. With the top lane already compromised, it is indeed quite challenging. I suspect Snake has not encountered such a situation before, hence they lack the knowledge to address it." At the 14-minute mark, Yishio secured the second tower in the opposing top lane. The minion wave had already been brought to the high ground. Now, Snake was compelled to confront the issues in the top lane. Previously, their strategy was to avoid the top lane and attempt to open up the game through other lanes. Now, evasion was no longer an option. SOFIM commanded, "The duo should head to the top lane for defense. I will provide cover." Sheng Changge lamented, "I cannot hold the bottom lane's first tower alone. My development is too poor." SOFIM reassured him, "No worries, just buy some time and continue defending the second tower." Consequently, the members of Snake began to mobilize, with the duo and top laner swapping lanes. On the EDG side, upon noticing the absence of the opposing duo, Miko promptly signaled. After pushing the minion wave toward the tower, they discovered Qing Su-ing waiting beneath it. Simultaneously, the opposing duo reappeared in the top lane. Miko muttered, "A lane swap? They've actually swapped lanes. What on earth is going on?" The factory chief replied, "This isn't merely a matter of confusion. They must have realized they could not defend the top lane and had to send someone else to guard it." Miko responded, "Then we shall push the bottom lane." Seeing this, Yishio began to clear the enemy's jungle, consuming the minion wave that arrived. As long as he remained away from the enemy's turret, he was free to strike at will. Meanwhile, Snake exhibited a rather cautious approach, with their duo remaining steadfastly at the high ground. At the 16th minute of the game, EDG successfully took down Snake's bottom turret. Subsequently, the duo moved to the mid lane to assist in pushing the turret. This situation forced Snake into a painful decision. They could only concede the mid lane turret. The outer turret would be somewhat easier to defend, as it was closer to the high ground, allowing for mutual protection. However, the necessity of constant movement would inevitably lead to vulnerabilities. Yishio seized the opportunity to deplete the health of the enemy's high ground tower during a moment of vulnerability. The doll remarked that Snake seemed to be in a precarious situation, darting back and forth between the mid and top lanes, yet failing to secure either side. Miller expressed his belief that Snake had no choice but to strike decisively. They must initiate a confrontation head-on, regardless of the odds, for it was preferable to awaiting their demise passively. No sooner had Miller uttered these words than Snake indeed responded. A teleport appeared in the jungle, positioning them at the flank of EDG's four-man formation. Meanwhile, in the forefront, Lee Sin unleashed his ultimate, while Varus used his art to ensnare opponents. The team fight was on the brink of igniting. They initiated the engagement. Mako was taken aback. He had not anticipated such resoluteness from the opposing side. Yushio swiftly shifted his perspective to the front and soon realized that this approach was futile. Thus, he opted to continue dismantling the upper lane's high ground. Meanwhile, on the front line, the lion dog unleashed its ultimate ability, followed closely by Lulu's own. The Frost Archer, ensnared by Varus, fell victim to a barrage of crowd control skills, ultimately succumbing to death. The other members of EDG began to disband, retreating in haste. Seizing the moment, Snake perceived this as their singular opportunity to capitalize on their advantage. Before long, the jungler's Rek'Sai was hunted down, followed by the demise of Miko's Nami. In the end, only the young rookie's LeBlanc survived, relying on her innate agility. Wawa remarked, "They executed this team fight exceptionally well. EDG was caught off guard, allowing Snake to initiate the engagement and swiftly eliminate key positions. With a numerical advantage, victory in the skirmish was effortlessly achieved." Miller added, "To find a chance for a counterattack in such circumstances demonstrates their skill. However, what will they do about the upper lane? The high ground has already fallen to Fiora, who is now pushing towards the outer tower." Realizing the danger posed to the outer tower, the members of Snake promptly returned to base. On the EDG side, the jungler cautioned, "The enemy has returned. All 5 are likely back. Yishio, it's all right. I can take my leave." Yishio opted to traverse towards the bottom lane, employing his Q skill to maneuver through walls and stealthily approach from the opposing team's lower jungle, accompanied by a wave of minions to assault the second tower. Consequently, Snake was compelled to allocate additional personnel for the defense of the bottom lane. The crux of the matter was that a mere 1 or 2 individuals would be insufficient. A greater number was imperative. Despite the recent triumph, the members of Snake found themselves ensnared in a passive stance. Even more so given the presence of super minions in the top lane. On the EDG side, Meiko remarked on the audacity of their opponents, noting their decisive actions in such a precarious situation. The factory manager concurred, suggesting that it was precisely in such dire circumstances that boldness flourished. After all, if defeat was inevitable, resignation was the only recourse. This mindset, he posited, allowed them to engage in fights without the burden of worry. Iboi interjected, inquiring if the factory manager's reluctance to initiate battles stemmed from a psychological burden. This prompted laughter among the EDG members, as the factory manager's aversion to initiating skirmishes was a well-known fact. In response, he chose to deflect the inquiry, urging everyone to focus on the match at hand. Once the EDG members revived, Yushio provided some support and began issuing commands. "You all push mid-lane, while I advance towards the bottom lane. Let us secure the high ground across all 3 lanes." The factory manager affirmed, noting that the opposing team's ultimate abilities and flash were on cooldown, rendering a team fight unlikely. Thus, the EDG members split into 2 factions. Yushio descended to the bottom lane, guiding the minion wave to assault the second tower, while the remaining 4 engaged in a similar endeavor at the mid lane. In no time, the bottom lane's second tower fell to Yushio's relentless push. Yet Snake confronted a dilemma. With fewer members, they risked being overrun by the Fiora, who posed a lethal threat beneath the tower. However, concentrating too many forces at the bottom left the mid lane vulnerable, essentially conceding it. Moreover, they had to contend with the formidable super minions advancing from the top lane, which proved exceedingly challenging for any hero to combat. Consequently, the mid lane's second tower also succumbed, and both the middle and bottom lanes were pushed to their high ground. Wawa remarked that Snake seemed to require a decisive choice. They could either initiate a bold engagement or succumb to a slow demise. Miller noted that they had expended numerous flash abilities in the previous skirmish, making it significantly more challenging to orchestrate a team fight now. The members of EDG opted to maintain their distance from the adversary, only willing to advance if the opposing team divided their forces to the bottom lane. In short order, the bottom high ground was also claimed by Fiora, leaving Snake with no avenues for retreat. In response, Sopham's Rek'Sai resolutely activated his ultimate ability. With the others refraining from initiating a fight, he felt compelled to act. The enemy is about to engage, Meiko alerted. This time, Yishio chose not to continue pushing towers, but instead directed himself towards the mid lane to prepare for the impending confrontation. The previous avoidance of engagement stemmed from his teammates being dispatched too swiftly, yet this time, the opposition could not replicate that outcome. As Rek'Sai leapt into action, he was immediately struck by Ash's ultimate. However, EDG did not focus their fire on Rek'Sai. Thanks to his W skill, he was not instantaneously eliminated, prompting EDG to pull back momentarily. "I'm on my way," Yushio signaled, indicating he was flanking from behind. Counterattack. We can counterattack, the jungler exclaimed. Consequently, the four members of EDG turned back to mount a counteroffensive. Fiora! Fiora! Cried Snake's team as they too sought out the formidable Fiora. In that moment, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. Fiora unleashed her ultimate on Qiyana, darting left and right with incredible agility. Within the span of a heartbeat, her vulnerabilities were exposed, and Qiyana was vanquished. The healing field activated, and Fiora stood upon it like a deity of war. Wawa gasped for vulnerabilities in a second. What swiftness in her blade! I believe this match is nearing its conclusion. Fiora stands as an immovable force. Miller added, with the benefits of the healing field. Alongside her level and equipment, Snake simply cannot slay this Fiora. Instead, she plunges into the fray, slaying three with a mere trio of strikes. Zhou Shui exclaimed, "Joke! Joke! Joke!" At that moment, she had transformed into a cheerleader. As Snake's team disintegrated in the chaos of battle, the members of EDG prepared to conclude the match in a decisive push. Nice. Your Fiora is extraordinary, akin to a war god, the jungler praised. Yishio, it's not bad, just a normal performance. The factory director was taken aback upon hearing this. Is this what you call a normal performance? Absurd. If this is indeed normal, then what does your extraordinary performance look like? Yishio, I am not certain either. Yishio could sense that he had yet to reach the limits of his current capabilities, primarily due to the inadequacy of his opponent's strength. Meiko, are you jesting? If that is indeed the case, then we could simply rely on others indefinitely. Yishio, of course, I am not jesting. Eboi, let us not get too ahead of ourselves. We should focus on defeating Snake first. The members of EDG remarked that this round had concluded the match. After securing victory, the team returned to their lounge. Abu approached and said, "Well done, everyone. Your efforts are truly commendable. Your performance this time exceeded my expectations, and I hope you can maintain this momentum." The director, it was primarily the top lane that excelled. We are now relying on their strength. Miko, just now, Yishio mentioned that the main issue was with Saint Gun not performing well, otherwise he could have showcased his skills more effectively. Yishio scratched his head and remarked, "I don't believe I expressed it that way." Abu responded, "It is commendable that you possess confidence, yet do not become overly complacent." The members of EDG each found a chair to settle into, while Abu continued, "In the upcoming match, Snake will undoubtedly make adjustments in their band pick strategy. We must prepare in advance, especially concerning the top lane. I anticipate that your Fiora will be unavailable. Yishio, if I don't pick the Sword Mistress, I can always opt for the Azure Steel Shadow. After all, there are numerous heroes they are likely to ban, and I am certain I have others at my disposal." Abu, just how have you cultivated such a diverse pool of heroes? It seems you can play nearly any character with ease. Yishio, this may well be a matter of talent. Yishio could hardly attribute his prowess to the system, it could only be attributed to innate talent. The members of EDG cast envious glances his way, for many professional players, honing their skills with champions is a particularly arduous endeavor. During the process of mastering a champion, they often find themselves unable to fully unleash their potential, resulting in frequent defeats. Enduring such relentless losses can lead to a fracture in morale, a burden not everyone can bear. Yet, before them stood this young man, who seemed to effortlessly excel with any champion he attempted. How could one not be envious of such a gift? Abu continued, "Mingkai, in the next match, you must pay more attention to the top lane. I anticipate they will employ tactics specifically aimed at countering it." Each time Abu observed Yishio, a beaming smile adorned his face, rendering Yishio somewhat flabbergasted. If a beautiful woman were to smile at him in such a manner, he might have been more accepting. Yet this was Abu. Noticing that the time was nearly upon them, Abu called out, "Let us go. It's time to take the stage." In the commentary booth, Wawa and Miller were already prepared. Wawa began, "All right, we are about to commence the second match between the two teams." In the first match, EDG secured a rather effortless victory. Miller added, "In comparison, I feel that EDG is in exceptional form today, particularly in the top lane, where they completely overwhelmed the Holy Gunner without any interference from the jungler, while the factory head has made a few visits to the top lane. His ability to dive the turret was only made possible due to the significant advantage that Fiora had established." Wawa concurred, "Indeed, however, I believe the Holy Gunner will not be so easily defeated. He should still have more strategies up his sleeve. After all, his hallmark is his versatility, often unveiling some unconventional tactics, much like Joke in that regard." Miller concluded, "All right, enough chit-chat. Let us welcome the players to the stage." Once again, the members of EDG made their entrance onto the competition grounds. Yushio walked at the forefront, with others trailing behind him. The fervor of the fans at the scene resounded with chants of EDG. 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 Their exhilaration was palpable, especially as EDG's ability to dominate Snake in the first match surpassed all expectations. Shortly thereafter, Snake made their entrance, appearing notably more solemn, particularly Saint Gunner. He was the type of player whose emotions remained concealed, exhibiting neither joy nor anger outwardly. However, the expression on his face now revealed his evident displeasure. The audience erupted in cheers of Snake. 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 It seemed that Snake's supporters had not yet relinquished hope and remained steadfastly confident in their team. Wawa remarked, "We have now arrived at the pivotal second match. Judging by the expressions from Snake, it is indeed a challenging situation. I hope they can perform admirably." Miller added, "I am particularly curious about the champions that both top laners will select. Can Saint Gunner still engage in combat with a warrior champion against Joke?" Once both teams were prepared, the band phase for the second match commenced. EDG occupied the blue side, while Snake took the red side. As anticipated by Yushio, the opposing team promptly banned his Fiora. Additionally, they also banned Kiana, leaving Abu perplexed. Abu questioned, why would they ban Kiana themselves? Could it be a sign of waning confidence? They have already eliminated Fiora. The factory manager responded, I suspect that is highly likely, otherwise, it does not make sense. Mako interjected, this is promising news. The match has yet to begin, and we are already psychologically ahead. As the conversation unfolded, the selection phase commenced. EDG, on the blue side, made their first pick. Abu inquired, who needs assistance in securing a champion? The factory manager replied, please secure a Rek'Sai for me. The opposing team has not banned it, indicating that I did not perform well in the previous match. Mako remarked, Minkai is upset. The opposing team may encounter significant issues this time. Iboe chimed in, I am already prepared for the outcome. Director Yushio secured the target of Rexer on the first floor. The draft phase commenced, and Snake revealed their choices of Lee Sin and LeBlanc for the mid and jungle roles. Observing this mid-jungle combination, Abu cautioned, they might aim for a mid-jungle assault. So let us stay vigilant. The junior player remarked, I'll take Syndra, I can hold my ground in the mid lane. As for their mid laner, I must say they are rather mediocre. Mako interjected, could I please have Lulu? It's astonishing that no one has picked her yet. She is exceptionally strong in this version. Abu responded, currently, the opposing team's focus lies on the mid and jungle. Our bottom lane draft should be quite favorable. Subsequently, Snake locked in Caitlyn and Karma on the third and fourth floors, while the fifth floor reserved a counter pick for the top lane. Observing this, Abu approached Yushio and inquired, what should we choose for the top lane? Their top laner has a counter pick. Perhaps we should opt for something more stable? Yushio, AD carry. Fetch me an AD carry. Upon hearing this, Abu was taken aback. Are you implying that you intend to play AD carry in the top lane? Yushio, indeed, playing Gangplank in the top lane poses no issue. At this moment, the concept of Gangplank as a top laner has yet to be fully explored, which must be quite challenging for Abu to accept. Yushio was mentally prepared. Abu, this doesn't seem ideal. The marksman hero's basic attacks can be obstructed by minions, rendering their lane presence quite mediocre. Yushio, I possess my own unique strategy. Trust me, there will be no issues. Abu hesitated this time, while Iboe secured Varus on the fourth floor, granting Abu a moment to ponder. Ultimately, Abu chose to place his faith in Yushio. All right then, I will select Graves. Thus, EDG finalized their choice with Graves on the fifth floor. Upon witnessing the selection of Graves, both Wawa and Miller were left astonished. Wawa, wait. Where's this Graves going? Has EDG forgotten they have already chosen Rek'Sai as their jungler? Miller, I find this rather perplexing as a seasoned powerhouse. Could they truly make such a fundamental error? Wawa, yet aside from this, I genuinely cannot fathom any rationale for selecting Graves. As they conversed, Snake secured Gragas. Although all 10 champions had been confirmed, the division of lanes remained uncertain. The onlookers could only gaze intently at the screen, anxiously awaiting the final outcome. At this juncture, Graves had been assigned to Yushio, yet everyone was aware that changes could occur at any moment. Such occurrences were not unprecedented in matches, with heroes being swapped at the last minute to catch the opponent off guard. As the clock approached the final 20 seconds, the audience collectively held their breath, eager to discern the outcome. Soon, the final 20 seconds arrived, and EDG opted not to exchange again. Their lineup was confirmed. Blue side EDG, top Graves, jungle Rek'Sai. Mid Syndra, ADC Varus, support Lulu. Red side Snake, top Gragas, jungle Lee Sin, mid LeBlanc, ADC Caitlyn, support Karma. Observing the lineups, Wawa began to analyze. It truly is Graves in the top lane. This is quite amusing. I have yet to witness anyone utilize this champion in the top lane. At least not this season. Miller, the primary issue with Graves in lane is that his auto attacks can be obstructed by minions if the opponent capitalizes on this. Graves will find it exceedingly uncomfortable. I am curious to see how Joke intends to address this dilemma. Wawa, could he be planning to endure pressure in the top lane? To develop beneath the turret? However, Graves, if merely allowed to farm normally, seems rather mediocre. In matches, we observe those formidable Graves who are exceedingly fed. Miller, indeed, it is now a matter of individual performance. Although we have discussed the numerous challenges facing top lane Graves, Joke's decision to select him must hold some merit. As they continued their discussion, the match commenced, with Yushio opting for a Doran's blade at the outset. No sooner had he stepped onto the battlefield than the voice of the captain resonated. How should I assist you in the top lane? To be honest, I have never collaborated with the top lane Graves before. Yushio, there is no need for assistance in the top lane. Simply follow your own rhythm. For it is unnecessary to disrupt your pace for the sake of the top lane. The factory manager replied, I understand. The first wave of minions has emerged, and Yushio chose to return to the lane to prepare for a standard confrontation. It appears that the Holy Gun Brothers' barrel has not made its initial appearance. He seems to be lurking in the brush, awaiting the minion wave's health. Yushio paid little heed to the barrel, immediately employing his Q skill and basic attacks to push the lane. This action disrupted the positioning of the minions. Originally, the barrel could have eliminated 3 minions with a single Q skill, but this time only 2 were taken down, with the third needing to be finished off through basic attacks. As the barrel moved in to secure the last hit, Yushio shifted his focus, directing his attacks towards the barrel instead. However, the Saint Gunner remained unperturbed. The barrel champion possesses formidable resilience, and his passive ability allows for significant health regeneration. As long as he was not decisively taken down in one fell swoop, this gradual consumption of resources was manageable. Once the last hits were completed, the barrel retreated into the brush, lying in wait. When the second wave of minions arrived, Yushio continued to utilize his Q skill to swiftly push the lane. The minion wave was on the brink of being driven to the defensive tower when the barrel first used his Q skill to secure a last hit, then gradually retreated beneath the tower to continue farming. Yet, this scenario was not as straightforward as the Saint Gunner had anticipated. Yushio seized the opportunity to farm minions beneath the defensive tower, while simultaneously seeking chances to inflict damage. As Yushio observed both the barrel and the defensive tower, he seized the moment when the tower was about to target a minion. He approached the barrel and executed a precise shot followed by a Q skill, retreating immediately afterward. Although the tower's enmity had already shifted to Graves at the instant of his attack, the tower was still in the recovery animation from its previous assault, rendering it incapable of retaliating. By the time the tower's attack animation concluded, Graves had already evaded its range. Subsequently, Graves drew near the barrel once more, employing the same tactic. This time, the Holy Gunner felt the pressure. The barrel's passive ability was on cooldown. If he were to endure a wave of damage and then be afforded a moment to gradually recover, it would be manageable and the rhythm quite agreeable. However, with Graves persistently inflicting damage, the barrel struggled to regain health. The crux of the matter was that Graves primarily dealt damage through basic attacks, which did not deplete his mana, while the barrel needed to utilize skills for healing, thus consuming mana. This exchange highlighted a significant disparity between the two. Observing this, the commentator remarked, Graves' kiting is exceptionally executed. Is he toying with the tower? It can hardly retaliate. Miller added, I didn't realize his proficiency with Graves was so high. Are there any champions he cannot master? At this point, Graves only needs to keep an eye on the jungle. I feel the barrel stands no chance against him. As the two continued their discussion, Yushio had already made his way towards the river, placing a ward in the brush. With vision secured, Yushio chose to persist in tormenting the barrel. Before long, Yushio's Graves reached level 3. It was now the opportune moment for the first wave of jungle ganks from both sides. Yushio opted for a rapid push strategy, exerting pressure at the turret. At this juncture, the Saint Gunner had already been reduced to half health, unable to endure the onslaught. I'm coming to assist you with a counter-ambush. I suspect the enemy jungler will attempt to gank you, spoke the manager. At that moment, the manager's Rek'Sai had just completed the first round of jungle monsters and was heading straight for the top lane. He chose to traverse the minion wave and stealthily positioned himself in the brush behind Ishio. Witnessing this scene, the spectators flooded the comment section with praise. The manager is quite perceptive, aware of the need to help with the counter-ambush. When it comes to securing an effortless victory, one should never doubt the manager's expertise. His counter-ambush skills are commendable, but the enemy jungler would hardly be foolish. Under the watchful eyes of many, Safam's Lee Sin also made his way to the top lane, advancing from the river brush with determination. It wasn't that he was oblivious to the vision in the river brush. Rather, the position of the gangplank had become untenable. There was no escape. And even if they spotted him now, it would be too late to retreat. On the top lane, recognizing that the jungler was about to initiate trouble, the Saint Gunner's barrel chose to employ his Q ability to slow down the gangplank. Subsequently, he activated his W ability and prepared to unleash his E ability for a full assault. Yusho sidestepped to execute his E ability, skillfully evading the barrel's attack, and commenced a counteroffensive while gradually retreating. The opposing jungler could potentially be lurking nearby. Xinqiang sensed something amiss. For this, Graves was not merely retreating but engaging in combat while pulling back, displaying considerable audacity, perhaps indicative of a presence behind him. Upon hearing this, Safam hesitated slightly, as Graves' actions indeed bore that unmistakable essence. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved to take a chance, suspecting it could be a mere bluff. Safam's reasoning was not without merit. In their prior analysis of EDG and Newbie, when Newbie's jungler assisted in the top lane, Yishio had feigned his own jungler's presence, boldly confronting two opponents and driving the enemy jungler away. Safam surmised that Yishio might be employing the same stratagem. This situation could very well be a ruse to simulate the jungler's presence. Thus, ZZ decisively approached from the flank, using his vision to close in and unleash his E ability, Thunderstrike, followed by the second activation of E, Bonebreak, to apply a slow effect. Seizing this opportunity, the barrel also advanced to deliver damage. At that moment, Director's Rek'Sai initiated his assault. Rek'Sai burrowed through the ground, closing in on the low-health barrel. Xinqiang reacted swiftly, promptly using Flash. Unfortunately, Director did not immediately employ his skills. Instead, he waited until the barrel had flashed away before using his own flash to close in and lift the barrel into the air. Yushio's Manam, wielding his signature precision, swiftly claimed the head of the Jinx. Meanwhile, Safam's Lee Sin, sensing an impending danger, decisively retreated. The opposing team's jungler was indeed present. He was not employing any deceptive tactics. Safam was momentarily startled. He realized that he could have abstained from engaging this wave, effectively risking the top laner's safety. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that he could still hold his ground in the top lane. Xinqiang responded nonchalantly, asserting that he would continue to duel, though he spoke confidently. Xinqiang knew deep inside that subsequent encounters would prove more arduous. He chose to teleport back to the lane, while Yushio's Manam persisted in pushing the wave forward, neglecting to recall for replenishment. Even more astonishing was that Manam's items were largely ineffective, his health maintained at roughly half, providing Xinqiang a fleeting opportunity. If he continued to trade as before, allowing Manam to chip away at him, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage later. However, with Manam's health now diminished, Xinqiang saw a prime chance to execute a decisive strike and eliminate him in one swift assault. The next minion wave approached, resetting at the center, and Xinqiang began to search for an opening, preparing to seize the moment for an all-in confrontation. Yishio's Graves continues to push the lane as before, poised to engage and harass right before the turret. Sensing Yishio's intentions, the barrel-chested champion opts to initiate with his Q ability, applying a slowing effect on Graves, before activating his W ability and closing the distance towards him. Yishio's Graves initiated an assault on the barrel with a precise AQ shot, swiftly followed by a smoke grenade that obscured the barrel's vision. Observing this, Wawa remarked, "I have a feeling both sides are gearing up for a confrontation. It seems likely they will clash to the end." Miller responded, "Although Graves holds an advantage in kills, he lacks supplies, rendering this advantage ephemeral. While his health disadvantage is tangible, it's quite difficult to predict who will emerge victorious." Emerging from the smoke's cover, St. Gun intended to pursue further, only to discover that Graves had maneuvered to his side. Graves continued to unleash fire upon the barrel, 1 shot, 2 shots, then used his E skill to swiftly evade the barrel's onslaught. Realizing he couldn't catch up, the barrel feigned retreat, and as Graves turned to pursue, he unleashed a Q skill that inflicted additional slow. Subsequently, the barrel activated his W skill and advanced, closing the distance to Graves. The barrel's skills had relatively short cooldowns, allowing him to unleash several combos during the skirmish. Once in proximity to Graves, the barrel struck with a basic attack enhanced by his W skill. At this juncture, Graves' health was alarmingly low, placing him in a precarious position. The barrel awaited the cooldown for his next E skill. As soon as the cooldown expired, the barrel initiated with W, charging forward with a belly slam. Their distance was now minimal, leaving Graves nearly without room to react. However, to everyone's astonishment, Graves used Flash to evade the attack. Following this escape, Graves unleashed a rapid AEA combo, culminating in a final Q skill that secured a kill on the barrel. Wawa exclaimed, "A solo kill. Another solo kill in the top lane. This is becoming quite challenging. He just teleported back and has already been eliminated." And it was a solo kill at that. Miller noted, "It's important to realize that Graves hasn't returned to base for supplies, which means he traded one life for two in this exchange. St. Gun's mentality must be quite shaken right now." Wawa added, "Graves' kiting is truly exceptional, and his reflexes are extraordinary. It seems entirely reasonable that St. Gun is struggling against him." Meanwhile, on the EDG side of the competition, witnessing the solo kill in the top lane, the coach praised, "Impressive work, Yi Xiao, another solo kill. It seems you managed to secure solo kills in every match." Meiko interjected, "Wait, didn't Yi Xiao only start playing in the last regular season match? Then he moved on to the playoffs. If this continues, he might even contend for the title of Solo Kill King this season." Iboi chimed in, "Is that even plausible? He has played significantly fewer matches than others and could still be the Solo Kill King?" Meiko replied, "Of course. But he will need to achieve multiple solo kills in each of the upcoming matches to have a chance. Yi Xiao, I shall strive to do my utmost." Meanwhile, on Snake's side, after being solo killed, the mindset of Sacred Gun Brother was already in shambles. "I was so close to taking him down, it's infuriating. How can this person react so swiftly? How is it possible for him to flash out from such a distance?" Zeta, witnessing this, offered some words of solace. "Steady your mindset. The match has only just begun. A single kill is inconsequential." Though he spoke these comforting words, Zeta was also flustered. The previous performance of Yi Xiao was still vivid in his mind, and with such a strong start in this match, how could he not be anxious? At this moment in the official live stream, viewers inundated the bullet screen with remarks, "Another solo kill. Can he manage it, little brother?" It seems that Sacred Gun Brother is experiencing a significant decline. Why is he being so easily dominated? Is it not simply because Joke is exceptionally strong? Sacred Gun Brother's own prowess remains unchanged. It is merely the opponent that has shifted. Where on earth did EDG find such an outrageous top laner? How tantalizing. The competition presses on, and Yi Xiao opts to return to base for supplies, promptly acquiring the Storm Blade before heading back to the top lane to continue his development. Yi Xiao's damage has escalated to a new level, and upon re-entering the fray, his harassing capability has notably improved. His strategy remains unchanged. He pushes the lane upon arrival and seeks opportunities to inflict damage before the tower. Wawa observed and remarked, "I've realized that Joke's method with Graves is neither overly complicated nor simplistic. He begins by pushing the lane, applying pressure with the minions, thereby avoiding scenarios where his basic attacks are obstructed by enemy minions during confrontations. Moreover, Graves possesses a remarkable speed in pushing lanes, requiring minimal mana expenditure. Most of the work is done through basic attacks, occasionally employing a Q skill." Miller interjected, "I must say, I've noticed that this strategy seems quite effective against champions with poor wave clear capabilities." As the match reached the 5-minute mark, Sacred Gun Brother's barrel was reduced to 1/3 of its health, aimlessly wandering beneath the tower. Yi Xiao did not directly dive the tower. His health appeared sufficient for such an endeavor. However, the base attacks from Gangplank would be obstructed by the defensive tower. Consequently, St. Gunner could maneuver around the tower, utilizing its protection to execute a counterkill. This backdrop of executing counterkills around the tower is often associated with Gangplank. Yi Xiao would certainly not grant the opposing team such an opportunity. Once he reaches level 6 and acquires his ultimate ability, a solo kill is within his grasp. As I approached the top lane, ready to dive the turret, the voice of the jungler resonated. His Rek'Sai had once again arrived at the top lane. With the barrel's health so low and without a flash available, a turret dive was undoubtedly imminent. At that moment, Meiko suddenly interjected, "Don't let Yi Xiao secure the solo kill himself. He should be capable of achieving it at level 6. Didn't we agree to help him claim the title of Solo Kill King? Let us forego this assist." The jungler, taken aback, could only respond in disbelief. "Meiko, you have truly become overly confident. This is the playoffs, my friend, and you dare to discuss such matters at this critical juncture." Meiko conceded, "All right. Perhaps I've been a bit too relaxed. Just then, Yishio chimed in. Jungler, you truly must refrain from intervening. Allow me to handle this. The jungler replied, no way. You two have become overconfident. Yishio, this is not the issue. I suspect the opposing blind monk is lurking in the bottom or middle lane. However, due to your absence, he is hesitant to engage for fear of being ambushed. Yet, if you were to initiate, he would seize the opportunity to strike. Upon hearing this, the mid and bottom lanes of EDG instinctively retreated, wary of a gank. Yet, with the need to farm, they could not simply hide beneath the turret, leaving them exposed to danger. Strangely enough, it made sense, so I shall refrain from engaging. Consequently, the captain abandoned the idea of a gank in the top lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Yishio advanced with a new wave of minions towards the turret. St. Gun's barrel was under the turret as protection, prompting him to maneuver around it. At that moment, Yishio executed his E-skill, darting through the center of the turret to locate the barrel and fired a shot. Witnessing the initiation from the gunslinger, St. Gun charged in, stunning him with a collision, followed by a Q skill to apply slow, while activating his W skill to gain a damage reduction buff. However, after executing this sequence, St. Gun was struck by a sudden realization the turret had not targeted the gunslinger. In fact, Yishio had intentionally directed that shot at the turret, primarily to bait out St. Gun's abilities. Now that the abilities had been drawn out, it was time to act. The gunslinger, having reloaded, unleashed a basic attack coupled with a Q skill, followed by another basic attack, culminating in his ultimate ability. St. Gun, attempting to circle around the turret, found it too late, and was obliterated by the gunslinger's ultimate. Thus, Yishio achieved yet another solo kill. Wow, how domineering. Another solo kill. And this time it was under the turret. When has St. Gun ever endured such humiliation? The gunslinger is simply inhumane. Miller, prior to encountering Joke, he certainly had never faced such adversity, but to be fair, the last encounter was already quite brutal. I suspect St. Gun has mentally prepared himself. Being solo killed twice is not beyond acceptance. Wawa, we previously mentioned that the gunslinger, if given a normal development, possesses relatively average combat prowess. Yet in this match, he has evidently surpassed the bounds of ordinary growth, likely poised to deliver explosive performance in team fights. As the two converse, in the mid lane, Zitai and the rookie began their skirmish. At this moment, both were low on health, each holding their ultimate, presenting an opportunity for a quick takedown. Zitai patiently awaited the cooldown of his abilities, while also observing Syndra's positioning. As Syndra approached to farm, Zitai made his move. He employed his W followed by a flash, then executed QRE. An astonishing scene unfolded. The W flash combo of the fairy was abruptly interrupted by Syndra's Q skill, which rendered her powerless. Simultaneously, the fairy was controlled, and her passive clone was summoned. Syndra advanced, unleashing her ultimate and igniting, ultimately claiming the fairy's life. EDG South mid lane also secured a solo kill. Now the EDG fans erupted in fervor. Another solo kill. Is Snake truly up to the task? This is utterly outrageous. Both mid and top lanes are being dominated. Why does Zitai insist on playing the fairy? Is she a champion he can truly master? It appears that this match is slipping away. Both the mid and top lanes are nurturing their boss. The Snake fans are beginning to lose hope. The top lane struggles have already caused them distress, and now the mid lane is faltering as well. Both solo lanes are critical, directly impacting the jungler's performance. On the battlefield, following the solo kill, Zitai found himself in a state of despair. Why? How could he interrupt that? Is this person's reaction speed even human? St. Gun, you haven't witnessed the reaction speed of their top laner. It is simply absurd. Zitai, EDG is a team of superhumans, right? Are they going to leave us no chance? St. Gun and Zitai instantly transformed into a pair of kindred spirits, lamenting their misfortunes. Soph, I can't help but feel that Zitai, you were predicted. It's not merely a matter of reaction speed. Your intent to attack was too conspicuous. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward as Zitai quickly responded. If he could predict this, that would indeed be terrifying. After all, the opposing team is not at a normal human level. The match continued as Yishio commenced cutting off the minion waves in the top lane, denying the barrel any opportunity to farm. Wawa, this scene seems oddly familiar. Once again, he is not showing up, hiding behind the turret. Miller, in the previous match, the jungler assisted in the top lane, although it seemed ineffective. However, this time I feel that Soph may not go, as a 2-on-1 situation could mirror the last match precisely. Wawa, if the jungle opts not to assist the top lane, it essentially concedes the lane. allowing St. Gunn to fend for himself. Miller. The only silver lining is that this time, St. Gunn is playing the barrel, which differs from the previous match as Steel Shadow. The barrel is not heavily reliant on items. On the battlefield, St. Gunn began to engage in a battle of wits. Since he could not advance in lane, he opted to traverse through the jungle. To avoid detection, he chose a roundabout route, approaching from the river above mid-lane towards the top lane. However, upon reaching the river brush, St. Gunn discovered a true sight ward at his feet, revealing his position. Damn, this has put St. Gunn in a predicament. Should he continue forward or retreat? He could only dismantle the vision first. After removing the true sight ward, St. Gunn did not hastily set off. He awaited the minion wave. As the next wave approached, the gunslinger began clearing the minions in the top lane. Seizing this opportunity, the barrel set off towards the top lane. Now, while the gunslinger was busy farming, St. Gunn believed he would not be obstructed. However, as he reached the vicinity of the Baron pit, the gunslinger had already finished clearing the minions, and furthermore, he was heading towards the river. With no choice, St. Gunn was compelled to change direction, moving into the Baron pit and executing his E-skill to arrive above the Baron pit. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience erupted. What is this barrel doing? Strolling about? Just casually strolling. Is he counting steps from his jungle to the enemy jungle? I'm eager to see what St. Gunn is planning. To the spectators, St. Gunn's actions could no longer be simply described as outrageous. In the commentary booth, Wawa and Miller were also left speechless. Wawa remarked, "Is St. Gunn intending to circle back to the top lane?" However, the gunslinger seems to have caught wind of it, now patrolling between the river brush and the Baron pit. If the barrel is spotted, I suspect this attempt to engage will be thwarted. Miller, wait, isn't this supposed to be League of Legends? When did it come to this? Wawa, I'm not sure of the answer. Only St. Gunn and Joe could clarify that. Joe Shuddy, why does he look so dashing even when playing the gunslinger? He is simply too charming. As they spoke, St. Gunn's barrel had emerged from the triangular brush, preparing to engage. Just then, the gunslinger appeared before him. The two crossed paths, and the barrel immediately utilized his E-skill, attempting to swiftly retreat to the safety of the turret. At the moment the barrel activated his E-skill, the gunslinger followed suit, intercepting him. Wow, no. The barrel has been blocked. Isn't he about to be subjected to the gunslinger's relentless onslaught? Miller, I sense that the barrel's maneuvers were somewhat hasty. An eagerness to return to the safety of the turret. The barrel unleashed a Q-skill at his feet, slowing down the Graves, then pressed forward. In response, Graves retaliated with a smoke grenade, further hindering his movement while continuously dealing damage from behind. The barrel's health dwindled rapidly, given the significant level disparity. Despite being a mere screen away from the turret, crossing that distance proved exceedingly challenging for him. The barrel had no choice but to activate his W skill to mitigate some of Graves' damage. After much effort, he finally reached the turret, only to be met with Graves' ultimate ability, the explosive shot, which felled him instantly. Another solo kill in the top lane. Factory manager, goodness. That must be the third solo kill. Are you merely farming statistics? Sister Ku, that's incredibly fierce. If a match yields at least 3 solo kills, that amounts to 30 kills over 10 matches. It seems there's a chance to become the solo kill king, provided this trend continues. Factory manager, however, the opponents ahead will grow increasingly formidable, raising the difficulty of securing solo kills, so temper your enthusiasm. Meanwhile, on Snake's side, after reviving, St. Gunn brother lingered in the fountain for a moment. He was at a loss for direction, unwilling to return to lane, fearing a gank due to his low level and poor farm, which could lead to a potential counterkill. However, idling in the fountain was not an option either, as he risked penalties. This match was a significant blow to St. Gunn brothers' morale. He had not faced Graves in lane and initially believed it would be manageable. Perhaps he could have gained an advantage, but upon truly engaging, he discovered the reality was far more complex than anticipated. Given the current circumstances, this match had little bearing on him. Of course, this little bearing pertained to future developments, yet Graves' burgeoning strength was closely tied to him. Soon, the director noticed the barrel's absence after reviving and opted for a close-up shot. The chat exploded. Is he idling? Has he given up? How fragile. Utterly incapable of handling pressure. St. Gunn brothers' expression suggested he was on the verge of tears. Anyone would struggle under such circumstances. One could only say that Joke is incredibly ruthless. One can only hope that St. Gunn brother doesn't announce his retirement after this BO5. As the discussion unfolded, St. Gunn brother emerged from the fountain, choosing to head towards the bottom lane while directing, I have flash available. I will assist you in a gank. Initially, The bottom lane wished to decline, considering the barrel was still level 6, rendering his gank potential quite limited. He was more likely to come down for experience. However, seeing the barrel in such dire straits, Crystal Brother refrained from voicing any objections. At this moment, jungle player Safim also arrived, making it 4 players in the bottom lane. Ready to stir things up. On the top lane, noticing the barrel's prolonged absence, Yishio signaled to his teammates, "The top lane is unguarded. Be cautious." However, the teammates dismissed his warning. Sister Ku remarked, "The opposing barrel is only level 4? That can't be right. I'm already level 5. Surely, he hasn't truly given up?" Factory manager, "It seems unlikely he is idled. Perhaps he's clearing jungle camps." Eboi, "If he comes to the bottom lane, I feel we can eliminate him outright." Sister Ku, "Indeed, there's room for action. It just depends on whether he decides to show up." Just then, a robust figure with a prominent belly appeared in the river. The blind monk followed closely behind, indicating that the barrel had not only arrived, but had also brought company. Is this for real? Why bring friends? Sister Ku began to panic, retreating alongside Eboi. They intended to withdraw to the safety of the turret, yet the barrel was already closing in, executing an E-flash to catch them. Fortunately, Eboi and Sister Ku reacted swiftly, both using their flashes almost simultaneously to evade the impending danger. However, evading the barrel's girth did not guarantee safety. The blind monk struck Varus with a sonic wave, then followed up with a resonating strike, sending him airborne. Transform. Sister Ku reacted promptly, but the blind monk's speed outmatched hers. Although Lulu transformed the blind monk into a sheep at the first opportunity, the kick had already been delivered, and Varus was sent hurtling back. The duo from Snake's bottom lane surged forward to secure the kill. Observing this, Wawa commented, "You can't deny that Saint Gunbrother knows how to stir things up. Since he can't farm in the top lane, he goes to assist his teammates, helping the bottom lane to secure a kill." Miller, though Saint Gunbrother missed his skills, he still assisted the blind monk and helped secure a kill while also gaining some experience from the minions. That's commendable. Wawa, however, the pressure on Graves in the top lane has vanished. After pushing the wave, Graves will head back to jungle. I anticipate that his farm will become exceedingly formidable. As the match clock ticked to 10 minutes, Sister Ku signaled from the bottom lane, "The enemy support is missing. Remain vigilant." At this moment, Yishio was meticulously farming behind the first tower on the top lane, wielding a bloodthirster in his possession. The third red buff on the opposing side was on the verge of respawning, and Yishio harbored a desire for it. However, the enemy support was likely approaching, and the mid laner could arrive at any moment. Coupled with the presence of the top lane Gragas, that amounted to 4 adversaries, making the acquisition of this red buff seemingly arduous. "Songju, come here. We are preparing to seize the enemy's red," Yishio commanded suddenly. Sister Ko, "The enemy support may have also moved over. I won't make it in time," she replied. "Yishio, there's no need to worry. You can continue to farm in the bot lane. The 2 of us are sufficient." "Manager, are you really that confident? In that case, I shall come over." Though the manager felt somewhat apprehensive, as this style of play was not in alignment with his usual approach, he decided to follow Yishio's lead. After all, he could not simply stand by and watch as Yishio faced 4 opponents alone, potentially yielding free kills. "Junior, I can join at any moment, but the opposing mid laner is likely to arrive a bit faster than I will." "Yishio, it's all right. Just proceed at your own pace." At the commentary desk, Wawa remarked, "It seems something is about to unfold with this red buff. Both teams are gathering their forces. In terms of numbers, Snake certainly holds an advantage with 1 extra support. Miller, if they fail to secure this engagement, Graves will lose a significant lead, as his developmental rhythm will be disrupted. Wawa, however, I believe that since Joke is so eager to initiate, he must have a solid strategy in mind. It remains uncertain who will prevail." As they conversed, the red buff had already respawned, and Yishio's Graves launched the attack. After just a couple of hits, the blind monk appeared. Safim's blind monk approached, first probing with the sonic wave, then placing a ward in the brush, revealing Yishio's position. The opposing LeBlanc made her way over. The junior player provided a warning from mid lane, also heading towards the jungle, but clearly lagging behind LeBlanc. In reality, Yishio had been closely monitoring the minimap. He was aware of when LeBlanc was en route and could estimate her arrival time. Yishio continued to lure the blind monk with the red buff while marking him for execution. Eliminate him first. The jungler, understanding the cue, noticed that the blind monk, seeing the red buff's health dwindling, approached to secure it with his smite. At that precise moment, Yishio's Grave seized the opportunity, tossing a smoke grenade at the blind monk. Instantly, the monk lost his vision, rendering him unable to smite, and even worse, he could no longer ward. Seizing this chance, the jungler's Rek'Sai burrowed forward and unleashed a flurry of damage. In the midst of this chaos, Yishio's Graves utilized his E skill to slide forward, executed a Q ability against the wall to quickly deal a second burst of damage, and followed up with an auto-attack into his ultimate. Although the blind monk used Flash to escape, he was ultimately obliterated by Graves' ultimate. Wawa exclaimed, "What a beautiful synergy." Graves utilized the smoke grenade to blind the monk, allowing Rek'Sai to advance and deal damage. It felt rehearsed, quite impressive. Miller added, "The situation has drastically changed. The blind monk has been slain. The rest of Snake arriving now amounts to merely a 3 versus 3. I sense that Snake is hesitant to engage." As anticipated by the commentators, Snake chose not to press the attack, but rather opted for a swift retreat. Yishio effortlessly seized the opponent's red buff and subsequently returned to the lane to continue his development. With 15 minutes elapsed in the match, Yishio successfully claimed the first turret in the top lane. Meanwhile, Snake dismantled EDG's bottom turret. Following the exchange of defensive structures, both teams initiated a lane swap, with the duo moving to the mid lane to cultivate their growth. Yishio's Graves continued to develop in the top lane, simultaneously pushing the minion wave to the enemy's second turret while farming in the jungle to accelerate his growth. Seeing this, Wawa remarked, "Look at Graves' last hitting count. It's only 15 minutes in, and he's about to hit 200. Such a developed Graves can only be described as terrifying." Milu added, "Indeed, it is somewhat frightening. He already has 2 items. Can you believe it? With this level of development, I feel like he could take down a child with a single shot." In the official live broadcast, the audience was astounded by Graves' pace of development. "Wow, is this even human? That's an absurd number of last hits." Many of those were softened jungle monsters, and now SOFIM was 2 levels behind Clearlove, all due to the top lane. Graves not only dominated the top lane but also wreaked havoc in the jungle. This is pure individual skill, you can't deny it. As the crowd was discussing this, Snake initiated their own strategy in the mid lane. They understood that once Graves joined a team fight, it would be exceedingly challenging to contend with him. So they needed to make a move while he was still split pushing in the top lane to create a breakthrough in the mid lane. If necessary, they could force out his teleport to alleviate the pressure on their second turret in the top lane. On the EDG side, Miko alerted, "It seems the enemy wants to stir things up in the mid lane. We need to provide support." Iboi replied, "I can't hold them off alone." Clearlove added, "There are 4 of them. I'm on my way too. Let's clear the minion wave and buy time for the top lane." The junior player chimed in, "I'm coming as well." All 4 members of EDG gathered beneath the first turret in the mid lane, with Iboi and the junior player tasked with clearing the minion wave. Clearlove and Miko positioned themselves nearby to provide cover, ready to counter if the enemy initiated a fight. Syndra's Varus had decent wave clear capabilities, managing to hold off the defense tower, though pushing felt somewhat challenging for Snake. They grew anxious to find an opportunity to engage rather than dawdle. Crystal Brother was eager for a brawl on both fronts. Thus, the blind monk began to look for an opening. He directed his resonating strike towards Lulu but hesitated momentarily to assess the situation. If EDG began to retreat, he could afford to hold back, but if they did not retreat, he would engage. Ultimately, EDG remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. With that, SOFIM decided to act. The blind monk swiftly executed a second Q ability, soaring through the air and using Flash to gain vision. The speed was astonishing, leaving Miko unable to transform him into a sheep in time, and Varus was once again kicked away. Again, Iboi was taken aback, believing the blind monk had targeted someone else. "Here is my ultimate for you." Miko immediately cast his skill on Varus to buy him some time. Meanwhile, Snake surged forward, prioritizing the elimination of Varus. However, at that moment, the junior player as Syndra unleashed her power. Syndra executed a QW combo followed by her ultimate, sending the weakling scattering. Both carries of Snake were now incapacitated. Consequently, Varus was not instantly obliterated. He retaliated with his ultimate, controlling the opponents, flashing back to continue his assault. Wawa exclaimed, "He survived. Varus actually didn't he die?" Now, with no one to obstruct Varus' damage output, Snake appeared to be in a bit of a panic. Mila commented, "They have every reason to be anxious. They've already exerted themselves in this team fight, yet Varus was kicked back and still survived. How can Snake accept that?" Wawa noted, in the team fight, they can't hold their ground. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Graves has completed yet another solo kill on the barrel. And now the second turret in the top lane is on the verge of falling. Yishio, taking advantage of the chaos in the top lane. Executed a precise solo kill on the barrel. Yet the excitement did not cease there. He swiftly claimed the second turret and charged towards the enemy's base. Chase, chase, chase. Do not let them escape, he commanded. As they pushed the middle lane's first turret, he declared, I will pursue them. The rest, focus on the turrets. Ebo's Varus advanced on the middle lane's defensive structure while the others continued their relentless pursuit. Soon, Snake was completely vanquished in a team wipe. Seizing the opportunity, EDG swiftly took the first turret in the mid lane and set their sights on the second. Wawa remarked, it feels as though the match has reached its conclusion. The primary issue was the absence of a top laner. Just imagine if the barrel had been present in the front line. With his skills, Varus would have undoubtedly been obliterated. Unable to even use his ultimate or flash. Miller concurred, indeed, despite the barrel's poor development, he plays a crucial role in Snake's composition. Without him, team fights become exceedingly difficult. All we can say is that the others did their utmost. After the skirmish, Snake's players fell into despondency, having squandered their early advantage and now facing a deficit. This did not even take into account the disparity in the top lane. If considered, it would be safe to say that a collapse was imminent. As the clock struck 20 minutes, Ishio, having taken the high ground turret in the top lane, transitioned to the bottom lane. With 260 minions under his belt, he had yet to utilize his teleport, as his teammates were performing admirably without his intervention. At this juncture, Ishio strategized, we can attempt to take the Baron. I have teleport. Miko suggested, let us first secure vision. The jungler declared, I will establish vision in their jungle. The rookie chimed in, I will push the wave in the top lane. Eboi asserted, I will handle the middle lane minions. The EDG team sprang into action, executing their plans with precision. Wawa noted, it appears EDG is preparing to assault the Baron. With both mid lane towers down, Snake cannot establish vision to prevent it. Miller added, I believe we should consider the next draft phase, although it is tricky. One can never predict what hero joke will unveil. Wawa remarked, this newcomer has truly surprised us. He has brought not merely a powerful top laner to the LPL, but has seemingly pioneered a new style of play. Miller replied, it may be premature to say so. Let us observe EDG's subsequent performance. Their forthcoming opponents are formidable. If Joke can rise to the challenge and even lead EDG to victory, it would validate his approach. Wawa expressed his optimism for such bold and tenacious young players. As they spoke, EDG had managed the minion waves and established vision. Yusho instructed his teammates to commence the Baron while he approached on foot. It seemed Snake had no intention of engaging in a team fight. Miko muttered, isn't that better? We can take the Baron and then push mid. Thus, EDG effortlessly secured the Baron and gathered in the mid lane. Let's not rush into a team fight. We shall push the turret first and make the enemy anxious. Instructed the jungler. Miko stated, I will provide protection from the rear, shielding and using my ultimate as needed. Before long, the mid lane minions reached the high ground. Although Snake's morale was low, they were obliged to defend. As the minions advanced toward the tower, Snake moved forward to clear the wave, but encountered difficulties. Neither Caitlyn nor LeBlanc were particularly swift at clearing minions. Coupled with the pressure from EDG, the tower's health began to diminish rapidly. Let us find an opportunity to engage. The Crystal Brother urged. Let me initiate, declared the marksman. The barrel from St. Gun approached from the side, seeking an opening to start the fight. Eboi, unyielding, unleashed his attacks as St. Gun approached. After a brief skirmish, St. Gun executed his E-flash into the ultimate, attempting to ignite the battle. However, Eboi, with remarkable reflexes, evaded the explosion from the barrel, countering with his ultimate to control him. Consequently, the barrel found himself in an awkward position, unable to retaliate effectively. Gun. On the other side, noticing the positioning of the marksman, Zitao had intentions toward him. He opted for a WQRE combo, seeking to severely damage the marksman. Yet, before he could complete his sequence, the marksman eliminated him in an instant. What absurd damage! Z2 was left stunned by the sudden turn. The marksman followed with basic attacks, seamlessly transitioning into his ultimate for a swift kill. Wawa exclaimed, who truly is the assassin here? As LeBlanc sought to confront the marksman, she too was swiftly dispatched. The opposing monk, using his abilities, launched the marksman into the high ground. Caitlyn followed up with her attacks, appearing to put the marksman in peril. However, once the crowd control subsided, the marksman utilized his W to obscure Caitlyn's vision, subsequently landing a basic attack that reduced Karma to half health. As Karma flashed away, the marksman capitalized with his E, delivering yet another lethal blow. Miller questioned, What kind of damage is this? 2 shots for a support? How absurd. At that moment, Caitlin, emerging from the smoke screen, attempted to continue her assault on the marksman, only to discover he was ready to retaliate. His shot dealt significant damage, prompting her to retreat hastily. The marksman, absorbing damage from the turret, regained health through basic attacks on minions. A terrifying scene unfolded as the turret's damage was insufficient to outpace the marksman's lifesteal. The monk approached to engage in close combat, but the marksman, having refreshed his E, skillfully maneuvered out of turret range before resuming his assault. Realizing he could no longer contend, the monk retreated, witnessing the marksman's health replenishment surpassing his own damage output. Now, it was Yi Xiu's turn to pursue. He executed a flash to eliminate the monk and relentlessly chased Caitlin into the fountain. Wawa marveled. This marksman is utterly relentless. Chasing from high ground to the fountain, is such a feat even possible? Miller remarked, the brutality is palpable. This is the marksman in a dominant position. His damage truly incomprehensible. I doubt we shall see him in the next match. Wawa posed a pressing issue, with jokes showcasing such a diverse array of powerful champions. We will soon run out of ban slots. We cannot continually ban the heroes he previously wielded, only to face new champions that wreak havoc. What is the point of drafting? Miller replied, though it may lack significance, it offers some psychological solace. It is all we can do. As their discussion continued, near the fountain, the marksman and Caitlin were engaged in a duel. The marksman was farming minions to recover health, while Caitlin relied on her range to deal damage, attempting to eliminate him. Yet, the marksman's health quickly returned to full, rendering Caitlin's efforts futile. The other 4 members of EDG were poised to push the tower, preparing for a decisive move. The jungler remarked, is this marksman too domineering? 1 against 4? Miko added, let us grant them a chance. We shall inevitably meet again. Eboi, it seems you are determined to go to extremes. The director, young man, do not torment the spring. At that moment, Yusho chose to feign a retreat, luring the female officer slightly forward. Once she pursued, Yusho seized the opportunity, employing his E skill to advance suddenly, followed by a basic attack and a Q skill. The Q skill struck the wall, rapidly triggering a 2-stage burst, while his basic attack delivered a critical hit, instantly eliminating the female officer. Ace. Snake was obliterated. In the official live broadcast room, viewers flooded the comments with, what a violent Graves, but I like it. He completely disregards his opponents. Is Graves this ferocious in the top lane? I must try this out. Can you refrain from experimenting? This is a champion you can master? Just play a simple champion like Malphite or Garen. Oh right, you could also try a Doran's Blade Malphite. In reality, after each match, Yusho found it increasingly challenging to play in solo queue for the following days. Many players began imitating his strategies, leading to a plethora of bizarre tactics appearing in the top lane. The issue was that they lacked Yusho's personal skill, so utilizing these strategies often resulted in them being outplayed. Consequently, whenever casual players saw Yusho employing unconventional champions, a chill ran down their spines, making them hesitant to queue for ranked matches, fearing teammates might resort to bizarre picks that could sabotage the game. Before long, EDG shattered Snake's base crystal, concluding the match. Wah-wah, with the explosion of the opposing base crystal, EDG secured victory in the second match. I sense immense pressure on Snake. Their opportunities are dwindling. Setting aside the issue of advancement, they cannot afford to be swept 3-0. Miller. In this match, it was evident from the draft and strategy that Snake made adjustments. The top lane Saint Gunner was assigned a utility role, delegating the carry responsibilities to the mid and bot lanes. However, this utility role faltered, being overwhelmed by Joke-S Graves. What other strategies can Snake employ now? I feel they are at a disadvantage. Wah-wah. Ultimately, it boils down to individual skill. While the advantages and disadvantages in the top lane may be influenced by champion attributes, the champion pool itself is also a reflection of personal capability. If I can utilize a champion and you cannot, then you are simply inferior to me. Miller. Indeed, that is the case. Now, after a short break, we will present the third match between the teams. Meanwhile, the EDG members returned to their lounge. Upon entering, Abu greeted them with a beaming smile. Well done, everyone. Each of you performed admirably in this match, especially you, Yishio. Your Graves is well practiced. I believe you played better than Ming-Kai. The director, there was no need for that. Praise him without stepping on my toes. Sister Ko, I think that was just a candid observation. Ming-Kai, you seem to struggle with the popular junglers in this patch. The director scratched his head. That is somewhat true. This patch is quite frustrating, filled with aggressive junglers that demand precision. Iboi, the director is getting old. Upon hearing this, the director suddenly felt melancholic. This might be his last year. If they cannot clinch the championship this year, opportunities will only diminish in the future. With declining performance next year, he might become a burden to his teammates. He glanced at Yoshio, and an unrealistic thought crossed his mind. If it were Yoshio, perhaps he could guide them to victory this year. The director shook his head. It felt absurd to place such immense hope on a newcomer who had just begun competing. Abu continued. Currently, the situation is favorable for us. With the pressure resting on the opposing team, I suspect they will continue to adjust their strategy in the next match. We must be prepared, especially in the top lane. They should realize that without breaking through the top lane, victory will elude them. The director, rest assured, I will provide ample support to the top lane. If they attempt to disrupt things up there, it will only result in giving away kills. Sister Ko, then we will focus on our development in the bot lane and watch your performance. Iboi, I am fine with that. I can hold my own in a duel, and I am also capable of developing. The rookie, my thoughts align with yours. I will adjust my playstyle according to the team's needs. Abu nodded in satisfaction. Often, the team's atmosphere correlates positively with their performance. When the team is excelling, everyone is willing to make sacrifices for the greater good, content to play supportive roles. However, if the team struggles, chaos ensues as players begin to question their teammates' capabilities, believing they could perform better if they were the ones carrying. With Yoshio's current performance, the mid and bot lanes willingly embraced their supportive roles, avoiding conflict, which was crucial. From an individual skill perspective, both Scout and Iboi possess the potential to be core players, without Yoshio's caliber of performance. An average player would struggle to maintain control. Abu glanced at the time and said, "All right, it's almost time. Let us prepare for the match." At the commentary booth, Wawa announced, "We are about to witness the third match between the teams. In the previous two matches, EDG, thanks to their outstanding top lane performance, secured easy victories. Now, it remains to be seen if Snake can make the necessary adjustments." Miller, the performances of both teams have completely reversed compared to the regular season, largely due to EDG's change in top laner, a move that no one anticipated. A newcomer, competing in his first playoffs, has brought about such a significant transformation. As they spoke, the EDG members took the stage. EDG, EDG, EDG. The atmosphere was electric, with fervent cheers from the EDG fans echoing throughout the venue. In contrast, Snake followed behind, receiving scant encouragement, as it appeared the fans were deeply dissatisfied with their performance. After taking the stage, Yoshio settled into his position. The draft for the third match commenced. This time, EDG returned as the red side, while Snake occupied the blue side. Abu rallied the team. "Let us secure a decisive 3-0. Stay focused. Do not let your guard down. If anyone falters, I will definitely express my displeasure." Upon hearing this, the EDG members grew tense. Despite Abu's earlier jovial demeanor, his criticism could be quite intimidating and unyielding. During the regular season, many players had faced his ire, leaving them with psychological scars. Once both teams were prepared, the match began. As the draft phase commenced, Snake targeted the top lane, banning Graves, Fiora, and Kayn. Wawa observed, "This is merely patching one hole while creating another. What good does banning these champions do? After all, Joke can still utilize the champions that were previously banned but are now available, or he might simply opt for a new champion." Miller, indeed. It seems there is no better alternative. Joke's performance with Gangplank in the last match was remarkable. It would be quite absurd to not ban him. If he brings him out again and overwhelms you, surely there will be questions as to why Gangplank was not banned. Snake is rather conflicted about this. Wawa, that's true. Now we just have to see what champion Joke will select. As they converse, the teams begin to draft their champions, with the blue side, Snake, making the first pick. Snake locks and Rise as their initial choice. Upon witnessing this, Abu mutters, "Their mid laner's Rise seems rather mediocre. Why pick him so early?" Mako responds, "Perhaps they simply wish to deny us the opportunity to select him." Factory Director, "I sense that might be the case. Let us observe further." Iboi, "Grant me Jin." Mako, "I shall take Thresh." Thus, EDG secures Jin and Thresh as their first and second picks. When the draft returns to Snake, they opt for Caitlyn and Karma as their second and third selections. Upon seeing these champions, Iboi expresses his concern. Their bot lane duo is quite troublesome. It feels as though we will be harassed incessantly. Mako, both champions have significant range. We must play cautiously in the bot lane. Abu, who will choose first for mid and top lane? The rookie, "I shall go first. Grant me Jace." The rookie has now acknowledged Yishio's prowess and is willing to relinquish the 5th pick for a counter. Factory director then states, "I'll take Gragas." Consequently, EDG secures Gragas and Jace as their 3rd and 4th picks. It is now Snake's turn to make their selections, and they acquire Orianna and Kha'Zix in the 4th and 5th rounds. Abu remarks, "The opposing team has a strategy. It turns out Ryze is being played in the top lane. No wonder they were so quick to pick him. Yishio, it's futile. They have their strategies. And we have ours as well. Just give me a snake woman in the top lane." Abu, a snake woman in the top lane? You must be planning to use teleport without the usual summoner spells like Ghost and Flash, right? Abu's assumption slipped out in a moment of candor. Indeed. That was my intention. To my surprise, Yishio shared the same thought. Meiko, I support it. A snake woman in the top lane it is. Thus, EDG locked in the snake woman on the 5th pick, directly transferring her to Yishio's control. Consequently, both teams solidified their lineups. Red side EDG, top lane snake woman. Jungle Gragas, mid lane Jace, ADC Jhin, support Thresh. Blue side Snake, top lane Ryze, jungle Kha'Zix, mid lane Orianna, ADC Caitlyn, support Karma. At the commentary desk, upon witnessing the lineups, Wawa exclaimed, "No way, a snake woman in the top lane? This is quite unconventional. Milu, could it possibly be Jace in the top lane and snake woman in the mid lane?" Wawa, I find that unlikely. Ever since this newcomer took the stage, EDG has not deviated from their established champion picks. They appear to be quite serious about this. Milu, if they are indeed serious, this could be quite amusing. Utilizing a snake woman to face off against Ryze in the top lane on one hand, it seems unfeasible. Yet on the other, it may just work. However, what happens to the snake woman's blue buff? This champion is notoriously reliant on blue mana. On the competition stage, the team manager also posed the same question. What will you do about your blue buff? Yishio, ISNT there one on the opposing side? Alright, you are impressive. The manager has realized that Yishio intends to disregard conventional roles. As the match unfolds, Yishio begins to take charge. This time, we will focus on invading the enemy's jungle. The manager expresses his confusion. How can a top laner primarily target the opposing jungle? This seems rather unorthodox. Yishio, I feel quite well. There are no issues at all. The factory director was left speechless. Before encountering Yishio, he had never witnessed such an absurd player. Clearly a top laner, yet he aimed to dismantle the opponent's jungle. Yishio arrived at the top lane, ready to commence his development. The first wave of minions had emerged, and St. Lance's Ryze also made his presence known on the lane. The confrontation began ordinarily. However, the early pressure from the Serpent Woman was rather mediocre. Her E-skill required opponents to be in a poisoned state to unleash sufficient damage. Otherwise, its output was considerably diminished. Thus, St. Lance's positioning at level 1 was rather audacious, as he even attempted to advance and harass Yishio. However, it did not take long for St. Lance to realize his miscalculation. Yishio's Serpent Woman boldly engages at level 1. She utilizes a basic attack followed by her E-skill, relentlessly pursuing Ryze for damage. Ryze attempts to retaliate but finds that the cooldown of his Q skill exceeds that of Serpent Woman's E skill. Thus, he can only choose to strike while retreating. Subsequently, St. Gunbrother realizes a critical issue. Every time he turns to unleash his Q skill, Serpent Woman swiftly adjusts her position if he refrains from casting it. She remains stationary. Consequently, St. Gunbrother is forced back beneath his turret, failing to land even a single Q skill. Upon observing the situation, Wawa comments that Serpent Woman is remarkably fierce at level 1, dealing significant damage to Ryze through basic attacks and her E-skill, leaving him with scant health. Milu interjects, however. There's a dilemma. Serpent Woman has depleted 3/4 of her mana at level 1. How will she manage her lane afterwards? Ryze can rely on consumables to gradually restore his health, but Serpent Woman's mana regeneration is challenging, especially in the absence of mana potions. Wawa responds, this indeed poses a problem. While Serpent Woman currently has lane control, once Ryze's health recovers, the tables may turn. We can see that Serpent Woman has opted for a Doran's ring as her starting item, which is a standard choice for development. She cannot solely rely on basic attacks for suppression. As the second wave of minions arrives, St. Gunbrother's Ryze decides to play cautiously, biding his time for health restoration. Seizing this opportunity, Yishio swiftly levels up to 2 and begins pushing the lane. If Serpent Woman's E-skill successfully eliminates a target, her mana will be replenished, allowing her to push the lane efficiently if she calculates her damage accurately. Factory, I am already pushing the lane. Are you prepared to make a move? Yishio inquires suddenly. I am on my way, but I am only at level 2. If I reach level 3, it will certainly be too late, the factory replies. No matter, once you arrive, assist me in securing the blue buff. Do not hesitate to use your smite. At this stage, possessing the blue buff renders me invincible. Yishio asserts. Understood, the factory acknowledges Yishio's intentions. If Serpent Woman's Q skill can connect, especially with the blue buff, her early game combat prowess is indeed formidable. Naturally, one's positioning must also be impeccable. As a hero lacking mobility, survival in team fights heavily relies on adept positioning. The factory's Gragas approaches the opponent's blue buff while Yishio pushes the minion wave into the enemy's upper jungle. The enemy jungler should be arriving soon. Hurry. The factory cautions, his anxiety palpable. If this rhythm falters, it would not only jeopardize the top lane but also pose significant threats to his jungle. In the commentary booth, Wawa remarks, wait, what are Serpent Woman and Gragas doing? Are they attempting to forcibly contest the enemy's blue buff? Milu replies, it appears so. Serpent Woman has already arrived, while Gragas disrupts the Rengar's jungle. How absurd. Wawa continues, Rengar is busy with the 3 wolves. He seems oblivious to the situation. As the two are farming mere half a screen apart, such a harmonious scene. At this moment, the Snake fans in attendance begin to chant, Gragas is in your jungle. Beware of Gragas. Serpent Woman is also approaching. Someone assist with the blue buff. Just then, Snake indeed makes a move. Rise, after clearing the minion wave beneath the turret, decides to turn back towards the jungle, seemingly responding to the fans' calls. In reality, they have not heard anything. It is merely an instinctive response to an unusual feeling, prompting him to venture into the jungle. In the jungle, Yishio's Serpent Woman arrives and effortlessly claims the blue buff. At that instant, Sofm's Rengar makes his appearance. At this moment, Yishio had just reached level 3. He opted to unleash his W skill followed by a Q skill, subsequently unleashing a torrent of damage with his twin venomous fangs. The health of the Mantis dwindled rapidly, and crucially, the Mantis was unable to execute any mobility skills, including his E skill and flash. Seizing the opportunity, the jungler, with his barrel, employed an E skill to immobilize the Mantis, followed by a Q and an auto attack infused with W skill damage, delivering a full barrage of skills. The Mantis, having barely escaped the range of the Naga's W skill, used flash to engage with his E skill, but just as he landed, the Naga's subsequent E skill arrived, resulting in a swift kill. Observing this, Wawa remarked, the Mantis, even after using flash, was still obliterated by the Naga. This is quite devastating. Milu added, it's becoming quite challenging. The Mantis relies heavily on his jungle rhythm and needs to reach level 6 swiftly to initiate actions. As it stands, achieving level 6 doesn't seem easy. In the midst of the match, on the EDG side, witnessing Yishio secure first blood, the jungler celebrated, exclaiming, nice. It feels like the top lane is taking off. With a blue buff and a kill, truly regal dominance. Meiko interjected, weren't you a bit reluctant to head over earlier? Now you're speaking like this, Minkai. Your mood changes faster than the turning of a page. The match continued, and Yishio chose to return to the top lane to resume his confrontation. Now armed with the blue buff, he showed no restraint. Upon seeing Rise approach to farm, he applied pressure. Initially, Shang Changgu was somewhat unconvinced, but upon seeing the Naga suppress him, he decided to retaliate. He feigned an auto attack on the Naga, then swiftly repositioned, aiming to bait out the Naga's crucial Q skill. However, from Yishio's perspective, all of Rise's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. Yishio aimed at Rise's movements and swiftly unleashed a Q skill. The skill struck true, prompting Yishio to advance and commence his assault. With no other options, Rise was compelled to retreat and control the Serpent Maiden, attempting to create distance while she was ensnared. However, despite his calculations, Rise still fell prey to 2 of the Serpent Maiden's attacks. Wawa remarked, the Serpent Maiden's Q skill is remarkably consistent. Rise's positioning was commendable, yet it proved futile against her. Miller added, this exemplifies the disparities in individual skill. Such gaps are not easily bridged. Wawa continued, the most critical factor is that the Serpent Maiden currently possesses the blue buff, enabling her to unleash relentless fire. During this period, Rise will undoubtedly suffer. Did the opposing Serpent Maiden truly acquire our blue buff? How utterly vexing, St. Gun muttered. Initially, the Serpent Maiden had depleted her mana to nearly nothing at level 1. St. Gun had anticipated an easier landing phase, but now, with the blue buff in play, his plans were thoroughly disrupted. Before long, the minion wave reached the turret, and Yishio opted to engage in harassment. As Rise focused on last hitting, Yishio launched a Q skill followed by an E skill, chipping away at Rise's health. Just as Saint Gun expected the Serpent Maiden to wait for her next Q skill after her initial cast, she unexpectedly closed the distance and unleashed another E skill, double-edged Poison Fang. After this, she retreated, only to turn back and strike again with another double-edged Poison Fang. Though the turret's aggro shifted towards the Serpent Maiden several times, it failed to retaliate. What is happening? Saint Gun exclaimed, feeling bewildered as the turret seemed ineffective. In the official livestream, viewers flooded the chat with comments. Report. The turret is throwing the match. It refuses to assist. Is there a bug? The turret hasn't dealt a single blow. This is absurd. Surely, the turret must be faulty. Should we pause the game and call for a referee? Is there anyone who genuinely believes the turret is malfunctioning? We're merely joking. And yet someone took it seriously, truly believing the turret was at fault. The match continued. But Saint Gun's health was dwindling. To avoid being taken down under the tower, he resolved to return to base. Fortunately, he had teleportation available, so the loss was not too severe. The only concern now was that the Serpent Maiden had also acquired a teleport, potentially allowing her to assist in other lanes. Just as Saint Gun prepared to alert his teammates to be wary of the Serpent Maiden's teleport, he suddenly realized something. Wait, the opposing Serpent Maiden hasn't taken teleport. She has Flash and Ghost, he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the other members of Snake became aware. They had overlooked this detail, as it was customary for top laners in competitive play to take teleport, and it had been several patches since a top laner had not done so. The high-performance computers used in the matches made it difficult to notice such subtleties. Pose, he noted, if she lacks teleport, a single death will be catastrophic for her. Safim replied, let me head to the top lane to deal with her. You focus on preserving your health. Saint Gun responded, I will do my best. In the top lane, after Saint Gun's teleport landed, he began to play cautiously, focusing on last hitting. He aimed to secure as many last hits as possible. If the Serpent Maiden pressed her advantage, he would have to forego some opportunities. Soon, Yishio's blue buff finally expired, yet he was now at full mana. Wawa remarked, it's been a struggle, but Rise has finally endured the duration of the blue buff. However, he must still wait for the Serpent Maiden to exhaust her mana. I fear Rise will falter before she runs out. Miller interjected, wait. The Manus is moving towards the top lane. Is he planning to ambush? The Serpent Maiden had not established vision while exerting pressure, and it felt like trouble was brewing. On screen, Safim's Manus rushed toward the top lane, preparing for a surprise attack. He signaled, I'm on my way. Let's coordinate. At this moment, Rise's health remained relatively robust as he approached the Serpent Maiden. Yishio observed the movement of Rise and surmised that the jungler was undoubtedly approaching. Yishio opted to feign a retreat initially, and at the moment when Rise advanced in pursuit, he abruptly turned back and unleashed a Q skill. Rise, caught off guard, was struck by the Serpent Maiden's Q skill. Consequently, the Serpent Maiden activated her sprint, relentlessly chasing down Rise to deliver damage. Saint Gunner's Rise decided to counterattack from his position, knowing that the Mandus had already arrived. Rise first employed his W skill to immobilize the Serpent Maiden, followed by a flurry of damage. Yishio maneuvered skillfully while dealing damage. Aside from the moments when he was incapacitated, Rise's Q ability rarely made contact. The second Q ability from the Serpent Woman was unleashed, yet Rise still failed to evade it, allowing the Serpent Woman to continue her assault. At that moment, the Mantis approached from behind, opting to close the distance and prepare for an engagement. I could no longer withstand the pressure. However, Rise's health had dwindled significantly, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. Observing this, the doll remarked, I sense something amiss. This 2-on-1 seems rather unfavorable. Miller responded, I believe the Holy Gunner may have engaged too early. He has now lost his combat effectiveness and cannot allow the Manus and the Serpent Woman to duel him alone. Just as the two were conversing, Rise activated his flash, but the Serpent Woman used her flash and executed a swift QE combo to claim his life. At this moment, the Serpent Woman remained at half health, positioned among the minions, rendering the Manus's passive ineffective and significantly limiting his damage output. Yishio first utilized his W skill to slow the Manus, then retreated while waiting for the cooldown of his next Q skill. The Manus moved out of the range of the Serpent Woman's W skill and subsequently activated his E skill to leap forward and engage in close-range combat. Yishio opted for a strategy of retreat while continuing to engage. Although the Serpent Woman's health appeared to be dwindling, her E ability possessed a lifesteal effect. As SFM continued to press the attack, he realized he might not be able to prevail. Furthermore, the Serpent Woman's Q skill provided a slowing effect, allowing her to accelerate and create distance leaving the Mantis unable to keep pace. However, he refrained from using Flash, finding himself with no escape route, and thus pressed forward with determination. At that moment, the Serpent Woman's mana had been nearly depleted, and with her last bit of blue, she unleashed AQ skill, dealing just enough damage to secure the Mantis's head. Thus, the Serpent Woman achieved a miraculous counterkill. The chat room erupted in excitement. Incredible! What a formidable Serpent Woman! I feel the opposing team should concede. She seems invincible now. Who granted you the confidence to stir trouble in the top lane? Meanwhile, within the EDG team, their internal voice chat was buzzing. Wow, a 2-for-1 counterkill? What an extraordinary play. I believe we are destined to win this match effortlessly. Effortlessly? You might be mistaken. It could simply be due to my exceptional luck. On the other hand, Snake's side was left in disarray after that engagement. Alas, I did not perform well in that skirmish, lamented Holy Gun. SOFIM replied, I too felt the pressure. My champion lacks the capability for effective ganks before level 6. Holy Gun suggested, perhaps it's best to avoid the top lane for now. After all, we cannot win a 2-on-1 situation. SOFIM concurred. The Snake top and jungle duo quickly reached a consensus. They could not contend with the top lane and must evade confrontation. At the 8-minute mark, Yi Xiu continued to dominate Rise in the top lane. The disparity in their last hitting was stark, forcing Rise to forego some minions to conserve health. Wawa remarked, the top lane is truly suffering. After that double kill earlier, the matchup has essentially ended. Miller added, I sense Snake must seek opportunities in other lanes. Lingering in the top lane is futile. The good news is that the Serpent Woman lacks Flash, so we need not worry about her ambushing other lanes. Wawa cautioned. Yet we must also consider the possibility of a tower dive. The gap is simply too vast. No sooner had he spoken than the director's barrel appeared in the top lane. I have arrived, ready to initiate a tower dive, the director commanded. Yi Xiu advanced the next wave of minions toward the defensive tower, positioning himself strategically before it. The Saint Gunner's Rise trembled under the tower, seeking an opportunity to farm. Suddenly, a portly figure clutching a large barrel appeared from the side. The Gragas was upon them. Upon seeing Gragas, the Saint Gunner realized his fate was sealed. He opted to unleash his abilities upon the minion wave, consuming as many as he could. The jungle as Gragas approached, initiating with his W ability, followed by a hefty body slam, ultimately culminating in his ultimate. The explosive barrel detonated right in front of the Serpent Woman, who swiftly followed up with damage to secure the kill. Wawa remarked, this Rise has truly suffered, being so ruthlessly pummeled. Milu added, when I saw the Serpent Woman selected, I sensed trouble, for this champion is not one that just anyone can wield. One must possess ample confidence in their skills. Wawa replied, in terms of confidence, I believe Joke is certainly not lacking. After all, none of the champions he has previously showcased are simple. As they conversed. On the other side, the level 6 Kazakhs arrived in EDG's bottom lane, poised to create havoc. Kazakhs chose to maneuver between the minion waves, lurking in the brush, awaiting the perfect moment for an engagement. Once in position, Karma lured the enemy forward, granting herself a speed boost, then unleashed an RQ combo onto Miko's Thresh. Observing this, Miko retaliated with a hook that landed precisely. Jin followed up with AW ability, immobilizing Karma, and advanced to deal damage. However, before he could land even 2 auto attacks, Kazakhs emerged beside him. The lantern. Miko had indeed held back. Although his hook connected, he refrained from immediately using his second Q to dash in, instead opting to linger behind. Miko suspected that Karma's aggressive positioning was somewhat abnormal, likely due to the presence of the jungler. To his surprise, the jungler was indeed nearby. Thresh threw out the lantern, intending to pull Jin back. However, Miko was unprepared for Kazakhs' own tactical retreat. He tossed the lantern, and Kazakhs promptly placed a vision ward. As Jin reached for the lantern, his auto attack inadvertently targeted the True Sight ward. Unable to latch onto the lantern, Eboi had no choice but to flash away. Kazakhs activated his E ability, attempting to leap forward, but Miko's Thresh flashed in, intercepting Kazakhs with an E ability. Seizing this chance, Jin created distance and narrowly escaped. Meanwhile, the Snake team could only watch as the bloody Jin survived. Wawa exclaimed, this gank astonishingly failed. One could say this is a chain reaction. Had Kazakhs' damage been even slightly higher, Jin would have perished. His poor development stems from the top lane. Milo concurred, indeed, for Snake. Kazakhs cannot sufficiently support the early game of the entire team. They are struggling against superior lanes. As the game reached the 10-minute mark, Yi Xiu once again secured a solo kill, and coincidentally, it was the time for the opponent's third blue buff to spawn. Yishio ventured alone towards the enemy's blue buff, swiftly claiming it before the opposing jungler could arrive. After securing the blue buff, he commenced clearing the enemy's frogs. Just as he finished with the frogs, the enemy Katarina appeared. Upon discovering Yishio in his own jungle, Katarina's initial instinct was neither to engage in a duel nor to call for assistance, but rather to flee. Had it been anyone else, they might have attempted to confront him, especially since Katarina could trigger her passive ability in the jungle, resulting in substantial damage. However, considering that the opponent was Yishio controlling Cassiopeia, Soph dismissed the thought. Engaging in a 2 versus 1 scenario would be futile, let alone a 1 versus 1. Amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers, Katarina retreated, relinquishing control of her upper jungle. Consequently, the official livestream chat erupted with disbelief. Is he really letting him go? Are you even a man? Why not engage? What are you afraid of? No wonder he gets counter-jungled by Gragas. Turns out he is just a coward. And he dares to claim his Katarina is formidable? The spectators could no longer contain their frustration in their eyes if one could not match skill. It might warrant some teasing. However, if one lacked the courage to even attempt a confrontation, it transcended mere ridicule. As Yishio's serpent woman returned to the top lane, St. Gunbrother watched in disbelief as she wielded their blue buff. Why was he able to consistently secure the blue buff while he had never managed to claim even one? This perplexing question left the members of Snake momentarily speechless. As the match reached the 15-minute mark, Yishio successfully took down the first turret in the top lane. Following this achievement, he opted to swiftly push the lane, stacking minions against the enemy's second turret. He continued to apply pressure in front of the enemy's second turret. Dahl remarked, "This serpent woman is truly defying expectations. She is now causing chaos right in front of the enemy's second turret, completely disregarding their mid and jungle." Miller added, "The critical point is that this serpent woman is fearless. Does Snake dare to confront her?" Just as the two were conversing, Snake began to react. The mid laner and jungler made their way to the top lane, seemingly preparing for a 3-on-2 engagement. On the EDG side, the mid lane rookie issued a warning. The enemy mid laner is missing. Be cautious. Upon seeing the signal from mid lane, Yishio deduced that they were indeed coming to ambush him. However, he remained unfazed, confident in his current equipment. This time, St. Gunbrother had grown wiser. He refrained from engaging directly and instead waited for his teammates to arrive. The Clockwork and Mantis approached, moving stealthily towards the serpent woman. Clockwork passed the ball to Mantis, who chose to go invisible to close the distance. Then leapt in with his E-skill. Clockwork followed up with his ultimate, aiming to eliminate the serpent woman. Yet, Yishio was well prepared. The moment Mantis leapt, he executed an R-flash, dodging Clockwork's ultimate while simultaneously ensnaring her. Dahl gasped in astonishment, faced with 3 opponents. The serpent woman not only remains steadfast but also takes the offensive. Now Clockwork is under relentless assault, and her health is plummeting. Miller noted, "The serpent woman is maneuvering while dealing damage. It seems Clockwork cannot withstand much longer." Clockwork is standing on the serpent woman's W skill. It appears she is finished. Dahl exclaimed, "The serpent woman has taken down Clockwork and is now turning her attention to Mantis, who is left with few skills. I sense they should retreat." On the Snake side, witnessing the dire situation, Soph called for a strategic withdrawal. "We cannot win this. Let us pull back." Consequently, St. Gunbrother chose to retreat. Fortunate that the serpent woman had no means to pursue further. The live stream chat erupted. "Is this real? They can't even win a 3-on-1? Snake is utterly pathetic." Comments flooded in about the ferocity of the serpent woman, speculating whether she could take on 5 opponents single-handedly. It seemed that EDG had seized control of the match. In the aftermath of the encounter, the morale within the Snake ranks began to falter. St. Gunbrother lamented, "I never anticipated that the enemy would field a serpent woman top lane, and that she would be this formidable." Soph admitted, "I also made mistakes. I shouldn't have gone to the top lane earlier, especially since he constantly invaded my jungle, which got to my head." Zeta interjected, "What kind of monster is this joke? I had never heard of such a formidable player before." As the match progressed to the 20-minute mark, Yishio unveiled his 3-item build. Teleporting to the top lane to continue pushing, effortlessly claiming the enemy's blue buff in the process. Yishio suddenly commanded, "Factory, we can take the Baron. Follow me." The factory director immediately understood that with the serpent woman's sustained damage output being formidable and the blue buff at their disposal, they were indeed capable of taking the Baron. Thus, the factory director hastened towards the Baron pit, with Yishio following closely behind. Observing this, the commentator remarked, "Wait a moment. Are EDG's top and jungle duo preparing to secure the Baron? The others are still pushing the minion waves." Miller added, The crucial point is that Snake is utterly unaware. They have yet to realize that the Baron is being contested. On screen, the Baron's health was depleting rapidly. The fans of Snake began to shout, "The Baron! The Baron is about to fall. Go check the Baron. Aren't you all warding the Baron pit?" As a professional team, their awareness is surprisingly lacking. Could it be that they are about to lose the Baron? Amidst the lamentations of the fans, EDG successfully secured the Baron. Snake appeared stunned. Although the Baron had been taken, their reaction was muted. The members of Snake began to regroup for defense in the mid lane, while EDG, after replenishing in their fountain, advanced through the mid lane with the minion wave. Soon, the minions were pushed to the front of the mid lane's second turret. In the heat of battle, Yushio's Serpent Woman boldly led the charge, engaging the enemy while the opposing marksman was preoccupied with clearing minion waves. Seizing the moment, Serpent Woman unleashed her Q skill, striking true and inflicting substantial damage. The marksman's health began to dwindle, ultimately losing a third of her vitality. Doll, what kind of damage is this? One Q skill inflicts so much harm? Miller, the Serpent Woman's Q damage is typically modest. She relies more on her E skill for sustained output. If her Q can deal this much damage, a mere touch from her E would likely spell doom. Doll, I doubt the marksman can withstand that. With the marksman's health compromised, the EDG team advanced to assault the tower, swiftly claiming the mid-lane outer turret. Meanwhile, the Snake team retreated to their high ground. Upon reaching their defensive position, the EDG players began to seek an opportunity to target the tower. On the Snake side, Ryze and Orianna were busy clearing minion waves, while the marksman stood cautiously at the back, now too fearful to advance. Yushio took this chance to probe Orianna, as she was clearing minions with her Q skill. He approached and unleashed his own Q skill upon her, feigning an intent to continue his assault. Orianna retaliated with her Q, followed by her ultimate. At that moment, Serpent Woman absorbed turret fire, and Yushio aimed to pull her back. However, the Q skill's acceleration effect allowed Serpent Woman to evade the range of Orianna's ultimate. Orianna's ultimate missed. Doll, the Serpent Woman displays remarkable courage. She didn't even use flash in that situation, but chose to step forward instead. Miller, that is indeed quite audacious. With Orianna's ultimate on cooldown, the EDG team can now boldly approach the turret. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the EDG players advanced, and the turret's health plummeted. As the turret was on the brink of destruction, the Snake team had no choice but to retreat temporarily, relinquishing the high ground turret. Observing this, Snake's fans were anxious. Initiate a fight. Start the team battle. You're just letting the turret go? You can let that slide? Why not just concede the base as well? If you can't even engage, what is the point of competing? They expressed their disappointment. While losing is one thing, being too timid to fight is entirely another. Soon enough, the EDG team claimed the mid-lane high ground and, accompanied by minions, marched toward the Nexus turret. Doll, it seems EDG is preparing to end the match decisively. I wonder if Snake can withstand this onslaught. Miller, it appears quite precarious. Orianna's ultimate 1T be available for some time, and the previous miscalculation in positioning was significant. Holding onto that ultimate carries considerable intimidation. Doll, however, I wouldn't categorize this solely as a mistake. Consider that the Serpent Woman has already reached the high ground. Had Orianna's ultimate connected, Snake would have secured the victory. One must commend Joke's exceptional handling of the situation. On the battlefield, the Snake team recognized the urgency of their predicament. They could no longer afford to delay, lest they be swept away. Thus, St. Gunner's Ryze activated his ultimate, targeting the area behind the EDG players, aiming to create a diversion and exploit any openings. Ignore him. We will confront them head-on, Yushio directed. In that moment, as Ryze soared forward utilizing his ultimate, the 5 EDG members charged ahead, with Orianna lacking her ultimate. The opposing side had no crowd control left, allowing the EDG team to engage without fear of calamity. Yushio's Serpent Queen swiftly initiated an assault, ensnaring both the opposing marksman and the mantis. The team battle was on the brink of eruption. The marksman and mantis were swiftly eliminated. By the time Ryze approached from the rear, Snake's formation had already collapsed. Observing the situation, Wawa remarked, the idea from St. Gunbrother was commendable. Yet EDG exhibited remarkable intelligence. They eschewed any drawn-out tactics, opting instead for a direct frontal engagement that caught the adversary off guard. Milu added, in light of this, we must extend our congratulations to EDG for their sweeping victory over Snake with a score of 3-0, thereby advancing to the semifinals. Wawa continued, congratulations to EDG, and let us also applaud Joke for once again securing the MVP title. To date, Joke has participated in 8 matches, and he has amassed 8 MVP awards. Can you believe it? Mila remarked, the crucial aspect is that he is not playing for a subpar team. EDG is quite formidable, boasting competent teammates. His continued acquisition of MVPs is a testament to his individual prowess. Wawa expressed, I have a feeling that we might be witnessing the birth of a legend. If he continues on this trajectory, he could truly become legendary. Mila cautioned. That might be a tad premature to assert, yet from all perspectives, the future does indeed seem promising. It remains to be seen how far he can progress. As the two conversed, EDG had already pushed through and raised Snake's base, clinching victory. Following the match, the members of EDG rose to celebrate, with the captain exclaiming, Nice. Well done, everyone. We have reached the semi-finals. Meiko added, Everyone has worked hard. Now let us prepare for the finals. Iboi remarked, This year feels like we have a genuine chance at the championship. Don't you feel the hope is substantial? The captain replied, It does seem somewhat challenging. Our forthcoming opponents are significantly stronger. Snake can only be considered a second-tier team. The rookie chimed in, Nonetheless, the current situation is far better than we anticipated. Let us continue to push forward. The members of EDG lined up to shake hands with Snake. After exchanging pleasantries, they returned to their side to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. At that moment, a staff member approached to announce, Could we trouble player Joke to come for an interview? Once again, it was Yushio. Could it be a mistake? Iboi expressed his envy. Meiko commented, It seems you need to step up your game. Iboi shook his head. It's difficult, exceedingly difficult. Do the top laners in LPL no longer know how to play? I get solo killed daily. Securing a kill in the bot lane is a monumental challenge, let alone contending for the MVP. Meanwhile, Yushio had arrived at the interview area, where he encountered the interviewer, Shiran. Shiran greeted him warmly. Are you player Joke? You are far more handsome in person than on camera. Congratulations on yet another MVP today. Yushio did not expect that both the host and the guest were exceedingly proactive and enthusiastic. However, upon reflection, he realized that perhaps the issue lay with himself. His performance had indeed been exceptional. Generally, people tend to admire the strong, especially women. Come on, the interview is about to begin. Stand by my side, Shiran beckoned. Yushio stood beside Shiran, and the two prepared for the post-match interview. Shiran then remarked, Congratulations to EDG for securing this BO5 with an absolute advantage of 3-0. We have invited EDG's top laner, Joke, to join us for the interview. Yushio took the microphone from Shiran's hand and said, I am Joke. At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax. Joke, 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 Joke. Following this, Shiran continued, The first question is, EDG is currently in excellent form, even capable of sweeping their opponents 3-0 into the semifinals, far exceeding most people's expectations. What are your thoughts on this matter? Yushio, I find nothing astonishing in this. The best performances are yet to come. Shiran, it appears that player Joke is brimming with confidence. Now, for the second question, as the number of teams dwindles in the playoffs, there may only be 3 potential teammates left after advancing to the semifinals. Which team do you believe poses the greatest threat to you? Yushio, I have not thoroughly contemplated this question, but I believe that our own strength is of paramount importance. As long as we can present our best form, I feel that we can triumph over anyone. EDG, EDG, EDG. The EDG fans on site erupted in cheers once again, their fervor ignited by Yushio's words. It is rare for a player to exhibit such confidence during an interview. Shiran, for the final question, who do you believe is the strongest top laner in the world right now? Which top laners' matches do you typically watch to learn from? It was a rather tricky question, one that Yushio had not anticipated from Shiran. However, since the question was posed, he felt obliged to respond. If I must identify the strongest top laner, I would assert that it is myself. Yushio is indeed quite confident in himself. He does not believe he would be unable to win against anyone. Shiran exclaimed, Does that player Joke truly consider himself the #1 solo top in the world? Yushio, not quite. To me, being the world's #1 top laner is merely a title, a mark of honor. If I can claim victory in the S Championship, then I would be worthy of such a designation. However, as it stands, I only perceive myself as the strongest top laner, but not the world's #1. At this moment, the barrage in the live stream erupted with fervor. Incredible! You are truly remarkable. This individual exudes an overwhelming confidence. Is this really a newcomer who just participated in a match? It's utterly inconceivable. I admire this personality. From now on, we shall be the foremost fans of Joke. I declare myself a devoted admirer. So do I. In an instant, Yishio garnered countless admirers. After the interview concluded, Yishio returned to the lounge, where the EDG team had already packed their belongings and prepared to depart. As Yishio entered the room, he heard the voice of the factory director. The world's strongest top laner has returned. The sister exclaimed, "World's strongest top laner. Lead us to victory and show them what true dominance looks like." Yishio, "No problem. Winning the championship is a necessity." The others originally intended it as a light-hearted jest, merely seeking to unwind. Yet, none anticipated that Yishio was utterly earnest, clearly taking it to heart. Nevertheless, Yishio's confidence is commendable. As teammates, they cannot actively undermine him. However, Abu cautioned, "Yishio, while your determination is admirable, I urge you to remain grounded and not let a modicum of success inflate your ego." Yishio, "Indeed, I am aware of this. I shall not become complacent." Yishio had once witnessed the LPL being dominated by the LCK, and as a player who experienced that era, he harbored a certain psychological shadow regarding the LCK. It was not merely a matter of arrogance. It was a relief that he did not feel inferior. However, now that Yishio possessed a system, he felt no fear towards the LCK whatsoever. "Let us go, together to dine," Abu beckoned. Under Abu's guidance, the members of EDG departed from the competition venue and made their way to a hotel near the training facility for a meal. After dining, the EDG team returned to their training base, and it was only a little past 7 o'clock, leaving ample time ahead. The team was then gathered together to review the day's match. The following days were dedicated to continuous analysis and training in preparation for the semifinals. Yishio scarcely had any time to rest, so when Yushuang suggested a gaming session, he could only reply that it would have to wait until the finals were concluded. Besides Yushuang, Luo Xian also approached him. Her means of acquiring Yishio's contact information a mystery. Now, she frequently sought his company for conversations, presenting a formidable challenge for Yishio, who had always been solitary by nature. Days swiftly passed, and once again, the EDG team arrived at the competition venue. Within the lounge, the members of EDG were engrossed in tactical discussions. Yishio is now positioned at the center, sitting directly across from Abu. Abu remarked, "Our adversary today is we. As a seasoned powerhouse, we possesses a profound heritage, so do not be misled by their performance in the regular season. Although they secured 4th place in the regular season, they will undoubtedly reveal their true prowess in the playoffs." The factory manager added, "Generally speaking, established teams have a greater tactical repertoire and a wealth of experience, which often enables them to perform better in the playoffs, in stark contrast to newer teams." Yishio nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed been unaware of this perspective until now. Upon reflection, it seemed to hold some truth. Abu continued, "Let us now delve into a brief discussion regarding the fundamental aspects of Wii. Presently, WE's core consists of 3 lanes, the top lane, mid lane, and bot lane, each exhibiting commendable strength. Comparatively, the mid lane and bot lane pose a greater threat. The top laner, 957, is regarded as the pinnacle of blue-collar top laners. Although he is esteemed as such, he remains a blue-collar top laner nonetheless. Yishio, do you feel any pressure on your end? I presume you have studied 957's playstyle?" Abu inquired, directing his gaze towards Yishio. Yishio originally intended to blend into the crowd and pass unnoticed, but unexpectedly found himself the first to be questioned. "Of course," he replied. He had indeed attempted to study the playing style of 957, as it was a task assigned by Abu. However, he fell asleep before finishing a single match and ultimately abandoned the effort. While one could argue he had conducted research, the outcome was akin to having done none at all. Yishio's philosophy was rather straightforward, to remain steadfast amidst change, rather than meticulously analyzing each opponent. He believed it was more prudent to focus on performing well himself. Abu glanced at the manager and remarked, "You should be quite familiar with Kong Di's tendencies. His performance is somewhat erratic, akin to a wild card, so we must be prepared for his exceptional play." The manager responded, "Yes, I understand. I will keep this in mind." Abu then turned his attention to the mid lane rookie, stating in the mid lane, "She currently possesses formidable strength and exhibits a versatile playing style, adept with any type of mid lane champion. This warrants our utmost attention." The rookie appeared quite nervous. Shiye's reputation indeed placed a certain pressure upon him. Abu continued, addressing the duo in the bot lane. "As for the bot lane, our primary objective is to excel in the landing phase. WE's bot lane is notably strong, displaying exceptional synergy and aggression in their lane." Meiko replied, "Indeed. Provided we are not targeted by their jungler mid duo, we should face minimal pressure in our landing phase. Our ability to gain an advantage will hinge on the draft phase. But we certainly want to be the weak link. Iboi added, I have always wanted to practice against my uncle. Finally, the opportunity has arisen. I hope he can surprise me. Abu replied, well, I see you all are quite confident, which is commendable. I shall keep a close watch on you. Should anyone falter, do not blame me for my candid remarks. Meanwhile, at the commentary booth, Guan Daxiao and Jide were prepared to commence. Guan Daxiao announced, next up is the semi-finals of the 2017 League of Legends Professional League Spring Playoffs, featuring EDG against Wii. Hello everyone, I am Daxiao. Jide added, I am Jide. The current situation is evolving rapidly. EDG was previously struggling on the cusp of the playoffs, barely making it through. And now discussions have arisen concerning their ability to advance past the first round. Who would have thought that EDG would reach the semifinals? Guan Daxiao remarked. This exemplifies the adage, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Merely changing a top laner has triggered such a significant ripple effect. Jide concluded, all right, the match is about to begin. Let us welcome the players onto the stage. As they spoke, the players began to make their entrance. First to take the stage was EDG, and the crowd of EDG fans erupted in cheers. EDG, EDG, EDG. Following them was Wii, whose supporters also raised their voices in fervor, indicating that the popularity of both teams was quite comparable. As Yushio made his entrance, he promptly approached his designated position, taking a seat to commence the calibration of his equipment. Director Guan remarked, judging from the expressions of the players, it appears both teams have adequately prepared for today's match. Personally, I tend to favor Wii, as their regular season performance significantly surpasses that of EDG. And being a seasoned powerhouse, they are unlikely to falter in the playoffs. To this, Director Guan added, your words resonate. I too have a favorable inclination towards Wii. At this moment, the live chat exploded with comments. Please, we still hope for EDG to prevail. We does not possess the capability to garner such support. What merit do we have to win the approval of these two esteemed strategists? Spare us. I would rather you all support EDG. Even before the match commenced, W's keyboard was already heating up. As the discussions continued, both teams finalized their equipment adjustments, and the ban phase of the first match commenced. In this contest, EDG occupied the red side while we took the blue side. During the ban phase, we focused on countering the top lane, banning Gunnar, Kayn, and Fiora. Director Guan commented, starting with 3 bans against the top lane seems rather excessive. Remembering, he noted, currently in the entire LPL, only Joke receives such treatment, primarily due to his extraordinary performance that has instilled psychological shadows in numerous teams. Director Guan continued, on the other hand, EDG opted to target the mid and bottom lanes, banning Ashe, LeBlanc, and Caitlyn. As the selection phase commenced, we locked in Gragas as their first choice. It was then that the junior player on EDG interjected, could you help me secure Syndra? Iboi added, I'll take Ezreal. Thus, EDG secured Syndra and Ezreal for their first and second picks. Following this, we acquired Taliyah and Varus in the second and third slots. Director Guan analyzed, it appears we intends to focus their strategy on the bottom lane, featuring Varus as a late-game core and Taliyah providing roaming support from mid. Remembering, he reflected, it's still too early to draw conclusions. We's strength lies in their robust capabilities across all 3 lanes, allowing for diverse tactical adaptations that can center around the top, mid, or bottom lanes. As the ban phase returned to EDG, Abu inquired, what are we planning to secure for top and jungle? Currently, EDG's top and jungle roles were bound together, a strategy orchestrated by Abu. The notion of binding top and jungle implies that from the onset of champion selection, the synergy between these 2 roles must be thoroughly contemplated. Yushio, I can choose Lucian, and the team can select that hero we practiced before. Team leader, that hero? Very well, then I shall take the Spirit Blossom. Thus, EDG secured Lucian and Spirit Blossom. G remembered and analyzed. Lucian? That's Lucian for the top lane. The heroes for mid and bot lanes have already been chosen, leaving Lucian only for top. Guan Daxiao. Indeed, it appears so. This match will reveal how we respond. I feel they might consider picking a hero that synergizes well with the jungler, as there are few champions that can effectively counter Lucian in a solo lane, necessitating jungle support. G noted, this is true. EDG's jungler is Spirit Blossom, and that champion's early game impact is somewhat lacking. We can leverage this to apply pressure on the top lane. Guan Daxiao. We have selected Renekton and Tom Kench. With Renekton, the synergy with the jungler is sufficient. Now, It depends on whether the jungler will assist in the top lane. I believe they must, as Renekton can be easily kite and may face difficulties in lane. G remarked, the draft phase has reached EDG, who have secured Lulu. The compositions are finalized. Red side EDG, top lane Lucian, jungle Spirit Blossom, mid lane Syndra, ADC Ezreal. Support Lulu. Blue side we, top lane Renekton, jungle Gragas, mid lane Talia, ADC Varus, support Tom Kench. As the match commenced, Yusho opted for a Doran's blade and swiftly headed to the lane. Facing Renekton, he felt no pressure in a solo lane. Of course, whether the opposing jungler can exert pressure on him will depend on their performance. Yusho's strategy revolves around establishing a significant advantage in the early 3 levels, thereby making it difficult for the opposing jungler to approach the top lane. Unless the adversary utilizes their teleport, Yusho effectively gains an upper hand, rendering the outcome inconsequential. Yusho maneuvered seamlessly from the online realm into the thicket, then swiftly advanced towards the opposing underbrush. Yusho first occupied his position, patiently awaiting the arrival of the crocodile. As the initial wave of minions emerged, both lanes converged, commencing a mutual exchange of fire. It wasn't long before 957's crocodile made its entrance. This champion relies heavily on building rage. The difference between having rage and lacking it is akin to that of 2 distinct heroes. Naturally, 957 was well aware of this, so he promptly sought out the minion wave. With Lucian absent, he seized the opportunity to strike the minions several times, stacking his rage. What 957 did not anticipate was that as soon as he approached the minion wave, Lucian emerged from the nearby brush. It was evident that a confrontation was imminent. 957's position left him with no means of evasion, and a clash was inevitable. Just as he thought this, Lucian initiated his assault, executing a basic attack followed by a Q ability, then landing 2 additional basic attacks. After his barrage, Lucian began to reposition, allowing Yusho to observe the crocodile's reaction. In an instant, 957 opted to advance towards Lucian, intending to force him back and then retreat to the safety of the turret. Having studied all of Yusho's matches, 957 knew that Yusho's kiting skills were formidable. The current situation was unfavorable for him, necessitating a moment of retreat. However, Yusho swiftly discerned his intentions and chose to move forward, blocking the crocodile's path back to the turret. Such audacity. Faced with this, 957 altered his course, charging directly at Lucian. At this juncture, there was no way for Lucian to escape unscathed, particularly since he had opted for the Q ability at level 1. Upon closing the distance, the crocodile unleashed a basic attack followed by a W ability to immobilize Lucian, then sought to continue his assault. Yusho opted for a strategy of retreat while simultaneously engaging, as he possessed a significant advantage in health points, rendering the crocodile incapable of contending with him. Soon, 957 recognized that his situation was precarious. Realizing he could no longer prevail, he chose to withdraw. Lucian then began to pursue, relentlessly chasing the crocodile to the tower, where the latter was left with less than a quarter of his health. This was despite having consumed his supplies immediately upon starting. As the second wave of minions approached, Yusho seized control of the enemy's brush, denying the crocodile any opportunity to secure last hits. Observing this, Guanzhao remarked, the crocodile is collapsing right from the start. Having lost so much health to Lucian, he shouldn't have been in such a dire state. It seems he overestimated his capabilities and chose to force an aggressive pursuit. I believe 957 was reluctant to be suppressed at level 1. If he were pushed out of the experience zone, he would struggle to compete subsequently. The most daunting aspect in the top lane is the emergence of a level disparity, yet it proved futile. We have all witnessed Joke's prowess in this regard. Guanzhao continued. The crocodile has opted to recall home. Being forced to return at level 1 is rather absurd. His teleport cannot possibly be preserved now. I suppose this was unavoidable. If he does not return to replenish his supplies, he simply cannot continue landing. At this moment, within the official livestream, viewers flooded the chat with comments such as, "Is this for real? Sent back home at level 1? How incompetent can one be? I thought 957 was formidable. Turns out he is just another CJB. Wasn't it said that 957 represents the hope for domestic top laners? And this is the outcome? It seems the hope for domestic top laners has shifted to Joke." The match continued, and on the top lane, 957's crocodile had returned from teleporting, landing directly onto the minion wave. At this moment, Yusho was engaged in last-hitting minions, having ascended to level 2. Upon noticing the crocodile teleporting in, he was fully prepared for a counterattack. As the crocodile landed, Yishio advanced with a series of AQA attacks, retreating into the brush afterward to avoid drawing minion aggro, successfully evading the minion's ire. He emerged from the foliage to confront the crocodile once more, continuing to whittle down its health with basic attacks. 957's strategy was rather straightforward. He aimed to reach level 2 before making any moves. However, Lucian was clearly not inclined to grant him that opportunity. With no other choice, 957 had to withdraw. Observing the crocodile retreat, Lucian promptly unleashed his E-skill to pursue and inflict damage. In that instant, Yishio chose to retreat further, just as he anticipated. The crocodile attempted a counterattack. Yet, Yishio's withdrawal denied the crocodile any chance to close in. Left with no alternative, the crocodile continued toward the tower while Lucian turned to chase after him. Guan Daxiao remarked on the situation, expressing his frustration. This Lucian's kiting ability is truly formidable. The crocodile simply cannot keep up. Remembering their previous discussions, he added, this underscores the importance of raw strength. The disparity in top lane prowess is quite evident. However, he noted that the barrel from Kong Di was making its way to the top lane, and Lucian had not established vision, which could lead to potential danger. To everyone's astonishment, just as Guan Daxiao finished speaking, Yishio's Lucian approached the river to place a ward. This prompted discontent among Wii fans, who exclaimed, "Can you please be quiet, Daxiao? If you don't speak, no one will consider you mute. Stop jinxing it, I beseech you. If we lose this today, I will charge at Daxiao." Soon, Lucian reached level 3 while the crocodile remained at level 1. However, the minion wave was now uncontrollable, with a wave of minions approaching the tower. Upon witnessing this, 957 sighed in relief, thinking he finally had a chance to farm. Yet, he quickly realized he had underestimated the situation. Once the minions entered the tower's range, Lucian positioned himself before the tower to seek opportunities to poke. Taking advantage of the crocodile's focus on last hitting, Lucian advanced with a basic attack, then retreated to avoid tower fire. Swiftly returning to unleash 2 more basic attacks following AQ, Lucian maneuvered within the tower's attack range like a dancer, back and forth, reminiscent of skipping rope. Guan Daxiao observed in admiration, stating, "This is the art of kiting by joke. It's truly picturesque." Lucian seems to be playing better than many professional ADCs. Remembering noted that while the barrel had secured both red and blue buffs and had reached level 3, the crocodile had just hit level 2. "I feel he has no chance now, especially considering the threat of being ambushed. If that occurs, it could spell disaster," Guan Daxiao added. The jungler has now arrived to initiate a counter-gank. Just as we mentioned him, Kong Di's barrel hesitated but ultimately decided to head mid, opting not to assist in the top lane. Remembering remarked, "The top lane is about to suffer. Who can withstand this?" Back in the top lane, 957's crocodile found its health rapidly dwindling to a mere third. How can this be so outrageous? "I cannot hold the top lane any longer," he thought, anxiety creeping in. Kong Di replied, "I can't assist you. In this state, if I gank the top lane and get ambushed, I would be the one in peril." She advised, "Just try to maintain stability up there until I can farm." 957 expressed his frustration, stating, "I truly can't hold out any longer. My teleport has already been used, and I will undoubtedly lose a significant number of minions if I return." Kong Di responded, "Assess the situation for yourself. I will seek opportunities elsewhere." Choosing not to return to base, 957 believed that given the jungler was playing the spirit, his tower diving potential was limited. Thus, he reasoned that being low on health was not a significant concern, and there was a possibility Lucian might impulsively dive the tower, presenting an opportunity for a counterkill. This was the sole strategy he could conceive to rectify the top lane predicament. As the next wave of minions approached, Yishio continued to push the lane. Upon noticing the crocodile had not retreated, he suddenly conceived a plan. Perhaps he could find an opportunity for a solo kill. Seizing the moment while the crocodile was last hitting, Yishio opted to chip away at its health to bring it down to a kill threshold. Once the health was suitably diminished, he advanced toward the tower, preparing to dive. Guan Daxiao observed, "Lucian's positioning seems a bit off. I suspect he intends to dive the tower, but the crocodile has a flash, which could provide a chance for a counterkill." Remembering concurred, "I too sensed a potential for a counter, but your words make me feel it might be precarious." As they spoke, Yishio had already initiated his attack. Lucian executed a basic attack followed by AQ, landing 2 more basic attacks before unleashing his W skill. At that moment, the crocodile employed its E skill to close the distance. However, the range was insufficient, and the W skill could not connect. The crocodile, In a decisive move, used flash followed by W, successfully closing the gap. Yet, as the crocodile executed its flash W, Lucian also activated his flash. Although Lucian was briefly immobilized, he had already positioned himself beyond the tower's attack range. What remarkable reflexes! Or perhaps it was sheer luck. 957 was at a loss, having not anticipated Lucian's ability to flash at the last possible moment. Now, he could only retreat, knowing he could not win the confrontation. Once the control effects on Lucian faded, he unleashed his skill to chase down the crocodile with 2 more basic attacks, ultimately securing the kill with another basic attack. Guan Daxiao exclaimed, "A solo kill. Lucian has slain the crocodile in the top lane." Remembering marveled, "This is truly absurd. Lucian's reaction time is astonishing. I believe the crocodile's approach was sound, attempting to keep Lucian under the tower for a potential counter, but this death was entirely a matter of execution." Guan Daxiao lamented. After this solo kill, the top lane will become exceedingly difficult. Both Lucian and the crocodile are champions that rely on establishing an advantage in lane, and once behind, they become ineffective. Meanwhile, in the official live stream, viewers flooded the chat with comments. "Solo kill. Did you see that? Another solo kill. Is this the prowess of joke in lane? Terrifying indeed. The crocodile seems like a mere toy before Lucian. Is Lucian truly this formidable? I must try this myself." On the competition stage, seeing the top lane secure a solo kill, the jungler exclaimed in excitement, "Incredible! Another solo kill. It seems the title of Solo Kill King belongs to you." Yishio, primarily, my participation in matches has been somewhat limited. Otherwise, it would have been effortless. Meiko, have a bit more confidence in yourself. As long as you maintain your current form, the title of Solo Kill King is yours for the taking. Yishio, I shall do my utmost. In truth, I harbor no particular aspirations regarding such honors, yet it would indeed be a fortunate occurrence to attain them. The factory director was taken aback. Are you mistaken? Such a prestigious accolade is coveted by many, and yet you profess indifference. Meiko, what is there to be astonished about? This merely signifies that our Yishio possesses even grander ambitions. Yishio has been so thoroughly praised that he seems unfazed by the constant flattery, showing no concern of becoming arrogant. Yishio returned to the city for a brief resupply, and, upon returning to the lane, began to seek opportunities to further suppress the crocodile. As before, Yishio chose to bypass the minion wave, denying the crocodile any chance to engage with it. He understood the crocodile all too well. As long as it lacked rage, it was rendered entirely ineffective. At this moment, 957 was behaving rather cautiously, retreating when he saw Lucian approaching. After finally reaching level 3, he glanced back only to discover that Lucian had already attained level 5. The top lane had suffered a 2-level deficit. 957 felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, seeing the dire situation in the top lane, Shiyi grew anxious. He decided to quickly push the wave in the mid lane before planning to offer support in the bottom lane. However, just as he reached halfway, EDG's bottom lane began to retreat. Simultaneously, his elder brother remarked, "The bottom lane is not favorable for ganks. Our support is Tom, who lacks initiation capabilities." Upon hearing this, she had no choice but to abandon the notion of ganking the bottom lane. Although the minion wave in the top lane looked promising, the crocodile was at such a disadvantage that attempting a solo gank there posed considerable risk. "Jungle, follow me to the top lane to stir up some trouble," Shiyi commanded. "Are you sure? With the lane situation being what it is, if the opposing jungle ambushes us, we would struggle even in a 3-on-2. Kong Di seemed reluctant. "It's fine. My damage output is substantial. If you can provide some initial control, we should be able to secure a quick kill." Shiyu appeared quite confident in his abilities. Observing this, Kong Di reluctantly agreed, not because he believed the top lane was particularly easy to gank, but rather because there were no opportunities in the mid and bottom lanes, leaving the top lane as their only option. Meanwhile, Guan Daxiao noted, Shiyi's Talia has returned to the mid lane, pushed a wave, and is now heading towards the top lane. Is he planning to gank? In the top lane, Joke seemed completely unaware that he was about to be ganked. This situation felt precarious. I originally thought that after suffering a setback in the top lane, we would refrain from returning there for a while, but who could have imagined that their strategy differed entirely from our expectations? Guan Daxiao remarked. Nevertheless, we is moving in with their mid, top, and jungle together. I believe a 3-on-1 situation is bound to descend into chaos. If Lucian does not retreat in time, he will be in grave danger. At this moment, in the official live broadcast room, we fans were incensed. Can Guan Daxiao please be quiet? We could have one. Yet you keep suggesting they will lose. This person's commentary is truly infuriating. If nothing else, he could at least refrain from jinxing Wei. On the competition stage. Within EDG's ranks, the junior member in the mid lane signaled that Talia was missing. Although she had yet to reach level 6 and could not use her ultimate to provide swift support, she could still approach to gank, taking advantage of the opponent's lowered guard before they reached that critical level. Observing this, the jungler also cautioned, be vigilant in the top lane. I cannot come over for the moment. Yi Xiao. No worries, you may continue your battle. I possess my own means to cope. Yi Xiao may not exhibit any intention to retreat, rendering it somewhat challenging for the opposing hero to capture him. However, he refrains from pushing the lane, skillfully maintaining the minion wave in his favor. Subsequently, he ventures to the triangular brush to place a ward. The purpose of this ward is primarily to thwart any attempts of being ambushed from behind, allowing only for the opponents to approach from the river pathway. After Yi Xiao made his preparations, he returned online to continue his development. Guan Daxiao remarked, I never anticipated that joke would also engage in vision control. I had always thought he neglected it entirely. It is somewhat exaggerated to say he never does it. Yet there is a kernel of truth in that he rarely purchases control wards. Typically, he merely places his trinket wards as a cursory measure. Guan Daxiao continued, however, we can still approach from the river, and it feels ominous. On the top lane, Yi Xiao was focused on last-hitting minions when suddenly, the crocodile began to draw near. Observing the opponent's crocodile advancing towards him, Yi Xiao remained unperturbed. He chose to retreat slightly while edging towards the brush. This maneuver rendered it impossible for the crocodile to farm minions, ensuring that should the crocodile opt to engage directly with its E-ability, it would fail to reach him. Once positioned near the brush, Yi Xiao turned to unleash damage upon the crocodile, maintaining the utmost distance for his attacks.